a young boy, endowed with a talent for dark magic, gradually ascends from the depths of society to become a grand wizard characterized by justice, bravery, and compassion. He traverses through confusion, alleviates sorrow, and ultimately conquers the terrifying powers that are his birthright, choosing the path of righteousness. This tale undoubtedly revolves around the theme of alcohol. Perhaps I had never touched a drop before. Yet in pursuit of intriguing adventures, I deliberately raised a bubbling goblet to my lips, pouring what I had previously deemed mere horse urine down my throat. As the color in my face deepened, the elderly man across from me finally divulged some of the knowledge he possessed, or at least that was his belief. The enthralled patrons in the tavern seemed to have entirely forgotten their own existence, their rapturous gazes fixated on the bizarre images painted by the old man's words. Initially, I had paid little attention to this intoxicated old fellow. My purpose for visiting was solely to indulge in the secret ham preserved by the Alex Tavern. I dare say, one could scarcely find a place in the entire city of Austin that comes close to such delectable fare. Even witnessing the moment the ham was sliced by a sharp knife, or inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting around it was sufficient to satiate me. Rather than being captivated by tales of adventure, I found myself more enthralled by the enticing fragrance that mingled with the old man's narratives, surpassing that of the secret ham. In recent days, whenever I found myself daydreaming by the window, my wife, filled with grievances, would loudly exclaim, "Look at that, another bewitched fool. I thought it was the tavern's proprietress who had stolen your soul. But who would have imagined it was a wandering sorcerer who captured your heart?" Observing my indifference to her words, she would approach, her large eyes glaring at me, demanding, "Are you going to fix that hole in the roof or not?" I glanced up at the ceiling, then at my wife, who was fuming before me, and remained silent. She extended her right hand, pointing at me while shouting, "Are you expecting me to sit all night on the roof's gaping hole, using my filthy backside to shield you from the rain?" I hesitated to respond. "Oh, if this continues, I will throw you and those little brats out onto the street. Go ahead and test me with that." She stormed off, seemingly taking only her body with her, while leaving a tempest of resentment in her wake. I was acutely aware of my shortcomings in labor. The few copper coins earned from repairing dilapidated buildings were all contributed to the tavern, first for the secret ham, now for beer. Yet, having heard my wife's admonitions, I felt compelled to make some effort, despite my mind being elsewhere. After much exertion, I finally discovered a ladder hidden amidst the weeds behind the house. The only reason this ladder had not been reduced to firewood was that the grass was so tall it completely obscured it. I chose a spot on the roof where I could place the wooden ladder. The ground was somewhat slippery, but firmly embedding the legs of the ladder into the soil seemed to enhance its stability. The ladder was covered in moss, and I hesitated to grip it with my hands after several attempts. A mocking voice emanated from within the house. "Oh dear, it seems the horse urine has gone to your head, for you are actually listening to me." I initially considered defending myself against such unkind words, but then I realized that my ability to enjoy lunch depended entirely on the success of this roof repair, so I decided to overlook the disdainful remarks of this unpleasant woman. I grasped the sides of the ladder, placing my right foot on the first rung, and soon found myself at the midpoint of the ladder. Turning to check my position, I noticed my wife had come out to the backyard this time. She was silent, merely shielding her forehead with her plump right hand. I detested the notion of my proactive efforts being perceived as a last resort, and I loathed the idea of having a supervisor looming behind me while I worked. Though my entire being was filled with discomfort, I had already climbed the ladder. Descending now would not only invite humiliation, but might also result in a lunch of discarded scraps from the Alex Tavern. I was certain that my wife was capable of such a thing, for on the third day of my obsession with the old man's adventure stories, she had gone to the back of the tavern and prepared a lavish meal for me using the dog's feeding dish. With just 2 more rungs to reach the top of the ladder, I could see the worn tiles of the roof quite clearly. I thought to myself, if I were to replace all these tiles with new ones, I would have to spend the entire summer up here. It would be wiser to simply patch the hole in the roof first, securing a meal I could actually eat and an afternoon of peace. My wife seemed to have reached her limit with my slow progress, shouting from behind, "Are you waiting for a rabid dog to bite your tail, or are you too afraid to work with a toilet on your head? Have you ever seen a husband so negligent as you? I tell you, if you don't fix that roof before lunch, you'll be sleeping in the doghouse tonight." Upon hearing this, I hastily climbed to the final rung of the ladder. Though I had grown weary of the thunderous snoring coming from the bed, I certainly knew that the doghouse would be no refuge for me, a truth obvious even to the simplest of minds. Chapter 2. Ed's pigeons. As I ascended to the pinnacle of the ladder, Ed's pigeons fortuitously fluttered low across my rooftop. The tremendous gusts of wind caused me to lose my balance in an instant, and as I gazed at the sky, my hands splayed in a backstroke position, I plummeted onto the grass of the backyard. In that fleeting moment, I envisioned the fantastical realm depicted by the old man in the tavern. Ed, who resided directly across from my abode, harbored a profound fondness for pigeons. A portion of his earnings from the pawnshop was generously bestowed upon the women of Flower Street, while another segment was devoted to his cherished birds. I had once heard whispers of this avaricious and self-serving fellow's intention to bequeath his entire fortune to the pigeons on his rooftop a century hence. My wife had once commented on this peculiar testament during a moment of buoyant spirits. Post-dinner, as she sauntered to the window with half a cup of tea in hand, I watched her with a sense of discontent as her expression danced with youthful exuberance. After all, the impoverished lad who had recently moved to the corner had cast more than a few flirtatious glances her way, and they both seemed to believe I was blissfully unaware. I was merely biding my time, waiting for the moment I would acquire irrefutable evidence of their clandestine rendezvous, which would surely render that wretched woman regretful. Now, as she stood at the windowsill, her face aglow with delight, I pondered whether she was concocting some scheme. I had no intention of intervening before their sordid affair was exposed. Such a maneuver required impeccable timing and immense patience. She drained her cup, mumbling to herself, "It is utterly incomprehensible that someone would make such a decision." I surmised her words were undoubtedly linked to the impoverished lad at the corner, though even if unrelated, they were still quite thought-provoking. Nodding her head, she continued, "To leave a substantial inheritance to pigeons. If it were me, I would rather squander all my wealth on my beloved pretty boy than grant any favor to those cooing creatures." At last, I grasped her sentiments. She too disapproved of that bizarre will. While our judgments held little sway over reality, I couldn't help but daydream that Ed might, in his final moments, exhibit a magnanimous spirit and bestow a portion of his fortune upon us, the impoverished. Nevertheless, for once, my wife had aligned herself with my perspective. In the days that followed, wielding a frying pan, she even proclaimed her intention to host a sumptuous pigeon feast following Ed's demise. Yet, the elderly Ed seemed disinclined to depart from this world. Early this morning, flocks of pigeons vacated his rooftop, soaring about the vicinity, while he stood on the terrace, gazing upwards, occasionally whistling a cheerful tune. I had long harbored suspicions that this self-centered individual might possess some form of magic, for the pigeons appeared to execute intricate aerial formations in response to the variations in his whistling. Perhaps Ed merely wished for his pigeons to flutter over and greet me, unaware that his momentary whimsy had resulted in my unintended tumble. The tale of my rooftop mishap swiftly circulated throughout the mud-brick alley, with myriad versions morphing in the mouths of the townsfolk, and my wife seemed to sense a growing pressure, as rumors circulated that my fall from the ladder was a complete fabrication. One individual even vividly narrated a scene that suggested my wife had delivered me a sound thrashing before deliberately staging the incident. I do not deny this, for since the proliferation of this rumor, my once fearsome wife has become remarkably docile. What is most astonishing is that she actually ventured into the tavern to summon the elderly storyteller. When the old man sat by my bedside and inquired about my injuries, I was suddenly enveloped in warmth, as if his words were a miraculous remedy, his voice possessing the power to restore me to health in an instant. In the days that followed, the old man, under my wife's generous invitation, frequently visited my humble abode. As I listened to his captivating tales, I beheld my wife's ample figure busily repairing the roof, and I experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Ed, having been subjected to my wife's incessant tirades, had not ventured outside for several days. My wife, perched atop the roof, resembled a colossal turret, her thick lips unleashing words that penetrated the air, sealing off Ed's doors and windows, and even deterring the pigeons that usually soared overhead. Observing Ed's retreat into solitude, my wife seized the opportunity to disparage him in the streets or to our neighbors, maligning his character and condemning his lack of compassion as a pawnshop owner. Some neighbors echoed her sentiments, driven to agreement by their inability to endure my wife's relentless nagging. Even the most clear-headed among them could not withstand such harassment. What had once been a bustling thoroughfare, reminiscent of a marketplace, had transformed into a desolate lane over the course of a few days. My wife, unfazed, sat on the roof, clutching a tile and gazing intently at the sky. I sensed she harbored the intention of using that tile to strike down one of Ed's pigeons for dinner, for I would not have witnessed such a terrifying gaze from across the rooftop window otherwise. In the evening, Ed finally emerged, arriving at my home with a finely crafted little gift box. Initially, my wife regarded his sudden visit with disdain, but as Ed presented the offering, her fury swiftly morphed into delight. I suddenly realized that my wife would make an exceptionally adept tax collector, for under her reign, our nation's revenues would soar to the highest in the world. and the populace would harbor no complaints, as spending a little to silence my wife would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 3. The alehouse of Alice. In recent days, my wife has seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. As soon as she completes her household chores, she retreats to her room to fiddle with the small box gifted by Ed. This rare tranquility affords me the opportunity to immerse myself in the old man's tales. He recounted that this adventurous story began at the alehouse of Alice when he was still quite young. Although Austin was then hailed as the city of wisdom, who could possibly unearth any wisdom within a gathering of the impoverished? How could a great king display his magnanimity amidst the foul odors and filth of these narrow alleys? After all, from the perspective of the common folk, royal authority is always paramount, even when abruptly knocked down by a soldier in the street, or trampled by the hooves of a ceremonial procession. Should the pain of the body suddenly be enveloped in the radiance of royal power, most would feel their lives were fulfilled in the days to come. The glorious moment of encountering the king would linger on their lips, even if, to outsiders, the king's glory bore no relation to their own existence. The old man recounted his first-hand experiences, which included the war with the Buner people, the decline of the Kalbai elves, and several narrow escapes that he cleverly navigated. Through his narration, I finally learned the origin of the name Mudwater Alley. This place was once the most detested haunt of the Aostonians, filthy and dilapidated, permeated by nauseating odors. The sole reason for Mudwater Alley's continued existence at that time might have been the Alexieve Tavern, which was still in operation. Each evening, a young Aostonian boy named Andy would scurry to the tavern to earn a meager wage, for his aging mother and disabled father required additional sustenance. Though they never voiced it, Andy was more than willing to take on this responsibility. The task was exceedingly simple for him, yet the tavern's proprietress was notoriously acerbic. A minor misstep could result in harsh reprimands. Upon hearing this, I sensed that the contagion of a foul temper spreads more rapidly and extensively than any plague, with an endurance that is truly chilling. Otherwise, my wife, born in Mudwater Alley, ought to be a paragon of virtue, or at the very least, not possess such a wretched disposition. The old man spoke of how, at that time, the Alexieve Tavern was the most infamous establishment in all of Aoston, a den rife with brigands and bullies, shrouded in a haze of smoke and vice. Apart from a few children of the nearby Buner widows who were willing to assist at the tavern, no laborers from other neighborhoods would deign to work there. Over time, Andy and these Buner children forged a close friendship. Each evening, the local ruffians would converge upon the tavern, both to display their might and to indulge in the establishment's homebrewed beer. If the tavern's allure for Andy lay in its potential for earning, the primary attraction for the ne'er-do-wells was the proprietress's voluptuous figure and her enigmatic brewing techniques. No one could fathom why the homebrew within the Alexieve Tavern became increasingly addictive with each sip. In any case, the beer was far more enticing than the proprietress's blackened teeth. Even the most vicious of villains, after partaking in this homebrew, would become as docile as lambs. In addition to the brigands, the most frequent patrons of the tavern were the dockworkers, who would clutch a few shy copper coins, order a beer, and down it in one gulp. The drunken dockworkers often displayed comical antics. Some would mumble to themselves with glazed expressions, while others would laugh uproariously, allowing the froth to splatter over themselves. There were even those who would hurl insults at the cold walls, transforming the tavern into a cacophonous slaughterhouse whenever they began to vent their frustrations. For Andy, witnessing such scenes was no longer surprising. He observed that the typically taciturn dockworkers became exceedingly irritable after drinking, while the bravado of the ruffians would dissolve into incoherent ramblings, at least according to the proprietress's description. Due to the language barrier, there was little communication between Andy and the Buner people, yet they would share knowing smiles when encountering amusing situations. For the past 6 months, Andy has been getting along quite well with the small Buner children. They are acutely aware that trouble does not always stem from the landlady. Whenever a laborer finds himself stripped of all his coins, they seize the opportunity to swiftly retreat to a corner of the tavern. This is because the unfortunate laborer, having lost his money, instinctively believes that these filthy little children have pilfered it all away. On the evening when calamity struck, everything seemed normal. A weary Andy was mopping the stairs with a soiled rag while the Buner children busied themselves with their tasks. At that moment, a foul-smelling laborer, having consumed copious amounts of beer, staggered toward the corner. Andy and the Buner children sensed impending doom, yet it was too late to evade. The inebriated laborer, observing the landlady counting their sweat-stained coins behind the counter with a smug expression, lost his composure. He seized the nearest Buner child, named Alec, who, in a panic, cried out desperately in hopes of dissuading the laborer or attracting the attention of those nearby. Chapter 4. Half a cup of warm water. The patrons of the tavern had long grown accustomed to such excessive antics. delighting in the sight of the laborer tormenting Alec. The other Buner children and Andy, witnessing their companion being bullied, rushed to subdue the laborer. This drunken laborer was indeed unfortunate that day. Not only had he lost all his money, but he was also thoroughly beaten by a group of scullery children. The tavern's patrons did not find the laborer's plight particularly shocking. Rather, the laborer, after enduring a sound thrashing, surprisingly fell asleep on the floor. His loud snoring inciting the landlady's ire, prompting her to douse him with half a bucket of dirty water. As midnight approached, the satisfied customers began to disperse, and Andy along with the Buner children hurriedly tidied up the tables and chairs. Unbeknownst to them, the laborer had slipped away at some point, while a peculiar guest remained seated in the corner. The landlady summoned Andy and the Buner children, whispering, "Keep a close watch on that strange fellow in the corner. He has ordered only a single beer all night and has not uttered a word. Should he pilfer anything from me, your wages for the day will be entirely forfeit." This was not the first time the landlady had resorted to such tactics. Andy knew that regardless of whether anything was truly stolen from the tavern, she would fabricate reasons to withhold their pay. But what could they do? After all, this madwoman was not someone to be trifled with. He recalled an incident when the two major gangs of the city simultaneously visited Alex's tavern. The hard-nosed gang, which possessed control over most of the casinos in Austin, and the newly emerged scoundrels from the docks. What began as a rivalry between two men quickly escalated into a full-blown gang war overnight. The dispute originated from a seat that everyone knew of but never dared to occupy. On a beautiful evening, a laborer had finished his work at the docks early and, with a handful of coins, ventured to the tavern at that time. The tavern was not particularly crowded, and he ordered a single beer. Retreating to a wooden stool beneath the stairs to savor it slowly, the laborer firmly believes that the prolonged wait is utterly worthwhile. He has lost count of the countless lonely nights during which those long, fair legs have appeared slowly in his dreams. Now, she is about to descend the staircase at a leisurely pace, precisely at this spot, an impeccable vantage point, and at this moment, meticulously orchestrated. Though any individual familiar with the circumstances, occupying this stool indeed requires a measure of luck and immense courage, for inscribed upon the stool below the staircase is a chilling name. Hardbone Henry. The laborer is filled with an unusual excitement, simultaneously relieved to have chosen the right moment and convinced that his long-held desire will finally come to fruition today. As the sound of high-heeled shoes echoes upon the floor, the laborer's heart begins to pound violently. His trembling right hand can scarcely hold the beer glass, and his mouth, stretched to its limits, seems poised to devour the descending woman whole, a satisfied smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. He tilts his head to gaze at the spring light spilling through the staircase's gaps, and just as everything appears to unfold perfectly, a sudden, forceful punch sends the peeping laborer tumbling, the beer glass shattering upon the floor, and the back of his head colliding painfully against the wall. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the laborer glares fiercely at Henry, who stands at the staircase's entrance, proclaiming dominion with a lion-like posture. The following day, a wave of retribution swiftly spreads throughout Austin City. Disturbances erupt at the casino, and the docks come under attack. However, when the two factions engage in a deadly struggle that spills into the Alex Tavern, it dramatically transforms into a negotiation due to a single remark from the proprietress. The outcome of the negotiation results in a ceasefire, ushering in a period of peace. Andy has always regarded the proprietress not only as a woman with a particularly foul temper, but also as one who should never be trifled with. The rhythm of Andy and his companions tidying up the tables and chairs came to an abrupt halt at the sound of an elderly man coughing in the corner. Eric hastily poured half a glass of warm water at the counter and swiftly presented it before the old man, while the proprietress shot him a sideways glance yet refrained from shouting. After all, any unsolicited charity within the Alex Tavern was strictly prohibited. The elderly man in the corner regarded Eric and inquired, "Would you like a delicious late-night snack?" Eric was taken aback, for he had heard the distinctly authentic Buner tongue. Judging by his physique, it seemed implausible that the old man was Buner, yet the words flowing from his gray-white beard were indeed pure Buner. It had become increasingly rare to hear such genuine Buner in the Alex Tavern or throughout the muddy lane, and several young ones immediately gathered around. The proprietress behind the counter could no longer contain her inner fury, yet at the same time, she found herself utterly speechless and unable to move an inch. Andy observed the proprietress, who stood frozen in disbelief, as if enchanted, and curiously approached the old man. They huddled around the old man, collectively sensing an unprecedented tranquility and warmth. They began to curiously scrutinize the gray-bearded elder, who, in turn, gazed back at the group of children before him. The old man took a sip of the warm water from his cup and, smiling, asked, "Would you like a delicious late-night snack?" Chapter 5. Delectable delicacies. Andy and Eric had long been famished, yet until their work was concluded, even the remnants left by patrons were beyond their reach. Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, Eric hastily clarified, "Sir, it is merely half a cup of lukewarm water. There is no need for such courtesy." The old man responded, "Just moments ago, my throat was exceedingly uncomfortable, and you have alleviated that plight. You ought to be compensated." The surrounding Bunyal companions clenched their fists, anxiously awaiting Eric's decision. Eric appeared to waver. Although he too was quite hungry, he had no intention of seeking any recompense from the elderly gentleman before him. Andy, gazing skeptically at the impoverished old man, inquired, "Is there a hidden sack of coins beneath your cloak, or might you beseech Rebecca to provide us with the leftover food from the tavern's rear?" Upon hearing Andy's question, the old man erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Rebecca? How amusing, do you know? Such a delightful name paired with her blackened teeth is simply perfect. Ha ha! Rebecca signifies enchanting beauty, yet also implies entrapment." The old man's laughter was incessant, leaving Andy utterly perplexed in all of Muddy Alley. The mere mention of Rebecca's name sent shivers down the spines of both toddling children and silver-haired elders alike. As for Andy and his companions, they seldom heard anyone directly utter the innkeeper's name. By revealing the name of Alex Tavern's proprietress to the old man, he sought to alert him, lest he invite trouble upon himself. Little did he know. The old man reacted as though someone were scratching an itch, leaving Andy at a loss. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, the old man wiped his face with his calloused hands and solemnly declared, "I apologize. I merely find the name Rebecca to be exceedingly amusing." Andy regarded the old man, noticing that his shoulders continued to tremble, indicating that suppressing his laughter was proving quite the challenge. "Ha ha 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 ha." The old man finally succumbed to laughter once more. This time, even Eric found himself bewildered by the old man's antics, beginning to question the man's sanity. Andy, unwilling to squander any more time with the old man, felt a pressing urgency to return home, where his parents awaited him. Rebecca had not provided him sustenance all day, and he had little interest in this mysterious old fellow, regarding the man's unrealistic promise as inconsequential. Turning to depart, Eric, observing Andy's disappointment, promptly addressed the old man, "If you truly could provide us with food, I would be immensely grateful." With his back to Eric, Andy moved slowly, desperately wishing for the old man's promise to materialize. Should that happen, he could treat his parents to a proper meal rather than returning home with discarded scraps from behind the tavern. Just as he lingered in thought, Andy suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He swiftly turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the once barren table now laden with an array of delectable dishes, while his Bunyal companions erupted in jubilant cries. At a glance, Andy noticed an array of freshly baked breads adorning the edge of the table, each one seemingly just out of the oven. A generous sprinkle of white coconut flakes graced their surfaces, emanating an irresistible aroma. Beside the bread lay a whole turkey, its legs thicker than Andy's arms, the alluring scent of meat wafting through the maroon-hued skin. Opposite the turkey, a large platter showcased a roasted leg of lamb, its expertly crafted cuts presenting a harmonious petal-like arrangement, each slice resembling a work of art. The table was further embellished with a variety of fresh fruits, glistening with dew and tantalizing to the eye. Andy was utterly stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously with both hands. He noticed that, except for Eric, the three little companions had already lunged forward. Some were voraciously devouring bread, while others were recklessly tearing at the turkey, displaying a reckless abandon in their eating. The old man gazed at Andy, who in turn stared at the food at a tea. That moment, Eric bowed deeply and remarked, "Thank you ever so much for your generous hospitality, but is it truly acceptable? Is this food associated with Rebecca?" Andy shared the same concern, and upon hearing Eric's inquiry, the old man responded, "This food has no connection whatsoever with that Rebecca, and please refrain from mentioning that name in my presence. I cannot bear it. Ha 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 ha." Eric approached the table and seized a piece of bread, devouring it with gusto, fully aware that even if this were not reality, he intended to relish the food before it vanished. Andy felt a twinge of embarrassment, contemplating that his earlier words may have been a tad excessive, yet the doubts he harbored were not entirely unfounded, considering the old man hardly appeared to be affluent. Observing Andy's discomfort, the old man kindly urged, "Come, my child, indulge yourself in the culinary delights before you." Andy hesitated, but the old man reached out, gently pulling him closer and stating, "Do not dwell on what transpired earlier. Do you believe that pride is more important than sustenance?" Chapter 6. Illusions within the walls, Andy whispered. I sincerely apologize. My previous actions were quite impolite. Before I partake in the meal, I must genuinely express my regret. Furthermore, I fear we might not finish all this food. May I take some to my parents? They are in greater need of it than I do, he continued, sir. If you do not permit me to take food home, could I at least bring back my share for my parents? The old man regarded Andy with a grave expression. His earlier joy at the mention of the lady's name completely vanished. Disheartened by the old man's demeanor, Andy turned to leave, but the old man grasped his arm firmly. Turning back, Andy met the old man's gaze, who said, My child, you are free to enjoy the delicacies here, and you may share them with whomever you wish. Andy noticed tears welling in the old man's eyes. For the first time in his life, he witnessed someone weeping for their own plight, and he found himself choked with emotion. The old man smiled gently, nodding his head as he said, Go ahead and eat. You must be quite famished. Although this late-night snack has arrived somewhat tardily, witnessing the foolish Rebecca standing there in a daze, I find the timing rather perfect. He then let out a hearty laugh once more. Andy and Eric had never tasted such delectable fare. The dining scene was particularly bustling. The old man observed that, despite their diminutive stature, these bunnier children possessed remarkable appetites. One slightly plump bunnier child was astonishingly clutching a leg of lamb nearly equal to his own height, tearing into it with fervor reminiscent of the earlier robust labor. The old man, gazing at the little chubby boy with delight, inquired, What is your name? The chubby boy, vigorously gnawing on the leg of lamb, upon realizing the old man was addressing him, promptly swallowed the morsel he had yet to chew and politely replied, Sir, my name is Rory. Is there something you require? The old man responded, I have no requests. It is merely your eating style that intrigues me, which is why I wish to know your name. Rory tore off a large chunk of lamb meat, holding it in his mouth, and asked, Sir, we do not yet know your name. The old man replied, Ah, that is my oversight. I should have introduced myself before inquiring about yours. Rory quickly retorted, No, sir, that was not my intention at all. The old man straightened his coat and stood up, earnestly declaring, My name is Ferdinand. Andy set down his food, beginning to scrutinize the man who claimed to be Ferdinand. His gray-white hair fell loosely over his shoulders, and the unkempt beard on his cheeks suggested it had been quite some time since it had been groomed. His blue eyes sparkled with boundless kindness. Following Ferdinand's introduction, Andy, Eric, and the two bunnier children who had been leaning on the table all politely greeted him and introduced themselves in turn. At that moment, Ferdinand pulled a pipe from his coat pocket, skillfully stuffing it with tobacco. After lighting it with a candle, he took several deep puffs, filling the tavern with a wonderfully pleasant aroma. Smiling, Ferdinand pointed his pipe toward the mysterious wall behind him and said, Allow me to show you some fascinating scenes. Think of it as a bedtime story. Immediately, Andy and the others noticed that beneath a cloud of smoke, the dust-laden wall revealed several youthful Colby elves frolicking in a beautiful garden. The garden was situated beneath a grand edifice, which to Andy and his companions appeared to be nothing short of an emperor's castle. The satiated bunnier children turned around, curiously observing the unfolding spectacle. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the architecture on the wall exhibited an ancient, pallid hue, with cracks beginning to mar some sections. Vines climbed the wall on one side of the structure, and from a distance, the building resembled a precious gem perched precariously on the edge of a cliff. Surrounding the garden, fountains flowed with crystalline spring water, meandering momentarily in the pools before being channeled by stone conduits throughout the entire garden, uniformly nourishing both the lawns and shrubs. The shrubs were meticulously trimmed into neat shapes, resembling low walls that divided the garden into 5 distinct sections. The lawn is devoid of flowers, and it seems impossible to find any other plants aside from the verdant grass. All the blooming blossoms, shrubs, and the lawn itself are entirely segregated, their vibrant hues confined within 10 flower beds, which even the young Colby sprite playing in the garden dares not approach. Andy and his companions have long been captivated by the images on the wall. Ferdinand finds great satisfaction in observing the entranced expressions of these impoverished children. For him, the protracted journey appears to have no end, and the fleeting encounters can only become fragmented memories. He exhales deeply, shifting his chair back to lean wearily against the brick wall by the fireplace, a faint smile gracing his lips. Andy fixates on a young Colby sprite in the garden's corner, who seems to be laboriously attempting to open a small iron gate. Through the rusted iron bars, Andy can distinctly hear a voice persistently calling out to him, a sensation of soul-sucking he has never experienced before. It is not a fervent summons but rather resembles a plea, imbued with an endless sorrow that unsettles him greatly. Chapter 7. Ferdinand perceives a transformation. He notices a terrifying power emerging in Andy's innocent and kind eyes, a gift of innate dark magic, an energy that raises alarm. For a moment, he struggles to recall when he last encountered such a familiar expression, plunging into contemplation as he sifts through his past memories. Just as Ferdinand is lost in thought, he observes through the wall that the boy at the gate no longer appears as tense as before, yet he continues to glance back anxiously, clutching the rusted handle of the iron gate tightly. The young boy's delicate hand begins to tremble with excitement. As the small door slowly opens under the influence of force and magic, darkness envelopes the sky in an instant. A colossal bolt of lightning pierces the storm clouds, shattering the spire of the building, while stones of various sizes plummet to the ground. The children at play in the garden, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, immediately scream and flee. From the small iron gate, a viscous substance akin to black water begins to surge forth, and the boy opening the gate trembles in terror, soon being engulfed by the inky fluid. Andy watches as an elder from the castle swiftly materializes in front of the small gate using magic. At that moment, the black water swirls relentlessly around the boy's body, constricting him like a serpent. The elder furrows his brow, reciting an incantation, as runic energy gathers under his command to form a colossal magical shield. He envelopes the boy with the shield, yet the lightning continues to strike at him with ferocity, clearly overwhelming the protective barrier. The boy's anguished cries, mingling with the thunder's roar, compel the helpless elder to retreat to the open ground. Watching the boy's torment with a heart laden with urgency, in a corner of the castle, a terrified Colby sprite rushes towards the elder, pleading loudly, "Please, save my brother." At this moment, the elder is unable to attend to the beseeching child beside him, as the lightning and black water continue to consume the boy at the gate. Observing the elder standing motionless beside him, unresponsive to his pleas, he turned his gaze towards the place engulfed by the dark waters and shouted with desperation, "Please, do not leave me, Dylan." The lightning in the sky began to coalesce, forming a colossal beam that struck down towards the ground above the castle. The elder immediately scooped up the pleading youth, and the incantation activated the runic energy, enveloping them both in a new magical shield. The lightning intensified, and the swirling black waters accelerated in their tumultuous motion. As a colossal bolt of lightning pierced through the dark waters, the land surrounding the shield was violently shattered by the ensuing shockwave, sending countless shards of rock and clumps of earth soaring into the air, reducing the garden and the castle to a desolate ruin, cascading down the cliffs below. Amidst the chaos, Andy caught sight of a mass of black water at the cliff's edge, enveloping a gigantic crab as it slid into the depths, causing the entire sea surface to erupt in towering waves. The elder, helplessly watching the unfolding events, murmured softly, "Perhaps I should never have taken Dylan away from the Virginia Valley. At least there, he could have grown up without a care." His gaze became vacant as he stared into the distance. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, restoring tranquility. Slowly, he placed his right hand upon the boy's head, offering solace to the youth beneath him, saying, "Tyler, it is all over. Your brother has been consumed by darkness." Tyler did not lift his gaze, his eyes fixated on the spot where his brother had vanished. After a prolonged silence, the elder summoned the Osweed Warhawk, cradling Tyler in his arms as they mounted the majestic creature. At this moment, Tyler had ceased his weeping, his expression void of emotion, allowing the mountain winds to whistle past his ears. Through those profound eyes, Andy discerned that Tyler's hatred blazed like an inferno within his gaze. After a brief pause, Tyler finally spoke. "Harris, I regret my brother's reckless actions, but I have heard him mention more than once that a voice was calling to him, of which I was utterly unaware." At this juncture, Andy turned to Ferdinand and inquired, "Were you present at that time?" As Andy posed this simple question, the wall's illusion abruptly dissipated, and the soot-stained stones of the fireplace cracked in response to his inquiry. The brevity of that utterance was sufficient to extricate someone in the tavern from their reverie. Ferdinand gazed at Andy, incredulous that the piercing gaze emanating from this frail visage bore such a striking resemblance to the youth of Tyler. What puzzled him further was that the other Bunyal children had been rendered pale by his antics, while Andy appeared remarkably composed, questioning himself with the gravity of a judge. Andy continued to regard Ferdinand. Following the preceding scene, this weathered old sorcerer seemed unable to meet the young man's eyes, for regardless of whether those dark energies truly posed a threat to him, he felt himself mired in a quagmire. And thus he worried whether this youth might follow in Tyler's footsteps. Chapter 8. Rebecca's little tricks. Ferdinand did not respond to Andy's inquiry. Instead, he turned to the ashen-faced Bunyal children and asked, What did you think of the spectacle just now? The tavern fell into a profound silence. He grimaced wryly and said, "The hour is already quite late. Have you considered returning home to enjoy a restful slumber before dawn?" Eric remained silent, while Rory's hand trembled as he clutched the roasted leg of lamb, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Ferdinand was aware that his momentary indulgence had frightened the children considerably, and he furrowed his brow in resignation. Though he believed he had deftly sidestepped Andy's inquiry, he knew in his heart that certain matters could no longer be avoided. Hearing Ferdinand's words, Andy slowly approached the fireplace and asked, "Sir, could you please answer my earlier question?" Ferdinand felt increasingly unnerved by the intensity of Andy's gaze. He had no desire to address that tangential question, nor did he feel compelled to acknowledge the young boy before him. Yet, he found himself ensnared in his own inner turmoil, perhaps yearning to divulge everything he knew to Andy, even though it seemed an exceedingly perilous endeavor at present. Taking a deep breath, Ferdinand replied, "I have long sought to avert this moment, hoping you are not as I fear. However, it appears that responding to your inquiry is my duty. This little tavern marks the end of my journey, and I shall finally unburden myself of this heavy load." Andy pressed further, "Were you present at that time?" No sooner had he spoken than Rebecca, who had been standing idly by, suddenly approached the fireplace. Unfazed by her surroundings, she picked up a log that lay scattered on the ground. To Andy's astonishment, he witnessed the log ignite in Rebecca's grasp, and through the flickering flames, Ferdinand discerned the tavern owner's sinister smile, revealing her jagged black teeth. Rebecca cast the charred remnants of the wood to the ground, then turned and bent down, gently lifting Andy's chin with her pale right hand. "Stop it!" Ferdinand shouted. Yet Rebecca continued to hold Andy's chin, allowing her to scrutinize the secrets this boy, who typically opposed her, harbored. Observing the scene, Ferdinand sneered, "Oh, I should have anticipated this. It is a trap. But to target a mere child, how utterly disgraceful!" With a swift motion of her left hand, a torrent of flames surged toward Ferdinand. He raised his left hand to redirect the flames into the fireplace, illuminating the formerly dark hearth, as the stones began to transform into bubbling magma under the intense heat. Ferdinand smiled and remarked, "The power of lava is indeed formidable, but is it not a bit excessive for mere warmth?" Rebecca, unperturbed by Ferdinand's neutralization of her magic, continued to gaze at Andy with an unusually tender expression, one that had never before graced the Alias Tavern. That moment, Andy seemed to regain his composure, nervously observing the unfolding events and attempting to wriggle free from Rebecca's grasp. Rebecca appeared quite impatient with his futile resistance. With a slight exertion of her right hand, Andy immediately lost the strength to resist, helplessly regarding the malicious woman before him. Rebecca gazed at the now motionless Andy and inquired, "Why do you not continue to question that old fool about whether he was present at the time?" Andy, bewildered, looked on with panic-stricken eyes full of innocence. Ferdinand, witnessing this exchange, interjected, "There is absolutely no need to torment a child. I do not possess what you seek." Rebecca, undeterred, pressed on, "You have yet to respond to the young one's inquiry." Ferdinand turned to Andy, asking, "Do you genuinely wish to know if I was indeed present?" Andy, entirely oblivious to the recent events and unaware of having posed any questions to Ferdinand, found himself lost to the grips of dark forces. His senses dulled. Now awakened, he seemed ill-prepared for the turmoil unfolding before him. Observing Andy's silence, Rebecca exerted a slight force with her right hand, sending his frail form hurtling to the center of the staircase. The tremendous impact contorted Andy's face briefly before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Rebecca did not glance back at Andy. Her gaze was fixed on Ferdinand, for he held the key to her more pressing desires. Slowly, she addressed Ferdinand, "Pray tell, which dreadful aspect of these events do you deem suitable to be labeled a bedtime story and presented to me on this enchanting evening?" Ferdinand tapped his pipe gently against the bricks of the fireplace, remnants of ash cascading to the ground. He averted his eyes from Rebecca, instead fixating on the dying embers in the hearth, disdainfully declaring, "You are unworthy of conversing with me. As for your objections to my little tricks, I can only express my apologies. Your capabilities render you incapable of comprehending what constitutes beauty." Upon hearing these words, Rebecca's countenance darkened, her fury boiling over as she retorted, "Old wretch, hand over the tome of darkness at once, or I shall obliterate you in an instant." Ferdinand laughed heartily, saying, "You have yet again failed to restrain yourself, revealing your true intentions far too soon. So unlike your master. Your mastery of the lava power barely schemes the surface of Talon's teachings. It appears that apart from your ruthless ferocity, you have not gleaned any of your master's patience or cunning." Stung by Ferdinand's scathing critique, Rebecca's anger ignited, and fiery tendrils surged toward him in an instant. Chapter 9. The Eye of Harris. Ferdinand activated the magical barrier, deflecting the lava power upward into the loft, where the overwhelming force ripped the tavern's roof asunder, and flames began to spread with alarming swiftness. Alec watched in astonishment as sweat dripped from Ferdinand. He had never anticipated that this seemingly disheveled old man was, in fact, a master sorcerer hidden beneath a facade. Rory, oblivious to the surrounding inferno, desperately attempted to seize a roasted leg of lamb from the table through the magical barrier. Just then, a flaming beam from the ceiling crashed down toward the staircase, and with Alec's piercing scream, Andy, who had been lying on the steps, was transported by Ferdinand into the magical barrier. As the lava power surged forth, Rebecca spiraled into further madness, her wails akin to a specter shattering the night sky above Muddy Water Alley. As Ferdinand diligently tended to the innocent children beneath him, Rebecca, brandishing flames, swayed her body and laughed maniacally towards the heavens, exclaiming, "Ferdinand, you old wretch, open your canine eyes and see clearly. Do you still believe my magical prowess is insufficient?" Ferdinand paid no heed to the woman. His sole focus was on how to escort the children to safety before the magical barrier dissipated. Observing Ferdinand's indifference to the chaos she had wrought, Rebecca immediately succumbed to fury, her blackened teeth rendering the deranged woman all the more terrifying. She continued to ignite flames in every direction, bellowing, "I shall make you witness that these intoxicating spells are merely the surface of Tyrann's power." Ah, ha 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 ha. Seizing the opportunity while Rebecca was momentarily distracted, Ferdinand exerted all his strength to activate the runic energy once more, enveloping himself and the children in a protective magical shield. Rebecca remained erratic in her spellcasting, her mouth agape and eyes askew as she muttered incessantly to herself. The Aelkith Tavern was entirely consumed by flames, the blazing inferno illuminating Muddy Lane as brightly as day, while the crackling of burning wood drove Alec and the young Bunnier children into inconsolable wails. The Night Watch Knights of Austin City soon detected the conflagration in Muddy Lane, and the astute Captain, Duke, assembled a firefighting brigade. By the time these knights and their team arrived at Muddy Lane, the fire had already ignited the buildings lining both sides of the street, and the panicked populace scattered like a herd of stampeding buffalo, overwhelming Duke's firefighting efforts. Years later, when Duke encountered Andy again at Greystone Fortress, he offered an explanation regarding the failed firefighting endeavor in Muddy Lane and expressed his shame over the tragic loss of Andy's parents in that inferno. Ferdinand gazed at the fleeing citizens with a look of bewilderment. Ever since he realized that Andy possessed dark magical energy, he had known that matters might spiral beyond control, yet he had never anticipated the gravity of the situation. He could abandon the protective shield to thwart Rebecca's arson, but the innocent children beneath him might perish in the flames. He felt the Eye of Harris, the once abandoned artifact now stirring restlessly against his chest, as if it thrived in the face of calamity. Though this relic had transformed him from a nameless ranger into a moderately renowned sorcerer, he remained perplexed by why Harris had not reclaimed the artifact, instead allowing him to wander with it. As Ferdinand pondered this enigma, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly landing behind Rebecca. The woman, teetering on the brink of collapse, turned in shock to face her pursuer, her foolish head turning for but a fleeting moment before disintegrating into a pile of ash upon the ground. Ferdinand stared in astonishment at the figure cloaked in black before him. A chilling laugh interrupted his musings, and as it was drowned out by the cacophony of chaos, Ferdinand calmly remarked, "You have done the realm a service by slaying your own apprentice." The cloaked figure responded with another cold laugh, saying, "Are you referring to Rebecca?" Ferdinand, appearing somewhat impatient, remarked, "Is there not another apprentice of Tyrinn present here?" His dialogue with Tyrinn roused the unconscious Andy, who gazed intently at the towering and enigmatic figure before him. Tyrinn observed the several children, whom Ferdinand shielded within a magical barrier, trembling in fear. He casually picked up a burning log, scrutinizing it as if admiring a work of art. As the flames of the wood gradually diminished, he disdainfully stated, "Perhaps you have yet to comprehend that the tribulations of the past decade have demonstrated that the Eye of Harris yearns to witness disaster unfold and cunningly orchestrates events from the shadows. You are merely a scapegoat for Harris's misdeeds. The hypocrite's guilt and unease have now been obscured by your foolish actions. As for Rebecca, she is hardly worth mentioning. Her relentless desire to possess the dark grimoire merely served as a means for me to exploit her weakness. To be frank, her current state is beneath my contempt." Upon hearing Tyrinn's words, Ferdinand could not help but reflect on his past experiences. Tyrinn, observing the previously agitated Eye of Harris gradually regain its composure, turned and vanished into the darkness. Ferdinand spent the chaotic dawn in a haze of contemplation. Andy gazed at the modest dwelling not far away, which was billowing with white smoke. He opened his mouth and screamed in vain. Yet no sound emerged, tears cascading down his cheeks and pooling on his curled left elegy. Dawn once again illuminated the filthy street of Muddy Alley. The once bustling scene had long since vanished, replaced by shattered tiles and crumbling walls, remnants of unburned timber, and collapsed houses. Duke led the Night Watch Knights to encircle Ferdinand, their silver spears aimed at his blue eyes. Ferdinand raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, casting a helpless glance at Andy below. Chapter 10. The Bureau of Justice. Duke escorted Ferdinand and his so-called accomplices to the Bureau of Justice, where Bishop presided over the proceedings of this case of arson and murder. For the newly appointed director of the Bureau, Bishop, the outcome of this trial was of utmost significance. He sought not only to demonstrate that his intelligence surpassed that of his father, but also to launch a counteroffensive against the council members who questioned his capabilities. Previously, he had been tormented by his own ineffectiveness, yet the arrival of Ferdinand's case presented him with a fortuitous opportunity to showcase his prowess. His excitement was palpable, and he spent the entire morning fretting over his attire. Upon seeing Duke appear at the judgment table, a satisfied smile blossomed on his previously tense face, and his upward curving mustache quivered with enthusiasm upon his lips. He scarcely allowed Duke to finish recounting the events before hastily commencing the trial, perhaps indifferent to the details of what transpired in Muddy Alley or the number of lives lost. His sole concern lay in swiftly resolving this case of arson and murder, for he was eager to present himself before his father, eager to proclaim how he had judiciously handled the case and effectively soothed the public's unrest. Before Duke's arrival, he had deliberately arranged for his subordinates to summon the refugees to Muddy Water Alley. Those cunning lobbyists had even promised that anyone willing to testify against Ferdinand and his gang would receive a relocation fee. Even before the formal proceedings of the case began, a multitude of refugees had already gathered at the entrance of the Judicial Bureau, including those from Muddy Water Alley and some sent by the Bureau to stir the waters. The refugees from Muddy Water Alley appeared bewildered, while the lobbyists were acutely aware of their purpose for being there. They chanted slogans calling for the punishment of evildoers, and the atmosphere quickly became fervent. Hearing the tumultuous cries from outside the Judicial Bureau, Bishop picked up the gavel. With 3 firm strikes, the courtroom fell into an immediate silence. Duke presented an item of evidence, and Bishop cast a glance at it. What was deemed evidence was merely a soot-blackened pipe. Observing the few individuals kneeling before the bench, he smiled. One thing was abundantly clear to anyone acquainted with Bishop. In his eyes, there were only 2 types of people who entered the Judicial Bureau: those who were useful to him and those who were not. Those he deemed useful, even if guilty, could be acquitted. This was a lesson imparted to him by his father in the art of power. Conversely, those of no use to him, regardless of their innocence, were considered guilty. Based on his criteria, the ragged, dirt-covered beggars before him were undoubtedly deemed useless, thus they were guilty. Duke was supposed to leave immediately after handing over the prisoners and evidence, but he was repulsed by the actions of these descendants of the Senate. He stood aside, eager to witness the reputedly incompetent director's handling of the case. Ferdinand observed the diminutive Bishop from below the bench, intending to leverage his understanding of these officials to absolve himself and the children with him. Bishop, incensed by such an inappropriate display, shrugged and asked, "Who is watching me from below?" Ferdinand promptly responded, "A law-abiding citizen." In Bishop's mind, he had already classified these kneeling individuals as criminals. He anticipated witnessing sincere confessions and a series of pleas for leniency. Hearing Ferdinand's calm reply was indeed unexpected, yet he recognized that merely relying on that piece of evidence and the clamor outside to condemn these individuals was rather tenuous. It was time for him to demonstrate his capabilities. After a moment's hesitation, he continued his inquiry. "If you are a law-abiding citizen, why were you brought to the Judicial Bureau by Captain Duke?" Ferdinand replied with a smile, "Esteemed director, these children and I were merely watching a magic show in a tavern and enjoying some food. When the great fire ravaged the tavern, we fortuitously took refuge in the basement, completely unaware of the chaos outside." After hearing this defense, Bishop calmly picked up the soot-blackened pipe before him. Initially dismissive of the evidence, he suddenly realized that this pipe might just pry open the mouth of the man below. "Please tell me, to whom does this pipe belong?" Bishop, feigning ignorance, was well aware that Duke had already informed him about the pipe, emphasizing that it could potentially be the cause of the tavern's fire. Since the inferno had nearly consumed everything, this charred pipe had now become the sole piece of evidence. Ferdinand had long since acknowledged the ownership of the pipe, and this had already been established as testimony with Duke, rendering any need for denial or justification unnecessary. Thus, Bishop's ostentatious display of intellect might have been an attempt to impress the other attendees present, yet it only served to provoke Duke's disdain. Ferdinand, glancing at the trembling child beside him, felt a pang of anxiety. Confronted with Bishop's lewd demeanor, he yearned to use magic to escape the courthouse, but doing so would jeopardize the child at his feet. Bishop rapped the pipe forcefully against the judge's bench several times, instantly silencing the previously murmuring jury. Chapter 11. Absurd reasoning. Bishop boomed. I wish to ascertain, to whom does this pipe belong? No sooner had his words left his lips than Ferdinand replied, the pipe is mine. A smirk danced upon Bishop's lips, clearly pleased with such a forthright answer. He seemed genuinely eager to assist those below in clarifying their thoughts, making this response crucial for the subsequent inquiries. He continued, I would like to know, how did this pipe come to be at the scene of the fire? Ferdinand increasingly felt that the esteemed director was either a fool or deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, this self-important prelude should have concluded long ago. With a resigned tone, he replied, Sir, individuals who enjoy smoking typically carry their pipes with them. Hence, I found myself at the tavern alongside the pipe. Unless you possess a more reasonable explanation? Bishop chuckled heartily, declaring, Excellent, you are an honest man. This illogical line of questioning thoroughly showcased Duke's awareness of Bishop's ineptitude. He surmised that if this director lacked a powerful father, he might struggle even to beg for alms. Bishop gradually rose and descended the judge's bench at a leisurely pace, all eyes fixated on this peculiar director. Uncertain of what outrageous act he might undertake next, with his hands clasped behind his back, he approached Ferdinand, smiling as he spoke. Based on the evidence at my disposal, it can be confidently deduced that this is a case of passion-fueled murder. At this proclamation, much of the jury buried their heads between their arms, erupting in fits of laughter. On one hand, they feared the repercussions of Bishop's influential father, rendering them reluctant to openly mock this ludicrous assertion. On the other hand, who in the entirety of Austin did not know Rebecca, yet who had ever heard of that wicked woman harboring such an elderly beggar? Ferdinand, momentarily taken aback by Bishop's words, soon adopted a grave expression, while Duke could no longer bear the absurdity and turned to leave. Observing the shift in Ferdinand's demeanor, Bishop confidently asserted, Your reaction has irrefutably validated my previous deduction as fact. I shall now reconstruct the events surrounding the incident. However, I must emphasize one point. You and the tavern's proprietress are undoubtedly lovers, beyond dispute. He pointedly surveyed the child kneeling on the ground, counting each one with certainty before concluding, and you have fathered 5 children. A.S.B. Chap's words faded. The clerk, who had been seated nearby, promptly approached him and whispered in his ear, My lord, 4 of the 5 children are bunniers. After delivering this statement, the clerk bowed his head and returned to his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. Bechap squatted down to examine Andy closely, then glanced at Eric and the other 3 bunniers, before pointing at Andy in astonishment and exclaiming, It is unimaginable. Judging solely from their height, aside from this one possessing the capacity for criminality, the other 4 children appear utterly innocent. The members of the jury, overwhelmed by Bechap's almost divine reasoning, could no longer contain their emotions and began to leave their seats. Bechap, seemingly unfazed by the jury's departure, became even more engrossed in analyzing and reconstructing the case. He continued, Just last night, this man, with his pipe in hand, took great pleasure in entertaining the children with magic tricks. The poor landlady, after toiling all day, had to tend to these helpless maggots. When he uttered the term maggots, he seemed to emphasize it with great force, as if that word could encapsulate his profound disdain for those unable to fend for themselves. He pointed at Ferdinand and proudly surveyed the courtroom, realizing that no one appeared to dissent from his views, as only the clerk and the so-called maggots remained in the chamber. He vociferously condemned. The long-standing oppression erupted in an instant, and thus the tragedy unfolded at that moment. The furious landlady incessantly complained while the defendant proved to be a complete scoundrel, convinced that the woman's grievances would lead to his losses at the gaming table, disregarding the presence of innocent children nearby. In collusion with the slightly older child, he ruthlessly murdered the tavern landlady. To obliterate the evidence, he ignited the tavern with his pipe, and the flames rapidly spread, engulfing the entire muddy alley. The perpetrator, in a foolish attempt to recover his pipe inadvertently left at the crime scene, returned to the site, only to be caught red-handed by Duke. As the clerk erupted in applause, Bechap's reconstruction of the events reached a temporary conclusion. Ferdinand's expression grew increasingly grim, as he began to worry about where such a foolish director could lead the already clear case. He felt that although he bore some responsibility for the fire in Muddy Alley, it was utterly absurd to be burdened with the title of Rebecca's lover. especially when he recalled that unforgettable black tooth, plunging him into a state of confusion. Beside him, Rory whispered, "Sir, could it be that you truly are my father? Although my mother is not Rebecca, she once claimed that my father was a brave and witty man." Eric interjected upon hearing Rory's words, "Stop being foolish. You are a Bonnier, and he is an Austinian." "How could that possibly be?" Rory clung to Ferdinand's garment, his innocent eyes brimming with longing. Chapter 12. Exile. Bishop observed this scene and slowly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with his right middle finger. Then melancholically remarked, "It appears this little chubby one remains oblivious." Upon concluding his statement, he paused momentarily between Ferdinand and Rory before resuming his place on the judgment platform. He then extended his right hand, pointing forward with earnest gravity, and declared, "The facts are now abundantly clear. We can be certain." This proclamation remained unfinished, yet the clerk observed Bishop standing there, as motionless as a statue, and no one was aware of what had transpired. He hastily approached to investigate. Upon seeing the clerk draw near, Bishop seized him and, with deliberate care, whispered into his ear, "What is the name of this arsonist and murderer?" The clerk, visibly anxious, replied, "His name is Ferdinand, my lord, and the remaining 5, from left to right, are Andy, Eric, Rory, Sean, and Reuben." Upon hearing this, Bishop, as if reborn, elongated his voice and proclaimed, "We can be certain that the defendant, Ferdinand, is guilty of murdering his lover and setting fire to the bar. The evidence is irrefutable and beyond dispute, while the others are mere accomplices, to be judged alongside him." The jurors, who had been sequestered in the lounge, upon realizing that Bishop was rendering his verdict, promptly returned to the courtroom, though they refrained from voicing their opinions. They understood that this foolish young man would pay no heed to their words. Thus, whether or not the jury participated, the outcome was ultimately at the director's discretion. Having reached a consensus in the lounge, they deemed it prudent to refrain from disturbing the director's enjoyment, choosing instead to act as mere spectators who would applaud. Ferdinand observed the clerk diligently recording his baseless accusations, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once all proceedings were concluded, Bishop picked up the judgment document prepared by the clerk, scrutinizing it meticulously from top to bottom before declaring loudly, "I shall invoke the punishment token." The judiciary officials were acutely aware that since this gentleman had taken charge, written words had become a rare luxury, seldom seen. All textual descriptions were gradually being supplanted by illustrations, and the judgment document was no exception. The clerk retrieved the punishment token from beneath the judgment platform and presented it to Bishop with utmost reverence. These wooden tokens were adorned with various engravings, meticulously crafted to align with the director's visions, becoming ever more vivid. Bishop selected a token engraved with a carriage and handed it to the clerk. Ferdinand, indifferent to his own impending punishment, found himself more concerned about the fates of the children beside him. He watched as the clerk solemnly accepted the token and pronounced with gravitas, "The Austin judiciary formally declares the charges of murder and arson against Ferdinand and his cohort to be substantiated, sentencing them to exile." As the verdict was announced, all present in the courtroom were taken aback. The jurors speculated that even had Ferdinand's group been innocent, their survival was unlikely, as the director was exceedingly eager for this opportunity. Yet, their astonishment was merely a fleeting emotion, and they remained oblivious to the deeper implications of such a judgment and the hidden motives that may lurk behind the sentence of exile. After the clerk read out the verdict, he meticulously examined the token in his hand, and was instantly struck dumb by the chariot design engraved upon it. He was acutely aware that at this moment, he must keep his lips sealed beneath his nose, even if the meaning conveyed by the token was entirely different from what Bishop had grasped. He would simply attribute it to a moment of confusion. Ferdinand, upon hearing such a verdict, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Observing the silent Andy and the foolishly grinning Rory, his inner turmoil began to ease significantly. After all, the punishment of exile bore no distinction from liberation in his eyes. The courtroom fell into an oppressive silence, with everyone engaged in speculation regarding the origins of this verdict. However, the most astounded of all was the director, whose shock at the mention of exile was palpable. He found himself at a loss as to how to suppress the anger simmering within him and was equally unsure how to mask the regret etched upon his face for having squandered a golden opportunity. He stood there, frozen, as awkward as if he had forgotten the defendant's name amidst his grandiloquent speech. Almost with tears brimming in his eyes, he watched as Ferdinand and Andy were escorted by the guards to the exile cart. Later, while drinking with friends, the clerk recounted the absurdity of that trial. According to his recollection, Bishop had initially intended to sentence Ferdinand and his companions to being drawn and quartered, yet he was entirely illiterate and could not comprehend the judgment document. Even the content of the punishment token he had requested was somewhat unfamiliar to him, leading him to mistakenly regard the exile token as one for drawing and quartering. However, he refrained from correcting it in court, for he deemed the comparison between the verdict for Ferdinand's group and the director's illiteracy to be of greater significance. Furthermore, through the proceedings of this case, he not only earned his father's commendation but also successfully entered the Senate, as the emperor believed this young talent possessed a benevolent heart, destined to become a pillar of the nation. Thus, at every gathering of nobles, one would hear Bishopu recounting that extraordinary experience. With a slight intoxication, the clerk drained his beer and sorrowfully remarked, "The convoy escorting the prisoners was ambushed by bandits just days after leaving the city. Alas, the fates of those young ones now remain uncertain." Upon uttering this, the clerk gazed with a near-dazed expression at the straight cobblestone path outside the tavern, which extended beyond the city limits like a gray blade plunged into the edge of the Hogan Forest. Chapter 13. Eagle's Beak Rock. The dense Hogan Forest completely separated the city of Austin from the Black Mountain. Unable to endure the exploitation by Lord Stonecrow, Yatwood fled from the Black Mountain into the Hogan Forest, relying on his formidable survival instincts to gradually establish a foothold among the rocks and streams. Deep within the thicket, he assembled a band of a dozen individuals, subsisting through hunting and robbery. Months of relentless drought had rendered local crops barren, and with only a scant supply of stored grain, Yatwood and his comrades struggled to survive. As the sunlight filtered through the canopy and illuminated the ground, a pregnant moose lowered its head, foraging for grass amidst the crevices of the rocks. For many days, Yatwood had not encountered any animals, and he was now intently fixated on a pregnant moose before him. He was utterly convinced that this grazing creature would provide a sumptuous feast, with its brown hide concealing enough fresh venison to sate both himself and his companions. Holding his breath, he stealthily circled to the side of the moose, where a large tree lay fallen upon the rocks. In his estimation, hiding behind the tree would shield him from the wind, rendering the vigilant moose unable to detect the unpleasant odor of his sweat. Just as he was poised to release the arrow, a sudden, resonant howl echoed nearby, prompting him to swiftly redirect his bow and attempt to aim at the source of the noise. Extending a pair of long, slender hands above his head, Yatwood recognized his dear brother, Wright, who was slowly approaching. He turned back to seek out the grazing moose, but alas, the anticipated feast had vanished. He exclaimed in frustration, "I was so close to catching it." "Why did you have to do that?" With a smile, Wright replied. "The scout reported that a caravan is about to pass by Eagle Beak Rock. Everyone is waiting for you." Yatwood retorted, "We have gone several days without a proper meal. I can hardly recall the last time I had meat." Wright maintained his cheerful demeanor as he responded, "I believe that killing a pregnant moose would incur divine retribution. I would rather starve than commit such an act, and I do not wish to witness others doing so either." Yatwood shook his head in resignation and, with a swift motion, pulled Wright into an embrace, joyfully asking, "Quick, tell me, what is the caravan carrying?" Wright feigned mystery and offered no answer. Upon returning to the camp, Yatwood learned from the scouts that a caravan was traveling from Austin City to Black Mountain via Eagle Beak Rock, and the guards protecting it were deemed vulnerable. This presented a splendid opportunity for replenishing their supplies. Upon hearing the scouts' report, Yatwood immediately began devising a robbery route. A.S. Wright brought forth a bowl of mushroom soup. Yatwood grimaced while consuming it, remarking, "This ought to be venison, not a soup that leads to flatulence." Wright, unfazed by his complaints, continued to smile and nod. Yatwood tallied their numbers and resolved to take 4 archers and 2 axe throwers, allowing him to eliminate the enemy guards from a distance while minimizing risk to his own men. Before setting out, he instructed Wright to prepare the large pot for stewing meat. This clever man had not tasted meat in quite some time, and as he tightened his belt, he joked, "If we fail to secure anything of value this time, I shall stew Wright in that pot." Wright smiled as he stacked firewood beneath the pot, entirely indifferent to the banter. Leading the 4 archers and 2 axe throwers to the prearranged location at Eagle Beak Rock, Yatwood noted a steep slope that descended to the essential route leading to Black Mountain. He commanded the 2 axe throwers to conceal themselves behind a large rock, poised to eliminate the foremost member of the opposing party, while the 4 archers ascended nearby trees to await his signal. With all arrangements in place, Yatwood remained preoccupied with thoughts of the morning's moose, idly chewing on a root. As the creaking sound of the wheels drew nearer, Yatwood swiftly nocked an arrow to his bowstring. Peering over the rock, he observed 4 weary soldiers trudging toward him, their heavy steps betraying a sense of impending doom. Behind the soldiers trailed 2 carts. The first resembled a prison wagon, with a cage perched atop, from which the faint outlines of several captives could be discerned. The second cart was draped in cloth, obscuring its contents from view. Yatewood gestured for his companions to remain still, intent on further assessing the surrounding situation. Behind the two carts, a dozen soldiers followed, their spirits equally deflated, seemingly reluctant to undertake this grim task. As the first cart passed Eagle Beak Rock, the right wheel suddenly sank into a deep pit in the ground, prompting one soldier to loudly lament, "Come and see this cursed errand, and those damned prisoners aboard. They ride while we are forced to trudge alongside them to Black Mountain. I wish I could whip these ignorant wretches." Especially that old man. Most soldiers strained to push the cart, with only this individual persistently grumbling. Yatewood was certain of one thing. The man's complaints were far from exhausted. Otherwise, his first arrow would not have found its mark in his mouth. Chapter 14. The starving Yatewood, two sharp axes felled the two soldiers who had been pushing the cart, sending the timid fleeing in panic, while those who despised their own sluggishness leapt into the deep ditch by the roadside. Yatewood chuckled at the sight of the retreating soldiers, instructing two axe-throwers to drive the cart back to camp, while he chose to follow in its wake. Upon sighting Yatewood at the camp entrance, Light rushed over, his youthful exuberance evident as he circled the cart, asking, "Who are these people?" Yatewood replied, uncertain, "We seized them along the way." Light then inquired, "What shall we do with them?" Yatewood glanced at the prison cart and decisively stated, "The strong will join us. The too old will be sent away to AS for the young ones. They shall be handed over to the grain merchant in exchange for provisions for the winter." The bandits remaining in the camp hurried toward Yatewood upon seeing the laden cart. When the large tarp was pulled aside, it revealed a cart full of short picks, seemingly for mining purposes. Frowning, Yatewood approached the cart and examined a pick closely, only to suddenly hurl it against the rocks, splintering the wooden handle. His men, bewildered, heard him exclaim, "These wretched tools wouldn't even be accepted by a grain merchant. If I were to deliver these to Black Mountain, perhaps I could negotiate some recompense." Light asked, "What could we possibly receive?" Yatewood replied despondently, "A beating and daily toil in the mines. Would you care to join?" The group erupted in laughter as night deepened. A famished Yatewood found himself unable to sleep. He took up his short sword and exited the tent at that moment. His acute sense of smell caught a whiff of enticing meat drifting from afar, leading him to the rear of the cart holding the prisoners. By the flickering light of the campfire, he beheld the prisoners seated in the transport wagon, voraciously consuming ham. Yatewood, filled with indignation, shouted, "Le, you scoundrel! Get out here at once!" Le, bewildered, rubbed his eyes and approached the wagon, where he saw Yatewood, his face flushed with fury, pointing at the inmates indulging in their meal. Yatewood pressed his right hand firmly on Le's shoulder and exclaimed, "Why did you share our meat with these prisoners?" Before he could finish his sentence, he sank to the ground, overwhelmed with tears. Le, perplexed, quickly helped the weeping Yatewood to his feet, who sobbed, "Is there any meat left? Please, bring me some." Le, entirely at a loss, also noticed the prisoners feasting within the wagon. He cautiously approached, and upon realizing that an elderly man inside was staring at him, he bowed deeply and politely inquired, "May I ask who provided you with this food?" The old man, gnawing on a ham, replied, "Oh, are you referring to this dinner?" Le responded, "Indeed. We have not tasted meat in quite some time, and our provisions are severely lacking. It seems impossible that you would have any meat to spare, which makes your feast all the more intriguing." The elderly man then extended a large piece of roasted beef from the wagon, saying, "Take it if you wish. You seem quite kind. If this meat is insufficient, I have more." At that moment, Yatewood, in a fit of madness, dashed to the front of the wagon, grasping the wooden post with both hands, wailing loudly, tears and snot streaming down his bearded face onto the wood. After a lengthy pause, he managed to speak. "I beg you, grant me a piece as well, I implore you." Just then, a pair of grimy little hands offered him a roasted leg of lamb, and in that instant, this once feared ruffian seemed to behold the arrival of a fairy. He smiled and ravenously devoured the lamb. The commotion from the wagon roused the camp's inhabitants, who all gathered around. Le, having received the roasted beef, courteously asked, "Sir, I have yet to learn your name." The old man in the wagon muttered, "I am Ferdinand, a criminal guilty of murder and arson." Le chuckled, saying, "That is simply impossible. I am certain you have been wrongfully accused, and you must be a remarkably kind person. Otherwise, how could these children remain by your side without a peep?" Ferdinand replied, "I told them that staying in the wagon was the safest option. At first, they did not believe me, but after witnessing you shoot the soldiers, they are now fully convinced." As he spoke, Ferdinand distributed the beef, ham, and fresh beer among the bandits, who gathered around the campfire, celebrating as if it were a festival. singing and dancing until dawn. Having consumed several hams, Yatwood leaned against a tree stump, holding a generous piece of roasted beef, and exclaimed loudly to Ferdinand, "How on earth did you manage to conceal such a feast within the wagon without being discovered? I can only surmise two possibilities. Either the soldiers are all blind, or they lack noses." With that remark, his laughter echoed through the camp like a torrential flood. Ferdinand, glancing at the weed-covered prison cart, wryly remarked, "I would indeed relish the opportunity to hide something within this birdcage, though I fear the space may be rather cramped. Moreover, it seems these children are in dire need of a bath. I wonder why I suddenly perceive a rather peculiar odor." Upon hearing Ferdinand's words, Yatwood promptly discarded his roast beef, clutching his backside as he dashed into the woods bordering the camp. The already slumbering birds, startled by a sudden cacophony, took flight from their nests, followed shortly by the cheerful sound of whistling nearby. Chapter 15. The red-footed falcon light fetched an axe to sever the shackles of the prison cart, and Ferdinand led Andy and Elric in following light into Yatwood's tent. The meticulous light procured 4 large wooden barrels, presumably once used for wine, and poured steaming hot water into them, thus creating what he dubbed a barrel bath. Ferdinand and Andy, along with the others, shed their garments and immersed themselves in the soothing warmth of the water. At that moment, Ferdinand contentedly closed his eyes, humming a gentle tune as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Rory, completely unclothed and clutching a roasted lamb leg, climbed into one of the barrels, while Elric assisted the other 2 Bunyal children in scrubbing away the thick layers of dirt that had accumulated from their prolonged lack of bathing. Except for Andy, every face in the group bore a look of long-lost satisfaction. As Ferdinand's snores began to resonate, Rory, irritated and holding his ears, exclaimed, "It seems Mr. Ferdinand must have concealed a trombone in his mouth." Before Rory's words had fully escaped his lips, Ferdinand suddenly opened his eyes and inquired, "Does anyone wish to hear a bedtime story?" Instantly, the tent was filled with a chorus of eager pleas. Ferdinand, casting a smile at the startled Rory, replied, "It appears I have lost yet another group of patient listeners." Rory, chewing on his lamb, responded, "Sir, I have never heard a bedtime story in my life, but the first time I did, I nearly burned to death and was then taken away by the guards. Go be frank. I am quite concerned that after you regale us with a tale, those outside the tent will lift these 4 large barrels and toss them directly onto the fire, for they may very well wish for soup after their grand feast in the morning." Upon hearing Rory's words, Ferdinand erupted into laughter. Elric, looking at Rory, declared loudly, "If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall make you drink all the bathwater once you finish that lamb leg." Rory, upon hearing Elric's threat, promptly submerged his head into the hot water, clutching his roasted lamb alleviate. That moment, Ferdinand turned his attention to Andy, who at that moment resembled a wilted eggplant, seemingly battered by autumn frost. While others engaged in carefree banter, he remained silent. Before long, Andy exited the barrel, scarcely drying off before lying down on a wooden plank strewn with hay. Rory, having dried himself, lay beside Andy, clutching his lamb leg tightly. Elric arranged for Sean and Reuben to sleep near the fire pit while he chose a spot closer to the entrance curtain to rest. Andy lay upon the wooden plank, gazing at the enigmatic Ferdinand. Deep within him, no matter how attentively this old sorcerer cared for him, the anguish of losing his parents could never be erased. At times, he even found himself attributing his sudden misfortunes to the old man before him. Although Ferdinand ceaselessly warded off dangers along Andy's path, he had no intention of accepting this kindness. Suddenly, Ferdinand was jolted awake by a searing heat radiating from his chest. He beheld the eye of Harris emanating a deep crimson glow, a hue akin to flames enveloping both himself and Andy opposite him. Instinctively, he clutched this unsettling artifact tightly in his hand, yet it was too late. Andy had already ascended from the plank, floating above his head. Ferdinand observed the dark violet specter flickering in Andy's eyes, an energy resembling toxic mist gradually intertwining with the crimson light emitted by the eye of Harris, as if they were melding together, a state of alarm. Ferdinand realized the peril of such actions. Yet in his panic, he found no better course of action. With a thunderous bang and a powerful gust of wind, the tent was uprooted, and Andy was hurled several meters away onto the ground. Ferdinand lay rigid, convulsing, his eyes transfixed in a trance-like state upon the distant figure of Andy. Suddenly, piercing cries echoed through the sky. Upon closer inspection, Ferdinand shouted, "It's a red falcon. Everyone, quickly, take cover in the water." At the moment the tent was overturned, Eric awoke, bewildered by the scene before him. However, spurred by Ferdinand's frantic shouts, Eric promptly led Rory and the other two bewildered Bunyal children into the stream beside the camp. The red falcons began to gather in the air, relentlessly bombarding the Yatewood camp with fireballs from their beaks. Panicked, Light roused his companions, urging them to leap into the stream. Several unfortunate, intoxicated souls, lost in slumber, were incinerated by the descending fireballs. Furious, Yatewood seized his bow and arrows, unleashing a barrage at the red falcons in the sky. This bare-skinned man was thoroughly infuriated by the strange avian assailants, each arrow seemingly infused with tremendous force. A few red falcons were struck by Yatewood's arrows, while the others swiftly fled, leaving the camp in disarray. In a fit of rage, Yatewood bellowed, "Who can explain to me what the hell is going on?" Light, preoccupied with the frenzied Yatewood, counted the remaining souls and found, aside from the deceased, 10 individuals still alive, with Ferdinand's group unharmed. Yatewood, surveying the chaos before him, furrowed his brow and, fixing his gaze upon the bewildered Ferdinand on the ground, inquired, "What sort of bird is a red falcon? How can it conjure fire? This is utterly bizarre." Ferdinand rose, gathering the 4 children close to him, casting a silent glance at the motionless Andy on the ground. Unable to contain his ire any longer, Yatewood approached with a short axe in hand, pointing it menacingly at Ferdinand's face, demanding, "What in the world is happening here?" Chapter 16. The mist of Hogan Forest. Ferdinand, completely engulfed in a state of anxiety, remained unresponsive to Atwood's inquiries. The exchange of glances between Harris and Andy seemed to validate everything Tyrone had proclaimed that day. The magical necklace adorning his chest could only bring dreadful encounters to him and those around him. The meager magic bestowed upon him by Harris paled in comparison to the suffering endured in recent years. Atwood, bare and brazen, circled Ferdinand 3 times, the brutish man nodding his head while muttering, "Fine, you're something else. I'll make you silent." Before he could finish his sentence, the short axe in his hand swung down towards Ferdinand's right shoulder. "Sir, do speak," Rory cried out in alarm. The axe halted just above Ferdinand's shoulder as Atwood gritted his teeth, exerting force downward, yet the axe stubbornly refrained from descending further. Light gasped in shock. At that moment, Ferdinand abruptly turned to face the seething Atwood and declared, "It's Tyrone. The red falcon is sent by him." Upon uttering these words, Ferdinand's expression turned grave, and Atwood froze in place, his entire being stiffening in response. Light, observing the suddenly mute Atwood, let out a sigh of relief. Moments before, he had been concerned that this dark lord of Hogan Forest might unleash chaos. He understood well that a quiet Atwood was a compliant one, ensuring their safety. Ferdinand studied Atwood, noticing the dazed look in the naked man's eyes, as if he had been rendered senseless. After a brief silence, Atwood finally broke the impasse, speaking slowly, "Are the heads of those red falcons and that of the Black Mountain Stone Crow Lord one and the same?" Ferdinand nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is he, the Tyrone, the leader of the Kalbai elves, wielding the power of lava." After this, Ferdinand sighed and turned to look at Andy in the distance, expressing, "I too have many pressing questions yearning for answers. However, given the circumstances, I trust you will join us on this journey, for all that we have lost." Turning away, Ferdinand gazed down at the young puny child. When this battered old man sought Atwood's counsel, he found the madman sprinting northward, bare and frantic, swiftly disappearing into the woods. Light, with his head bowed in shame, murmured, "Please understand. After all, everyone harbors fears deep within, and he is no exception." Ferdinand, forcing a wry smile, replied, "It's quite all right. I have witnessed such occurrences far too often." Light bent down to pick up a piece of clothing from the ground, addressing Ferdinand, "I truly apologize. I cannot allow him to run about the woods in such a state." Ferdinand, watching Light disappear into the distance with a tinge of reluctance, resolved to ensure Andy reached Harris. Perhaps all the uncertainties within him would unravel at the moment he laid eyes on Harris. Laurie raised his head to glance at Ferdinand and then at Light, who was about to vanish into the woods, and said earnestly, "I never imagined we would still be alive, not turned into stew by those people." Eric turned to look at Laurie, who immediately picked up the remnants of a roasted leg of lamb from yesterday and offered it to Eric, saying, "I invite you to share this roasted lamb." Eric did not accept the grass-stained leg of lamb. His focus was entirely on Ferdinand. He observed the disheveled wizard crouch slowly beside Andy, placing his palm down on Andy's chest. Before long, Ferdinand lifted Andy onto his back and began to walk toward the edge of the camp. Eric shouted from behind, "Sir, when do you intend to take us home?" Ferdinand turned to look at Eric and replied, "Once you are dressed properly, I can take you to seek out the nearby grain merchants. They can escort you back to Austin." But are you truly not afraid of being captured and thrown back into prison? Eric was taken aback, gazing at Ferdinand's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a profound sense of despondency. Despite his youth, he understood that Ferdinand seemed solely concerned for Andy's well-being, indifferent to the fates of himself, Laurie, and the other Buhner children. If they were indeed to return to Austin, they would either be apprehended by guards or become homeless beggars. He realized that their already impoverished lives had become even more precarious following the devastating fire in Muddy Lane. After picking up the clothes from the ground, Eric led Laurie, Sean, and Robin in a brisk run to catch up with Ferdinand. Ferdinand, carrying Andy, guided them into Hogan Forest, and a heavy silence enveloped them, save for the unconscious Andy. All present, including Laurie, were preoccupied with their uncertain fates. The morning mist hung thick in Hogan Forest, although they were not far apart. When Ferdinand glanced back at Eric, he was startled to find that the Buhner children had vanished from sight. Immediately, he retraced his steps with Andy on his back, as the fog thickened ominously. Suddenly, distant cries of children echoed, prompting Ferdinand to conjure magic to disperse the mist. He discovered, not far off, a swarm of shadowy figures moving rapidly, and he held his breath, swiftly hiding behind a large tree. To his astonishment, he found the Buhner children surrounded by a horde of creatures covered in black fur. Ferdinand's worst fears had come to fruition. Although he had heard numerous tales of the Black Mountain's fierce ape legion during his travels, he had never anticipated encountering them here. These beasts, immune to rune magic, clearly held a significant advantage in this confrontation. Without hesitation, Ferdinand produced the Eye of Harris, its crimson light gradually illuminating the surroundings. The sudden burst of red light caused the apes to redirect their attention toward Ferdinand. He shouted from a distance, "Eric, quickly lead them into the cave behind you." Chapter 17. The abandoned mine. Upon hearing Ferdinand's words, Eric turned to see a small opening at the foot of the mountain nearby, appearing to be an abandoned mine. He quickly ushered Laurie inside. The timid Sean and Reuben found themselves ensnared by the ferocious troop of guerrillas. Ferdinand, preoccupied with the urgency of the moment, could not afford to rescue the two Bunyal children. He was acutely aware that the magic released by Harris's eye would only serve to momentarily bewilder the beasts. Seizing the opportunity while the creature's attention was diverted, he hastily carried Andy into the cave. The gorilla horde pursued Ferdinand to the mouth of the mine, yet their towering, muscular forms could not squeeze into the cramped tunnel. Several large, hairy claws frantically clawed at the entrance. Ferdinand bent low, gently placing Andy on the ground, and conjured a torch from a piece of wood using magic. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the mine had evidently been abandoned for quite some time. With cobwebs adorning every corner, he reassured his companions, saying, "Do not worry. This place is exceedingly narrow, and the guerrillas cannot reach us here. We shall remain concealed for the time being, and once they depart, we will venture out." Rory nodded vigorously at the entrance, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks and dripping onto his trembling hands. Outside, the guerrillas wreaked havoc, tossing stones and timber from the entrance in a wild frenzy. After a period of chaos, silence finally enveloped the cave entrance. Iliac turned to Ferdinand and inquired, "When shall we emerge?" "Our friends are still in their clutches," Ferdinand replied. "Let us not rush. To go out now would likely fall into the guerrillas' trap." Above them, sand and dirt cascaded onto Andy's face, and he gradually regained consciousness. Gently brushing his hand against Iliac, he asked, "Where are we?" Iliac, overwhelmed with excitement at hearing Andy's voice, wept as he exclaimed, "Thank heavens! You have finally awakened." Rory immediately produced a dirt-encrusted leg of lamb and offered it to Andy, urging, "Eat up. You have been unconscious for quite a while." Andy smiled and replied, "I am not hungry." Upon hearing Andy's voice, Ferdinand turned his gaze as well. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for Andy's plight, a deep-seated fear of those haunting eyes lingered within him. He could not help but sigh at the sight of the boy, so gaunt from the torment of dark magic. Observing that his companions were gradually regaining their composure, he quietly suggested, "Let us venture out and see if there is a way to rescue your friends." As he led Iliac towards the exit of the mine, a massive boulder plummeted from above, sealing the entrance. Iliac pointed an accusatory finger at Ferdinand, shouting, "This is all your fault, you old fool. We had a chance to escape just moments ago." Ferdinand, silent in the face of Iliac's reproach, attempted to use magic against the boulder blocking the entrance, but it appeared utterly ineffective. "Curse that wretched stone crow lord. What on earth does he intend?" Ferdinand muttered in frustration. Andy, leaning against a wooden post, slowly rose to his feet, inadvertently brushing against a dilapidated oil lamp on the wall. As the lamp tumbled to the ground, Ferdinand shouted, "Quick, Run to the innermost part of the cave. The old man scrambled after Eliak, clumsily making his way deeper into the mine. With the sound of a cave-in echoing around them, Andy gazed at the spot where they had just paused, now buried beneath a pile of fallen debris. Observing the scene before him, he remarked, "Though I am unsure of what has transpired, we must now determine how to escape this place." Ferdinand remarked, "Given the current circumstances, our only course of action is to venture deeper into the mine. I am uncertain whether the miners have interconnected the tunnels. If fortune favors us, the end of the mine should lead us to another exit." Rory, clutching a roast leg of lamb caked in dirt, gazed at Ferdinand and said, "Sir, when will you impart your culinary magic to me? That way, when hunger strikes, I won't have to trouble you." Ferdinand replied, "I promise to teach you when time permits, but that magic merely transports food. It cannot conjure gourmet delicacies. I cannot simply manifest a plethora of exquisite dishes out of thin air." The group trudged wearily into the depths of the mine, oblivious to where the tunnel might lead. Yet, Ferdinand sensed an ominous aura of graves surrounding them, and he even entertained the thought that this could be his final resting place. The weathered old sorcerer glanced at Andy, contemplating. If this young lad were destined to become a malevolent figure akin to Tyrone, it might be better to let him be entombed within this unknown mine. It was a pity for the two innocent bunnier children beside him. They bore no culpability. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted behind Ferdinand, disrupting his thoughts. When he raised the torch and turned around, he discovered that Rory's legs had become deeply ensnared in the sandy soil, while Andy and Alec struggled to pull the plump boy free. Without hesitation, he rushed to their aid. With Ferdinand as assistance, the ground beneath them swiftly crumbled, and as he attempted to grasp a wooden post near the mine's edge, he inadvertently dragged the unstable post into the deep pit with him. The group plummeted rapidly into a tubular crevice of rock. Ferdinand employed magic to slow their descent, and after a brief moment, their feet finally touched the ground. As silence gradually enveloped the surroundings, Ferdinand heard the gentle murmur of flowing water nearby in the darkness. He discerned the presence of an underground river, its waters surging ahead. He picked up a fallen wooden post to test the river's depth, but it failed to reach the bottom, illuminating the post. He and the others beheld the scene before them. Ferdinand declared, "I initially resolved myself to face certain death, yet now a glimmer of hope has emerged. Are you willing to accompany me into this underground river? Although its destination remains a mystery, it surely beats waiting here for demise." Andy, gazing at the rushing waters, asserted, "I cannot perish. I fear not this river." Alec, looking at the resolute Andy, affirmed, "I shall accompany you." Rory began to weep, prompting Alec to comfort him, saying, "You are not afraid, are you?" Rory shook his head and lamented, "The leg of lamb is gone. I know it must have fallen into the water, and I must retrieve it." Chapter 18. Brave the rapids. Ferdinand regarded the foolish Rory and said, "I cannot guarantee that you will find your lost leg of lamb upon diving in, but I will reward you for your current courage." Laughter erupted among them. Andy, contemplating the tumultuous river, posed a question. "What shall we do if we become separated?" Ferdinand replied, "I have a solution, but everyone must shed their garments." Upon hearing Ferdinand's words, Andy and Eric promptly disrobed, while only Rory, shyly gazing at his uneven chest, refrained from taking any action. After removing his own attire, Ferdinand began tearing the clothing into strips, swiftly twisting these fabric strips into a sturdy rope. As he twisted the rope, he glanced at the reluctant Rory and said, "Aren't you searching for your leg of lamb? Why not follow suit and undress like everyone else?" Rory, his face flushed, replied, "I am not accustomed to being unclothed, especially in front of others." Eric retorted angrily, "I didn't notice any discomfort when you bathed last night. Moreover, you seemed quite pleased to flaunt that roasted leg of lamb before us while bare." Ferdinand, tying knots, looked at Rory and said, "It's fine if you choose not to undress, but should a rock snag your clothing once we are in the water, we shall not be held responsible." With that, he paused his work, observing the crimson-faced Rory. Rory, head bowed, reluctantly unbuttoned his shirt, and everyone present gasped in astonishment at the sight of the little chubby boy's chest, adorned with two large pieces of bacon, resembling a makeshift skin-colored undergarment. Eric exclaimed, "You shameless rascal, hiding so much food beneath your clothing." In a fit of anger, he strode over and yanked down Rory's trousers, revealing several thin sausages hanging from his waist in addition to the bacon. Ferdinand laughed heartily at the speechless Rory, saying, "It appears you have mastered my trick, and even surpassed me, conjuring up such a feast without the need for runes." Rory, his face burning, stammered, "I merely thought to bring it out for everyone when hunger struck." Andy approached, chuckling at Rory's embarrassment. Since Ferdinand had met Andy, this was the first time he had seen the little boy so joyful, his innocent eyes devoid of any trace of dark magic. Rory produced all the food to share, and as Ferdinand chewed on a slice of sausage, he grinned and remarked, "I never expected my ham to have a hint of urine odor." Rory bared his teeth, and laughter erupted among them. After this meal, Ferdinand swiftly tore all the clothing into strips and tied knots. He secured one end of the rope tightly around his right ankle, then bound Andy, Eric, and Rory together. Looking at the three children before him, he expressed, "I am truly elated to have encountered you on that perilous night and to have survived to the edge of this underground river. I cannot predict what may unfold next, but I fear not death, for I am surrounded by the best friends I have ever known. Should danger arise shortly, remember to remain strong and persevere. I have aged, while you are still so young. May you be accompanied by boundless courage in this moment, just as I once was in my illustrious knightly days." The children present, invigorated by Ferdinand's inspiring speech, were all eager to take the plunge. Once he finished his address, Ferdinand doused himself with the icy river water and advised everyone to acclimatize to the temperature before entering. Subsequently, the four of them shivered as they splashed the frigid water on themselves. Ferdinand, observing the trembling Andy, declared, "I shall descend first, and you must follow," supporting one another to prevent any injuries. The others nodded in agreement. Ferdinand cautiously tested the cold water with his foot and remarked to Rory on the bank, "I find myself yearning for the warm bath from last night." Laughter erupted among them. The old sorcerer was the first to wade into the rushing waters, with Andy closely behind, while Alec guided Rory at the rear of the group. Ferdinand, feeling his way along the rocks, moved slowly forward. The relentless cold water caused Rory to break into tears. Just as Ferdinand turned his head, his foot slipped, and he plunged into the depths. The three children followed Ferdinand into the deep waters, the swift current sweeping them away. Ferdinand struggled desperately to rise, but the current enveloped him as if drawn by an unseen force. As the water's velocity increased, his consciousness began to blur, and a bright doorway appeared to unfold before his eyes. The four of them were swept into a deep pool, and before Ferdinand could regain his bearings, he was violently struck by the torrent from above. He fought against the current, finally making contact with the rocky bottom beneath his left foot. Attempting to stand, the tangible sensation of the ground beneath him assured him this was no illusion. He immediately tightened the rope, and the three children were pulled up like fish caught in a net. Amidst violent coughing, Andy expelled water and mucus, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He felt a lingering slickness in his nasal passages, yet was unable to expel it, causing him immense discomfort. His head throbbed as if struck, and his vision remained blurred. Alec and Rory trembled, collapsing onto the rocky bank, as the surroundings gradually fell silent, save for the sound of the flowing water and their intermittent gasps. Ferdinand untied the rope from his ankle and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the once dark rocks were now illuminated by a faint white glow, akin to autumn frost on tiles in the cold night. Soon, numerous beams of white light converged, illuminating the area around them. With the aid of this ethereal light, Ferdinand gradually discerned that they were in a vast pool. Behind him, near the cave's ceiling, there was an opening through which water from the underground river continuously poured into the deep basin beneath his feet. Chapter 19. Bridget's punishment. Ferdinand surmised that he and Andy must have fallen from that very opening above. Although the water in the pool was also flowing, it seemed languid compared to the torrent above. He noticed a prominent rock formation in the center of the pool, with the underground water meandering around this cavernous basin, its ultimate destination unknown. Andy found a relatively flat stone to sit upon, gazing at the eerie white light surrounding them, evoking an indescribable beauty tinged with melancholy. The surface of the surrounding rocks manifested a fantastical spectacle, resonating with the sounds emitted by the subterranean river. He beheld the scattered white lights above, akin to a night sky adorned with countless stars, while the dense white glow upon the stone walls intertwined to form an enchanting forest. These exquisite scenes, reminiscent of a carousel, shifted in perpetual motion alongside the flowing water, as the trees grew and the birds frolicked amidst the celestial dance of time. Andy found himself momentarily entranced. Ferdinand led the group onto the rocks, and Rory trembled as he walked, lamenting, "How wonderful it would be if a warm hearth were here." After untying the ropes from everyone, Ferdinand fashioned them into a cloth bundle, which he placed on a slightly raised yet smooth rock. As he released the runic magic, the bundle gradually dried and ignited. He turned to Rory with a grave expression and said, "Surviving is already a blessing, and yet you yearn for a warm hearth. One might as well say you resemble a pig roasting in the fire. Rory, unfazed by Ferdinand's words, extended his chubby hands to incessantly rub the flickering flames. Elric, illuminated by the firelight, noticed that the edge of the pool appeared to be adorned with an array of fruits and vegetables. He excitedly shook Andy's hand, unable to articulate his exhilaration. At that moment, the eye of Harris upon Ferdinand's chest suddenly blazed with a brilliant red light. He glanced down at this phenomenon and muttered, "This time, we are doomed." As soon as Ferdinand's words left his lips, Andy witnessed the rocks that had once emitted a soft white glow being ignited by the burning cloth, with deep blue flames rapidly spreading throughout the cavern. The mural-like imagery began to fade as the flames engulfed it, and the creatures depicted within the painting hastily fled, their desperate cries echoing in Andy's ears as he tightly shut his eyes. Too fearful to look in this dire moment, Ferdinand activated a magical shield, just as a colossal fireball ascended before them, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the cavern, propelling Ferdinand's protective barrier away. The deafening roar of the explosion roused the slumbering stone harpy lord, Bridget, who swiftly assembled her mighty ape legion to confront the chaos within the cavern. As her forces arrived at the entrance, Bridget surveyed the devastation before her, her fury mounting at the sight of her fresh produce and fruits consumed by the flames. Gritting her teeth, she bellowed, "Who dares to defile my storeroom?" At her command, the ape legion turned the entire storeroom upside down, ultimately discovering 4 individuals at the bottom of the deep pool, 2 from Austin and 2 from Bunyal. Bridget ordered her legion to drag these 4 into her hall, and, upon seeing the unconscious figures on the ground, she called out, "Does anyone recognize these reckless fools?" Silence enveloped the hall, and her gaze fell upon the silent apes at the foot of the steps. Igniting her displeasure, suppressing her rage, she continued, "Regardless of whether these beasts survive, they shall compensate for my losses." Ferdinand was awakened by a cacophony, and as he opened his eyes to the figures atop the steps, he beheld a robust body crowned with a head resembling a fearsome demon. He gasped, "Good heavens, I never expected to find myself in hell. I had thought that by being kind to others, I might reach paradise after death." Beside him, Rory lamented loudly, "I am still hungry." Ferdinand consoled Rory, saying, "One must maintain politeness in the presence of demons from hell. Otherwise, one risks being devoured by them." Upon overhearing Ferdinand and Rory's exchange, Bridget, filled with indignation, retorted, "You vile creatures, I shall condemn you to toil in the depths of Black Mountain until your last breath." Feeling her words insufficient for her wrath, she added, "I shall ensure you starve while mining amidst this sunless heap of stones for a millennium." Ferdinand, surveying the grotesque figure before him, inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" Bridget, her eyes widening with fury, proclaimed, "I am Bridget, the Lord of the Stone Ravens of Black Mountain." Ferdinand, laughing heartily at Rory's side, remarked, "We are fortunate to still be alive." Bridget declared, "I shall render your existence a living hell." Ferdinand, still chuckling, mused, "Who would have thought the Lord of the Stone Ravens would be a Saxon woman?" Bridget proudly declared, "I am indeed a princess of Saxony." Ferdinand continued to laugh uncontrollably. Grieving over the charred fruit she held, Bridget lamented, "Having commanded the guerrillas to forge the heaviest shackles and handcuffs in the history of Black Mountain." Ferdinand, observing the awakening Andy and Elric, stated, "Though the explosion did not obliterate us, this malevolent Lord of the Stone Ravens demands our lives in exchange for her fruits and vegetables." Rory, looking at the helpless Ferdinand, said, "Sir, if only you could grasp the situation before speaking next time, we might not find ourselves in this predicament." Andy remained silent, his furious gaze emanating a chilling power. Ferdinand and his companions were soon assigned to mine at the closest point to the eye of the demon, a desolate place devoid of vegetation, littered with black stones, surrounded by emaciated, dying slaves, both Austonians and Bunyalites. Andy wielded a miner's pickaxe, striking the black stone with fervor. As Ferdinand noted, in that era, Andy resembled a vengeful specter. Rory, unable to endure the grueling labor, wept incessantly. A nearby Bunyal miner chastised him, "Cease your wailing. Do you not see the peril surrounding us? The guerrilla legions are everywhere. Anger them, and we shall perish." Rory, looking at the elderly Bunyalite, lamented, "I cannot mine at all, and I am starving." The old Bunyalite replied, "Starving, you say? The very fact that you are still alive is a stroke of fortune. Do not concern yourself with your pitiful hunger." Elric, observing the surroundings intently, whispered to Ferdinand, "Sir, given the dire circumstances, why do you not employ magic to extricate us from this place?" Ferdinand, furrowing his brow in resignation, replied, Do you think I desire to remain in this cursed location? Those gorilla sentinels are immune to my runic magic. For now, we must endure. Chapter 20. The Blue Phantom. The old bunny heir felt that the newly arrived slaves were utterly oblivious to the current situation. He cast a glance at the slumbering gorilla guard in the distance and remarked, "This place was not always like this. Ever since Tyran unleashed the power of lava here, Black Mountain has transformed into a hell on earth. He even summoned Bridget to oversee this barren wasteland. The fact that you have survived until now is quite remarkable. Dio, you know what she values most?" Upon finishing his statement, he looked confidently at Ferdinand. Ferdinand, wielding a miner's pick, replied to the old man, "We were knocked unconscious by an explosion in a cave and ended up here. That ugly creature even said we would be mining for 1,000 years. I still don't understand what is happening." The old bunny heir responded, "1,000 years? Your lives are indeed quite long. Every day here, I witness people perishing from exhaustion and starvation. Given your current state, I doubt you will last more than a month, and that child beneath you will succumb to the eye of the demon in just a few days, if not sooner." As he spoke, the old man gestured towards the volcano behind him. Upon hearing the old man's words, Lori collapsed onto Alec's shoulder, weeping profusely. The old man continued, "I must admit, I admire your audacity in destroying Bridget's most treasured storeroom, and yet you still live. Apart from the heavy shackles and leg irons, you bear no visible wounds. This is nothing short of a miracle. Regardless, it was quite satisfying to have destroyed that storeroom." Ferdinand, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" The old bunny heir replied, "May I ask your esteemed name? It makes for a more pleasant conversation." Ferdinand introduced himself, and upon hearing his name, the old bunny heir burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "You may now call me Brother Bayard." Ferdinand, confused by Bayard's words, responded, "You appear to be older than I. Such a designation would be quite impolite." Bayard leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Do not be deceived by appearances. After all, few possess the knowledge of various languages." He cast another furtive glance at the gorilla guard before continuing, "Black Mountain is devoid of vegetation. Where would fresh fruits and vegetables come from? Our daily sustenance consists solely of moldy bread mixed with grit, and we are often left hungry. The storeroom was filled with provisions transported from Austin City, which we slaves never had the chance to consume." Nodding in acknowledgement of Bayard's explanation, Ferdinand asked, "Is it because of those fruits and vegetables?" Bayard smiled but remained silent. Ferdinand pressed on, "Then what is the true reason?" Bayard picked up a piece of black stone from the ground and rubbed it between his fingers, stating, "It is because of this." "Curious," Ferdinand queried, "Isn't this just an ordinary stone?" Bayard smiled and replied, "The Blue Phantom." Ferdinand was taken aback by Bayard's words. He knew that the Blue Phantom was the most crucial ingredient for the invisibility potions crafted by magical alchemists, exceedingly valuable yet immensely challenging to mine and refine. Ferdinand inquired, "Are we here mining in search of the Blue Ghost?" Bayard, discarding the stone in his hand and spitting disdainfully onto the ground, retorted, "There is nothing to be found here. You must have set fire in the storeroom, or else there wouldn't have been an explosion at it. Is said that the cave remains perpetually cold and forbidding, and the prohibition of fire is meant to safeguard the Blue Ghost. It matters little that you have squandered Bridget's fruits and vegetables, for the wealthy Austin will sin more in due time. However, to ruin the Blue Ghost mine would be a grave sin, which is why I find it curious that you are still alive." Upon hearing these words, Ferdinand plopped down onto a stone. Bayard, gazing at the dense black clouds overhead, remarked, "Dinner will soon be served. Shortly, you shall witness what sand bread truly is, and allow me to preemptively wish you well on your impending scapegoat days. A lively time awaits in Black Mountain." With that, Bayard jubilantly descended the mountain. Ferdinand watched the elderly bunnier descend with an almost ethereal lightness, as if he were walking upon the wind, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Andy, wielding a miner's pickaxe, relentlessly struck the stone, and Ferdinand cast a sympathetic glance at the despondent boy, shaking his head in resignation. Rory and Alec seemed to be in hushed discussion nearby, prompting Ferdinand to approach them. At the mountain's base, the slaves began to gather, while in the distance, two small bunnier individuals struggled to carry a large wooden barrel along the stony path. The slaves on either side clanked their shackles and manacles, startling the two small bunnier, who dodged and weaved to avoid them. Ferdinand led Alec and Rory down the slope, their interest in sandbread non-existent. Yet as Alec remarked to Rory, Andy needed someone to keep him company for a while. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Alec's keen eyes spotted Sean and Reuben, who appeared to be serving food. He urged Rory to come closer, and indeed, it was their companions who had gone missing in the Hogan forest the previous day. Sean and Reuben, clad in dirty, oversized aprons, were using wooden ladles nearly as tall as themselves to serve the meal. Rory let out a cry, tears of joy welling up instantly, while Alec, teary-eyed, maneuvered around the bustling slaves to stand behind the large barrel. Sean and Reuben, listlessly dishing out food, were suddenly startled by Rory's exclamation. They dropped their ladles and embraced Rory and Alec in a moment of sheer happiness. The surrounding slaves, witnessing this touching reunion, abandoned their shabby bowls and dove into the soup barrel, while those lacking sufficient strength began to strike the slaves in front of them with their pickaxes, resulting in a chaotic scene at mealtime. Meanwhile, the fearsome ape guards observed with keen interest as the filthy, naked slaves grappled with one another, showing no inclination to intervene. At last, only Andy remained atop the mountain, seated upon a stone beneath the eye of magic. The fury simmering within him, compounded by the eruption of dark magical energy, gradually eroded his frail spirit. With each breath, he sensed a formidable force surging from the depths of the earth. Slowly, he rose, closed his eyes, and raised his right hand high above his head. The magical eye was summoned by the hidden dark forces within Andy, and the resentment that had accumulated in the Black Mountain for many years erupted in an instant. Dense volcanic ash was hurled into the clouds, and the ground trembled around. Chapter 21. The resurrected stone raven at the Black Stone Temple. Bridget sensed an anomaly while indulging in dinner. She dragged her corpulent form to the steps of the Stone Raven Hall, peering into the distance where the Eye of Magic volcano was brewing a tremendous eruption, much to her satisfaction. She disdainfully addressed the trembling ape legion surrounding her, saying, "You simple-minded, brawny fools. Were it not for your capture of two utterly useless bunnier individuals, I would not have had to go through such trouble to fulfill my master's mission." This Saxon princess, who had ruled the Black Mountain for a decade, smiled as she watched the molten lava surge forth from the Eye of Magic. Ferdinand, having discarded the broken bowl in his hand, desperately ran to the mountainside. He saw in the distance that Andy seemed to be succumbing to the corrupting forces of darkness. The once furious Andy suddenly felt a powerful force permeating his body, and this sensation of fullness began to manifest strange changes throughout him. Brilliant red spots appeared on his skin. This boy, harboring the energy of dark magic, let out a cry to the heavens. Ferdinand, stunned by Andy's scream, beheld him now fully enveloped in dark magical energy. The old sorcerer stood on the mountainside, tears glistening in his eyes, knowing that the judgment day had finally arrived, and Andy was on the verge of falling. Bridget, holding her staff aloft with her right hand, invoked a spell, as the dense black clouds in the sky unleashed violet lightning. The Ape Legion finally witnessed the true power of the Lord of the Stone Raven. Standing in orderly formation before the temple, armed to the teeth, these apes raised their rusted great axes and shouted in unison, as a powerful dark magic enveloped the Black Mountain. Bridget pointed the staff of the Stone Raven towards the Eye of Magic. This staff, embodying the forces of darkness, radiated an eerie glow from the blackish-purple jade raven atop its handle. The slaves had long set down their broken bowls and were desperately surging towards the path down the mountain. Just as everyone marveled at the eruption of the Eye of Magic, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. The slaves of the Black Mountain knew well that, although the skies were perpetually shrouded in black clouds, it had been ages since it rained. Upon closer inspection, however, the clouds appeared different this time. Accompanied by the lightning, a colossal figure emerged from within the dark clouds, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. As the black clouds were parted by a gigantic hand, there appeared a giant whose lower half was concealed by the dark clouds, lifting a massive urn with both hands. As the urn was overturned, a powerful torrent cascaded into the restless maw of the Eye of Magic volcano, extinguishing the flames that were on the verge of eruption, and thick smoke billowed around the crater. Bridget, incensed, pointed at the giant in the dark clouds and roared in fury. The Ape Legion quickly rushed towards the Eye of Magic, but a fierce wind arose, blinding them with its force. Bridget watched in dismay as the giant vanished into the black clouds. Ferdinand, gazing at the disappearing giant, muttered to himself, "Could it be that the Storm Prophet has been reborn?" All the slaves of the Black Mountain knelt to the ground, offering their fervent prayers. Bridget gazed in disappointment at the extinguished magical eye, while Ferdinand approached to assess Andy's condition. Suddenly, Andy opened his eyes, and a surge of force instantly propelled Ferdinand away. The boy, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, began to descend the hillside, his footsteps stirring the stones beneath him, rendering Ferdinand unable to draw near. Andy slowly made his way toward the temple, where all the slaves knelt on either side of the path, now venerating this frail little boy as though he were a deity. At that moment, Andy was infused with the energy of dark magic. He waved his right hand, and from his withered grasp emerged a fiery long whip, igniting everything in its wake. The slaves of the Black Mountain, witnessing this spectacle, immediately sprang to their feet and fled in terror. The Lord of the Stone Ravens gazed in astonishment at the child before him, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that Tyrin would send this little demon to me to unlock the gateway of energy." What a troublesome predicament. With each step Andy took, he reduced the stones beneath him to dust, the sheer magnitude of his power instilling dread in all who beheld it. The primal ape legion swung their rusted axes toward Andy, only for the blades to be repelled into the air by an unseen force as they neared him. Subsequently, the towering apes were pierced by flames, reducing them to mere ash. Ferdinand, taken aback by the scene, exclaimed, "Could it be that he has mastered the power of magma? Yet it seems somewhat different." Rory, trailing behind Elric, along with Sean and Reuben, had long concealed themselves beneath a large wooden table, utterly astonished by the explosive power exhibited by their companion. Andy approached the black stone temple, while Bridget, in a state of helplessness, forced a silly smile. He turned to the Saxon princess before him and spoke slowly, "I shall seal your tainted soul with the ancient crystal." Andy's words dripped with a heavy demonic essence, prompting Bridget to raise her stone raven staff in anger and declare, "You are but a mere plaything for my master to test the magical eye. You are hardly worth my effort. If you believe your trivial tricks have become insurmountable, then you are sorely mistaken." With that, Bridget summoned the black stone giant from the depths, its left hand swatting Andy's whip aside. Andy did not retaliate. The giant's right hand descended upon him, causing the ground to collapse instantly. As all present speculated on the outcome of this confrontation, the giant's hand began to gradually melt away. Soon after, the colossal figure, towering halfway up the mountainside, was lifted off the ground by Andy's right hand. The primal ape legion, stunned by the actions of the small boy before them, dropped their weapons and fled in disarray. Bridget, gazing upon Andy, now possessed by a demon and radiating such power, felt a wave of fear wash over her. She watched in disbelief as he absorbed the black stone giant's essence into his own body. At that moment, Ferdinand brandished the Eye of Harris, shouting at Andy, "Have you forgotten how the fire in Mudwater Alley claimed your parents' lives?" Andy halted in his tracks. Ferdinand continued, "If you take on Tyrin's form, what right do you have to seek vengeance?" Andy turned his gaze back to the scarred Ferdinand, who stood not far behind him, his dark purple eyes exuding a terrifying mist. Andy offered no response to Ferdinand's words. Instead, with a swift motion of his right hand, he sent Ferdinand hurtling onto the distant hillside. Alec, accompanied by Rory and two other Buhner children, rushed over to help the fallen Ferdinand, inquiring, "What is wrong with Andy?" Ferdinand, confronted by the scene before him, found himself at a loss for words. Andy strode slowly toward the steps, while Bridget hesitated, for this fierce woman had yet to encounter such a formidable opponent in the Black Mountains, and she believed her demise was imminent. Summoning all her strength, she unleashed earth-based magic, transforming the surrounding steps into a formidable defense. Yet, this seemed of little consequence to Andy. He effortlessly reduced Bridget's defenses to rubble. Advancing closer to gaze upon the trembling woman beneath the eaves of the temple, in that fleeting moment when Andy looked up, Bridget was frozen in place, as the hardening crystals began to envelop her entire being. The stone raven's staff shattered abruptly. The jade raven, which had been dormant upon the staff's handle, suddenly sprang to life, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. It turned to Bridget, who was on the verge of being encased in crystal, and spoke. "I lament your disgraceful failure, yet until I acquire what I desire, all your sacrifices are utterly meaningless." Chapter 22. The Covenant. The jade raven flapped its wings and vanished from Bridget's sight. Perhaps this wicked woman never anticipated that her end would come at the hands of a frail little boy. Ferdinand approached the front of the black stone temple and sighed as he beheld the crystallized stone raven lord. He then turned his attention to the demon that was Andy, feeling momentarily helpless. The slaves, bereft of their stone raven lord, looked upon Andy and fell to their knees, beseeching the young boy for mercy to spare their lives. Witnessing this scene, Ferdinand shouted, "Bayard, you need not hide any longer." From the crowd emerged a tattered old Buhner man. Ferdinand addressed Bayard, saying, "You, an Ostian, masquerading as a Buhner. How have you managed to resolve the issue of your height?" "I am most curious." Bayard smiled and replied, "Is the necklace I gave you still around your neck?" Ferdinand struggled to retrieve the necklace from his hair, exclaiming, "You have truly put me through the ringer. I cannot fathom your thinking at the time for entrusting me with this troublesome artifact." Bayard responded, "That wretch Tyrin wanted it from me, yet I had not given it to him. He casually took hold of the Eye of Harris." Ferdinand chuckled. You should give it to him quickly. I have no desire for it. The slaves and Alec below the steps observed the two elderly men exchanging pleasantries with curiosity. Ferdinand pointed at Andy and remarked, "Behold, this is the little boy from the Alice Tavern." Bayard approached Andy, extending his hands to dispel the demon that clung to him. Consequently, everyone watched as the once crimson Andy was turned to stone. Alec and Rory, bewildered by the unfolding events, rushed forward and collapsed upon Andy, weeping profusely, while Rory pounded Bayard with his chubby little fists. Ferdinand gazed at Bayard and remarked, "Shall we find another place to converse? I feel utterly exposed in my current state, unable to face the crowd." Bayard, lifting the lorry with a chuckle, replied, "Come, let us retreat into the temple." Ferdinand turned to glance at the miners still kneeling on the steps and said, "What about these miners? They remain in supplication." Bayard suggested, "Let someone escort them to the work shed. Once they finish their tasks, we shall arrange for their departure." He ascended the steps, pointing at the stone Raven Lord, and declared, "That Bridget has truly put me in a predicament. For a decade, she has mixed gravel into the bread, shattering my teeth." Upon hearing this, Ferdinand erupted into hearty laughter, as they walked into the black stone hall. Bayard inquired how Ferdinand had discovered he was Harris's apprentice. Ferdinand responded, "Did you not hint at it at the Eye of Magic? Besides, it was you who taught me the languages of all races." Harris turned, shedding his disguise to reveal a gaunt old Austin before the assembly. He gestured outside, commanding, "Bring Andy in." Observing the smooth walls around him, he muttered to himself, "It truly pains my heart to witness the fruits of my malevolent sowing take root and flourish each day, not to mention the ever-expanding grip of this dark power upon my soul." Ferdinand questioned, "With your abilities, why not personally eliminate your apprentice?" Harris chuckled and replied, "That was a moment of folly on my part. I no longer possessed the strength to contend with Tyrann." As they entered the grand hall of the Black Stone Temple, they found the once mighty Ape Legion had long since fled, leaving chaos in their wake. Harris set down the lorry and approached the side of the hall, placing a necklace into a burning brazier. Instantly, scenes from years past emerged upon the left wall of the hall. In that moment, Harris was seen cradling a youthful Tyrann, riding upon the Oswald War Eagle, as they prepared to return to the Virginia Valley. Tyrann turned to Harris and said, "I apologize for my brother's reckless actions, yet I have indeed heard him speak of a voice that beckons him, of which I remained oblivious." Tears welled in Harris's eyes as he sorrowfully confessed, "At that moment, I felt a profound sense of comfort hearing those words. I believed Tyrann to be a sincere young man. On the back of the eagle, I could not help but reflect upon that cataclysmic change. Only one of my 7 apprentices survived. Such a harsh reality was too much for me to bear. It was that very guilt that compelled me to make an irrevocable decision that I would regret for eternity." Everyone witnessed Harris on the eagle's back proclaiming to Tyrann, "You shall be my sole apprentice. To protect you, I shall establish a covenant. Unless I perish, no one shall take your life." With a wave of his hand, the illusion dissipated. He choked back tears and lamented, "Tyrann did not harbor gratitude towards me, his mentor, for the covenant of immortality. Instead, he transformed the anguish of losing his brother into a long-standing vendetta, surreptitiously mastering dark magic behind my back." Many years later, I encountered Dylan in my dreams. He had become grotesquely disfigured, starkly contrasting with the innate beauty of the Colby elves. Yet, through our conversation, I discerned that his heart seemed devoid of malevolence. He confided in me that it was Tyrann who had initially unlocked the forbidden Black Gate for him, and after being consumed by dark magic, he unexpectedly ascended to become the Lord of the Deep Sea, a demigod possessing the power of tides as per legend. The giant you witnessed amid the dark clouds moments ago was none other than the magical servant summoned by Dylan. Upon hearing Harris's words, Ferdinand momentarily fell into a daze, and then, leaning against a pillar in the hall, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "It is not only you, the grand sorcerer, who bears lifelong regrets. I, too, as a knight, often feel a profound sense of failure for my ineffectiveness at that time." In response, Eric, with a hint of anger, retorted, "Did you not claim beside the underground river that your knightly career was illustrious?" Ferdinand, with a wry smile, replied, "Illustrious? Hardly, considering I was so eager to transform into a sorcerer after acquiring Harris's eye. To be frank, the initial transition to becoming a sorcerer was indeed quite glamorous. I had set up transportation runes in the royal kitchen. You know? Ever since then, my life could be described as one of sumptuous feasting. Wait, I mean only exquisite delicacies without the splendid garments." The old man then erupted into hearty laughter. That moment, the Black Mountain slave carried in the petrified Andy, and Harris immediately cautioned, "Be careful not to injure him. He is the key to the magical eye. If it is indeed the key to the magical eye, then hand it over to me." A sharp voice echoed from the rear of the hall. Harris furrowed his brows and said, "What purpose does this serve? How many innocent lives have you sacrificed for the sake of the Blue Phantom? And what heinous acts have you committed to attain the power of thunder? Why, pray tell? You already possess the might of lava. Are there still adversaries on this continent? What more do you seek?" Chapter 23. The last hammer of light. A darkly cloaked Kalbi elf emerged from the back of the hall. Upon seeing this figure, Ferdinand shouted, "Tyren, should you dare lay a finger on Harris, I shall fight you with all my might." Tyren scoffed, "And what can you do, you third-rate sorcerer?" Ferdinand laughed heartily. "At least this third-rate sorcerer has once possessed Harris's eye, unlike you, who has been reduced to groveling and has never even glimpsed an artifact." Tyren chose not to continue the argument with Ferdinand, but turned his gaze to the sorrowful Harris and said, "Your inept apprentice seeks to defend you but has overestimated his own abilities." At these words, the atmosphere fell silent. He glanced at those present and continued, "How could I harm my esteemed mentor? Let us not forget, as long as this old fool remains alive, I shall live on eternally. Even when he eventually perishes, who among you could challenge me?" He then burst into laughter. Harris, regarding the arrogant Tyren, inquired, "With all our combined strength, we are still no match for you. What is it that you truly desire?" Tyren replied, "You have slain my Bridget. Should you not offer some form of compensation?" Harris extended his hands and declared, "I am but a wretched life. Take what you will." Tyren chuckled again, confidently stating, "You cannot perish. The contract grants me the most formidable defense in this world. Why would I dig my own grave?" Harris lamented, "What compensation do you seek?" Tyren gazed at the naked Ferdinand and retorted, "You old rogue, had it not been for you, I would have long since opened the eye of magic. Today, you must meet your demise." Ferdinand stared at Tyren in astonishment, only to suddenly break into laughter. Since their initial encounter at the Alex Tavern, he had foreseen that this fiend would eventually claim his life, yet he had not anticipated it would occur in such a peculiar circumstance. He no longer cared for his own fate. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with concern for Andy's well-being. Ferdinand understood that although Andy was temporarily shielded by Harris, safeguarding this fragile life from immediate extinction, he still felt his mission remained unfulfilled, particularly for the few bunnier children beneath him. This battle-scarred old sorcerer gently stroked the heads of Alec and Rory, sorrowfully imploring, "Take good care of Andy for me." Upon uttering these words, Ferdinand swiftly teleported behind Tyren, channeling all his magical prowess to conjure a rune-imbued hammer, a symbol of luminous magic, and struck forcefully at Tyren's nape. Tyren did not turn. His shoulders trembled slightly as he continued to sneer coldly. The moment the rune hammer connected with Tyren's head, Ferdinand was struck by the force of molten lava, yet his tear-filled eyes retained the glimmer of justice until his last breath. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Harris once more tasted the bitter fruits of past errors, witnessing his friend reduced to ash by his own forsaken disciple, a sight that pierced the heart of this frail elder. O Harris! Ferdinand had never truly been his apprentice. Rather, he had skillfully manipulated him for over a decade. Nevertheless, this knightly sorcerer had indeed bestowed upon him cherished memories in moments of lost courage. He had once hesitated when passing on the eye of Harris. Sometimes he pondered the possibility that had the eye of Harris, which fell to the depths of the cliff, been seized not by Ferdinand but by a nefarious villain, he would not have hidden in the desolate Black Mountain, burdened by guilt while fixating on the eye of magic. He believed Ferdinand's emergence was a divine arrangement, this witty knight representing a fragment of his own existence. Had it not been for that extraordinary vision offering a glimmer of hope, perhaps he would not have dispatched Ferdinand to seek the reborn storm prophet. For him, Ferdinand's sacrifice might not alter Tyren's subsequent actions towards Andy, yet it could unite all present. Rory and Alec gazed in astonishment at the sudden turn of events. The once jovial group was now left with only the bunnier. Rory wept bitterly, calling out Ferdinand's name, unable to accept the abrupt loss of his dear friend. Alec struggled to comprehend this self-sacrificial act. Yet Ferdinand's actions illuminated a harsh truth. Only the strongest possess the power to voice their opinions, while the rest are mere insects. Tyren surveyed the bewildered crowd and coldly sneered, "Who among you wishes to be next?" Harris looked at Tyren, seeing no trace of humanity in his former disciple's eyes, and felt utterly disillusioned. As Tyren indulged in his reckless antics within the Blackstone Temple, a torrential downpour descended upon the Black Mountain, nurturing the parched seeds beneath the ground, urging them to sprout with fervor, as the rain intensified. The mines near the Eye of Magic were inundated, and the drenched slave miners hastened to the higher grounds of the Blackstone Temple. Tyran, witnessing the influx of slaves from outside, exclaimed with fury, "You filthy beasts do not deserve to inhabit this world." With that, he unleashed the power of lava, melting the temple's grand entrance, causing the panicked slaves to scatter in all directions. Harris, listening to the sound of rain outside, turned to Tyran and said, "Years ago, you sacrificed your own brother in pursuit of the dark grimoire, ultimately casting Dylan into an abyss of darkness. Do you ever regret that decision?" Upon hearing these words, Tyran's face paled, and with a sardonic smile, he nodded and replied, "Since you are already aware, I need not conceal the truth. However, what significance does revisiting that painful chapter hold now? Hand over that petrified boy to me, and I shall spare you from the demise that awaits those around you." Harris, gazing at the unrepentant Tyran, responded, "I have never comprehended your motivations, including your actions in the Virginia Valley. If you persist in committing atrocities under the pretense of Dylan's consumption, then perhaps when you see him shortly, you can clarify these matters." After uttering this, Harris activated the runic magic, and the Blackstone Temple trembled violently as it succumbed to the deluge. He encased everyone except Tyran within a protective shield, while Tyran floated atop the water, observing the tumultuous waves in the distance. A gargantuan sea beast swiftly approached beneath the shield, and Harris cast both the petrified Andy and his own artifact to the figures atop the beast, proclaiming loudly, "Dylan, ensure that he does not repeat the fate of your brother." Chapter 24. Tides against lava. Dylan caught Andy in Harris's eye, gently lowering the petrified Andy and inquiring, "What will you do?" Harris regarded Dylan. Although he yearned to bring this prolonged suffering to an end, he found himself ensnared by Tyran's relentless pursuit. He observed Dylan placing the eye around Andy's neck and solemnly stated, "Hiding within this shield is merely a temporary measure. Once you take Andy to safety, we will devise our own plan." Dylan, gazing at the helpless Harris, insisted, "I must escort you to safety. The flood is on the verge of engulfing Black Mountain." Harris, casting his gaze at Tyran floating on the water, replied, "I cannot leave. Today, I must confront Tyran for the sake of an old friend." Dylan refrained from further persuading Harris, understanding his mentor's nature. Once a decision was made, this ancient sorcerer would see it through to the end. Turning to face Tyran, Dylan felt the awkward tension between the long-separated brothers, even amidst the towering waves separating them. Dylan addressed Tyran, saying, "Do not burden yourself with guilt over the past. I willingly embraced my fate." In the distance, Tylan remained silent, his malevolent heart brewing a deadly strike. Noticing his brother's silence, Dylan continued, "I must take this boy away, regardless of the reasons you may present. Today, I must do this." Tylan smirked with disdain, and suddenly a wave of heat surged towards Harris. The notorious Colby elf leader audaciously launched a sneak attack before the eyes of the onlookers. As a fire dragon roared and struck the runic magical shield, Harris exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet the formidable magical energy consumed the shield entirely. Tylan extended his hands and summoned a rain of meteors in the sky, the fiery orbs crashing down upon Harris. Dylan watched his brother launch attack after attack with an impassive expression. Harris, gazing at the relentless Tylan, declared, "If you must drag the entire world into unfathomable darkness today, then I shall allow Dylan to take my life." Upon hearing this, Tylan finally ceased his magical onslaught. He looked at Dylan, and a flood of childhood memories surged forth. Whether in the Virginia Valley or within Harris's Tower of Time, he and Dylan had always been inseparable. With their equally handsome features and suave demeanor, the extraordinary noble essence of the Colby Elves was palpably embodied in these two youths. Tylan's inherently competitive nature had forged his status as a grand sorcerer today, yet he vaguely sensed that he could no longer find the true sentiments of his heart, in the solitude of night or the chaos of dawn. Only through unrelenting slaughter could he find fleeting fulfillment. Dylan, observing the motionless Tylan, spoke, "I once cursed you in the depths of darkness, wishing upon you the same affliction I endured. However, as I peered into my own heart, I realized you have always been there. Unchanged, still that little boy playing in the garden of the Tower of Time. I cannot bring myself to hate you, regardless of what you have done to me." Tylan, incensed by these words, retorted, "Everything I am today is the result of my own efforts. You need not feign righteousness. Those pitiful souls above, powerless and unarmed, are the ones deserving of your forgiveness and compassion. The Tower of Time has plunged into the sea of curses along with you. Just like our childhood, never to return, I now reign over all the Colby Elves on this continent. Whether you accept it or not, I have become the most beloved leader among the kings of our kind throughout the ages. Who among this vast land, be it the foolish King Austin or the diminutive Bunyal, dares to oppose me, Tylan? Dylan replied sorrowfully, the absence of opposition does not equate to respect. A true leader should empathize with his people. Rather than wielding a bloodied sword against their throats with that, he turned the direction of the unicorn sea beast, and as the waves surged, he began to vanish into the tumultuous waters. Suddenly, the depths trembled violently, and a colossal volcanic vent erupted, spewing forth lava. As the heat waves surged, the unicorn sea beast lost its balance, its heart-rending cries echoing relentlessly. Tyler gazed at the swaying Dylan with a satisfied smirk and remarked, "You ought not to have emerged, exposing that grotesque visage of yours. You are now destined to languish in the cursed sea until the end of your days." Harris, anxiously observing the beleaguered Dylan, suddenly noticed enormous bubbles rising from the depths. 4 colossal sea monsters materialized before the onlookers, extinguishing the erupting volcano with their released magic. The creatures purified the surrounding waters and, in unison, proclaimed, "None shall impede the Lord of the Deep." As the towering waves surged, Tyler transformed into a blazing red falcon and soared into the sky, his massive beak agape, spewing forth crimson lava towards the monsters. Dylan brandished a weapon resembling red coral, which absorbed the molten rock in a swirling embrace. Harris exclaimed in astonishment, "I never anticipated that Dylan had acquired the cursed red. That ancient artifact harbors primordial power, one that can only be matched by the might of thunder." Upon witnessing his lava's power being nullified by Dylan, Tyler swiftly approached. The 4 sea monsters beneath Dylan conjured formidable water shields, while Dylan, acutely aware of the escalating tension, unleashed the power of the tides. Delicate streams of water surged towards Tyler, who, suddenly transformed back into his human form, knelt upon the ocean's surface and fervently prayed. Reluctantly, Dylan retracted his magic. However, Tyler ascended once more, this time employing the ultimate spell, the Stupidity Circle. Time around Dylan and Harris came to a complete standstill, rendering all spells utterly ineffective. Sensing imminent danger, Dylan looked on as Tyler hovered above Harris's head, stating, "You might as well return to the depths of the sea." With that, he seized the petrified Andy from the back of the unicorn sea beast and took flight. Chapter 25. Abyss. Harris watched Tyler recede, his expression blank. He was uncertain whether his earlier decision amidst the chaos had been the right one. Nor could he ascertain if sacrificing another's life to protect Andy would earn him someone's forgiveness. After a moment, he turned to Dylan and said, "The Stupidity Circle can only temporarily confine us. We must depart swiftly. If your brother discovers that the person he has taken is not Andy, we will be in grave danger." Dylan ordered everyone within the protective barrier to relocate to the back of the unicorn sea beast. Harris lowered the fragmented magical shield, and Rory, Sean, and Reuben mingled among the Black Mountain slaves as they ascended onto the back of this deep-sea behemoth. They searched desperately for Alec, and Rory, glancing at the sorrowful Harris, declared, "Alec is missing. We must find him." Harris regarded Rory, unsure of how to explain the events that had just transpired to this chubby child. Nor could he divulge Alec's current predicament. He turned to Dylan and said, "We can set off now." In uttering this, he deliberately chose to disregard Rory's inquiry, causing the latter to lower his head in disappointment, tears streaming down his cheeks. The unicorn sea beast navigated through the tumultuous waves, departing from the submerged Black Mountain. Before long, the group spotted an island not far off in the distance. Dylan addressed Harris, saying, "I cannot depart from the cursed sea once more. For the safety of that child, you must accompany me personally into the abyss." Upon hearing these words, Harris turned to gaze at the Buyul slaves upon the back of the sea beast. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "We must first ensure the safe departure of these innocents. I bear no lingering attachments to the realm of the living. But can we truly protect Andy from harm by undertaking this course of action?" Dylan approached Harris, offering him comfort as he stated, "Though the abyss is perceived by the world as an expanse of impenetrable darkness, we shall be utterly secure there. Tyrone cannot reach us." Harris nodded in agreement with Dylan's suggestion. The unicorn sea beast arrived at the small island, where Harris gathered all the Buyul slaves together. He addressed those with whom he had once toiled in the mines, saying, "I did not intend to deceive you. I have been compelled by circumstances too burdensome to disclose. I hope you can forgive me for embroiling you in a conflict that bears no relevance to you. You are now free, and may return to your long-lost homeland to commence anew." After Harris finished speaking, he observed the faces of those who were still trembling with fear. Finally, Rory seized the opportunity to speak, grasping Harris's garment and inquiring, "I understand Andy must accompany you. But what shall become of us? Without Eirik, we— Harris pondered Rory's words for a moment before summoning the head of the Buyul slaves. He addressed him, saying, "You may take my token to seek out Barnet at the Low Skull Cave in the Misty Mountains. He can shelter those Buyul who are homeless and in need of refuge. Barnet belongs to the Highland tribe and is a remarkably hospitable and benevolent leader. You may also take these 3 little ones with you. I shall provide ample provisions of food and water, but you must ensure their safety." Rory looked at the naked Buyul slaves before him and said, "Sean, Reuben, and I must first return to Austin City. Our mother is still there." Upon hearing this, the head of the Buyul slaves responded, "Then we shall detour to Austin City to bring their mother along." Harris nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Harris was determined to accommodate any request Rory made, for Eirik's sacrifice was paramount to him, and fulfilling these requests would offer him a measure of solace. Reflecting on Eirik, he added, "Rory, please bring Eirik's family to the Misty Mountains as well. That is where you truly belong." Rory nodded in affirmation. With preparations complete, those uninvolved in this matter set out in their small boat, while the Buyul led Rory and his companions on their journey to Austin. Dylan gently extracted Andy from beneath the scales of the unicorn sea beast. The young boy from Austin now lay on the brink of death. Dylan could feel the faint heartbeat of that fragile heart, yet sensed no instinct for survival. The supernatural being opened the gateway to the abyss, a bottomless black hole upon the sea. Harris looked at Dylan with a smile and remarked, "I never imagined you would unearth the key to the cursed sea." Dylan shyly lowered his gaze as he rode the unicorn sea beast, carrying Harris and Andy slowly into the entrance of the abyss, as the final rays of moonlight faded behind them. The unicorn sea beast began to emanate a golden glow. Harris, observing the colossal sea creatures swimming around the passage, joyfully remarked, "I never anticipated that this secluded realm would harbor such a multitude of species. Just look at these monstrous beings. They seem even larger than Ingram on the Calvin Peak." Dylan turned to his mentor, saying, "I never dared to dream that I could accompany you here. Had it not been for the dreamstone in the abyss that connected us, I might have remained here as a solitary, grotesque figure." Engaging in cheerful conversation, Harris and Dylan followed the 4 divine creatures leading the way, while the ferocious beasts of the deep sensed a long-lost vitality in the darkness. At last, Dylan returned to his dwelling, an ancient temple left by a demigod from bygone eras. Though dilapidated, it certainly provided a suitable sanctuary for recuperation. Surrounding the temple were 8 pillars of energy, each supporting one corner of the structure, effectively isolating the seawater outside and ensuring the temple's safety. Dylan gazed at Harris and remarked, "This place resembles an inverted fishbowl, albeit with the fish residing outside." Harris placed Andy on a stone and said, "I must break Andy's seal. Please assist me." With that, Harris extended his left hand while Dylan knelt on the ground. Harris placed his left hand atop Dylan's head and his right hand above Andy's form. As magical energy gradually rose from Dylan's crown, Harris infused this energy into Andy, who, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, was reborn from his petrified state, the shattered stone crumbling to the ground and turning to dust. Slowly awakening, the frail boy looked at Harris and inquired, "Where am I, and where is Ferdinand?" Upon hearing Andy call out Ferdinand's name, Harris could not help but shed tears. Chapter 26. The sea beast offspring. Dylan stood and addressed Andy, "You are quite safe here. I have entrusted your friend to someone who will return him home." Andy, staring at the disfigured figure before him, remained silent, recalling only that he had been seated beneath the eye of magic, after which his memory faded into oblivion. Harris explained, "You were consumed by dark magic, releasing tremendous energy. Now you are exceedingly weak, so please refrain from speaking." Still bewildered by the situation, Andy was scooped up by Dylan. Harris gently caressed Andy's forehead, speaking earnestly, "Do not dwell on too much for now. It is best you rest." Dylan carried Andy towards the temple, with Harris following closely behind. Curiously surveying the surroundings, Harris asked, "Though this place is tranquil, are there any delicacies to be found?" Dylan, feeling a twinge of shame, replied, "Everything here is wonderful, except for the lack of food. I survive on some algae to stave off hunger." Upon hearing this, Harris felt a profound disappointment, pondering how such a grand temple could lack a bountiful feast. Dylan, noticing Harris's disheartened demeanor, added, "Though there are no culinary delights as you described, I have discovered that these algae can alleviate the grievances in people's hearts, which is quite beneficial for Andy's recovery." Harris smiled helplessly and remarked, "You have no idea. Tyrin has Bridget watching the eye of magic, and that unfortunate woman has been deceiving me daily with bread mixed with gravel. Just look at my teeth." As he spoke, Harris opened his mouth, revealing his exposed gums, prompting Dylan to chuckle in resignation. He said, "Teacher, You are quite different from how you were when I was a child. You seem genuinely happy now." Upon hearing Dylan's words, Harris hastily explained, "What can unhappiness achieve? Try watching the bitter fruits of your labor harm others every day, and you might end up like me." As Dylan chatted with Harris, he gently placed Andy on the stone bed in the temple. The gray stone was covered with thick layers of dried seaweed. Harris, surveying the stone bed, nodded and said, "This idea suits me perfectly. If I wake up hungry, I can simply pluck a piece of seaweed from the bed to eat." Dylan frowned and replied, "I never considered that. I merely fashion garments from the seaweed for myself. They are quite comfortable when I am not in battle." Harris eagerly interjected, "Make me a set as well, and don't forget that bare-bodied Andy." Dylan nodded in agreement and instructed the magical servants to clean the temple's chambers promptly, as they had never hosted guests before. The night in the abyss was exceptionally eerie, with the souls of ancient deities emerging to continue their past activities, which unsettled Harris. Dylan remarked, "I felt the same discomfort upon my arrival. But the souls of these deities imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. Initially, I thought they were mere echoes of the past, but I later realized they were indeed real." As he spoke, he produced the cursed red, holding the artifact in his hand. "It was through the ancient souls that appeared before me daily that I discovered this artifact, and the Dreamstone was a serendipitous encounter. I also stumbled upon a library, hidden within a dark recess of the temple's basement, containing a collection of books that the vast continent surely lacks. I often pass the time by reading." Upon hearing this, Harris felt immense joy. Observing Dylan's excitement, he finally understood that the darkness of magic had only devoured the appearance of the elven youth, while his kind-hearted nature continued to shine brightly in this dim abyss. The night in the abyss was notably long, providing Andy ample time to recover. Since departing from Austin City with Ferdinand, the young boy had not enjoyed such a peaceful rest in ages. He had been sleeping for a full 2 days. Finally, on the 3rd day, he awoke, rejuvenated. Harris, seeing that Andy was fully restored, expressed his gratitude to Dylan. Andy looked at Harris and Dylan and said, "Thank you very much for saving me. But I have something to say to Mr. Ferdinand. Could you tell me where he is?" Harris grabbed a piece of dried seaweed from the bedside, chewing as he replied, "He entrusted us to take good care of you. As for his departure, it marked the end of his mission. Nevertheless, he wishes for you to find happiness." As he was about to depart, he remarked that no one understood the depths of your inner world better than he did. Your frozen expression could not conceal the innate kindness that resided within you. He urged you not to shut yourself away any longer. Listening to Harris's words, a wave of guilt washed over Andy, and he choked out, "I want to thank him in person. Although I have not expressed my gratitude for his actions along the way, I know he means well." Harris regarded Andy with determination, having resolved in his heart to nurture this young boy into a benevolent and just magician. Dylan brought over breakfast, and without a second thought, Andy picked up the dried seaweed and took a bite, immediately overwhelmed by its strong fishy flavor. However, after swallowing the seaweed, a comforting sensation enveloped his body, gradually cooling the fervor that had been suppressed within him, extinguishing any lingering heat. He joyfully devoured more. Dylan observed Andy with a nod of approval. After breakfast, Dylan handed Andy a garment made from seaweed, promising to take him around shortly. Clad in the seaweed attire, Andy was elated, inspecting himself from top to bottom. At that moment, Dylan brought over a small sea creature, a chubby little beast resembling a woolly mammoth. Observing the irate expression on the creature's face, Andy remarked, "It seems it doesn't quite enjoy being led." As he spoke, Andy crouched down and gently stroked the creature's head, the soft gray-black fur eliciting a delightful sensation that made him smile. Yet, the young creature remained furious, and just as Andy became engrossed in petting it, the little sea beast suddenly turned and bit him, drawing blood from his right hand. Andy did not flinch. The biting creature seemed to realize its misdeed, turning away to hide behind Dylan, peeking at Andy with an innocent expression. Smiling, Andy asked the little creature, "What is your name?" Dylan replied, "He does not have a name yet, but if you agree to adopt him, you may choose one." Andy leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Is that true? Can I really adopt him?" Dylan, observing Andy's excitement, affirmed, "Yes, you can play with him, and look over there at Harris. He adopted an adult sea creature this morning." He pointed to Harris in the distance, who was fainting from the weight of the sea creature's leash dragging on the ground. Andy chuckled at the old magician's disheveled appearance. Chapter 27. The dusty library. Dylan handed the agitated little sea creature to Andy, who was struggling to keep its hind legs planted firmly on the ground, seemingly unwilling to follow its new master. Andy slowly crouched down and untied the rope around the creature's neck. The mischievous little fellow gazed up with its round, curious eyes at the unfamiliar boy before it. Andy placed his hands on his knees, scrutinizing the little sea beast, realizing that it was not as fierce as he initially thought. It might simply be frightened. He extended his right hand, gently caressing the creature's fur, and the fluffy strands gradually lay flat against its back as he continued to stroke it. The little sea beast, which had been wide-eyed with fear, slowly began to close its eyes. Andy could sense the heartbeat of the sea creature's youngling, a rhythm as vigorous as that of a newborn, reverberating through his long-frozen heart. A pang of sorrow struck him, and tears cascaded down his smiling visage, landing on the tiny sea beast. The little creature slowly opened its eyes. Andy's right hand continued to bleed, while the young sea beast gradually stood upright. Dylan observed in awe as the youngling used its tiny tongue to gently lick the blood from around Andy's wound. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Andy's injury began to heal, and he gazed at the little sea beast with tear-filled eyes and a smile. Dylan, standing nearby, marveled at the connection between Andy and the youngling, exclaiming to Harris, "This abyssal sea creature possesses formidable healing abilities, but it bestows them only upon those it deems worthy." It appears quite fond of Andy. Harris, clutching his blood-stained backside, chuckled softly. Before long, Andy began frolicking with the little sea beast, prompting Dylan to inquire, "Have you given this youngling a name yet?" Andy replied, "He's simply too adorable. I shall call him Little Rascal." That moment, the sea creature abruptly paused, its large eyes fixed on Andy, who excitedly called out, "Little Rascal." Hearing this, the young beast wagged its tail joyfully. Dylan permitted Andy and Little Rascal to play together throughout the morning, and by noon, the trio enjoyed a meal of dried seaweed. Little Rascal burrowed into the sand and unearthed a shellfish, piquing Andy's curiosity. He watched as Little Rascal opened its mouth and repeatedly licked the shell. Before long, the shell began to part, and the youngling swiftly seized the tender meat within. Subsequently, Little Rascal smashed the shell and relished a delectable feast. Andy beamed at the sight, and after consuming the meat, Little Rascal licked its lips in apparent satisfaction. Harris, observing this, turned to Dylan and remarked, "There are clearly delicious morsels here. Why do you not share them with me?" Dylan replied, "Those shellfish are highly toxic. If the teacher desires them, I would gladly offer some." Upon hearing that the shellfish were poisonous, Andy exclaimed in alarm, "Wouldn't that mean Little Rascal?" Dylan reassured him, saying, "This sea creature is innately immune to the toxins of abyssal shellfish. Moreover, from my extensive observations, their remarkable healing abilities are linked to their long-standing diet of these toxic mollusks." Andy let out a sigh of relief, casting his gaze upon the slumbering Little Rascal. Harris, eyeing the scattered shells on the ground, lamented, "To think that such delightful food could be poisonous." Dylan refrained from elaborating. Instead, addressing Andy, "This afternoon, we shall visit the library." Andy nodded in agreement. Harris, feeling disheartened, remarked, "Had I known, I would not have descended. This cursed place holds no enjoyment whatsoever." With that, he flopped onto the stone bed and fell asleep. Andy followed Dylan into the basement, where a chilling atmosphere engulfed him, causing discomfort. Dylan activated a mechanism, revealing a small door. Observing Andy, who was clutching his arms tightly, he said, "When I first discovered this place, I could enter without bending down. Now, your entrance evokes memories of the past." Andy slowly stepped into the ancient library. He had never read a book, and none in the Aleth Tavern ever took out a tome during idle chatter. For Andy, the act of reading books seemed to be the exclusive privilege of the aristocracy and the affluent. He faced the dust-covered tomes. An overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over him. Dylan brought in cleaning supplies and remarked to Andy, "If you wish to read here, you must first tidy this place. It has been neglected for far too long, and the dust appears to have dulled its luster." Grasping the broom and mop, Andy felt an unsettling familiarity, though this experience was far removed from the treatment he received in the tavern. He surveyed the library's surroundings, nodded at Dylan, and commenced his cleaning. Dylan did not linger long. As he observed Andy beginning to rearrange the scattered books on the table, he turned to leave. As Andy examined the blurred inscriptions on the book covers, he realized he could not decipher a single word. He organized the books neatly on a clean table, but the volumes on the shelves were also encrusted with dust. He fetched a ladder to remove those books as well. Just then, a floating spirit suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "You clumsy fool! How dare you misplace my treasures and disturb my rest?" Startled by the unexpected outburst, Andy tumbled down beside the ladder. He turned to face the irate spirit seated in a chair and replied, "Sir, this place is engulfed in dust. I am merely endeavoring to clean it." The spirit turned its gaze upon Andy, and he felt an icy chill coursing through him. The spirit inquired, "Are you Dylan?" To which Andy hastily clarified, "Sir, I am not Dylan. I am simply tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of this place." The spirit, observing Andy's palpable distress, comforted him, "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. Yet, you seem far more obedient than that dullard Dylan. Very well, I shall overlook your reckless behavior this time. However, you must remember, you cannot speak of my appearance to anyone. Otherwise, when you fall asleep, I shall drag your soul to the deepest abyss of the underworld, where monsters will devour your essence, leaving you to become like me." Andy nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mischief scampered down the stairs to the entrance of the library, barking fervently. Andy rose to open the door, and Mischief rushed inside, searching for something. Observing the anxious little creature, Andy reassured, "It's nothing to worry about. Merely a restless spirit." As soon as he uttered those words, he quickly covered his mouth with his hands, glancing around cautiously. Mischief gradually calmed down, and Andy cheerfully said to his companion, "If you're concerned for me, why not stay and help me clean the library?" Mischief wagged his tail joyfully in response. Andy arranged the cleaned books neatly on the spotless table and then proceeded to tidy the shelves. By the afternoon, he had transformed the entire library into a pristine sanctuary. Sitting in a chair, he gazed at the fruits of his and Mischief's labor, a smile spreading across his face. Observing the stifling atmosphere of the place, he felt it lacked vitality. If only he could adorn it with some plants, it would be perfect. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering this vexing dilemma. Suddenly, he confided his aspirations for arranging the library to Mischievous, who seemed to grasp Andy's intentions. With his companion in tow, Mischievous led him away from the temple, heading towards the coral thicket. Chapter 28. The dark flower. Harris awoke, still unwilling to forgive the adult sea beast that had caused him harm. Adorned in several thick layers of seaweed, he approached the rear of the temple, fully equipped for confrontation. He regarded the slumbering beast with a grave expression and declared, "Today, whether you permit it or not, I must ride you, douc." As he spoke, Harris gestured towards the seaweed enveloping him, asserting, "I have prepared for protection. Even if you were to throw me off, it would not hurt." The sea beast opened its eyes to observe the self-talking Harris, lifting its head with drooping eyelids to scrutinize the old man's peculiar attire. Harris reiterated, "I have articulated my request quite clearly. I wonder how you have deliberated?" The sea beast slowly inclined its head closer, and Harris, gazing at the docile creature, remarked, "That's more like it." Imitating Andy's manner, he placed his right hand upon the sea beast and began to caress it. The sea beast pressed its head against Harris's body, swiftly tearing away the carefully crafted seaweed armor of the old wizard. Subsequently, Harris yelped in shock, clutching his groin as he hastily retreated to the temple, while the adult sea beast indulged in the delightful feast of the discarded seaweed attire. Dylan observed the two individuals, one old and one young, each finding amusement in their endeavors, which added a splash of color to his otherwise desolate existence. Following Mischievous, Andy arrived at a cluster of corals, exclaiming in joy at the vibrant hues before him. Mischievous gestured for Andy to proceed further, and he soon discovered that the surrounding corals had succumbed to death. However, their colors had not faded with the loss of life. Regarding the corals, Andy remarked to Mischievous, "I cannot move these corals by myself, and besides, I require several shade-loving plants." Upon hearing this, Mischievous led him onward, arriving at the very edge of the abyss, where through the thick protective shield, he beheld countless dark substances swirling rapidly in the distance. Andy turned to Mischievous and said, "That place is too terrifying. Let us seek another location." Mischievous, responding to Andy's words, guided him to the garden of the temple. This was the sanctuary where Dylan had painstakingly nurtured the dark flowers, yet despite his devoted care, these obstinate plants refused to thrive. As time passed, the flowers in this lifeless garden gradually withered away. Observing the grotesque blooms before him, Andy lamented, "They have all withered. I wonder if the roots still remain." Mischievous, hearing Andy's words, dashed forward to dig into the sandy soil with its paws. The thorny stems inflicted wounds upon Mischievous' skin, causing deep green blood to drip onto the parched flower stems. Seeing Mischievous injured, Andy rushed over, kneeling to gently lift the creature's paw. He blew softly on the wound and caressed Mischievous' head, saying, "Forget about these flowers. They have caused you harm." As he spoke, Andy embraced Mischievous, tears streaming down his face in sorrow. The mischievous little creature licked Andy's face with its tongue, and the crystalline tears cascaded down onto the playful beast. The moment the skin of this sea creature touched Andy's tears, it emitted a dazzling light. Andy stared in astonishment at the little one nestled in his arms. He observed the little creature stretching lazily, and as the radiance gradually faded, the originally dark gray beast transformed into a pristine white sea creature. Dylan sensed the release of energy and hurried to the temple garden, where Harris, wrapped in seaweed sheets, also arrived. Dylan was taken aback to find that the little creature had changed from dark gray fur to a brilliant white. This was the legendary snow beast, once ridden by the storm prophet in the ancient abyss. Dylan watched as Andy gently caressed the little creature, his face etched with sorrow, while the formerly wilted dark flower unexpectedly bloomed with vivid red blossoms. Dylan inquired, "What just happened?" Andy gazed at the snow-white creature and replied, "I merely sought some plants to adorn the library. The little one was digging up flower roots for me, and the thorns on the stems scraped its skin." Harris, observing Andy's incoherent ramblings, remarked, "Thank the heavens. I thought you had awakened the dark energy once more." Andy shook his head, denying Dylan's suspicions. It seemed that only Dylan comprehended the events that had just transpired, as he tugged at Harris's arm and said, "I will explain it to you in detail later." He cradled the injured little creature, with Andy sorrowfully trailing behind. As dusk approached, Dylan led Harris to transfer the dark flower and the corals that Andy desired to the basement library. Harris expressed immense dissatisfaction with this unpaid labor, incessantly grumbling along the way, which caused Dylan considerable vexation, prompting him to declare he would never again burden the teacher. After the three of them finished dinner, the little creature limped in, its tail wagging eagerly upon seeing Andy. Andy bent down to lift the little one, marveling at the snow-white sea beast in his arms, incessantly questioning the reason behind this transformation. Dylan patiently explained, "The dark flower is the source of the abyss's magical power, yet it does not flourish around my temple, and I am unaware of the reason. Years ago, I collected them from the depths of the abyss, and since then, they have not grown, leading me to nearly forget the existence of these hideous poisonous flowers." Andy, noticing Harris's silence, refrained from further inquiries. Dylan, observing the serious expressions of the two, stated, "In truth, the little creature was originally an ordinary sea beast that I nurtured, but it astonishingly evolved into a snow beast. This is indeed remarkable. Although the toxins of the dark flower did not harm the little one, they are not the conditions for its evolution." Harris, gazing at Andy's tear-streaked face, said, "I am beginning to regret taking you as my apprentice. Your incessant weeping is quite bothersome." Upon hearing this, Dylan turned to Andy, who seemed unfazed by his teacher's words, instead joyfully stroking the little creature, which lay gently nestled in Andy's embrace. Dylan beheld the crystalline tears of Andy, pure and unblemished, as they cascaded onto the mischievous creature's fur, causing its snowy coat to glisten as if droplets had fallen upon the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring ripples in their wake. With a smile, Dylan remarked, "I may have discerned the answer to this miracle." Chapter 29. The sleepless soul. Harris swiftly turned his head, inquiring, "What on earth is going on?" Dylan, gazing at the childlike Harris, replied, "I dare not say." Harris, visibly irritated, retorted, "You must return me by tomorrow morning. I would rather battle that wretched disciple than remain hidden in this soulless place." With that, Harris turned away in a huff. Dylan, seeing his mentor's discontent, felt compelled to acquiesce and reveal the truth. Upon hearing that the truth would be divulged, Harris perked up immediately, tilting his body and opening his mouth wide to listen intently. Unable to suppress a chuckle at his mentor's toothy grin, Dylan was met with Harris's irate demand. "What are you laughing at? Speak at once," Dylan stated. What truly allowed the mischievous one to evolve was not the toxin of the dark flower, but rather Andy's tears. Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his disciple's words, yet he soon questioned, "Can tears truly possess such miraculous properties?" Dylan replied, "It must be true." Ever since learning that tears could evolve the sea beasts, Dylan had been haunted by the sound of Harris's anguished cries echoing from the clearing behind the temple each night. Though perplexed by his mentor's actions, he found solace in the knowledge that as long as Harris remained in the abyss, his safety was assured. For several days, Andy tended to the wounds of the mischievous one, neglecting his studies in the library. Watching the transformed snow beast frolic joyfully with the young boy named Austin, Harris was consumed by jealousy. He pointed a stern finger at Andy, admonishing, "Are you so preoccupied with play that you neglect your studies?" Upon hearing Harris's lecture, Andy immediately set down the mischievous one and sincerely apologized to his teacher. Harris, feeling a surge of delight as he observed Andy's retreating figure, cast a furtive glance at the little creature. The snowy sea beast cub now stirred a ravenous desire within him, prompting him to approach slowly, yearning to cradle the legendary being in his arms. However, the mischievous one, perceiving the inscrutable expression on Harris's face, bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, causing Harris to retreat several steps, pressing himself against the wall as he scurried to the back of the temple in search of his steed. As Andy made his way towards the library, he suddenly noticed the mischievous one chasing after him. Elated, he scooped the creature up and entered the library. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. The entire library had been transformed. In one corner stood several luminous night corals, while a pot of dark flower rested upon a table, and a circular hole had been opened in the wall, resembling a ventilation shaft. Overjoyed, Andy cradled the mischievous one as he explored the library. From that day forth, as Andy tended to the injured creature, he also began his studies. However, being illiterate posed significant challenges in his self-learning endeavors. Yet, he refused to yield. Occasionally, he would inquire of Dylan, "Why can the mischievous one heal my wounds, yet it cannot recover swiftly itself?" Dylan remarked, "A sea beast, if injured, must rely solely on its own faculties to gradually recuperate. External forces are of no avail." Andy gazed at the mischievous one with a sense of guilt. Although Dylan frequently guided Andy's studies, his progress was painfully slow, yielding almost nothing after a month's time. One evening, after dinner, Andy ventured alone to the library as he meticulously pondered over the obscure text within a book. A spirit suddenly seated itself beside him, startling him. Turning to see the spirit he had encountered while cleaning the library, Andy stammered, "I did not intend to inform the mischievous one of your presence that day." The spirit looked at Andy and said, "As long as you prevent that little monster from coming here, you will have aided me. Furthermore, could you possibly speak to that old man and ask him to cease his wailing behind the temple?" As it spoke, the spirit adopted a fierce demeanor, causing Andy to tremble with fear. However, the spirit gradually relaxed its tightly clenched fists and implored, "You cannot fathom my plight. I am now afflicted with insomnia, all because he comes nightly to weep beside that unfortunate sea beast." At last, Andy grasped the troubling notion the spirit conveyed. Harris's nightly ritual was indeed a non-negotiable part of his routine. The spirit continued, "Did magic truly transform his wife into a sea beast?" Upon hearing this, Andy chuckled and replied, "I cannot concern myself with my teacher's affairs, but I assure you, I shall not bring the mischievous one with me on my next visit to the library." The spirit nodded in resignation, saying, "Very well. At least you have acquiesced to one of my conditions. For the time being, I shall refrain from harming you." "Yet, can you truly not persuade that whaler?" Andy shook his head, stating, "My teacher is utterly convinced that his tears will aid his steed's evolution, and thus he pays no heed to anyone's words." The spirit waved its hand dismissively, saying, "Even if he weeps himself to death, he will not conjure forth a divine beast. Now, enough of him. What brings you here?" Andy pointed to the books laid out on the table, and the spirit suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "Oh, you are studying, are you?" Andy affirmed, "Indeed, I am studying, but I cannot comprehend these texts, and Harris has stated that only by mastering the language inscribed here can he teach me the language of all things." The spirit, resting its chin on its hand, feigned deep contemplation, remarking, "Could it be that the whaler is Harris?" Andy confirmed, "Yes, he is my teacher and also Dylan's instructor." The spirit, astonished, exclaimed, "What? That whaler is indeed Dylan's teacher? How utterly remarkable!" Andy, unfazed by the spirit's animated expressions and incessant inquiries, remained patient. After a moment, the spirit chuckled and said, "I have suddenly conceived a splendid idea. Would you be interested in playing a game?" Andy replied, looking at the spirit, "I am studying. I do not wish to play games." The spirit, pointing at Andy with impatience, retorted, "You are even more obstinate than Dylan. I tell you, I shall teach you how to study, starting from the most fundamental letters. Otherwise, you shall remain here until your demise without acquiring any knowledge." Upon hearing that the spirit of the library intended to teach him, Andy immediately replied, "I cannot possibly agree to that. If Dylan or Harris were to find out about our dealings, the consequences would be dire." The spirit, with a mournful countenance, responded, "Fear not. We are merely engaging in a game. Nothing to be alarmed about. I simply wish to capture the absurd expression on their faces when they see your rapid progress, yet cannot fathom the reason behind it." Faced with the spirit's desperate pleas, Andy reluctantly acquiesced. He reasoned that if he could indeed acquire knowledge, it would be a boon, and should he fail, he could always start anew. Thus, he consented to the spirit's request and, observing the spirit's furrowed brow easing, inquired, "But I have yet to formally introduce myself to you." The spirit, slightly flustered by Andy's words, began to ascend slowly, declaring, "It has been an age since I have heard my name spoken. Now, in this confined space, I shall officially proclaim to the world that I am one of the ancient scholars, the illustrious Clarence. Chapter 30. The Dance of Death. The self-absorbed Clarence gradually closed his eyes, his withered, translucent hands fluttering in the air like wings, as he floated to the ceiling of the library, buoyed by the swift currents rising from the ground. Books swirled around him, racing within the room, while a melodious tune began to resonate in the surroundings. Andy, entranced, found himself moving rhythmically across the floor. Clarence opened his eyes, focusing on the graceful dancing of the youth, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After a burst of laughter, Andy completed his first class of his life. As he departed the library, he reflected on the delightful experience of the lesson. He gradually came to realize that Clarence was indeed a remarkable teacher. Rather than mock or belittle him for his lack of educational foundation, he meticulously crafted a learning plan tailored to Andy's illiteracy, guiding him from the basics to more complex concepts using the available books. As Andy traversed the basement en route to the hall, the mischievous snow beast approached, having not seen its master for some time. It shook its head and wagged its tail excitedly, prompting Andy to joyfully lift it and spin around within the sanctuary. Sensing something amiss, Dylan entered the hall and witnessed Andy dancing exuberantly, albeit performing the dance of death upon the slick floor. This was a unique hypnotic magic of the ancient spirits, capable of temporarily alleviating the worries of the living. However, as the dancer grew increasingly reliant on the enchanting steps, he would tread ever closer to the precipice of death, his essence to be siphoned by the grantor of the dance. Dylan rushed forward, seizing Andy's right hand, demanding, "Where did you learn this dance?" Andy, initially lost in a blissful reverie, was abruptly yanked back to reality. With a dazed expression, he gazed at Dylan and stammered, Just as he was about to divulge the truth about Clarence, he clamped his left hand over his mouth, his flushed face rendering him conspicuously awkward. Dylan knelt down patiently to elucidate the perils of the dance of death to Andy. Once Andy regained his senses, he let out a long sigh and subsequently recounted the encounter with the ancient soul in the library. Upon hearing the name Clarence, Dylan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then advised Andy, saying, "Perhaps this dance allows Clarence to siphon the souls of others, but it will not affect you. From now on, you may only follow him to learn the knowledge within books. You must never engage in the study of ghostly magic alongside him, lest the dark seed within you sprout anew." Andy nodded earnestly. Every day, Clarence led Andy in the dance of death at the library. However, this ancient soul, brimming with wisdom yet harboring ulterior motives, felt an unprecedented sense of dread while absorbing Andy's essence. He pondered the reason behind this fear. At first, he suspected that Andy was secretly concealing a mischievous spirit somewhere in the library, but after fruitless searches, he abandoned that notion. Yet, he began to suspect that this seemingly innocent boy was concealing a hidden secret. Ultimately, Clarence failed to extract even a trace of the living essence from Andy. Instead, the remaining essence of his own soul gradually diminished through their close encounters. Andy made remarkable progress in his studies. Even Harris found himself puzzled by how the illiterate Andy could finish an ancient tome in such a short span and subsequently compose his own study notes based on the spells described within. Yet, he remained oblivious to Clarence's presence. After dinner, Harris stealthily followed Andy to the library, eager to witness how the boy engaged in his studies. When he observed Andy reading aloud to the air, the old sorcerer was left utterly astounded. A colossal demon floated beside Andy, its gaping maw voraciously devouring the essence of all surrounding tomes. Beside Andy, a gaunt soul gazed at the engrossed boy with a yearning expression, revealing a profound longing for life and an aspiration for immortality. Just as Harris was about to intervene, a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Startling him, he turned to find Dylan, who swiftly covered his mouth to silence him. Dylan led Harris back to the hall, where the obstinate elder inquired, "Why not let me save Andy?" Dylan smiled and replied, "The one who needs saving is not Andy, but Clarence." Curiosity piqued, Harris asked, "Who is Clarence?" Dylan recounted the tale of his fall from the Tower of Time and his fateful encounter with Clarence in the abyss. During the collapse of the tower, Dylan was safeguarded by a strange creature, ensuring his safe arrival in the abyss. The very black energy that surged from the depths of the abyss had rescued him, a serpentine force that incessantly drained the essence of ancient souls. The area around the temple was once the city of forgotten souls, where ancient spirits lived carefree in these waters. However, with the fall of the Tower of Time, the foundation of the city was irrevocably shattered, prompting these ancient souls to migrate towards the temple. They established a protective barrier around the temple and made it their home. Dylan remarked, "I am but an outsider. However, the unique death dance they have created cannot harm me or rob my soul. Instead, it freely bestows its essence upon me." With the revelation of this secret, all ancient souls chose to descend into the abyss. Unexpectedly, their fragile forms were consumed by a creature named Jacob lurking within the depths of the abyss. The ancient souls that narrowly escaped returned to the temple. Among them was Clarence, one of the ancient souls. He deliberately divulged the location of the library to me and offered himself as my mentor. Yet, I, infused with dark energy from the Tome of Shadows, not only thwarted his intentions but also absorbed his essence. This left the anxious Clarence in a state of disappearance. Little did I anticipate that he would employ the same method to siphon Andy's essence. The most ludicrous part was that he taught Andy the death dance, which only accelerated the depletion of his own essence, for the dark energy within Andy was far more terrifying than that of Jacob from the abyss. He simply remained oblivious to this fact. As soon as Dylan finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the temple, with all sea beasts, including the mischievous one, howling in unison. Chapter 31. The assault of Jacob. Andy dashed out of the temple and beheld the mischievous one continuously roaring towards a thicket of coral. The swirling black matter from the depths of the abyss was slowly advancing towards them, with the entwined cylindrical forms concealing countless vengeful gazes. Dylan, wielding the cursed crimson staff, raised his voice to warn of the impending foe, summoning the guardian creatures. These plump elemental beings stood in orderly formation around the temple. Harris, leading the sea beasts, approached the temple's perimeter. Observing the approaching monstrosity, he glanced at Dylan, whose expression was grave, and curiously inquired, "Is there a rival of yours in this place?" Dylan turned to Harris and replied, "Perhaps you have forgotten the abyssal devourer that was imprisoned by the Tower of Time's rift." At the mention of this once familiar name, Harris trembled. It was the calamity he had inadvertently conjured while studying the Tome of Shadows prior to becoming the most renowned mage of the vast continent. He questioned in confusion, "Wasn't that creature thought to have perished after plummeting off the cliff?" Dylan stated, "The devourer did not meet its demise. It dragged me into the depths of the abyss at the time. I was unaware of its motives, but with Jacob's emergence, I realized that these two forces of darkness had merged. Over the course of several years, they have relentlessly expanded their influence. Periodically, these repugnant beings would approach the temple, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Jacob, brandishing a trident, appeared opposite the thicket of coral, his greedy eyes fixed upon Andy. The mischievous one immediately began to shout at Jacob, while Andy bent down to comfort it. Dylan displayed no sign of fear in the face of the unfolding situation. As Jacob, eager to attack, seemed to be testing the impenetrable barrier, Dylan proclaimed, "The night has grown quite late. Must you always choose this hour to greet me?" Jacob remained silent, a smile plastered across his face. Dylan scanned the area around Jacob and inquired curiously, "Why is it that the abyssal devourer did not accompany you this time?" Jacob, with a playful laugh, remarked, "Do I truly need to bring along that burden merely to behold the delectable feast that awaits me?" As he spoke, this effervescent creature gazed hungrily at Andy. Dylan pointed the cursed red toward Jacob, who promptly raised his hands in a feigned plea for mercy. As the ocean waters surged around Jacob, the entire temple trembled, leaving Dylan utterly astonished. In accordance with past customs, this abyssal demon king would typically engage in mere provocation within the temple, yet this time he appeared to be well prepared, and the situation was decidedly dire. Jacob disdainfully declared, "Do not presume that your forced evolution will transform this dreary place into a garden akin to the Tower of Time. In the absence of life, this realm shall ultimately become my paradise. Though the cursed red possesses great power, how can you harness the capabilities of this ancient artifact without the gift of dark magic?" Harris, observing Dylan's exposed chest, finally comprehended why Dylan had escaped harm from the rift devourer. He had purged his dark magic affinity, leaving within him the heart of nature forged from light magic. The purity and goodness within Dylan had allowed him to evolve to the highest realm of rune magic, a feat that filled Harris with both admiration and embarrassment, as this was a desire he had failed to fulfill in his own lifetime. Dylan placed the cursed red upon the coral, extending his palms toward Jacob. The tidal force pierced through the protective barrier, striking Jacob directly, causing his effervescent form to wither under the impact of the demigod-level magic. Jacob clutched his wounded belly, wailing in agony, then turned to seize a fully grown sea beast, which he had clawed open with his sharp talons, smearing its green blood upon his injury. Harris stared in astonishment at the struggling sea beast, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own steed. He quickly turned to search for his mount, but to no avail. "Beast, release my treasure," he shouted. Mischief, witnessing the adult sea beast ensnared by Jacob, let out a thunderous roar, instantly growing to match Jacob's size. This sudden transformation left everyone present in utter shock. Andy, seeing mischief poised to break through the protective barrier to rescue the adult sea beast, swiftly grasped the cursed red that Dylan had placed upon the coral. At the moment this ancient artifact made contact with Andy, lightning erupted from the depths of the abyss, illuminating the darkness with countless bolts of energy, allowing Dylan to finally behold the entirety of the abyss. Andy gazed at the furious mischief, who, in a fit of rage, lowered its head to gently carry its master. Harris, trembling with fear, watched as the beast's gaping maw approached, but mischief smoothly deposited Andy onto its back. Dylan, witnessing this, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Andy tightened his legs, and mischief burst through the protective barrier, charging toward Jacob, while Dylan utilized tidal power to mend the damaged shield. Jacob, seeing his long-desired feast approaching, joyfully discarded the sea beast he had captured. Seizing the moment, Andy raised the cursed red, weaving countless strands of black energy into a vast net, ensnaring the sea beast. Before pivoting to head back to the temple, Jacob, unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, swiftly swam ahead of Andy. Andy gazed at the smug Jacob and said, "I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Please step aside." Jacob, shaking with laughter, retorted, "But I yearn to witness the true power of the legendary Beastmaster of the Snow." Andy could sense the formidable aura emanating from his adversary. The curse of crimson in his grasp shimmered brilliantly amidst the swirling currents. Imitating Dylan's stance, he swung the ancient artifact forward, unleashing a fan-shaped shockwave directed at Jacob. Harris, observing the dashing Andy, remarked, "I never anticipated that within just 2 months, this young boy would have become so remarkable. I too wish to confront that hideous creature." Dylan smiled and replied, "He possesses the curse of crimson and can harness the energy of the artifact through his dark magical affinity, something neither you nor I can achieve. Furthermore, without the curse of crimson, venturing out would spell our doom. Let us not forget we are in the abyssal depths, where pressure and asphyxiation could claim our lives." Jacob, confronted with the shockwave unleashed by the curse of crimson, did not hesitate. He utilized the fan currents generated by his trident to deflect Andy's assault, while simultaneously regretting his earlier reckless actions. After their encounter, this creature, hidden deep within the abyss, realized it faced a genuine opponent. It had not anticipated that besides Dylan, there existed a young boy with dark magical prowess capable of standing against it. The swift waters from the canyon surged forth, carrying boulders towards the temple. Upon witnessing this, Dylan shouted, "Danger! It is the Rift Devourer." Harris, noticing numerous serpent-like monstrosities emerging from the distant canyon, spiraled ominously towards Andy, felt a surge of urgency. Chapter 32. The Rift Devourer. Little Mischief sensed the looming danger. With a fierce roar, the waters surrounding Andy abruptly stilled, ensnaring the spiraling Rift Devourer in place. Jacob, taken aback by the sight of the snow beast, realized he might have to pay the price for his earlier folly. The meticulously planned ambush had grown increasingly complex with the involvement of the Rift Devourer. Little Mischief pawed vigorously at the solidified seawater. Stretching its neck, it lifted its head high, and a golden horn suddenly emerged atop the snow beast's crown. This horn radiated a dazzling brilliance, and seizing the moment, Andy unleashed the curse of crimson towards Jacob in a state of panic. The abyssal demon hurled nearby rocks in a desperate attempt to shield himself. As the waters resumed their flow, Jacob abandoned his cumbersome form, allowing his head to retreat alone into the depths of the abyss. The once ensnared Rift Devourer writhed and encircled Andy, leaving Harris in a state of acute anxiety. He turned to Dylan and said, "I may not be a competent teacher, but I have not relinquished my chance for salvation. If in the future you can thwart the dark forces that torment the denizens of this vast continent, I shall depart without regret." Upon hearing this, Dylan retrieved a parchment from his waist, and Harris clearly saw the ancient prophecy depicted upon it. "When darkness besieges and none can withstand, the storm prophet shall ride the snow beast, raising the lightning to be reborn upon this land." As Harris gazed at Andy in the distance, he suddenly comprehended that the prophecy had come to fruition. This old sorcerer immediately began to concentrate all his luminous energy into one singular point. In the midst of his fierce battle with the Rift Devourer, Andy suddenly beheld the ethereal form of Harris materializing beside him. A profound force of radiant light enveloped him, reminiscent of a sensation he had once experienced during a deep meditation. As he gazed upon Harris raising his right palm, an action akin to soothing a troubled spirit, Andy instinctively lowered his head. The Rift Devourer recoiled several steps, emitting a dolorous howl, struck by the blinding luminescence emanating from Andy. With the flash, Harris vanished behind him, and the youth's eyes immediately ignited with a crimson glow, a manifestation of Harris's entire runic energy. The Rift Devourer, confronted by the boy cloaked in formidable light magic, hesitated at last. Seizing the moment, Andy thrust the curse of red into the creature's body, causing a torrent of dark blood to erupt. The Rift Devourer was grievously wounded, swaying precariously as it sought refuge among the crevices of the rock. As a pulsating black heart fell onto the stones, the Rift Devourer summoned soul hounds, their maws dripping with a viscous black liquid, charging toward Andy with ferocity. Dylan, recognizing the familiar black heart, cried out, "Destroy the black heart!" Andy unleashed the curse of red, a watery arc piercing the once throbbing heart, causing the soul hounds to dissipate into nothingness. The Rift Devourer lashed out with a whip-like weapon, ensnaring Andy's hand, the rotting tip rapidly spreading its decay to the end of the curse of red. Andy gripped the artifact tightly, refusing to yield. Dylan, from behind the protective barrier, channeled the power of the tides, sending a wave crashing against the Rift Devourer, which staggered and loosened its grip. The creature, born of dark tomes, was rendered unconscious, its serpentine form slackening and floating within the sea. Gasping for breath, Andy was carried back to the temple by the snow beast, utterly exhausted. The rescued sea creature approached the fallen Harris, and to everyone's astonishment, this normally obstinate denizen of the deep licked the wrinkled visage of the old man. Dylan repaired the barrier and knelt beside Harris, tears cascading onto the face of the old man who had wandered for half a lifetime seeking redemption. Disembarking from the snow beast, Andy gazed upon Harris, who often played and frolicked with him, his eyes brimming with tears. Whether during their serendipitous encounters in the Black Mountain or their time spent in the abyss, he felt a profound respect for the elderly figure, whose life now hung by a thread. The sea creature, saved by Andy, gently rested its head against Harris, extending its tongue to lick the increasingly ashen face. As the viscous saliva coated the old mage's lips, he gradually opened his eyes. With a renewed hue, Harris nodded at Andy, who had vanquished the Rift Devourer. Suddenly, Dylan turned, striking the exterior of the barrier with the power of the tides. Andy noticed Jacob's head had inexplicably returned, the grotesque visage devouring the unconscious Rift Devourer whole. Harris sighed, remarking, "It seems Andy's graduation ceremony was rather hasty, and I nearly lost my life." The mature sea creature continued to lick the awakening Harris, who, with his hair turned white, joyfully patted the creature's head, exclaiming, "This fellow has never been so affectionate toward me before." Saying this, tears of excitement streamed down Harris's face, in the depths of the abyss. A gradual tranquility settled, yet the cursed crimson orbs activated by the malediction became increasingly animated. Dylan remarked as he observed the powerful currents being unleashed, "The day when the lightning strike is summoned will herald the complete liberation of the abyss from Jacob's dominion." 2 disciples assisted Harris in returning to the temple for rest in the subsequent days. Harris remained inseparable from the sea beast, no longer the stern overseer of Andy's studies, nor the one who would weep beside the creature in the dead of night. More often, Andy found the old man peacefully sitting alongside the adult sea beast, lost in contemplation, affectionately referring to his steed as Long Tongue. Following that night, Dylan did not retract the cursed crimson. Instead, he instructed Andy to place this ancient artifact amidst the coral near the abyss. This relic intertwined with the mysterious forces of lightning in the distance, as if commencing a lengthy and intricate ritual. Ever since his confrontation with Jacob, Andy harbored a fervent desire to explore the vicinity of the abyss, a notion he shared with Dylan. Dylan acknowledged that although they had temporarily vanquished Jacob, the demon, who had consumed the Rift Devourer, was gathering strength deep within the abyss. The 2 dark forces had thoroughly merged, and he was now employing the cursed crimson to monitor the activities in the abyss's depths. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly repair the damaged protective barrier surrounding the temple, and Harris, having lost his magical powers, needed to replenish his sustenance with meat. Otherwise, he would not endure long in the perpetually dim and chill-laden abyss. Andy volunteered to procure food for Dylan. The hunting grounds were designated at the storm beach behind the abyss. After confirming that the sea beast could survive on land, Andy mounted his snow beast, armed with the dagger Dylan had discovered in the storage chest, traversing the passageway of the abyss. Before him lay the land he had not seen for half a year. As the brilliant sunlight bathed the face of the golden-haired youth, a beautiful grove of coconut trees unfolded before him. Chapter 33. Storm Beach. Andy's feet sank into the soft sand, and as he gazed upon the verdant coconut grove, he involuntarily closed his eyes. The refreshing sea breeze rustled his tattered seaweed attire. The world before him had transformed dramatically over the course of several months. He was no longer the boy hiding in corners, plotting revenge against Rebecca, nor the self-doubting individual reluctant to reveal his true thoughts before Ferdinand. Now, he had been imbued with Harris's radiant magical abilities, and his diligent studies had granted him a rudimentary understanding of ancient magic. Yet, the most precious realization was that he had come to acknowledge his past mistakes, and he understood the type of person he aspired to become. A young mage, filled with ideals and a sense of justice, now stood upon the vast expanse of the continent. Andy, reluctant to open his eyes, felt the sea breeze rushing past his ears. The perpetual grayness of the abyss had deprived this spirited youth of the vibrancy of life for far too long. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged from the soles of his feet, radiating throughout his entire body. The anguished cries of Andy echoed across the storm beach, tears streaming down his contorted cheeks and falling onto the sand. After a few sobs, he tremblingly lifted his bloodied left foot. He had yet to grasp the situation when the sand beneath his right foot erupted outward like a fountain, causing Andy, who had lost his balance, to be toppled over by a powerful force. The snow beast observed its swaying master with curiosity, its eyes filled with an expression of bewilderment reminiscent of Harris's steed. Sitting on the ground, Andy cradled his injured left foot in his hands, while the mischievous creature approached and extended its long tongue to lick the paw of its master, which was smeared with sand and blood. The viscous saliva worked to mend the wound, and Andy gradually rose to his feet. Gazing into the distance, a blood-soaked spear slowly emerged from the sand, followed by a pangolin bearing a diminutive figure who ambled over to Andy's side. The mischievous creature baring its teeth and emitting a terrifying sound. The rider of the pangolin inquired, "It seems you have not been harmed, have you?" Andy, covering his now-healed left foot, retorted angrily, "How could I not be hurt? The blood on your spear is proof enough." The small figure removed his helmet and glasses, exclaiming joyfully, "I never expected to encounter an Austonian on Storm Beach, especially one who speaks our Bunyar tongue." Andy regarded the Bunyar before him and remarked, "I once had 4 Bunyar companions, but unfortunately, they are all lost now." The little Bunyar calmed the restless pangolin and approached Andy, saying, "Could you ask your hulking companion to quiet down for a moment? It has frightened my mount." Andy gestured for the mischievous creature to cease its growling, and the tall, fierce-looking snow beast immediately adopted an endearing smile. Seeing Andy's friendly gesture, the little Bunyar beamed and introduced himself. "My name is Xiaozu, and I am a hunter." Andy briefly introduced himself as well, omitting much of the tale of the abyss, merely informing Xiaozu that he was an apprentice mage. Xiaozu laughed heartily, saying, "You are the first mage I have ever encountered since my birth. But your attire is quite peculiar. What material is it made from?" Andy tugged at his clothing, inadvertently tearing a piece, which caused a dried seaweed to enter his mouth. Xiaozu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "It's actually edible clothing. How marvelous." Upon hearing Xiaozu's admiration, Andy suddenly realized just how practical Dylan's garment truly was. As Xiaozu continued to marvel at Andy's attire, he circled around the mischievous creature, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the first time I have ever seen such a colossal creature." Upon hearing Xiaozu refer to his companion as a monster, Andy, irritated, replied, "His name is Mischief, not Monster." Xiaozu led his pangolin to stand before the snow beast, comparing them and asked, "If your mount is called Mischief, then what should I name my coconut root? Perhaps Little Coconut Root?" Or, Andy, observing Xiaozu deep in thought, said, "You needn't ponder what our mounts are called. Just a few days ago, Mischief was no larger than your coconut root, but somehow it has grown." Xiaozu approached and joyfully embraced the furry leg of Mischief. Attempting to climb up, Mischief, with a flick of its left front leg, sent Xiaozu flying, and with a graceful somersault, he landed on the distant sandy ground. He elegantly tossed his hair and remarked, "A splendid landing." Andy gazed at the mischievous Xiaozu and inquired, "Why did you thrust your spear into the ground, only to injure my foot?" Xiaozu looked at Andy's foot and replied, "I was probing the earth with my spear in search of prey, yet your foot appears unscathed. Why then do you claim my spear has harmed you?" Andy lifted his left foot in indignation and retorted, "My little rascal can swiftly heal my wounds, hence you cannot perceive my injury. However, your bloodied spear serves as the most compelling evidence." Xiaozu picked up the spear, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, and said, "Indeed, it carries the scent of fresh blood." He shook his head while gazing at Andy, exclaiming, "How astonishing it is that an Austonian clad in garments fashioned from seaweed, accompanied by a mount taller than an elephant, has ventured to Stormy Beach. Surely, you must be lost." Upon hearing this, Andy replied, "You are the peculiar one. adorned in sand-encrusted attire and leading an armored pangolin, foraging for prey amidst the sands. Xiaozhua burst into hearty laughter at Andy's words, tugging at the pangolin's leash, which caused the little creature, named Coconut Root, to shift positions repeatedly. Andy addressed Xiaozhua, saying, "Let us not make our initial meeting overly awkward, yet I am most curious. Why is your mount named Coconut Root?" Xiaozhua, still chuckling, responded, "Coconut Root is the mount with the poorest sense of direction among all the bunnier people. It invariably collides with coconut roots whenever it enters the sand, which is why none of the bunnier folk favor it. Only I remain steadfastly loyal with that." Xiaozhua proudly raised his chin. Andy, observing the innocent Xiaozhua, stated, "I have come here in search of sustenance. Could you guide me to the best hunting grounds in the vicinity?" Xiaozhua cheerfully replied, "I am the most exceptional hunter among the bunnier, and you have indeed posed your question to the right person. There are numerous turtle eggs buried in the sands of Stormy Beach." Hearing this, Andy shook his head in resignation, saying, "Collecting turtle eggs hardly qualifies as hunting. Is there no other game?" Xiaozhua, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, suggested, "You might try the wild boars in Emma Forest. They appear to be no smaller than your mount." As Andy prepared to bid farewell, the bunnier hunter interjected, "You are unfamiliar with the route from Stormy Beach to Emma Forest? Allow me to accompany you tomorrow. However, you must relinquish half of the food you procure." Xiaozhua squinted his small eyes at Andy, awaiting the response from this young Austonian. Andy promptly agreed, "Very well, you lead, and I shall hunt. The spoils shall be shared equally." Ecstatic, Xiaozhua affectionately cradled Coconut Root's face, showering it with kisses as he joyfully exclaimed, "You see, we have a companion now." Xiaozhua glanced at the sky and then said to Andy, "Let us return to my village today, where we can gather more skilled hunters. Tomorrow, we shall assuredly reap a bountiful harvest." Andy also wished for a brief respite, so the young sorcerer from the abyss of the deep sea followed Xiaozhua to the bunnier village, not far from Storm Beach. Chapter 34. The bunnier village. Xiaozhua's village was nestled in a clearing amidst the trees, surrounded by bizarre rock formations, with a stream meandering past the village towards the Emma Forest. Xiaozhua led Andy to the entrance of the village, signaling to the sentry. The bunnier man wearing a straw hat peeked out from behind a wooden post. Upon seeing the mischievous creature, he dropped his spear in fright and fainted. Xiaozhua, helplessly gazing at the unconscious guard, shouted, "Hurry and inform the chief. We have esteemed guests arriving." More than a dozen bunnier villagers, clad in animal hides, emerged from behind the walls, their eyes widening at the sight of Xiaozhua returning with an Austonian and a peculiar beast adorned with white fur and golden horns, leading to hushed whispers in the corner. Observing this, Andy turned to Xiaozhua and remarked, "It seems your kin hold me in low regard. I might as well hunt alone." Xiaozhua, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt that his people's reaction was a slight to his honor. He then turned to Andy and asked, "Would you kindly allow me to ride upon the back of your companion?" Andy smiled and replied, "I cannot promise you that. Each time I mount, it is with her carrying me onto her back. I cannot be certain whether she would permit you to ride." Xiaozhua's expression turned troubled upon hearing this, and after pacing for a moment, he clapped his hands and proposed, "How about this? You give me the reins of your companion, and I shall lead her." Andy spread his arms and stated, "My dear companion has never been accustomed to reins." Xiaozhua found himself in a predicament and explained to Andy, "I merely wish for the villagers to witness my prowess. Otherwise, leading a stranger here without prior notice to the chief makes it rather difficult to gain entry." Andy, observing Xiaozhua's dilemma, suggested, "Why not let me confer with my companion, and you can hold onto the fur on her legs instead? The villagers are too far away to discern if you are holding reins or merely her leg hair." Upon hearing this, Xiaozhua leaped with joy, exclaiming, "The Austonian is indeed clever. Is this in any way related to your striking blue eyes?" As he spoke, Xiaozhua gazed up at Andy with admiration. Despite his considerable progress in his studies in the abyss, Andy had never received such compliments from those around him, and hearing praise from a bunnier he had just met caused his cheeks to flush crimson. Xiaozhua slowly approached the creature, cautiously attempting to grasp the long fur on her legs. Immediately, the beast lowered her head, fixing her large eyes on Xiaozhua, causing the self-proclaimed finest hunter of the bunnier to release his grip at that moment. Andy stepped forward and handed a tuft of fur from the creature's leg to Xiaozhua, who, exhilarated, grasped the snow beast's fur and shouted, "I have captured a grand prize. Quickly, open the gates." The bunnier villagers, who had been whispering in the corner, looked upon Xiaozhua, leading the great beast at the gates, and burst into jubilant cheers, celebrating as the gates swung open, and more than a dozen bunnier villagers joyfully surged forth to welcome Xiaozhua as a hero into their village. Andy trailed behind the crowd as they entered the village, where a large group of bunnier people immediately surrounded Shazwa, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy, both young and old alike. Andy was no stranger to the bunnier, for many resided in Austin City. Some engaged in commerce, others undertook menial tasks, while a few resorted to begging. The bunnier here seemed to lead a remarkably contented life within this modest village. They hoisted Shazwa high and began to dance around the village in jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Andy settled down on the ground in a corner of the village with his companion. Naughty, at that moment, a young bunnier girl approached, her curious gaze fixed upon Andy. Observing the child's attire, Andy inquired, "Why aren't you joining them in their dance and revelry?" The little bunnier replied in a hushed tone, "I came to see Shazwa's prey." Andy, with a gentle smile, reassured her, "Naughty and I are not Shazwa's prey." Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, "You can speak bunnier?" Andy nodded, explaining, "During my time in Austin City, I was surrounded by many bunnier, and I have several bunnier friends, so I have learned a bit of your language." The girl's face lit up with delight as she responded, "You are truly remarkable." She then approached Naughty, gently stroking its fur with her delicate hands. Andy was initially taken aback by this gesture, but seeing Naughty gradually relax and sit down, he felt a sense of relief. He curiously observed the interaction between the bunnier girl and his majestic snow beast. The girl, gazing tenderly at the enormous creature, introduced herself, "My name is Tuacite." "What is your name?" Naughty, extending its long tongue, playfully licked Tuacite, who squealed with joy, her face now glistening with saliva as she bounced around excitedly. Once Naughty had calmed down, Andy ventured alone to survey the terrain surrounding the village. The settlement was nestled against a great mountain, flanked by dense woods on both sides, with an open area at the entrance. The village comprised over 10 wooden huts scattered along its periphery, while at the center stood a slightly larger wooden house. Andy approached this central structure slowly. The reveling bunnier noticed the unfamiliar figure making his way toward the chief's abode and quickly converged upon him. Their gazes filled with suspicion. At that moment, Shazwa hurriedly parted the crowd and addressed them loudly, "Please, everyone, quiet down. This wizard from Austin has been invited to assist us in dealing with the tusked beasts." A voice from the crowd inquired, "What about the prey in the corner?" Shazwa, lowering his head in embarrassment, confessed, "I should not have deceived you. That colossal creature is his mount." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Andy, observing the bunnier gradually quieting, stated, "I have come here to hunt. My mentor urgently requires meat to replenish his strength." Shazwa interjected, "Indeed. We are prepared to confront the tusked beasts together." Andy softly asked, "What are the tusked beasts?" Shazwa replied quietly, "They are the wild boars we have agreed to hunt." Andy nodded in understanding. The door of the wooden cabin swung open unexpectedly, revealing an elderly Buner man who emerged, leaning on a cane. The frail-looking elder gazed at Andy and said, "Please, come in, young man." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Zazua whispered to Andy, "This is our leader, Buck." Andy followed Buck into the dimly lit cabin, finding the ambience not unfamiliar. The illumination in the abyssal temple was decidedly more dismal than here. Buck gestured for Andy to sit on the floor, his curious eyes scrutinizing Andy's peculiar attire as he inquired, "Young man, I overheard something through the wooden planks earlier, and I am somewhat perplexed. Would you be willing to share the truth with me?" Chapter 35. Buck's gift. Andy regarded the eloquent Buck and replied, "I indeed require some meat to nourish my mentor, but I am not well acquainted with the terrain around here. Zazuo invited me to hunt with him, and thus I followed him to the village." Buck, eyeing the youthful Austin lad before him, asked, "Are you aware of the power of the tusks?" Andy responded, "Zazuo just informed me that the tusk belongs to a wild boar. As for its power, I am uncertain, but I am eager to see it." Upon hearing this, Buck pressed his right hand against his ribcage, struggling to catch his breath. Observing Buck's labored speech, Andy inquired, "Are you unwell?" Buck lifted his garment, revealing that thick burlap was wrapped around his ribs, blood seeping incessantly through the seams. Andy exclaimed, "You have sustained such grave injuries. Why do you not seek immediate treatment?" Buck lowered his garment and gazed at the animal skins hanging on the wall, stating, "The forest Buner are inherently a part of nature. We extract sustenance from this land to survive, yet once we lose our ability to hunt, we must unreservedly return our remaining life to this land." Andy, witnessing Buck endure such excruciating pain, said, "I can have little mischief heal your wounds, should you consent?" Buck lifted his head to meet the gaze of the golden-haired youth, replying, "My life is but a whisper away from its end. Even Trist cannot heal me. Is your little mischief truly skilled in the art of healing?" Andy refrained from answering Buck's inquiry and rose to exit the wooden cabin. Outside, Little Mischief was frolicking with Trist near the surrounding wall. Andy hurried over to Trist, instructing, "Scrape some of Little Mischief's saliva and apply it to Buck's wounds." No other member of the tribe, aside from their leader Buck, had ever dared to issue such a command to Trist. The crowd that had gathered around Buck's cabin fell silent. Trist looked up at Andy and nodded, then rose to retrieve a wooden bowl and spoon from a nearby rack. She gently addressed Little Mischief, saying, "Could you give me a bit of your saliva?" Upon hearing Trist's request, Little Mischief extended her long tongue to lick Trist's face. The innocent girl laughed as she used the wooden spoon to scrape the saliva off her face and into the bowl, before making her way to the herbal patch to mix the crushed herbs with the saliva. Tristan presented the meticulously blended herbs before Andy, as Josua opened the door and ushered Tristan and Andy into Buck's wooden dwelling. Tristan gently unraveled the blood-stained burlap from Buck, and Andy was immediately assailed by a foul stench. Tristan evenly applied the salve from the wooden bowl onto Buck's wounds. The haggard leader suddenly heard the call of the deep sea. With a serene smile, he reclined slowly, and as the sound of his snoring filled the air, Andy seemed to envision Ferdinand in the bathtub of the Atwood camp. Tristan, observing Andy's solemn expression, was taken aback to see his eyes glistening with tears. Josua gently tugged at Tristan, and the two exited the cabin, leaving behind the sorrowful Andy and the drowsy Buck. As the silvery moonlight bathed the stormy beach, Buck gradually regained consciousness. Andy, gazing at Buck's flushed complexion, remarked, "Your wounds should be healing well." Buck looked in astonishment at his ribcage. The gaping wound from the fong had indeed healed. Andy continued, "Shall we contemplate the matter of hunting now?" Buck nodded and replied, "I admire your bravery, but tomorrow's hunt is extraordinary, and your attire is utterly unsuitable. I can smell the fishy odor from across the wooden planks." Andy tore off a piece of seaweed and offered it to Buck, stating, "I usually rely on this to stave off hunger. The taste may be unpalatable, but one gets accustomed to it." Buck did not refuse Andy's seaweed. The elder slowly chewed it and remarked, "It is indeed a rather unique sustenance." Attempting to rise, Buck found it effortless, and he approached the pillar to present his hunting gear to Andy. Andy had never encountered such exquisitely crafted pelts and quivers. He hesitated to accept Buck's offering. Buck smiled and said, "Since the heavens have sent you to save my life, let these trinkets that have accompanied me through half my existence serve as a modest gift." As Andy watched the benevolent Buck extend his trembling hands, the elderly man personally removed the seaweed from Andy and meticulously adorned him with his hunting equipment. Observing the diminutive gear now adorning the young Austinian, Buck expressed contentedly, "Were you to grow a bit taller, these pelts might serve merely as your adornments." Andy exclaimed with enthusiasm, "If Dylan were to see me in this gear, he would be utterly envious." Buck nodded with a smile. The door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing the eager forest bunnier people who beheld a young Austinian clad in the leader's attire. Tristan rushed over to Andy, her heart racing with excitement, as if a small rabbit were nestled within her chest. Her face flushed with color. Josua, upon seeing Andy draped in pelts, immediately whistled, prompting all the bunnier to leap joyously. Hearing the cheers from outside, Buck emerged, supported by Josua. With a smile, Buck declared, "The heavens have sent this Austinian youth to rescue our tribe. Let us kindle the bonfire, prepare the roasting pit, and host our distant guests with the finest of our strong wines." Amidst the throng, an exuberant cheer erupted, as a dozen robust young bunnier lads rushed to the front of the wooden cabin, lifting Andy aloft, while the crowd encircled them in a jubilant display of song and dance. A bonfire was ignited in the village, and Andy was seated beside Buck. Trist brought forth a roasted leg of lamb, and Josua raised his cup towards Andy, declaring, "I have resolved to assemble a hunting party. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to hunt the tusked beasts." Andy gazed at the confident Josua and replied, "Do not forget our agreement." Josua assured him, "Rest assured, we seek only the hide of the tusked beasts. The meat shall belong to you." Andy tilted his head back and downed the cup before him, a wave of bitterness surging through him. Struggling against the effects of the alcohol, he inquired, "What is this drink made from?" Trist approached joyfully and exclaimed, "This beverage is brewed from wild fruits gathered from the trees surrounding the village. How delightful it is it not?" Andy nodded, grimacing as he responded, "This is the most unpalatable drink I have ever tasted." Buck, upon hearing Andy's words, paused in surprise before erupting into hearty laughter. Trist, upon receiving Andy's critique of her brew, turned away in anger and stormed off. Unaware of the reason for Trist's displeasure, Andy turned to Josua, who regarded him with an expression of innocence. This drink was meticulously crafted by Trist, he explained. It is difficult for anyone to even catch a whiff of it on ordinary days, yet she has allowed you to partake, which indicates her fondness for you. Your failure to commend her and your blunt criticism of her brew have understandably upset her. Realizing that his earlier candor may have hurt Trist, Andy approached her to offer consolation. Chapter 36. Trist's awakening of affection. Hiding in a corner, Trist was sulking when Andy approached her gently, saying, "I was merely jesting. Your brew is truly delightful." The naive young girl, upon hearing these words, immediately transformed her anger into joy, leaping with excitement as she declared, "Then I shall fetch you another cup." Hastily, Andy waved his hands in protest, saying, "I have already had too much. Let us instead dance." At this invitation, Trist dashed to the bonfire, joining the revelry with the others. As the flames gradually dwindled, the Bunnier village returned to a serene calm. The dawn's light filtered through the treetops, illuminating Buck's roof, while Andy donned his hunting gear. Buck, observing Andy's readiness, cautioned, "With the strength of our kin alone, it is improbable to slay the tusked beasts. Are you confident in your ability to succeed in this hunt?" After a moment of contemplation, Andy replied, "With little mischief accompanying me, I believe we shall manage." Shazwa led Andy and the carefully selected hunting party toward the Emma forest, regaling Andy with tales of the terrain surrounding Storm Beach and the various locales for hunting the creatures of Emma Forest. As the woodland creatures fell silent, Shazwa pointed to a spacious rocky cavern ahead, stating, "This is the lair of the tusked beasts." Andy glanced back at Little Mischief and remarked, "My steed is valiant in the depths of the sea. I wonder how it shall fare upon solid ground." Shazwa was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. The envy and excitement within him compelled the Bunnier hunter to incessantly shake the root of his coconut tree, causing the pangolin to dart about erratically with the reins. At that moment, a delicate voice interjected, "If you continue to shake the reins so vigorously, the poor coconut root will soon lose its breath." Upon hearing this, Andy immediately turned his head, discovering a charming smile peeking from behind the group. Shazwa, initially enraptured by the formidable combat skills of the mischievous little one, suddenly turned to see the herbalist. Dressed in hunting attire, standing there, he strode over to her, adopting a serious tone as he said, "This place is perilous. When did you arrive?" Ignoring Shazwa's inquiry, Suesite moved behind Andy and tugged at the leg fur of the snow beast, stating, "The little rascal can protect me." After uttering this, the young girl shyly glanced at Andy. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the rocky cavern, prompting Shazwa to alert everyone to remain vigilant. Standing atop a stone, he tiptoed and whispered into Andy's ear, "The fangs are within the cave. When shall we launch our attack?" Andy, observing the scattered bones at the cave's entrance, asked, "How did the fangs injure Buck?" Suesite, overhearing Andy's inquiry about Buck's injury, promptly leaned in and whispered, "To safeguard the village from the fangs' onslaught, the chief ventured here alone 2 weeks ago to gather intelligence and was ambushed. Fortunately, Shazwa arrived just in time to lead the chief into the subterranean cave, thus averting disaster." Hearing Suesite praise him, Shazwa straightened his chest and said, "The situation was indeed dire. I saw the fangs fling their head and send the chief flying. Thankfully, the surrounding underbrush spared his life." Andy approached the dense thicket, which towered high. As he parted the foliage, he discovered a small depression on the ground. Shazwa pointed to the indentation, saying, "This leads down to the underground cave." Gathering everyone together, Andy began to outline the battle plan, mimicking Dylan as he sketched a map of the surroundings in the earth with a twig. Suesite curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" Andy replied softly, "Creating a hunting map." Shazwa was uncertain about the concept of a hunting map. It seemed that all the survival skills he had previously acquired were crumbling in the presence of this young man from Austin. A topographical representation emerged in the sand as the twig danced across the surface. The group gasped in astonishment, and Shazwa pointed to a corner of the map, asking, "What are those little black dots?" Andy raised his head, speaking gravely, "I will use this small diagram to assign tasks to everyone. This is my first time doing so please point out any errors promptly. My intention is to eliminate the fangs while minimizing harm to our personnel." Suesite's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Andy, feeling utterly captivated by the golden-haired youth before her. Noticing the unusual change in Suesite's expression, Andy inquired with concern, "Are you unwell?" Flustered, Suesite quickly replied, I'm fine." Shazwa lightly nudged Andy with his shoulder and chuckled, "It seems our princess is indeed unwell. I wonder if your little rascal can cure her." Andy extended his right hand, placing the back of it against Trist's forehead, confirming that the girl's brow was indeed feverish. He looked at the panicked Trist and said, It appears you have caught a chill. Perhaps you should return to the village? Trist, biting her lip in frustration at Andy's ignorance of the situation, insisted, I'm really fine. Upon hearing Trist's declaration of well-being, Andy promptly resumed organizing their battle plans. The innocent girl felt a sudden pang of disappointment as she observed Andy's serious demeanor. Pointing at the map, Andy stated, though we have the little rascal, I am uncertain of the Fong's strength. We must devise an escape route just in case. He indicated a small black on the map, saying, this marks the route Xiazhua took when he fled with Buck last time. Xiazhua, take a few people to clear the cave entrance and ensure our escape path remains unobstructed. Xiazhua nodded in agreement, understood. Andy then pointed to a prominent bulge on the map, noting, this is above the Fong's lair. According to Buck, our arrows and fishing nets are utterly inadequate to contain this wild boar, so I propose we use the rocks at the cave's summit to pin it down. What do you all think of this suggestion? Xiazhua clapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, brilliant! A magnificent plan. Why didn't I think of such a perfect strategy? Andy turned to Trist, who was silent and looking down, and said, before we commence the hunt, you should hide in the cave. Trist nodded quietly at this arrangement. Andy rose and declared, since there are no objections to my plan, I shall begin assigning tasks. Xiazhua immediately led a group to clear the cave entrance, while the others wove fishing nets together to lay across the Fong's expected path. Your arrows will merely distract the Fong, so refrain from using them unless necessary. We wouldn't want the wild boar to target you. Keep your daggers ready to strike its eyes once we have it trapped. After outlining the battle tasks, Xiazhua divided their forces into 3 groups. Andy, accompanied by 2 groups, ascended to the area above the Fong's cave, where they could see a plethora of animal remains strewn about, indicating that the boar they were about to confront would be a formidable foe. As Xiazhua raised his bow in the grass, Andy knew the cave entrance was secure. He instructed the surrounding bunnier people to fall back behind him. The young mage was poised to unleash his magic far from the abyss. Through the Dreamstone, Dylan and Harris watched as Andy raised his hands in the survival trial, and the sky instantly darkened with ominous clouds. Chapter 37. The Fong. Andy attempted to summon the elemental giant as recorded in the ancient tomes, and the rocks at the cave's apex began to tremble violently with the rapidly swirling air currents. A colossal hand emerged from the fissures of the shattered stones, fingers gripping the rocky edge tightly, as the bunnier hunting team marveled at the sight of a rock giant ascending from the lair's summit like a climber. Harris furrowed his brow as he gazed at the towering rock giant summoned by Andy from within the Dreamstone. Its stature and rocky composition bore a striking resemblance to the obsidian giant conjured by Bridget. As Andy slowly opened his eyes, an imposing and fearsome rock giant stood regally at the apex of the lair, causing the bunnier people to recoil in terror at the sight of this monstrous creation of the young Austin. Satisfied, Andy nodded at the rock giant, then turned to smile at the little rascal behind him, the snow beast, who was contemplating his master's perilous actions. Xiazhua, concealed within the underbrush, was thrilled to witness the emergence of the rock giant at the cave's summit. He excitedly tugged at a coconut root and exclaimed, "Did you see that? I told you, Andy would not let us down." Krista, while reprimanding Xiazhua for bullying the pangolin, beamed at Andy, who was clad in hunting gear. Unable to contain her inner exhilaration, she inadvertently grasped a sturdy patch of skin and gave it a sharp twist. Xiazhua, who had been sharing in the excitement with the coconut root, immediately straightened in pain, glancing back at Krista with a contorted expression. Realizing her unintentional torment of Xiazhua's back, the enthralled bunnier princess blushed deeply and murmured, "I didn't mean to." Xiazhua, setting down the pangolin's reins, retorted, "Can't I refrain from tugging at the coconut root next time?" That grip was far too harsh. He rubbed his injured back with the back of his hand. Suddenly, the bunnier people, hiding in the grass and observing the scene, began to hiss in disapproval. Xiazhua noticed that the once promising rock giant was rapidly shrinking, ultimately vanishing from his sight. The once mighty rock giant had inexplicably diminished to the size of a squirrel. Leaving Andy bewildered, frowning, he cradled the diminutive rock figure in his hands, questioning, "Why is this happening?" The frightened bunnier people, standing behind the snow beast, approached Andy, unable to suppress their laughter at the absurdity of the situation, curiously reaching out to touch the little creature made entirely of stone. Undeterred, Andy attempted to command the rock figure. The obedient little being leapt to the ground, hastening towards the cave's summit and began to strike the rocks. The very bunnier who had mocked Andy moments ago were now startled by the thunderous sounds emanating from the little figure's actions. The noise roused the slumbering boar, Fong, but before it could fully register the disturbance, the rock figure had already shattered the ceiling of the lair. Large boulders collapsed in an instant, prompting Andy to signal everyone to retreat swiftly. Following a resounding crash, the debris buried Fong beneath it. Xiazhua, hidden in the grass, erupted in cheers upon witnessing Andy effortlessly eliminate Fong with magic, and soon, all the bunnier who participated in the hunt joined in the jubilant uproar. Andy let out a sigh of relief, turning to wipe the perspiration from his forehead with the back of his hand. Just as he prepared to examine the fruits of the hunt, a tremendous force heaved the rocks resting atop Fong. Hearing the commotion, Andy turned in astonishment to behold a massive wild boar, tusks bared, shaking off the debris and standing defiantly before him. Within those dark eyes burned a fierce rage, and from that blood-soaked mouth, a harrowing howl incessantly emerged. Andy commanded the hunting party to retreat swiftly, and the previously jubilant bunnier people in the underbrush fell into an immediate silence, retreating to the entrance of the cave. Standing resolutely before Little Mischief, Andy faced the tusked beast alone, while Trist elevated herself on tiptoe, anxiously watching her beloved in peril. The young mage wore a grave expression. He glanced back at Little Mischief, who slowly lowered its head, opening its mouth to gently lift its master and place him upon its back. The golden horns atop the snow beast began to radiate a dazzling light with a sharp call. As Andy clung tightly to its white fur, the tusked creature showed no signs of retreating in the face of Little Mischief. After a series of piercing howls, it charged towards the snow beast, shattering rocks beneath its feet that scattered in all directions. Little Mischief thrust forward powerfully, its hooves pressing against the bloodied head of the massive wild boar. Andy observed thick black mist rising from the creature's back. With each howl, he felt a surge of malevolent power intensifying. The struggle between the tusked beast and Little Mischief was fiercely contested. The wild boar, shrouded in black mist, grew increasingly frenzied as the battle raged on, its shrill cries echoing throughout the Emma forest. Andy urged Little Mischief to swiftly dispatch the boar, and it promptly channeled its strength into its golden horns, a beam of golden light piercing through the boar's head. Yet, the tusked creature seemed undeterred by its wounds. As Andy pondered his next move, the boar's hooves suddenly lifted off the ground. It began to curiously gaze beneath itself. Andy saw that the rock golem he had summoned was hoisting the boar's hind leg, lifting it entirely off the ground, causing it to nervously retract its other 3 legs. The bunnier people, previously doubtful of the young man's magic, were astonished by the strength of the summoned stone figure. After lifting the tusked beast, the golem slightly bent its knees and executed a powerful leap, slamming the boar headfirst into the ground. The tremendous impact shattered the scattered stones and created a deep crater in the earth. Andy observed the tusked creature, now overturned and spewing forth black blood. Having learned from his previous mistakes, he approached cautiously atop Little Mischief. The ground around the beast flowed with a foul, dark blood, and Andy covered his mouth and nose as he gazed at the weakening creature. Zizuo led the hunting party from the underbrush, and the bunnier people atop the rocks also gathered around the tusked beast. As cheers erupted, these forest-dwelling bunnier discarded their weapons and began to dance joyfully. Dismounting from Little Mischief, Andy approached to examine the boar's condition closely. Suddenly, his foot landed upon a wildly pulsating object. Bending down for a closer look, he discovered an unidentified object wrapped beneath a resilient material. Trist cautiously approached Andy and remarked, "That is the essence of Emma within the tusked beast." Unbeknownst to Andy, he handed the object in his hand to Trister. The herbalist from the bunnier tribe received the pulsating essence of Emma and, with a swift incision, broke its surface, revealing a vividly colored orb within. Chapter 38. The essence of Emma. Trister held the object, known as the essence of Emma, before Andy, proclaiming, "Please indulge in this gift of nature." Upon gazing at the object that Trister lifted, a wave of nausea washed over Andy, prompting him to gesture dismissively, saying, "You may keep it. I have no desire for it." Just then, Mischief, the little rascal, snatched the essence of Emma and placed it at Andy's lips, with a peculiar radiance vanishing at the edge of Andy's mouth. The corpse of the Fong, once oozing black blood, transformed into a wisp of black mist, gradually dissipating with the gentle breeze. In a whirlwind of sensations, Andy fainted into Mischief's embrace, while the hunting party bore him along the path back to the village. Amidst the raucous sounds of song and dance, Andy regained consciousness. His head throbbed as if it were splitting, and his body was suffused with an unusual energy. Observing the hero who had vanquished the Fong awakening, Trister promptly summoned Buck from beside the campfire. The dwelling of the bunnier leader soon became crowded with curious onlookers. Buck regarded the flushed Andy with concern, inquiring, "How do you fare, young man? Have you tasted the sweetness of victory bestowed by the essence of Emma?" Clasping his head in agony, Andy lamented, Why did you present me with that nauseating object? He shut his eyes tightly, expressing his discontent. Buck waved his hand, signaling the onlookers to disperse, leaving only himself and Andy in the room. Taking a seat beside Andy, Buck retrieved a piece of animal hide from his cloak. The withered skin unfurled. The sounds of various birds and beasts filled Andy's ears. The young man, once agitated by the consumption of the essence of Emma, began to calm as those melodious calls intertwined in his mind. The cheerful and seemingly distant calls conjured visions of a vibrant and thriving forest. Treester, peering through the door, observed silently. This kind-hearted and innocent girl bore no ill intent. She was simply deeply concerned for Andy's well-being. She understood that the essence of Emma was the source of the forest's magic. In the moment she had sliced open its pouch, she had contemplated bestowing this natural gift upon Buck. Yet an irresistible force within her compelled her to make that reckless decision. Buck, witnessing Andy lost in the symphony of avian and beastly calls, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. Rolling up the hide, he said, I once dreamed of defeating the Fong by my own strength, yet I failed and nearly lost my life. However, you have fulfilled this wish for me and obtained the essence of Emma. Now, I shall wield the authority granted to me by the forest and formally appoint you as the chief of the Bunnier tribe. Upon hearing these words, Andy cast aside the damp wrapping on his head and sat upright. Gazing at Buck in confusion, my purpose for coming here is quite simple, to seek meat for my teacher's nutritional needs. He lifted the animal hide from his shoulders and stood, declaring, I never aspired to be a leader. A sudden scream echoed from outside the door, prompting Xiazhua to swiftly open Buck's room. To his astonishment, he beheld an unadorned Andy joyfully exclaiming, Our princess of Buner has found her marital home. Andy, unfazed, remained oblivious to the commotion, while Xiazhua erupted into hearty laughter. Flustered by Xiazhua's mirth, Andy stammered, What are you laughing at? Holding his empty bowl, Xiazhua replied, Our princess is to be wed. Perplexed, Andy inquired, Who is this princess? What does her marriage have to do with you? You laugh as if you've stumbled upon treasure. Xiazhua clarified, This matter may not concern me, but it certainly pertains to you. Slowly approaching, Andy asked, Pertains to me? Could it be that this princess is to marry me? Xiazhua, observing Andy's flushed face and irate expression, responded, According to the customs of the Buner people, it is as such. Stunned by this revelation, Andy thought to himself, How could a princess of Buner, whom I have never met, be destined to wed the most handsome sorcerer of the abyss? It made no sense. Confusion clouded his features. Noticing Buck's silence, Xiazhua took it upon himself to elucidate the recent events to the young man from Austin. He seated himself and gestured for Andy to do likewise. Patience guiding his words, he said, Why are you devoid of clothing? Even a modest covering would suffice. Innocently, Andy explained, I lost consciousness at the entrance of the Fong cave, and upon awakening, I found myself in this state. As he spoke, he glanced at the taciturn Buck. The leader of the forest Buner could no longer contain his laughter, his mirth resonating with a long-lost clarity, as if this elder had not experienced such joy in ages. Observing Buck's hearty laughter, Xiazhua shook his head in resignation, saying, If Trist sees you in this state, she will be compelled to marry you. Quickly, Andy grasped a pelt from the ground to shield his modesty, exclaiming, And now there's a Trist involved? Xiazhua, witnessing Andy in his fur-wrapped half-crouch, clarified, Trist is the princess. The princess of Buner is indeed Trist. Do you now comprehend? I have warned you more than once of her royal status, yet you have persistently disregarded her presence, growing increasingly impolite. Feeling wronged, Andy protested, But you and Buck have seen her too. Am I to wed both of you? Xiazhua responded unhurriedly, The chief and I are both men, and the chief is already married. In Buner society, men are strictly prohibited from taking multiple wives. The young sorcerer, crestfallen, lamented, So this is your plot to ensnare me. Pointing an accusatory finger at Xiazhua, he fumed, You, who only know how to jest with coconut roots, must have orchestrated this entire affair. Xiazhua, observing Andy's vexation, replied, I had no part in it. Unless at that moment, Buck finally spoke, chuckling as he explained to Andy, Upon your return to the village, unconscious, Trist tearfully recounted the events that transpired before the Fong cave. Though I do not perceive any inherent danger in your consumption of the essence of Emma, it appears that an enigmatic force within you is resisting the release of this essence, ultimately preventing its full absorption. This circumstance is indeed perplexing. The remaining essence has manifested as a high temperature upon the surface of your skin. I instructed Xiazhua to remove your equipment, which explains your current appearance before Trist. Andy, feeling the tumultuous beating of his heart, remarked, "There exists a dark energy within me, which accounts for this condition." Upon hearing Andy's explanation, Buck experienced a moment of clarity. He gradually rose and approached the kelpatire, gently stroking it as he mused. "I never anticipated that the legendary abyss would indeed be a reality." Buck gazed at the young man curled up before him and said, "My elder brother Barnett once recounted an adventure he shared with the renowned magician Harris from the vast continent. During his narration, he mentioned the abyssal kelp. However, I have always dismissed his tales as mere fabrications, particularly his boastful claims of close association with the time mage Harris, which I found hard to believe." Chapter 39. Urchill curiosity piqued, Andy inquired, "There is one matter that eludes my understanding. Might you assist me in unraveling it?" Buck, intrigued by this request, replied, "Coincidentally, I too seek an answer from you." Andy adjusted the animal hide draped over him and stated, "According to your assertions, Mr. Barnett once ventured alongside Harris and mentioned the abyssal kelp. Correct?" Buck nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he did make such a claim. Andy rose and approached the window, observing the swaying coconut trees, and a bold hypothesis suddenly surged within him. Though not entirely certain, he surmised that Harris must have visited the abyss many years ago. He turned to face Buck and confessed, "To be candid, Harris is my mentor. According to him, this is our first journey to the abyss, thus your brother's assertions may well be fabrications." Upon hearing Andy's words, Buck stood solemnly and replied, as the most esteemed architect of the Buhner clan, he would not jest about his own brother. He even claimed that Harris invited him to collaborate with ancient souls in the restoration of the Phantom Temple. Naturally, I paid little heed to the temple restoration itself. However, when he spoke of the pillars of energy, he mentioned the unique flora found there, specifically the abyssal kelp, which he asserted was undeniably accurate. He described this extraordinary plant as flourishing in the depths of the abyss, where a dreadful dark energy resides, yet these plants possess the ability to suppress the release of that energy. Thus, when you first introduced those bitter kelp into my mouth, I began to suspect that you might hail from the abyss. Hastily, Andy clarified, "I did not intentionally conceal my origins from the abyss. I am simply burdened by circumstances that are difficult to articulate." Buck, observing Andy's furrowed brow, remarked, "My elder brother once resided in the low-ceilinged caves of Cloud Mist Mountain for a time, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly fell out of contact. Thus, upon hearing you speak of possessing dark energy and donning garments fashioned from abyssal seaweed, I dared to speculate. However, I merely seek to uncover some leads regarding Barnett, and I am curious whether that troublesome fellow might be ensconced within the Phantom Temple of the Abyss." Andy, gazing at Buck with sincerity, replied, "Barnett and the Phantom Temple are names I have yet to encounter. During my time with Harris, he never mentioned them. Prior to my arrival here, I indeed dwelled within a temple, yet no one ever divulged its name to me, nor did I observe any stones inscribed with the temple's title in the vicinity." Noticing Buck's contemplative silence, Andy continued, "I genuinely do not know the whereabouts of your brother, but I assure you that upon my return to the abyss tomorrow, I shall inquire with Harris on your behalf." Buck scrutinized the young mage before him, finding no trace of deceit or falsehood in his azure eyes. He seated himself and said, "I hope to see you once more and to learn news of Barnett." Andy, casting his gaze towards the jubilant bunniers outside, lamented, "As of now, I have yet to capture any prey, let alone procure meat. How shall I face Harris and Dillon this time?" Buck rose and approached Andy, stating, "We forest bunniers represent the most impoverished branch. The mountain bunniers are not affluent either, but the plain bunniers and lowland bunniers are exceedingly wealthy and well-equipped. We have long endured food scarcity on Storm Beach, and the tusked beasts not only ravage our villages, but also consider us diminutive beings as their sustenance while we venture forth to hunt. Although I cannot ascertain whether this colossal boar is a natural occurrence, I have gleaned from Trist's accounts that the tusked beasts have been tainted by dark energy, rendering them unusually large and ferocious. The essence of Ima within them is a treasure of the forest, a divine gift from nature, far more precious than mere meat." Upon hearing Buck's account, Andy could only nod in resignation. "I hope I have not squandered this precious gift." Buck, observing Andy's despondent demeanor, remarked, "I initially thought you quite ordinary, merely fortunate to encounter a few adventures. However, it was only when this little creature appeared before me that I realized your presence might alter certain circumstances, though I remain uncertain if these omens will manifest in reality." With that, Buck produced a bashful little stone creature from behind him. Andy, astonished, exclaimed, "Isn't that the stone elemental I summoned atop the tusked beast's lair? Logically, it should have vanished. Why is it here?" Buck, chuckling at Andy's astonishment, replied, "While you were in a state of unconsciousness, it wandered over to your side and kept you company." He set the little stone creature on the ground, leaving Andy utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. However, this little stone creature did not transform into rock after the summoning period, as depicted in the ancient tomes. He scrutinized the little stone figure closely. The stone creature, upon noticing Andy's gaze, immediately spoke. "Master, you cannot abandon me in this desolate wilderness." Andy burst into laughter, squatting down to regard this peculiar little being and inquired, "I do not know you." "Why do you call me master?" the stone creature replied. "I originate from within you. I am a part of your very essence, hence I address you as master." Andy touched his chest and asked, "Although you were summoned by my magic, why do you not vanish and yet possess the ability to speak?" The stone creature clenched his fist in indignation and retorted, "If you continue this way, I shall ignore you." With that, he turned away. At that moment, Trist entered abruptly, her cheeks flushed as she addressed Andy. "If you persist in your rudeness as before, I too will disregard you." Saying this, she picked up the little stone creature and cheerfully asked, "What is your name?" The stone creature, upon seeing Trist, instantly brightened and replied, "I am called Akir." Andy approached Trist, saying, "I had no idea you were eavesdropping while I lifted the hide." Hearing this, Trist's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Who was eavesdropping? I was merely checking on the chief's recovery." Andy chose to remain silent and walked over to Buck, stating, "I shall return to the abyss tomorrow. I will certainly attend to the matters you instructed." Trist, upon hearing that Andy was to return to the abyss, froze in place, fighting back tears as she said to Akir, "Your master no longer wants us." Akir, standing in the palm of Trist's hand, responded angrily, "Do not fret. Even if master ventures to the ends of the earth, I shall find him." Trist quickly wiped her tears and smiled, asking, "Is that true?" Akir confidently nodded. Chapter 40. The withered Clarence. Andy turned his back to Trist, unable to face the bunyal girl at that moment. This was partly due to the earlier awkwardness and partly because he was contemplating Buck's words. He genuinely wished to do something for the impoverished forest bunyal people, and more than ever, he longed to return swiftly to the ancient library within the abyss. Buck arranged for Trist to take Akir back to her room. It seemed that this innocent bunyal princess had much to share with the stone element. Throughout the night, Andy could hear laughter emanating from the adjacent room. Initially, he found it exceedingly annoying, yet as he began to drift into slumber, he beheld a scene he dared not hope for. It seemed he was quietly seated on the grass beneath a lush tree. A gentle breeze caressed the branches adorned with mimosa, wafting a fragrant aroma to his face. Not far away, on the grassy knoll, Trist played a game of tag with Akir, holding a bouquet of wildflowers. Perhaps everything ought to be this perfect. Otherwise, how could Trist's laughter resonate so long in Andy's dreams? Early the next morning, Buck specially presented Andy with the cleaned hunting gear, extending a unique courtesy to this unexpected guest in haste to depart. With a furious roar from the snow beast, the gates of the abyss opened by the sea, and Andy bid farewell to Buck and Zazuo while riding on Mischief. As all the bunnier folk of the forest prepared to return to their village, Urchill dashed into the vanishing gates of the abyss, holding tightly to Trist. Before this bunnier princess lay a dismal expanse, devoid of direction and sound, and her heart ached as she gazed sorrowfully at Andy, who was disappearing from her sight. Regardless of whether she had inadvertently stumbled upon an awkward moment with him, she had already bestowed her most cherished feelings upon this young Austin lad, who towered over her in stature. Urchill, drenched in Trist's tears, searched for direction once more and quickly resumed his flight, exclaiming, "Master, I'm coming." As a temple materialized before them, Trist spotted Andy on the steps. Unable to contain her tears any longer, the first cries of a bunnier girl echoed through the abyss, filled with a sense of grievance. Her melodious sobs were so impactful that they roused the slumbering Clarence, an emaciated ancient spirit, who curiously peered down from the temple's apex at the weeping Trist. Upon hearing such poignant cries, Andy rushed over, only to find himself at a loss, confronted by the resolute Urchill and the distressed Trist. He could scarcely muster any reproachful words for the young girl who had intruded into the abyss. Harris approached and remarked, "The abyss is quite lively this time." Mischief, noticing Trist's sudden arrival, eagerly stretched out its neck to lick the tear-streaked chubby face of the bunnier girl, who immediately brightened and scampered off with the playful creature. Dylan observed the scene and commented, "It seems I must prepare more seaweed." Andy introduced Urchill to Harris, saying, "This stone element was summoned during my hunt for the tusked beast, but I don't know why it hasn't vanished." Urchill, irate, retorted, "I have a name. I am Urchill. If you continue to treat me this way, I shall ignore you." Humph. With that, the stone element turned its head away. Harris bent down to examine Urchil closely, while Dylan too was eager to unravel this perplexing occurrence. The mischievous Urchil regarded Harris with curiosity, seemingly holding great respect for the elder. When Harris scrutinized him, Urchil did not display any signs of discontent. After a moment, Harris turned to Andy and said, "Dylan and I witnessed your battle with the tusked beast through the Dreamstone. The dark energy within you has not completely dissipated, allowing you to summon the black stone giant of Bridget, which you absorbed. However, the light energy induced a mutation in the summoned giant, transforming it into a pure stone element." Upon hearing this, Andy pointed at Urchil and exclaimed, "Yet it has not vanished, and it claims to be a part of my life." Urchil, perched on Harris's hand, became incensed at Andy's words, striking the old wizard's hand in frustration. Harris chuckled and said, "It seems to be due to the essence of Emma. This girl named Triest once gifted you the essence, but the dark energy within you repelled these pure energies, leaving behind remnants of the Emma essence on the ground. If I am not mistaken, this stone element known as Achir must have absorbed the essence of Ima that flows from you. It appears that this stone element indeed possesses life. Thus, Achir is undoubtedly a part of your existence, making separation in this lifetime exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, Andy shook his head in resignation, while Dylan approached and placed a reassuring hand on Andy's shoulder, saying, "This is a gift from the ancient deities. There is no precedent in the vast continent, and you should feel honored." Harris set Achir down, and the stone element immediately scurried to Quiris' side, where the carefree Princess Buner had long been frolicking with the mischievous little one, completely shedding the traces of her earlier tears. Andy smiled at the obliviously playful Quiris and subsequently informed Dylan and Harris about the matters concerning the village of Buner. When he mentioned Barnett's name, Harris's heart tightened as he said, "I haven't seen that old friend in over 20 years. Hearing this, Andy expressed his disappointment, saying, "I had hoped that meeting you would lead to news of Brother Buck." Andy, observing Harris's dejection, inquired, "Buck once mentioned that you brought Barnett to restore the Phantom Temple. However, where precisely did you restore it in the Abyss?" Dylan, upon hearing this, looked at Harris and couldn't help but ask, "You have been to the Abyss before. Why have you never mentioned it?" Just as the three of them were engaged in casual conversation, Clarence approached the group, supported by the weary Qingyan. The mischievous one immediately rushed over, and Harris signaled to the snow beast not to harm this fragile spirit. Clarence gazed at Dylan, and this ancient soul, unable to contain his emotions, broke into tears in front of everyone. Andy, seeing the distraught Clarence, said, "Please do not be so sorrowful. I know I haven't been to the library with you lately, but I truly have matters to attend to now. I have made a significant resolution to learn from you, and will no longer be idle." Clarence, looking at Andy who had taken the initiative to admit his faults, replied, "My sorrow does not stem from your momentary indulgence, but rather from the realization of my own inadequacy in the presence of a great teacher." Dylan approached to comfort Clarence, saying, "We are all deeply honored by your willingness to teach Andy, but do not harbor any intentions towards this young man." Chapter 41. Redemption. Clarence lowered his head and said, "In terms of knowledge, I am no less informed than Harris, yet I cannot make the many silent sacrifices for my apprentice as he does. Why teaching of Andy is merely to absorb his soul." With that, the ancient soul turned away in shame. Dylan could not comprehend Clarence's words and pressed for clarification. "What exactly has Harris done?" Clarence replied, "Why not ask your teacher how he risked his life to restore the Phantom Temple while you lay unconscious, purifying the heart of nature?" Upon hearing this, tears of emotion filled Dylan's eyes. He had always believed that the unknown temple was a legacy left for him by the ancient soul, unaware of the events that transpired after he was forsaken by the devourer of the rift. He gazed at the silent Harris, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Teacher, why must you risk your life for such endeavors?" Harris, no longer silent, placed his right hand upon Dylan's shoulder, faced with his disciple. The elderly wizard, his hair now silvered with age, shed tears of profound emotion, as the two men leaned against each other, trembling. Clarence approached Andy and declared, "If you still desire my guidance, I shall atone for my past transgressions through my actions." Upon hearing this, Andy slashed his palm with a dagger, allowing his flowing blood to drip onto the withering ancient spirit's head. With the infusion of fresh blood, Clarence suddenly levitated, and upon descending, he realized he stood for the first time as a corporeal soul upon the land of the abyss. Overwhelmed by the wonder of his transformation, Clarence erupted in jubilant cheers. Harris, assisting the still sobbing Dylan, reassured him, "All is past. This temple has now welcomed its new master, and the ghost temple shall finally see the light of day." As he spoke, Harris urged Dylan to shatter the seal atop the temple, as the stones fell to the ground and crumbled into dust. The hidden words ghost were revealed at last. It was only then that Andy truly discerned the true nature of the ghost temple. As all the ancient souls residing therein began to disperse, and the temple was instantly rejuvenated, regaining its former glory, Dylan, supporting Harris, was eager to uncover what had transpired during his purification of the heart of nature. Although the old wizard vehemently denied any sacrifice made at that moment, he did not dispute Barnett's contributions. Harris expressed regret over Tyron's selfishness and greed from years past, having always believed Tyron to be the most gifted of all his disciples, prepared to impart all his knowledge. Who would have thought that this seemingly benign yet cruel youth would exploit his own brother to unleash the Rift Devourer, causing irreparable damage? When young Dylan was ensnared by the Rift Devourer and plunged over the cliff, a heartbroken Harris could only return to the Virginia Valley astride the Osweed Warhawk with Tyron. In that beautiful valley, Harris sat for long hours beneath a withered laurel tree, lost in thought. Continually repenting for his sins, he believed that all misfortunes stemmed from his obsession with the supreme magics chronicled in the dark grimoire. His incessant remorse did not liberate him from the chains of endless guilt. On a tumultuous night, he returned to the ruins of the Tower of Time, gazing down at the surging sea below. Finally understanding his fate, he plunged into the abyssal waters, the icy grasp rendering him breathless. As the old wizard welcomed death with a smile, the entrance to the abyss unexpectedly manifested before him. He was dragged by the ancient souls into the ghost temple, and upon rising to his feet and gazing upwards, he was astonished to find Dylan encased in a bubble, suspended in midair above the abyss, unable to believe his eyes. Observing Dylan curled up like an infant, he finally discovered the courage to survive. He summoned his old friend Barnett on the back of a sea beast, and together, they risked being besieged by spirits to create a pillar of energy, ultimately sealing the dark energies outside the temple. They reconstructed the spectral temple atop a desolate ruin, yet when Harris glanced back at Dylan, he comprehended that it was prudent to shield his apprentice from these revelations. Upon departing from the abyss, Harris returned to the Virginia Valley, but he was unprepared for the revelation that Tylan had harnessed the power of lava from the dark grimoire during his absence. As Harris beheld Tylan in his demonic form, he realized that the series of errors he had committed could no longer be atoned for through death. In Tylan's presence, he destroyed the dark grimoire, yet this act did not salvage Tylan's increasingly corroded soul. Ultimately, the Virginia Valley succumbed to the escalating might of Tylan's magic. All the Colby elves were deceived by Tylan, believing that the destruction of their cherished homeland was the result of malevolent sorcery wielded by the old wizard Austin. Harris was banished, while Tylan seized this opportunity to wield his formidable magical prowess to drive a branch of the Buhner forest folk into the Monroe Swamp, usurping the Vale. The bereaved Colby elves, witnessing Tylan single-handedly claim the sanctuary they had long coveted, pledged their eternal allegiance to him. The existence of the Dark Grimoire became known throughout the vast continent's magical community, and Tylan shamelessly concocted tales of Harris harboring the grimoire, transforming the once revered old wizard into a target pursued by countless audacious souls. Tylan was aware that those scoundrels were no match for Harris, yet he took delight in seeing his former mentor toil for survival. Henceforth, Harris lived in a state of miserable existence, devising every possible means to thwart Tylan's schemes. It was only when Dylan summoned him in a dream that he finally uncovered the truth behind the unlocking of the imprisoned Black Gate. Dylan, upon hearing Harris's lamentations regarding the transgressions against his brother, expressed profound sorrow. However, he appeared disinclined to confront Tylan directly. Glancing towards the distant Andy, he addressed Harris, saying, "Regardless of your acknowledgement, our era has passed. The future belongs to this young man before us. Though Andy's abilities may be modest for now, he possesses a heart of compassion. I believe that the remnants of darkness within him will gradually dissipate as he matures. If you truly oppose this, I shall guide Andy to attain the flash strike." Harris regarded Dylan, aware that persuading this demigod-level apprentice to confront his brother was nearly impossible. He concurred with Dylan's perspective, recognizing that only the Storm Prophet could genuinely save the vast continent. While the two reminisced, Clarence was already dancing with Andy and Tristella, the ancient spirit surprisingly agreeing to mentor both of them. An exhilarated Tristella tugged at Andy and Clarence, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the enigmatic ancient library. Concurrently, a tome chronicling the alchemical secrets of the vast continent became unusually animated with Tristella's arrival. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Brocade Box. Clarence walked ahead of Andy, his sturdy paws carefully treading the steps of the cellar, the ancient spirit striving to recall the moments of his past existence through this peculiar gate. Curiously, Trista gazed at the phantom temple, her first encounter with the resplendence of a palace. a stark contrast to her accustomed life in a humble wooden cabin nestled in the mountains. She caressed the smooth walls of the temple, as if searching for traces of her beloved. Andy, glancing back at the entranced Trista, was suddenly reminded of his promise to Dylan. He instructed Clarence to lead Trista to the library to familiarize her with the surroundings while he descended alone down the basement stairs back to the temple's grand hall. Upon seeing Dylan engaged in conversation with Harris, Andy felt a pang of guilt. He had departed from the abyss on a mission, yet he returned empty-handed, failing to explain his circumstances and instead entangling Trista with Clarence. A rather inconsiderate act upon reflection. Dylan was discussing Barnett with Harris, both animatedly recounting the exaggerated expressions of the Buire architect, their incredulity at the legendary adventures they shared evident in their dialogue. Andy stood silently by, unwilling to interrupt their exchange. From beneath the temple's columns, Achiel's voice rang out, "Master, I seek something to eat. I am exceedingly famished." Dylan, amused by Achiel's remark, replied with a smile, "I never would have imagined that a stone elemental required sustenance." Andy, already disheartened by his failure to bring back meat, felt a flush of embarrassment as Achiel inadvertently broached the sensitive topic. Approaching Dylan and Harris, he confessed, "I did not bring back any food, including meat." Harris, observing Andy's despondence, stated, "We fabricated this ruse about acquiring meat solely to allow you to experience the fruits of your learning on land. Consider it a trial." Confused, Andy gazed at Harris, while Dylan rose and approached him, saying, "Your performance was commendable, particularly in bringing back 2 lively treasures. I shall no longer fret about my lack of playmates." With a smile, Dylan gestured toward Harris, who sat upon a stone bed. Though Andy appreciated their kind words, he could not shake the overwhelming guilt for not fulfilling his promise. He knelt beside Achiel and said, "We only have seaweed here. Why don't you have some?" Handing the seaweed that hung from the stone bed to Achiel, he was met with Harris's exclamation, "Oh, how dare you touch my evening snack?" Startled by this, Andy's hand trembled, causing the seaweed to scatter across the ground. Achiel approached the fallen seaweed and, looking up at Andy, queried, "Master, are these not meant for livestock?" Mortified by Achiel's remark, Andy hastily covered the elemental's mouth with his hand. An irate Dylan and Harris advanced toward Andy, prompting Achiel to mutter, "Is it not true that your steed grew strong on such seaweed?" With a swift kick, Harris sent Achiel tumbling out of the phantom temple, where he landed with a thud in the sandy exterior. Andy looked at the kicked archer, shaking his head in resignation as he remarked, "I have come to admit my mistakes, not to cause trouble." Observing Archer rolling on the ground in tears, Andy politely bowed to Harris before turning to head towards the basement. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the ancient library. Even through the wooden door, he could hear Treaster's exclamations of admiration. Upon entering, he discovered Treaster holding a golden book, its cover adorned with exquisite patterns. Clarence, noticing Andy stepping into the library, remarked, "I never anticipated returning here in the capacity of a true teacher." With a sense of nostalgia, Andy replied, "This time, I wish to study architecture and agricultural techniques." Upon hearing this, the ancient spirit immediately discarded his teaching rod and questioned Andy with disbelief. "What? You intend to squander such precious time learning those trivial subjects? You must understand that the knowledge I possess is of the highest caliber across the continent." Andy, gazing at Clarence with a look of disdain, solemnly stated, "I indeed wish to study architecture and agricultural techniques." Clarence stood atop a stool, peering down at the young mage, perplexed as he asked, "If you wish to learn cooking, I would find it quite normal, but isn't architecture and agricultural techniques rather impractical for you? I believe persisting in this endeavor is merely a waste of our time." Blushing, Andy responded, "While these 2 subjects may not serve me significantly, they hold great importance for the forest bunnier people living on Storm Beach." Hearing Andy's words, Clarence gradually sat down, resting his chin on his hand as he stroked his beard, eager to hear Andy's explanation. At that moment, Treaster rushed over, clutching the golden book, exclaiming, "I wish to learn the knowledge contained within this book." Clarence, astonished, took the golden tome from Treaster and inquired, "Where did you find this book?" Treaster pointed to a corner of the bookshelf, and Clarence followed her gesture to discover a large brocade box. The lid of the box was already ajar, revealing an assortment of transparent cups and jars. Clarence turned to Treaster and said, "You are not yet prepared to grasp the knowledge recorded in this book." Treaster, her wide eyes filled with curiosity, asked, "Why not?" Clarence explained, "You are a bunnier, and I am an Austin. Although we can communicate verbally, the text in this book is inscribed entirely in Kalbi Elvish, which only Dylan can likely comprehend. I am unable to teach you." Bending down, Andy picked up a piece of paper from the ground, saying, "I once cleaned this place but did not come across this peculiar brocade box." Clarence smiled and replied, "At that time, the box had yet to find its true master, much like Archer. Before discovering its owner, it was merely a collection of soulless stones." Andy, not fully grasping the ancient spirit's words, lifted the brocade box from the ground and inquired, "Does this mean the box has also acquired a soul?" Clarence picked up a piece of parchment from the ground and remarked, "The answer lies within this seal." Andy, intrigued, gazed at the parchment, and Clarence pointed to the inscriptions, saying, "These are all incantations of dark magic." Chapter 43. The Cleric. Andy turned to Trist, who was engrossed in handling books, and inquired, "How did you come by this tome?" Noticing Andy's slight displeasure, Trist immediately lowered her head and replied, "I already mentioned it when Clarence asked me earlier." Andy remained silent, observing Trist, who appeared rather flustered. She stammered, "I saw this ornate box moving about on the floor and thought it might contain a small animal. So I opened it and discovered this book." Clarence addressed Andy, saying, "Do not press her. This alchemical tome of the Calbi Elves has been cherished in this library for many years, awaiting its master's call to awaken it once more." Clarence gestured towards the ornate box in Andy's hands, stating, "It is impossible that you discovered this box during your last cleaning, for it is invisible, and it bears a seal that can only be opened with a specific mark." Clarence took Trist's right hand, and Andy noticed what appeared to be some kind of pattern etched into the dust-laden back of her hand. Trist blushed and furtively glanced at Andy, her heart racing wildly. She found herself unable to suppress her feelings, completely captivated by Andy's handsome visage, leaving her in a state of mental disarray. Suddenly, Clarence exclaimed, "A royal mark! It must belong to royalty, and why heavens, could this young lady be of noble blood?" Upon hearing this, Andy recalled what Buck had previously mentioned and turned to Clarence, saying, "The leader of the Bunnier village seemed to have alluded to this matter, though I did not pay close attention at the time." Clarence, stroking his beard thoughtfully, replied, "This could indeed elucidate the events that just transpired. Trist must belong to the Bunnier royal lineage, and her mark can unlock the box containing the alchemical tome of the Calbi Elves." Having spoken, Clarence hurried to the bookshelf, meticulously searching through the volumes. Suddenly, he raised his right hand with a smile, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you." He retrieved a large roll of parchment from the shelf, tucking it under his right arm, and nudged the luminous coral to one corner of the table with his left hand. He slowly unwrapped the ribbon binding the roll and carefully spread the parchment across the table. Trist hopped onto a stool, cradling the luminous coral, and eagerly inquired, "What are you doing?" "I can't see." Andy, wishing to tease the mischievous young girl, playfully scooped her up and placed her upon the parchment, eliciting a gasp from Clarence. The previously flushed Trist was instantaneously lifted by an unseen force, causing the figures and creatures depicted upon the parchment to spring to life, as a breathtaking oasis emerged around Trist. Clarence lifted the pointer and gestured towards the castle in the oasis, declaring, "Behold the Phantom Temple, which once stood tall amidst the Sweetwater oasis in the Horn Desert." The castle's master was a Calbi elf, utterly captivated by the art of alchemy, who had ventured far from the Virginia Valley to this desolate expanse. This madman expended his entire life's energy in the pursuit of the elusive invisibility potion. A sudden buzz filled Andy's head. He felt as though he had encountered the name of this potion in a distant time, yet it eluded his memory. Pressing his hands against his temples in anguish, he inquired, "What do these matters have to do with this ornate box? What is the purpose of the invisibility potion?" Clarence picked up the transparent vial from the ornate box, twisting off the cap and letting a drop of the viscous liquid fall onto Andy's right hand. In an instant, the young man from Austin beheld his right hand vanish before his very eyes. He instinctively reached out with his left hand to grasp his right, only to find it reappear, leaving him in disbelief. Just as Andy struggled to comprehend the phenomenon, Trist, elevated by the map, called out to be set down from the parchment. Clarence gently placed Trist on the ground, to which the young Bunnier girl, in disappointment, remarked, "You didn't even get to hold me." The ancient spirit did not quite catch her words, lowering his head to ask, "What is the matter?" Blushing, Trist dashed away. Standing tall, Clarence addressed Andy. This alchemist ultimately succeeded in distilling the invisibility potion, promptly broadcasting the news across the continent. Numerous seekers of the elixir, including the Calbi Elven King, the Austin King, and the leader of the Bunniers, flocked to the Horn Desert. Consequently, the Phantom Temple transformed into the liveliest locale throughout the vast continent, as countless treasures amassed in the temple's grand hall, with the holders of royal power offering their utmost sincerity in pursuit of immortality. They meticulously crafted a flawless map on unblemished parchment and formed alliances. The remaining invisibility potion was collectively stored within this ornate box, while some proposed the use of dark magic to create a seal that would eternally bind the tome detailing the invisibility potion and the remaining elixir. Moreover, they utilized a magically forged branding iron to imprint a mark upon the backs of each royal's hand, ensuring the future accessibility of the Fountain of Eternal Life. As the grand procession journeyed toward the fiery gorge, they discovered that the invisibility potion in their possession seemed to lack sufficient purity. The alchemist had made a critical error during the potion's formulation. Without the involvement of the blue spectre, these potions could only last for a fleeting moment, rendering the royal holders incapable of circumventing the guardian dragon. In perplexity, Andy queried, "What is the guardian dragon? Why must we bypass it?" Clarence pointed towards the dome of the library, stating, "The answer lies within those faded murals." Andy raised his gaze to the dome's frescoes, depicting Austin warriors shielding themselves against the flames spewed by a black dragon, with mountains of treasures amassed behind the beast. And at the mural's edge, a modest fountain could be discerned. Clarence pointed to the fire-breathing dragon atop the dome and declared, "That is the guardian dragon, tasked with safeguarding the treasures of the vast continent. Behind it lies a small fountain, known as the Fountain of Eternal Life. It is said that the waters of this fountain can resurrect the deceased, while those who drink from it while living will be endowed with the gift of longevity." Listening intently to Clarence's explanation, Andy remarked, "These illustrations are simply unbelievable." The ancient soul, upon hearing Andy's words, shrugged and replied, "You must think these are mere fabrications of the human imagination, do you not?" Andy nodded in agreement. Clarence continued, "The guardian dragon is immune to magic. Only by circumventing it can one reach the Fountain of Eternal Life. Those who sought both immortality and riches ventured into the fiery canyon armed with invisibility potions. The outcome was tragically dire. Those with potions of insufficient purity could not pass the guardian dragon. Those who narrowly escaped the dragon's jaws laid the blame squarely upon the master of the Phantom Temple. The entire temple was ransacked, and severed heads piled high within its grand hall, with only the priest surviving, yet he was mercilessly deprived of his sight. Prolonged solitude transformed his demeanor, and on a dark night, he ended his own life, only to be summoned by a mysterious force. The temple plummeted from the desert's fissures into the abyss. Countless souls found refuge there, continuing their earthly pursuits until the devourer of fissures enveloped Dylan. At which point everything changed. Andy, observing Clarence's somber expression, inquired, "Were you the priest who was blinded?" Chapter 44. The trial of will. Upon hearing Andy's question, Clarence exhibited a hint of nervousness, grasping the golden-haired youth with trembling hands. The sudden contact left Andy somewhat unsettled. He was uncertain of the ancient soul's intentions and feared that his earlier inquiry had plunged Clarence into painful memories, an unintended consequence of his curiosity. Andy curled his fingers slightly, yet he did not withdraw from the translucent hands. Clarence held Andy's palm tightly, slowly drawing it closer to himself, as two enormous eyeballs fell into Andy's hand. The young boy from Austin was utterly astonished. Clarence, with an expression devoid of emotion, absorbed the essence of the living. When Andy's anxious breath approached those eyes, the pulsating orbs suddenly locked their gaze onto the golden-haired youth. Instantly, Andy was captivated by these eerie eyes, which seemed to harbor a myriad of complex thoughts within their profound depths. Perhaps he wished to rid himself of Clarence's fallen eyes, but the ancient soul proclaimed loudly, "I am the priest of the Horn Desert. I am the great scholar Clarence." In that moment, the pulsating eyes transported Andy into another realm, a place devoid of the ancient soul's desolation and the worldly conflicts of life. Here, only boundless tolerance and tranquility prevailed as the eyes in Andy's hand radiated brilliance. A surge of energy ascended to the dome, and floating books danced gracefully around him, their rapidly flipping pages whisking the enthralled boy back to reality. In Andy's eyes, there was no trace of hatred reflected in Clarence. The stark white bones that should lie deep within the ancient soul's heart were conspicuously absent. He could not fathom how Clarence could so effortlessly forgive those who had once caused him harm. He inquired, "Why can you cast aside hatred?" Clarence replied with a smile, "I once found myself cursing those who wronged me in the darkest of corners, yet hatred failed to imbue me with the courage to continue fighting. Nor did it bring me any joy in my final moments. I plummeted into the depths of the sea alongside the Temple of Spirits. The ancient specters, terrified, disregarded my pleas and retreated into the abyss. They were unaware that they would encounter Jacob, the malevolent soul hunter relentlessly pursuing these ancient spirits. Even as I hid within the confines of the library, I could still feel the echoes of their tragic cries. Just when I was on the verge of despair, Harris restored the temple and encased it in a protective column of energy. I understood that his sacrifices were not solely for us, the hunted, yet this selfless act revealed to me the potency of forgiveness. When Dylan, harboring the heart of nature, opened the library's door, I discovered that not only could I perceive the world around me, but I could also discern the innermost thoughts of each individual. Regrettably, I remained ensnared by a frigid shell, longing to absorb the essence of the living, which led me to commit unspeakable acts. Andy sensed the sincerity in Clarence's words, gazing at the ancient soul before him. If you are still willing to teach me architecture and botany, I would be immensely grateful. I shall not dwell on the past. Clarence averted his gaze, looking at Andy as he said, having undergone the baptism of light magic, I am willing to share with you the greatest treasures of the vast continent and the secrets of the fountain of immortality. I can even mark the locations of these secrets on this parchment map adorned with royal seals. Surely, such generous offers cannot dissuade you from your desire to learn architecture and botany? After uttering these words, Clarence regarded the youth with confidence. Andy replied, I believe the matters of guarding the dragon and the fountain of immortality do not concern me. Perhaps my childhood was fraught with hardship, but I have not allowed Rebecca's torment to alter my convictions. While immense wealth might transform me into a figure akin to Bishop, I would forfeit the freedom of my soul and the essence of true happiness. I wish to aid the suffering Bunnier people, rather than present myself before them as a mere benefactor. Upon hearing Andy's candid response, Clarence remarked, I never anticipated that you could endure the trial of will. As a specter, I still harbor the desires of the living, yet you have chosen to forsake the pursuit of the fountain of immortality for those who are entirely unrelated to you. Before Clarence could finish his thought, a round of applause resonated from outside the library. Harris and Dylan led the unsuspecting Treester to Andy's side, where Dylan, patting Andy's shoulder, remarked, I cannot believe you remain unmoved by the vast wealth of the continent. Nor are you enamored by the fountain of eternal life. I believe you are most suited to embark on the next phase of your studies. Treester proudly approached the alchemical tome and declared, Dylan has granted my request, and I too may commence my learning. If this tome contains knowledge surpassing that of herbalism, then I shall. Andy, gazing at the bewildered Treester, inquired, What shall you do? Treester smiled and replied, I shall not divulge that to you just yet. While the trio engaged in cheerful conversation within the library, Dylan suddenly sensed a subtle tremor from the temple, which he promptly relayed to Harris. The master and apprentice hastened to the temple hall, where Dylan observed Urchil spinning rapidly in the open area outside, the surrounding gravel being whipped into a massive vortex by the stone elemental. Harris watched as the mischievous creature and his long-tongued companion sat beside Urchil, fixated on the pile of abyssal shells. An exuberant Urchil shouted, Delicious! I hereby declare the abyss my territory. With that, the enchanted stone elemental shifted positions and continued to dig. Dylan, seeing Urchil's antics, shook his head in resignation, saying, Let us hope it does not end up offering its body to Jacob's mouth. Harris gazed at the long-tongued creature and remarked, I can only pray that Urchil does not allow my steed to overindulge. If it grows accustomed to such rapid consumption, I lack Urchil's prowess to provide such grand feasts daily. Andy, watching the wildly spinning Urchil, exclaimed, Can you not settle down for a moment? You will surely be the death of me. Urchil approached Andy, encircled by a ring of gravel, and said, Master, this is my first meal. Please do not hinder me. You are nearly disrupting my delightful dining experience. With that, Urchil accelerated its spinning, causing the entire phantom temple to begin to tremble and sink. Dylan summoned the divine beings, who lifted the whirling Urchil, and the little stone elemental innocently looked up at the towering figures, saying, Oh, have I disturbed your rest? Please set me down, or I shall become quite irate. The divine beings, frustrated with the restless stone elemental, cast it out of the temple's protective barrier. Andy turned to Dylan and asked, Is this truly without consequence? Dylan replied, Urchil should be fine, but Jacob may be in for some trouble. Chapter 45. Hellhound. The Phantom Temple did not meet its demise at the hands of Urchil, and Andy did not encounter the troublesome little creature for a considerable time thereafter. Despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Andy had never truly harbored anger towards Urchil. In fact, after the stone elemental, which claimed to be a part of him, departed from the Phantom Temple, he began to feel an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Harris discerned that the young man was increasingly concerned for Urchil's safety. With Urchil's mischief absent from the temple, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Dylan honored his promise, and under his patient guidance, Treester mastered the art of alchemy. Clarence, true to his word, generously imparted his vast knowledge of advanced architecture and agriculture from the sprawling continent to Andy. Having mastered these two disciplines, Andy led Trista back to Storm Beach. For over a year, Buck had received no news of Trista, and the old bunnyer was consumed with anxiety. When he finally beheld Andy riding back to the village atop a snow beast, bearing Trista, his heart soared with joy. Under Andy's guidance, the previously rudimentary village fortified its defenses. He also taught the bunnyer hunters the agricultural techniques he had acquired, continually bringing back dried seeds from the abyssal warehouse. Within just a few months, the forest bunnyer cultivated a variety of grains, vegetables, and fruits in the fertile soil of the Emma forest. With Andy's assistance, Trista finally established her own herb garden. Dylan instructed Andy to deliver the alchemical vessels from the library to Trista, believing that those items did not rightfully belong to him and that the viscous, transparent liquids would serve her better. As Andy observed the burgeoning strength of the forest bunnyer, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled within him, and Buck expressed his admiration for Andy's endeavors. He remarked that he had never encountered a young man like him in his lifetime. Despite Buck's insistence, the unambitious Andy declined to remain as the leader of the forest bunnyer, instead resolutely setting his sights on the sea. With a heart full of joy, Andy returned to the abyss, where the dim corridor was illuminated by the shimmering horns of the mischievous sprite. Harris, watching Andy's return, sighed in resignation, tugging at his sea beast as he lamented, "You truly are a disappointment. Look at how splendid they both are. If only I could see even a hint of change in you. It would justify the many tears I have shed for you over the years." The long-tongued beast ignored Harris, continuing its search for abyssal shells in the sand. Harris, stroking his calloused rear, remarked, "All you do is eat. What good is indulging in such delicacies if you do nothing but lick my face and have never tended to my wounds?" With that, he led the sea beast back to the temple. Back in the abyss, Andy felt compelled to investigate the coral thicket, recalling that he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Urchil's presence during his last survey of the terrain. Standing amidst the coral, he gazed into the depths of the abyss, where terrifying darkness seemed to pulse with immense magical energy. Dylan, noticing Andy's arrival, pointed ahead and said, "There lies the tomb of the Flash, the fabled resting place of the light artifact. Though my curse of red possesses formidable power akin to the Flash, it is, nonetheless, a dark artifact." With a sigh, Dylan paused. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Andy mistakenly believed that his senior brother was laboring tirelessly to aid him in acquiring the Flash. And guilt washed over him, he replied, "I do not aspire to possess the Flash, nor do I chase after Harris for the language of all things as I did at first. Through my interactions with the bunnyer, I have realized that while I may never become a person as selfless as you, I feel a profound responsibility to ensure that everyone lives joyfully." With a smile, Dylan remarked, "I am exceedingly pleased to hear your words. You have already acquired the essence of Emma, and I believe that mastering the languages of the diverse races across the vast continent would be a splendid enhancement. Moreover, Harris has bestowed upon you all of his abilities. Thus, these trifling skills should pose no challenge for you. Regardless, you must approach the forthcoming soul trial with utmost seriousness." Andy, gazing at Dylan, inquired, "Are we here to commence the trials?" To which Dylan replied, "If you succeed, that rusted one-handed hammer shall belong to you." However, Andy had no intention of beginning the soul trial. He merely sought to uncover the whereabouts of Akir in this place. Dylan seemed oblivious to Andy's reluctance as he extracted the cursed red from the coral and handed it to him, stating, "The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Now you must venture to the deepest recesses of the abyss to uncover the secrets of the dark flower." Mounting the snow beast, Andy passed through the protective barrier and arrived at the rugged cliff's edge, where he noticed something swiftly moving in the distance. Mistaking it for Akir, he promptly commanded the mischievous one to swim over quickly. Thus, the young man, riding the snow beast for the soul trial, vanished from Dylan's sight. Upon reaching the location where he had sensed the anomaly, Andy dismounted from the mischievous one, cautiously clutching the cursed red and keeping a vigilant gaze ahead. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, and the mischievous one immediately lunged forward, its sharp teeth sinking into a creature attempting to flee. The grotesque beast, writhing in agony, exclaimed, "Oh no, another would-be possessor of the artifact." Andy, observing the creature's distress, queried, "Have you encountered a stone elemental in this vicinity?" The creature, suffering under the mischievous one's grip, writhed in pain as Andy gestured for the mischievous one to release it temporarily. As soon as the creature hit the ground, it scampered to the cliff's edge, shouting, "Here, there is nothing but endless darkness, save for we powerful hellhounds." Andy remained skeptical of the hellhound's claims. Addressing the creature squatting on the rock with glowing green eyes, He stated, "I am merely seeking a friend. Since you do not possess any information, I shall take my leave." The hellhound watched with glee as Andy disappeared around the cliff's bend, when suddenly another hellhound sprang forth, smirking and saying, "That fool is too easy to deceive. We shall witness quite the spectacle this time." Hiding behind a rock with the mischievous one, Andy observed the hellhound's actions. The two hellhounds wagged their tails as they descended the cliff, their mocking laughter echoing from afar. Following the sound of the hellhounds, Andy advanced cautiously until he sensed a powerful dark force. Carefully, he turned around the rock, only to find a slumbering giant hellhound blocking his path. Bending low, Andy stealthily approached the drooling creature when, all of a sudden, the hellhound rose, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning towards him. Chapter 46. The demon slayer. Andy extended his left hand before his chest, and the magical shield deflected the lightning onto the rock. A colossal hellhound cleaved through the ocean's depths, lunging menacingly towards Andy, who swiftly braced himself with his forepaws against the beast's formidable bulk. Andy observed the hellhound, its body adorned with bony spikes, from which a viscous green liquid oozed forth. This noxious mixture mingled with the seawater, advancing ominously towards him. With a fierce roar, his companion, the snow beast, unleashed a powerful shockwave, creating a vortex that hurled venomous energy towards the hellhound. Seizing the moment, Andy extended his right hand to draw forth the crimson curse from his back, and a flash of red light revealed a multitude of coral darts that rapidly sprouted upon striking the ground, effectively impeding the hellhound's advance. At that instant, two departing hellhounds appeared at the cliff's edge, their cunning eyes fixed on Andy as they lunged simultaneously. Sensing a shift in the water's flow behind him, Andy bestowed an enraging blessing upon his snow beast, which swiftly grew in stature. The two diminutive hellhounds, confronted by the towering figure of the snow beast, fled in terror. The enormous hellhound, upon witnessing the gaping maw of the snow beast, immediately crouched low and retreated into the abyss. Andy sheathed the crimson curse and led his companion towards the heart of the abyss. Guided by the glimmer of the snow beast's horns, he beheld an expanse of dark flowers blooming across the landscape, dancing rhythmically with the currents of the sea, emanating an overwhelming aura of dark energy. Suddenly, a torrent of water accompanied by a cacophony of howls surged from afar, prompting Andy to mount his snow beast. Together, they surged through the waves towards the peaks, the rugged terrain flashing beneath the snow beast's agile strides. Before him lay a multitude of dark flowers, where the two hellhounds that had recently attacked him concealed themselves, desperately siphoning the dark energy. Andy gestured for his snow beast to crouch down, extinguishing the glow of its horns, while he stealthily approached the hellhounds. Engrossed in their conversation about the earlier encounter, a sudden commotion erupted among the flowers. One hellhound, swatting at its companion's head, exclaimed, "Look, that foolish big head is back." The other, lounging amidst the blossoms, stretched lazily and remarked, "Who would have thought it would come to this? Remember how imposing Jacob used to be?" Intrigued by the hellhound's discourse, Andy lowered himself, seeking to discern the current state of the abyss's Jacob. He understood Jacob's power. An encounter 2 years prior had instilled in him a profound respect for the demon's capabilities. As the ground began to tremble violently, the two hellhounds pressed their bodies close to the earth. In the distance, a massive shadow moved slowly through the waters, and as a colossal head emerged into the hellhound's view, the two grotesque creatures erupted into laughter. Confused by their amusement, Andy's apprehension grew, for the immense head bore a striking resemblance to Jacob, compelling him to remain vigilant. Jacob, swaying his enormous head, seemed to be searching for something, his demeanor tinged with unease as he engaged in peculiar movements among the flowers. Just then, one hellhound excitedly struck its grounded companion, exclaiming, "Did you see? I told you, Jacob has gone mad." Another hellhound impatiently remarked, "We've been watching for a year, and I still have no idea where that Jacob's bane originates." The two hellhounds widened their eyes, searching the surroundings until the eagerly anticipating one exclaimed, "It's coming! It's coming! Look!" Following the sound, Andy turned his gaze towards the commotion in the flower thicket, where numerous dark flowers were hurled into the sea, and the sandy ground was upheaved by a peculiar force. Jacob, witnessing the petals drifting away, wept sorrowfully, seemingly on the brink of collapse. With its massive mouth agape, it shouted, "I will fight you, you shameless, malicious, greedy rodent." This creature had ruled the abyss for nearly a millennium, having encountered no adversary aside from Dylan, sustaining its enduring form on the energy derived from the dark flowers. However, since losing its corporeal body, its magical prowess had significantly waned. and it relied on the energy of the dark flowers for survival. It yearned to amalgamate the devourer of its fissures into its own being, so that it would no longer fear Dylan's might. Yet, following an incident a year prior that transformed this ruler of the abyss into a cowardly fool, it had been subjected to incessant mockery. The creatures within the abyss even began to take delight in this. As the demons once terrified by Jacob now joined in the game, though no faction was willing to lend assistance, preferring to watch as the former sovereign of the abyss was tormented. Andy was taken aback by the demons' hysterical cries. He found it entirely unsurprising if such words had escaped Harris's lips, yet it was astonishing to hear this vile creature curse its own opponent. It seemed another formidable foe had risen from the depths of the abyss, and Andy realized that his chances of succeeding in the soul trial had grown increasingly bleak. Jacob began to dart swiftly among the flowers, prompting the two hellhounds to take refuge beneath a rock, one of them even raising its front leg to mimic Jacob's path, a sight so absurd it left Andy utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Jacob, darting wildly through the flowers, came to a halt, ensnared by an unseen force. Its large head bobbed up and down amidst the blossoms, resembling a beer barrel adrift upon the waves. Abruptly, Jacob turned its head and bit down frantically at the ground, subsequently opening its mouth in agony, as its cracked teeth fell to the earth after a series of anguished howls. With its head lowered, Jacob incessantly licked its bloodied gums, until a force overturned its massive head, causing Andy to feel the pain of being thrown onto its back. Jacob suffered a heavy blow, yet the demon showed no inclination to fight. It shook its head and vanished into the abyss's waters. The two hellhounds erupted into laughter at this sight, one even rolling joyfully upon the rock. Andy led the mischievous little one over, and as the hellhounds opened their green eyes to behold the snow beast's gaping maw, they realized, having just endured a challenge, that they were no match for the creature before them. Initially lost in derision, they were reluctant to rise, but as the little one crouched low, the two hellhounds promptly tumbled and scurried away. Andy gazed at the fleeing hellhound without pursuing it. Instead, he parted the blossoms to seek the truth. As his hand brushed against the dark flower, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from the thicket. Just as Andy contemplated venturing deeper into the floral depths, an unexpectedly familiar voice echoed nearby. "Master, is that truly you?" Chapter 47. Reunion. Standing upright, Andy felt a tumult of emotion surge within him at that tender call. Since his encounter with Akir before the warm hearth in the village of Buner, he had sensed an indelible bond of friendship. Though he endeavored to conceal his fervent longing in the presence of others, the absence of the little stone elemental had left a palpable void in his life. Now, upon hearing that long-awaited call once more, Andy let his feelings unfurl amidst the dark energies of the flowering thicket. "Akir," he cried out, uttering a name that had haunted his dreams, as tears flowed like the currents of the abyss. With a powerful surge, Akir miraculously materialized before him. Over the past year, Andy's golden locks cascaded over his shoulders, and his azure eyes now beheld the blossoms. Akir, elated to finally see his longed-for master, leapt with joy. Andy embraced Akir tightly, his tears of exhilaration soaking the little elemental shoulders. The mischievous creature ambled closer, extending its long tongue to lick at Akir nestled in Andy's arms. Akir lifted his head and inquired, "Master, why are you crying?" Andy, seeing Akir's innocent expression, replied, "These are tears of joy. I was truly worried about you after you were cast out of the phantom temple by the deity. But I didn't tell Dylan and Harris for fear they would mock me." Akir complained. "I simply wanted a good meal. Yet those two brutes threw me out. I never anticipated that the barrier would be so resilient. I tried several times to return but to no avail." Listening to Akir's tale, Andy explained, "That protective barrier is fortified by 8 pillars of energy. Not even you could breach it, let alone Jacob from the abyss." Akir stamped his foot in frustration. "Speaking of Jacob infuriates me. I wasn't even upset when Harris kicked me or when Dylan summoned the deity to hurl me out, but that hideous creature wanted to devour me." Andy smiled, his tear-streaked eyes fixed on Akir. The little elemental, perceiving his master's expression, softly remarked, "You seem to doubt my words." Andy chuckled. "I do not." He quickly reassured the little stone elemental and continued, "What exactly did you mean when you said Jacob wanted to eat you?" Upon hearing Andy's inquiry, Akir leaped to the ground, animatedly gesturing to recount the incident. It turned out that Dylan's summoned deity had ejected Akir from the protective barrier, and Jacob, lurking nearby, sensed the commotion. The demon swiftly swam towards the temple's protective barrier, hiding behind a large rock, and witnessed Akir incessantly striking the barrier. The malevolent demon harbored an insatiable curiosity. It had never relinquished its intent to slay Dylan. yet lamentably lacked the opportunity. Observing the foolish stone elemental incessantly battering the protective barrier, it perceived a potential chance and thus patiently concealed itself behind the rocks, awaiting developments. Throughout the day, Urchil failed to breach the shield, and upon awakening, Jacob grew increasingly irked by the sight of the diminutive stone elemental. Consequently, the sovereign of the abyss launched an assault on the unsuspecting Urchil. The poor Urchil, initially engrossed in shattering the barrier to reunite with his master, found himself ensnared by a gaping maw. Urchil glared furiously at the thick, fleshy lips, and as Jacob exerted force, his formidable teeth clashed with Urchil's naturally rocky physique. With a resounding crack, Jacob's upper and lower incisors shattered into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Urchil swung his small fists, obliterating Jacob's remaining incisors, canines, and molars. Jacob howled in agony as Urchil leaped atop his massive head, raining down punches, transforming the demon's tentacled crown into a colossal sea urchin. Enraged, Jacob unleashed his most venomous death tendrils upon the stone elemental, which was no larger than his eyeball. The tendrils swiftly ensnared Urchil, coated in venom, rendering the little stone creature immobile as the grip tightened perilously. Placing Urchil's life in jeopardy, a throng of demons congregated at the cliff's edge, observing the spectacle. These abyssal creatures, who had long endured Jacob's torment, experienced a tumultuous conflict within. They did not wish for the unknown stone elemental to triumph over Jacob, yet equally despised the thought of Jacob vanquishing this oblivious opponent with ease. The onlookers understood that the abyss belonged to Jacob, and although the Rift Devourer had intervened, they were acutely aware of who the true sovereign was. Anyone who ventured here merely became another challenger to be defeated by Jacob, and this diminutive contender would be no exception. Nonetheless, witnessing Jacob, their usual tormentor, suffer even a modicum of hardship momentarily satiated their vanity. The demons jeered and derided, and upon hearing their taunts aimed at Jacob, Urchil was instantly infused with newfound strength. Feeling as though he had become an idol to the spectators, with renewed vigor, he summoned all his might to break free from the constricting death tendrils. Jacob, grimacing at the sight of the resilient stone elemental before him, muttered, "What a damned misfortune to encounter a toxin-immune creature." With the momentum on his side, Urchil unleashed a relentless barrage upon Jacob. The demons perched upon the cliff, astonished at the petite stone elemental's triumph over the abyssal Jacob, surged forward in a frenzy. Recognizing the tide had turned, Jacob swiftly altered his course, retreating towards the tomb of sudden strikes. The hellhounds rushed forth to extol Urchil, who, in that moment, found himself basking in the adulation of a hero. These oppressed demons, suddenly empowered, hoisted Urchil aloft, carrying him into the depths of the abyss where the dark flowers bloomed. These cunning hellhounds, aware that they were no match for Jacob, had always covertly absorbed the energy of the dark flowers, but now they seemed to have discovered Jacob's Achilles' heel. This little stone elemental was their assurance. Since that day, whenever Jacob arrives to absorb the energy of the dark flower, Akir can unexpectedly deliver a thorough beating to the demon. Upon hearing Akir's account, Andy chuckled and remarked, "It seems you are quite content here. I was initially worried for your safety, but now I feel somewhat superfluous." The young sorcerer intentionally teased the little stone elemental. Akir, upon hearing Andy's words, immediately sprang up and rested his head against Andy's calf, saying, "It's not fun here at all. Besides, I find myself missing Quister and the little rascal." Andy squatted down, lifting Akir into his arms with a smile, and replied, "I was merely teasing you. You truly mean a great deal to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to come find you. The other day, I believe I spotted you outside the coral thicket." Chapter 48. The purple youth Akir placed a finger on his lips and said, "That must have been before I went to the Thunderstrike tomb to settle scores with Jacob." Upon hearing Thunderstrike tomb, Andy stamped his foot and exclaimed, "I almost forgot about the trial Dylan arranged for me." Akir tilted his head and inquired, "What is the purpose of the trial?" Andy explained, "It is a practical course devised by Dylan and Harris to train me. The survival trial I undertook previously took place at Stormy Beach and in Emma Forest, and not long ago, I also completed the will trial." Akir nodded and remarked, "That sounds truly complicated." Andy looked down at Akir and said, "I initially held little hope for this soul trial, but now that you have returned, I have decided to take you with me to the Thunderstrike tomb for the trial." Akir pointed towards the area crackling with lightning and said, "That is the Thunderstrike tomb. It is very dangerous." Andy gazed at the intertwining purple lightning spheres relentlessly striking the center of the abyss, then lowered his head to Akir and confided, "I have removed the cursed red. Dylan mentioned that the artifact on my back could unlock Thunderstrike. Yet I am truly uncertain whether that lengthy ritual was successful. T present. I feel utterly bewildered. Akir tapped Andy's toe and asked, Master, why do I sense a reluctance within you? Is this trial not of your own volition? Although Andy maintained a stoic expression, his complex emotions were in turmoil regarding the purpose of this journey. He felt that the previous trials were paths he had to traverse, driven by curiosity regardless of the intent. However, this time was different. Since accepting the trial, his once calm heart began to flutter, as if foreboding a sinister omen. The dark flower sensed a powerful summoning force, and these blooming flowers began to emanate an extraordinary dark energy. The little rascal let out a furious roar, and Akir noticed that the once vibrant flowers seemed to be wilting, their petals drifting through the seawater, rising with a terrifying power. The cursed red on Andy's back began to stir restlessly. Above the Thunderstrike tomb, the once dense spheres of lightning suddenly halted in an instant. The black energy devoured by the rift devourers and brought to the abyss was once regarded as a treasure by Jacob. T harnesses the intense lightning to merge with the energy of the dark flower within the abyss, transforming the originally white lightning into a striking purple. These energies are not only formidable, but they have also sealed the ancient artifact, the Thunderstrike. The curse of the red behind Andy absorbs all the lightning orbs above the tomb of Thunderstrike, while the dark flowers on the ground, unable to resist the energy of the red curse, wither and fade. This dark artifact has finally completed its final charging, yet these energies awaken the dormant seeds of darkness within Andy once more. Sensing the thread of the dark energy within him, Andy urges the mischievous one to hasten back to the temple. The snow beast, witnessing Andy's entire being enveloped in purple, hesitates to depart. Archer, seeing Andy radiating dark energy, bellows, Mischievous one, quickly seek Dylan for assistance. The mischievous one propels through the seawater with determination, while Andy gazes down at Archer, murmuring, "Thank you." The little stone elemental looks up at Andy, realizing that his master seems to be undergoing a dreadful transformation. With a sigh, Andy remarks, "It appears that I can no longer proceed with the soul trial." Upon uttering these words, Andy, now fully adorned in purple, draws forth the red curse. Archer senses a powerful energy emanating from Andy, causing the little stone elemental to tremble as he exclaims, "Master, you appear quite fearsome." Ignoring Archer, Andy propels himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot, darting like an arrow released from its bow towards the tomb of Thunderstrike. While the abyssal creatures, drawn by the commotion, scurry to hide amidst the flowers, Jacob, resting with his chin in hand near the tomb of Thunderstrike, shows no fear of Dylan, for this abyssal sovereign knows that the demigod hidden in the Phantom Temple, though formidable, poses no threat to him. Rather, it is the boy wielding the red curse who proves to be quite troublesome. Now, encountering a stone elemental immune to toxins, Jacob finds himself in a predicament. With the aid of the dark flower's energy, he has nearly completed his merger with the Rift Devourer, and for the past year, his status as the Abyssal Sovereign has become but a shadow of its former glory. What perplexes him is that he has not fallen to Dylan or the boy with the red curse, but instead, a diminutive stone elemental has disrupted his plans. In the distance, a significant surge of energy ignites a glimmer of hope within this Abyssal Sovereign. Although he is uncertain of the cause of this energy mutation, it presents an opportunity for merging. He uses his tentacles to grasp the trident and bursts forth from the tomb of Thunderstrike, his large head curiously scanning the surroundings. The once relentless lightning orbs assaulting the tomb have vanished. From the direction of the cliff, a powerful dark force approaches rapidly. Before Jacob can react, a purple lightning bolt encircles him. Startled, Jacob slowly turns his head, only to find a youth, wholly enveloped in purple lightning and wielding the red curse, floating before him. The gaze of judgment, reminiscent of apocalyptic reckoning, pierces through Jacob, while the surrounding seawater instantaneously solidifies. The creatures hiding around the tomb, drawn by the spectacle, are rendered paralyzed with fear, having never encountered such potent dark energy, not even during Jacob's most frenzied moments. Archer, sheltering behind a rock, gazes at his master, whispering, "Could that person truly be my master? Why does it feel so foreign and terrifying?" The snow beast emitted a furious roar, and Dylan witnessed mischief returning, signaling that the soul trial had commenced. He was reluctant to witness such a brutal ordeal inflicted upon Andy, yet there was no alternative. Without undergoing the soul trial, Andy could never ascend to the status of Storm Prophet, nor could he wield the Thunderstrike. Harris, accompanied by the long-tongued woman, stood behind Dylan and remarked, "May that frail shoulder bear the weight of its heavy burden." Dylan signaled for mischief to return to Andy's side. He had no opportunity to spectate the trial without the curse of red. Although he yearned to assist Andy in navigating this perilous challenge, it seemed impossible this time. The snow beast, bearing the demigod's instructions, swiftly arrived at the tomb of Thunderstrike, where it found its master already engaged with Jacob. Mischief let out a roar, causing all the lurking monsters to immediately conceal themselves. Jacob regarded the fierce Andy and proclaimed, "Your presence here is akin to walking into a trap. I have long struggled to merge with the Rift Devourer. But now it seems the moment for my resurgence has arrived." With a flick of his trident, a curtain of water suddenly appeared before Andy, within which blazed the inferno of Mudwater Alley, incinerating the Alistair Tavern. Through the watery veil, Andy glimpsed Ferdinand and saw his parents groaning beneath the rubble of the collapsed house. He discarded the curse of red, pressing his hands to his head, while Urchil, witnessing his master in agony, hastened to Jacob's side. It attempted to lift its master away from the tomb of Thunderstrike, but Andy was as immovable as if tethered to the ocean's depths. Jacob swiftly seized the curse of red, casting aside his trident with glee, exclaiming, "I never imagined this artifact would belong to me." Chapter 49. The true form of Dylan. As Jacob's tendrils made contact with the curse of red, the Rift Devourer that had been consumed within it immediately fused with him. The Abyssal Sovereign, having abandoned its own body, finally regained its energy, and a new form began to emerge beneath Jacob's enormous head. One far more robust than the body it had forsaken. Jacob gazed at his new physique with exhilaration, erupting into maniacal laughter. He surveyed the trembling monsters surrounding the tomb of Thunderstrike. Those once mocking jesters in his downfall now fled in terror. Indifferent to the green-eyed fiends, Jacob had more pressing matters at hand. He approached Andy, who was floating in the water, on the verge of asphyxiation. Two tendrils slowly elongated, wrapping around Andy's form. Jacob looked down at Andy, now devoid of the curse of red, and asked, "Do you understand why you have faltered?" The struggling Andy clutched his neck with both hands, his expression one of profound agony. Jacob tightened his grip, saying, "Since you grasped the curse of red, you ought to have fully harnessed the power of dark magic. Yet you foolishly heeded the words of those stubborn old fools. It is utterly laughable." Jacob dragged Andy forward, the cruel demon eyeing the curse of red in his grasp, commenting, "The ancient gods are truly biased, bestowing such formidable dark power upon a dim-witted Austonian like you. Now, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard this treasure." As Jacob tightened his tendrils, he turned to place the cursed crimson in his newly formed right hand. This robust hand grasped the ancient artifact, sending a tremor through the abyss. Jacob smiled as he drove the cursed crimson into Andy's body. With a cry of agony, a pulsating heart was extracted from the contorting figure. Jacob gazed at the heart, half black and half red, and proclaimed, "I have never felt such exhilaration. I shall trample the entire cursed sea beneath my feet." "Ha ha ha!" Urchil, witnessing Andy's torment, rushed forward, swinging his fists to deliver a powerful blow to Jacob's newly born form. Struck by Urchil, Jacob feigned pain, tightening his abdomen and shaking his head, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts terribly." Then, extending his left hand, he seized Urchil, laughing heartily, "You ugly little gnome. Do you really believe those tricks still hold any power over me?" Jacob's grip on Urchil tightened, the small stone elemental writhing in agony within the filthy grasp. Mischief, observing the gravely wounded Andy, immediately charged forward as Jacob noticed the towering snow beast barreling towards him. He raised the cursed crimson, unleashing a shockwave that sliced through the waters toward Mischief. The snow beast roared in fury, and the collision of their powers shattered the rocks surrounding the tomb of Flashstrike, revealing the long-sealed vault above. Jacob continued to tighten his tendrils, while the unconscious Andy slowly bowed his head. Dylan, standing before the phantom temple, wore a grave expression. Mischief, seeing Andy trapped, summoned its ancient divine power, inflating its form to the utmost, and swiped its claws at Jacob. The cursed crimson, imbued with potent dark energy, pierced through the snow beast's forepaw, as Mischief bent its claws and opened its massive maw to confront Jacob. Jacob released Urchil and extended his left hand, unleashing a beam of black light that pierced through the pristine form of Mischief, causing green blood to erupt forth. As the snow beast howled in agony, Urchil's body fell, unconscious, onto the tomb of Flashstrike, having had its energy siphoned by Jacob. Mischief, witnessing the defeat of both Andy and Urchil, took a step back, gathering all its energy at its golden horns. Harris, observing the once dim depths of the abyss suddenly illuminated by a golden radiance, shed 2 streams of tears. Dylan led the long-tongued woman to the protective barrier, handing the reins of the sea beast to Harris, imploring, "Please leave swiftly before the temple is destroyed." Perhaps we should not have initiated the trials of the Storm Prophet, for Andy has already failed. Harris, looking at the tearful Dylan, sighed and replied, I am but a dying man. Why must you grieve so? Had I not been enraptured by the dark grimoire, today's calamity would not have arisen. Your act of sending me away forces me to witness the vast continent's destruction before my eyes. Dylan, gazing earnestly at his mentor, beseeched, Please, you must depart first. I will face Jacob in a battle to the death. Once I unleash the tide's power, nothing here will remain. I implore you to take the long-tongued woman and Clarence with you. Harris gazed at the gradually dimming phantom temple and sighed. There is no time left. Dylan observed Jacob, wielding the cursed red, standing outside the coral thicket. The ruler of the abyss had now absorbed the entirety of the Rift Devourer's energy along with the essence of the cursed red. Its form had expanded to an extreme, completely overshadowing the temple above, as the beast curiously observed Dylan's actions. Much like a pet gazing into a fishbowl, it did not rush to attack. Instead, it brandished the cursed red, flaunting it before Dylan. The latter noticed that the tip of the long-handled artifact was impaled by a pulsating heart. Jacob, swinging the cursed red with delight, proclaimed, Do you see? What a fresh flavor! As the arrogant creature licked the still-beating heart with its dark tongue. It savored the taste while watching the two inside the protective barrier. Dylan, glancing at the reluctant Harris, remarked, I never imagined I would witness Andy's demise with my own eyes, yet I can still sense that faint breath. I shall not sit idly by. Although I will not wield the tide's power against my own brother, I will exert every ounce of strength against this demon. And no sooner had he spoken than Dylan thrust his palms outward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged towards Jacob, the tide's force sweeping the sea along with it. Unperturbed, the beast raised the cursed red defensively before its chest, as a surge of purple energy instantaneously coalesced at the center of the artifact, fully absorbing the tide's power. Jacob, with a scornful gaze, sneered, Demigod? Lord of the deep sea. Is this all you are capable of? Without unleashing the tide's power, what are you? As Dylan witnessed Jacob's arrogant demeanor pivot suddenly, he cast a glance at Harris and said, Master, thank you for your guidance. With those words, Dylan traversed the protective barrier, swimming to face Jacob. Harris, watching Dylan nearly suffocate under the pressure that contorted his form, wept inconsolably as a bloodied bubble erupted from Dylan's mouth. Jacob, observing Dylan's reckless pursuit of doom, smiled with a furrowed brow and remarked, This certainly saves me considerable effort. He turned to Harris within the temple's shield and said, You old fool, I can hardly be bothered to consume you, but the souls behind you would make a delightful feast. With that, Jacob lunged the cursed red towards the temple's protective barrier. The very moment the artifact made contact, a colossal crab unexpectedly ensnared Jacob's arm, twisting its large, tentacled head to face the foe behind it, declaring, The Lord of the Deep Sea has emerged. Chapter 50. The Lord of the Deep Sea, a formidable giant crab, stood menacingly behind Jacob, its size comparable to that of the abyss's ruler. Jacob, the master of the abyss, wore a disdainful expression and feigned astonishment, declaring, So this is the grotesque visage of the Lord of the Deep Sea. Dylan. Transforming into a crab, Dylan retreated while engaging in battle, with Jacob relentlessly pursuing him. The two colossal beings gradually shifted the battlefield towards the tomb of the Flash. Jacob, regarding Dylan, who showed little inclination for combat, scoffed, The Lord of the Deep Sea is nothing remarkable, and no sooner had he spoken than the cursed red, infused with Jacob's venom, surged towards Dylan. Dylan crossed his colossal crab claws, and a swirling current of water propelled the sand and stones on the ground into an indomitable barrier, flawlessly neutralizing the onslaught of the cursed crimson. Jacob sneered as he remarked, You could not restrain yourself after all. Transforming into the Lord of the Deep Seas signifies relinquishing the heart of nature. It appears my prolonged wait has not been in vain, Dylan. You ultimately cannot escape the whims of fate. Ha ha ha. Dylan lunged forward with his claw, a swift strike towards Jacob, the dark purple appendage, infused with a powerful torrent, sent Jacob reeling. Infuriated, Jacob brandished the cursed crimson, engaging in a fierce struggle with Dylan. Observing Jacob ensnared by Dylan, Harris recognized this as perhaps his opportunity to escape alongside the long-tongued woman and the phantom of the temple. Dylan's desperate gambit was not to witness his own demise at the hands of the abyssal Jacob. Harris turned to the trembling Clarence and commanded, We must depart. He ordered all the ancient spirits to follow him and the long-tongued woman towards the abyssal gate. With a furious roar from the long-tongued woman, the gate opened before the quaking souls. Harris wiped away his tears and, accompanied by the long-tongued woman and Clarence, dashed into the swiftly closing abyssal gate. Jacob, witnessing the delectable feast slip away, immediately descended into madness. He concentrated dark energy at the apex of the cursed crimson, unleashing a violet beam that pierced Dylan's form. Yet, Dylan showed no sign of relinquishing his assault. Growing impatient, Jacob issued a thunderous roar, extending all his tentacles. Dylan found himself ensnared by the venom-laden appendages. As he struggled, Dylan gradually succumbed to defeat. Jacob raised the cursed crimson, gazing at the ensnared Dylan, and uttered, "I fail to comprehend your intentions." With that, Jacob plunged the cursed crimson viciously into Dylan, enveloping the demigod lord of the deep seas in a radiant crimson glow. Seated upon the ground, Jacob propped himself on his tentacles, observing with keen interest the barely conscious Dylan. As the cursed crimson fell to the ground, the waters surrounding the tomb of the Flash gradually calmed. Dylan reverted to his human form, his body adrift in the sea, continuously bleeding. After a day of struggle, Jacob beheld the incapacitated Dylan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. In slumber, he expressed immense satisfaction at his newfound lease on life, his lips parting in a wide grin accompanied by resounding snores. The hellhounds lurking in the shadows observed the slumbering Jacob. These pesky creatures that had tormented him during his downfall now feared for their own fate. However, upon seeing Andy and Dylan floating outside the tomb of the Flash, they hatched a plan. Seizing the opportunity of Jacob's sleep, several hellhounds dragged Andy and Dylan deep into the tomb, where a concealed lair awaited, an ideal vantage point for these cowards to monitor Jacob. As Andy's body approached the depths of the tomb, his soul shattered the binding barrier, leaving him standing alone in the muddy alley, confronted by a once familiar street, teeming with fleeing souls. He ambled toward the blazing Alex Tavern, where he beheld the frenzied Labika, igniting chaos all around. Ferdinand struggled to maintain his protective shield, while beneath him lay the unconscious form of Andy. Andy's soul transcended, yearning to awaken his fainted self. A blinding light flashed, revealing Tyren, the demon who had irrevocably altered his existence, lurking in the corner of a spacious hall. As Ferdinand brought down the hammer of light upon Tyren, tears welled in Andy's eyes as he witnessed Ferdinand turn to ash. He saw the sorrow and reluctance reflected in Ferdinand's gaze, and with a heavy heart, Andy approached, tenderly caressing his petrified form. As the silhouettes of Eric and Rory gradually faded into the distance, Andy succumbed to despair. Weeping bitterly, he slowly sat down, surrendering himself to the deluge of the Black Mountain. Witnessing the tormented souls harmed by Tyren perish in agony, observing the souls devoured by Jacob's scream and distortion, and even glimpsing his own self, tormented by dark energies. Suddenly, Dylan's image materialized before Andy, gently stroking his golden locks. Andy looked up to behold Dylan's handsome visage restored, his black eyes brimming with boundless expectation. He inquired, "I lack the confidence to embark on the soul trial. Yet why do you insist on my undertaking this journey?" Dylan vanished, and behind him emerged a homeland ravaged by war, grotesque faces abounding, with mountains of gold coins atop which lay bloodied skulls, while the dark energy-infused Kalbi elves stood over the remnants. Terrified, Andy fled, collapsing weeping beneath a towering wall, exclaiming, "I cannot do this, I truly cannot." Dylan reappeared beside Andy, this time seated, gazing at the sky where a sliver of light pierced the blood-red expanse. Dylan smiled and gestured towards that glimmer, saying, "Some individuals are born bearing monumental missions. They cannot tread a smooth path, for it shall be fraught with thorns and obstacles. Countless souls teetering on the brink of death require this person's salvation. Along this path, they may endure heavy blows and at times lose faith in their existence and the joy of life. But when this individual gazes back upon those they have saved, they shall be met with unparalleled glory. They may not be perfect, perhaps even deeply flawed, yet their lifelong pursuit will be the freedom and equality of all benevolent souls." No longer in torment, Andy felt an illumination emanating from deep within, a serene light of freedom that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the earth. The blood-red sky unleashed a torrential rain as Andy rose, tilting his head to welcome the baptism of his soul. The slumbering strike, resting at the grave's depth, was summoned by the power of light. The rusted one-handed hammer shattered the shackles of dark energy. Soaring to Andy's side, suspended in midair, fixated on the ravenous hellhounds encircling him. These timid creatures, upon sighting the levitating hammer, immediately fled. The rusted hammer then pivoted its handle. Andy's darkened chest embraced the ancient deity's blessing, and in an instant, the handle of the strike pierced Andy's heart. As a surge of potent electricity coursed through him, Andy rose to his feet, opening his eyes, his golden locks transforming into a vibrant purple. his resolute gaze devoid of fear. Chapter 51. The lamenting song. As Jacob slumbered deeply, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. The ruler of the abyss, awaiting the fall of night, turned to behold Andy, wielding the thunderstrike, appearing ominously behind him. Furrowing his brow, Jacob muttered, "This is utterly preposterous. How can one still live without a heart? Could it be?" Andy's right hand surged with the primordial energy of light magic, and the long-sealed thunderstrike revealed its true form once more. Gazing at the ancient artifact entwined with lightning, Jacob commanded, "Bring it forth, and I shall spare your life." Ignoring Jacob's pretense, Andy offered no reply. He laid the wounded Dylan upon the rock and magically sealed his injuries. Jacob, incensed by Andy's disregard, resorted to his old tricks, conjuring a curtain of water before the young warrior. The familiar illusions re-emerged, and the monstrous entity, adorned with writhing tentacles, anticipated the boy with the thunderstrike to fall prey once again. Disinterested in Jacob's antics, Andy was consumed with concern for the gravely injured Dylan and the fragile little mischief. Fearing they could not withstand the pressures of the deep sea, he was even more troubled by the thought of losing Urchill, whose energy had waned and might depart from him forever. Raising the thunderstrike, he summoned the ancient divine power. As arcs of lightning converged upon the hammerhead, the formidable lightning magic compelled the seawater to reverse its flow. With a vigorous swing, Andy unleashed a spherical bolt of lightning. Jacob grasped the cursed crimson artifact from the ground, straining to resist as the spherical lightning collided with it, resembling a rapidly spinning snowball striking a fan. Jacob extended his arms, bracing against the cursed crimson. As the spherical lightning erupted, a golden radiance began to emanate from Andy's chest, illuminating the abyss with a light that signified the impending judgment, simultaneously shattering the curtain of water before Jacob. Suddenly struck by inspiration as the water veil dissipated, Jacob deftly redirected the spherical lightning's assault, circumventing the snow beast and reappearing behind Andy. The rapidly spinning sphere, now without a target, crashed against the underwater cliff, causing the entire grave of thunderstrike to tremble precariously. With both hands gripping the cursed crimson, Jacob launched a fierce assault towards the back of Andy's head, while the reverse-flowing seawater stilled instantaneously. Upon the collision of thunderstrike with the cursed crimson, the dark artifact that Jacob had just seized shattered into countless coral fragments. Turning swiftly, Andy brandished the thunderstrike and charged at Jacob, who, bereft of his artifact, was caught completely off guard by the fragility of the cursed crimson. Andy leaped atop Jacob's head, and with a brilliant flash of lightning descending upon the tentacled crown, a multitude of ancient souls surged forth. The very spirits devoured by Jacob now retaliating against their abyssal master. After landing on the rocks, Andy cradled the unconscious Urchill and swam over to Mischief. He noticed the ethereal essence of the snow beast flickering on the verge of fading, prompting him to channel the light energy he had just acquired into Mischief. Jacob, with his head cleaved in twain, watched as the violet-haired Andy dragged Dylan and the snow beast back to the Phantom Temple. Even at the final moment, this ruler of the abyss remained oblivious to the reasons behind his defeat. Once a sovereign of the abyss, he had faced neither the colossal sea beasts nor the insidious demons that could vanquish him. Though he had contended with the Lord of the Deep for decades, he had never fathomed that he would ultimately succumb to the hammer of a mere boy. The head, adorned with writhing tendrils, gradually split apart as those ancient souls, tormented for centuries within Jacob's grasp, furiously dragged the remnants of this abyssal lord into the crumbling tomb of the Blitz. Hellhounds, accompanied by countless demons, surged towards Jacob, while the long-suffering jesters finally witnessed the dawn of their liberation. Tearing away the grotesque head festooned with tendrils, Andy effortlessly traversed the protective barrier of the temple, gently laying Dylan and Mischief upon the sandy ground. As he turned to gaze back at the Blitz tomb, where he had undergone his soul trial, he beheld a scene of desolation. The collapsed sepulchres had plummeted into the abyss beneath, consumed by the ravenous hellhounds. Andy found himself at a loss, gazing at the severely wounded Dylan, when suddenly, mournful melodies echoed from within the Phantom Temple. Mischief slowly regained consciousness, and the battered snow beast looked upon its unharmed master with a satisfied grin. Dylan, with great effort, managed to speak. "I never anticipated you would complete the trial." Andy knelt before Dylan, stating, "You have sustained grave injuries, and Mischief has been gravely harmed as well, not to mention Urchill, who remains in a state of unconsciousness." Dylan requested Andy to elevate his head with seaweed, and looking at the violet-haired youth, the once reclusive lord of the deep sea, hidden within the abyss for half his life, genuinely remarked, "It seems even the prophetic scrolls are prone to error." Andy, observing Dylan's extreme weakness, lamented, "If only Trist were here. I truly do not know how to heal you in mischief." Dylan pointed towards the hall of the temple where the haunting song emanated, saying, "The ancient library holds the solution. Hurry." But before he could finish, Dylan succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After ensuring Dylan was settled and channeling energy to both mischief and Urchill, Andy dashed towards the ancient library. The violent tremors caused by Jacob's assault had left the library in disarray, and following the mournful melody, Andy arrived at a corner of the library. There, a dark bloom, transplanted by Dylan, was dispersing the haunting song, its deep purple petals oozing vibrant crimson. Having never paid heed to this flower, Andy was unaware of the healing methods Dylan had mentioned. Yet this dark bloom appeared to be the most anomalous entity in the entire library. Swiftly, Andy cradled the singing dark flower and returned to the front of the temple. He roused the slumbering Dylan, inquiring, "Is this the dark bloom?" Upon seeing the blood-soaked flower, Dylan smiled and replied, "This is the source of energy from the abyss. The blood flowing from this flower can mend my wounds." Andy watched as Dylan, with trembling hands, applied the dark bloom's blood to his injuries, but as the crimson seeped into the wounds, Dylan fell into unconsciousness once again. Holding the dark bloom, Andy approached Mischief, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the injured snow beast. While applying the dark bloom's blood to Mischief's wounds, he wept, "If it weren't for my insistence on seeking Urchill, you wouldn't have suffered such grievous injuries." The barely conscious Mischief extended its tongue to lick Andy's chest, lying before the temple, curiously gazing at its violet-haired master. Though Mischief remained unaware of the reasons behind its master's triumph over Jacob, it understood that the perilous journey had only just begun. The mischievous little one gradually drifted into slumber under Andy's gentle caress, prompting Andy to rise and approach Urchill. The small stone elemental, drained of energy, lay motionless upon the sandy ground, leaving Andy feeling utterly helpless as he gazed upon Urchill. With the dark flower in hand, he smeared its blood upon the little elemental, and as the crimson essence depleted from the petals, dark violet fragments fell at Andy's feet. Chapter 52. The mischievous stone elemental Urchill did not revive despite the blood saturation, and Andy felt a poignant ache as an irreplaceable bond seemed on the verge of vanishing. Cradling Urchill in his hands and facing his companion from the Emma forest, he shed sorrowful tears. Suddenly, a beam of white light emanated from Andy's chest, illuminating Urchill. It was the pure essence of Emma coupled with the energy of the Heart of Light. Both magical forces converging above Urchill's head. As the brilliance enveloped Urchill, the small stone elemental finally opened its eyes. With a nimble leap, it exclaimed, "I shall smash your skull." Andy beamed at the awakened Urchill, responding with mirth, "My skull truly cannot withstand your blows." Urchill widened its eyes in surprise, then chuckled, scratching its head with its right hand. "I thought you were Jacob." Pointing at Urchill's nose, Andy remarked, "Jacob would surely be terrified to see you in this state." Leaping to the ground in delight, Urchill declared, "Master, enough about that skull. It seems you were gravely injured, and little Mischief was also attacked by that despicable Jacob." After uttering this, the small stone elemental pouted. Searching around, Andy, observing the revitalized Urchill, reassured, "We need not fear Jacob's assaults any longer. I have completed the soul trial and acquired the flash strike." Upon hearing this, Urchill joyfully sprang up, exclaiming, "Splendid. Master is the best. But what of little Mischief?" Andy gazed at the distant sleeping snow beast and replied, "Little Mischief is currently quite weak, but no longer in danger." Urchill approached the snow beast and poked its front paw, noticing that its actions did not awaken little Mischief. Turning back, it inquired, "Is this big fellow truly all right? It seems to me that it might just be lazing about." Andy, hearing Urchill's words, chuckled in resignation and said, "Please spare little Mischief. It genuinely needs to rest now. With Dylan asleep, you can eat without worry and perhaps fetch some food for little Mischief." Upon hearing Andy's words, Urchill felt as if it had regained freedom, excitedly clenching its fists and shouting, "Wonderful! Everyone, step aside. I am about to show off." No sooner had it spoken than this fist-sized stone elemental dashed to the open space in front of the temple and began to spin rapidly. Andy, watching the exuberant Urchill, asked with a smile, "You dare to label your dining antics as showing off? Do you not realize that this term carries a negative connotation?" Acre halted his steps and approached Andy, his agitation evident as he stomped his feet and cast a glance at the slumbering Dylan nearby. Andy, observing Acre's pause from his meal, inquired, "Why have you stopped?" "I have yet to see the mischievous little shell. Do continue swiftly." Acre looked up at Andy and asked, "What does it mean to act like a donkey?" Andy, regarding Acre's serious expression, replied, "To act like a donkey signifies to cause a commotion without reason. Where on earth did you learn this new term?" Acre, irate, retorted, "The deity cast me out of the protective barrier while saying that their master did not wish to see me acting like a donkey. I initially thought it described my manner of eating, but to my astonishment, that lanky fellow employed such venomous language to depict me. It infuriates me." Andy, observing Acre's vexation, reassured him, "This situation is different. You may indulge yourself this time." Acre, elated by Andy's promise, exclaimed, "Really?" as he swayed his shoulders and approached the little mischievous one, lifting the snow beast's ear and saying, "Delicious treats will arrive shortly. Just a moment longer." Acre, witnessing the snow beast's utter lack of response, sighed, "It appears the little rascal is truly asleep. I shall prepare a grand surprise to showcase the extraordinary powers of the earth element." As he spoke, Acre raised his arms and, with a slight exertion, a fissure emerged in the once smooth sandy ground. Dylan, stirred from his slumber by the surrounding tremors, opened his eyes to see Acre spinning rapidly while Andy looked on with keen interest. He did not intervene in Acre's antics. The ghostly temple was currently in a relatively secure state. Even if this little earth element were to undermine the temple's foundations, he need not worry about anyone's safety. Jacob had already been consumed by the ancient soul's backlash, and the beasts of the abyss had perished in the unfathomable depths with the collapse of the lightning strike tomb, in an instant. It seemed the lord of the deep sea had relinquished all, and a tranquil, conflict-free thought washed over him. Dylan summoned Andy to his side and recounted the tale of Harris seeking refuge with the ancient souls. Articulating his perspective, he posited that Harris ought to return to the ghostly temple, as those ancient souls accustomed to the abyss were ill-suited to linger on the stormy beach. Andy, equally concerned for Harris, heeded Dylan's counsel and resolved to leave the abyss in search of his teacher. He regarded the weakened little rascal and declared, "This time, I shall venture alone." Dylan, gazing into Andy's resolute eyes, remarked, "Your ascent this time differs from before. All that has transpired in the abyss will inevitably come to the attention of those with nefarious designs on the vast continent, and the lightning strike will become their target. Upon your return to the village, you may bring Quister back with you. With her assistance, both our wounds and those of the little rascal shall heal more swiftly. However, you must remember to exercise caution in all matters and never act recklessly." Andy, having gathered his belongings, noticed Acre presenting the abyss shell before the peacefully sleeping little rascal. Finally feeling at ease, he said to Acre, "You stay here and keep the little rascal company while I seek out Harris." Acre, regarding Andy with a serious demeanor, replied, "Master, rest assured, I shall not cause any trouble." Andy sat down before Dylan and inquired, "How can the gates of the abyss be opened without the roar of the sea beast?" Dylan smiled and replied, "You already possess the key to the gates of the abyss." Confused, Andy asked, "I have never heard of a key for the gates of the abyss." Dylan pointed to the lightning bolt behind Andy and explained, "This artifact harbors the ancient divine power of the abyss. As long as you carry the lightning bolt, you may traverse freely in and out of the abyss, and it will also assist you in mastering a unique skill." Curiously, Andy questioned, "What unique skill?" Dylan gazed at the lightning bolt, crackling with purple currents around Andy's back, and elaborated, "The vast continent is endowed with 4 divine powers: the power of magma, the power of tides, the power of thunder, and the power of guardianship. Tyren, who studied the Dark Grimoire, has acquired the power of magma. By chance, I obtained the power of tides, and the guardian dragon innately possesses the power of guardianship. Through your trials of the soul, you have become the heir of the storm prophet, acquiring the power of thunder along with the lightning bolt." Chapter 53. Rolling summers. Having conveyed these words, Dylan looked at the astonished Andy and asked, "Are you having difficulty accepting this unique skill and the title of storm prophet?" Slowly, Andy removed the lightning bolt from his back and stated, "I only wish to find Harris and heal both you and Mischief's wounds. As for acquiring the power of thunder and becoming the heir of the storm prophet, I have not given it much thought." Dylan extended his right hand, gripping Andy's shoulder, and remarked, "Since you have passed the trials of the soul, you have already proven your capabilities. The title of storm prophet is merely a designation. Do not dwell on it too much. However, the lightning bolt in your hands indeed possesses ancient divine power. Among the 4 divine powers of the vast continent, only the power of guardianship can rival the power of thunder. You must wield the energy contained within this one-handed hammer with caution." As Andy regarded the serious expression on Dylan's face, he felt a myriad of emotions stirring within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Dylan, noticing Andy's furrowed brow, urged, "Go on. Harris awaits you at Storm Beach." Andy stood up, Casting a glance back at the mischievous archer beside Mischief, he murmured, "I hope this troublesome creature does not cause any chaos while I am away from the abyss." Dylan sensed Andy's unease regarding the playful stone element and smiled at Archer, saying, "If it misbehaves, I shall summon a deity to toss it out." Andy chuckled at Dylan's words. With the lightning bolt in hand, Andy initiated the opening of the gates of the abyss for the first time. Inhaling deeply as he gazed at the dimly lit passage before him, Dylan turned to witness the Austin youth embarking on his journey anew. The mid-aged lord of the deep sea suddenly shed tears of excitement. With the last flicker of darkness fading behind him, Andy quickened his pace towards Storm Beach. Nestled amidst the dense trees of Emma Forest, the village of Bunyal now bustled with activity. Trist was diligently tending to her herb garden, while Zwa, riding on a coconut tree root, merrily hummed a tune. The forest-dwelling Bunyal people now enjoyed abundance, with hunting transforming into a leisurely pastime for these diminutive folk. Every day, Siazwa eagerly anticipated Andy's return to the village. Yearning for the opportunity to boast about his accomplishments in front of his dear friend, he gazed at the sturdy village in the distance and the well-trained Bunyar warriors. An odd thought suddenly struck him. He crouched down, cradling the roots of a coconut tree, and said, "I need to relax. Please close your eyes." The tethered pangolin swayed its head, seemingly confused, but Siazwa simply gestured downward, and the coconut roots obediently shut their eyes. After adjusting his attire and taking a deep breath, Siazwa executed a graceful somersault, astonishingly flipping over the sandy shores of Storm Beach, a place where this normally serious Bunyar hunter could let loose. Emerging from the abyssal gate, Andy beheld the once familiar beach, now awash with vibrant greenery. He orientated himself and began to stride along the shore towards the Bunyar village, his heart racing with urgency. Suddenly, he spotted a Bunyar in the distance performing rapid flips. The agile movements, combined with the elegant form, filled Andy with admiration. But his admiration turned to alarm as a cry pierced the air. The Bunyar collapsed to the ground, wailing. Rushing forward, Andy discovered that a protruding rock lay just a yard away from the fallen figure. As he began to inquire about the injured individual, he was struck by the realization that it was none other than his good friend Siazwa, whom he had not seen for nearly half a month. Hastily, he tore a strip from his hunting gear to staunch Siazwa's wound. The injured Siazwa, recognizing the person tending to him, inquired, "Who are you?" Irritated, Andy replied, "You don't recognize me after just over half a month." Siazwa, clutching the bandage, squinted closely and exclaimed, "Andy, is it truly you? How has your hair turned purple? I almost didn't recognize you." With that, Siazwa cupped Andy's face and showered him with affectionate kisses, while the coconut roots languidly licked its tongue beside them. Concerned for his injured friend, Andy asked, "Were you attacked?" Blushing and looking down, Siazwa confessed, "I discovered an enemy presence and pursued them relentlessly, but to my surprise, they fired a dark mark at me, and this is the result." After uttering those words, Siazwa tugged the coconut roots aside, firmly restraining the thrashing pangolin's head. Andy, glancing at the bloodied rock nearby, chuckled. "It's truly impressive that you survived such a dark mark." Siazwa leapt up proudly, declaring, "Of course. I am the most exceptional hunter among the forest Bunyar." Noticing Siazwa's excitement, Andy inquired, "My mentor arrived at Storm Beach not long ago. I wonder where he has gone now." Siazwa pondered for a moment, rolling his eyes before saying, "Recently, something peculiar did occur at Storm Beach. Just the day before yesterday, a large door suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. Then, an old Austin emerged, leading a strange beast that resembled your little troublemaker, albeit with dark gray FURD, the way. Why didn't your little troublemaker accompany you this time?" Realizing from Siazwa's words that Harris must have indeed visited Storm Beach, Andy quickly pressed, "Did that old man go to the village?" Siazwa, upon witnessing Andy's evident distress, immediately responded with a serious tone. "Not at all. I was merely curious about where that old man was leading that imposing figure, so I discreetly followed him. Eventually, I discovered that he was taken away by a group of Austonians, who were shrouded in robes and cloaked, their faces obscured, exuding an air of mystery." Andy stepped forward, grasping Siazwa's hand, and inquired, "To where did those cloaked individuals take Harris?" Siazwa, gazing at the frantic Andy, replied, "Who is Harris? Is he that old man?" Andy shook Siazwa's hand insistently, stating, "Harris is my mentor. That old man is indeed Harris. Please, tell me where he has gone." Siazwa pointed towards the distant Emma Forest, saying, "It seems he headed in the direction of the Withered Woods." Andy turned and made his way toward the Withered Woods, while Siazwa called out from behind, "You don't even know the way." I shall return to the village to fetch a map to accompany you." Hearing Xiaozua's words, Andy turned back and grasped the bloody little hand, racing towards the village, while the mischievous Xiaozua did not forget to kick the stone that had caused his injury before leaving. Upon hearing the news of Andy's return to the village, Trist stepped into action, washing her hands before hastening to Buck's chamber. Upon seeing Andy with his violet hair, she immediately felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Buck, noticing Trist's arrival, remarked, "You have come at the perfect moment. I need to discuss something with you." Andy, observing Trist's crimson visage, stated, "Dylan and the little rascal have sustained serious injuries and are in urgent need of treatment. If you have no pressing matters, could you possibly venture to the abyss?" Chapter 54. The Howling Mountain Manor. Trist remained silent, smiling and nodding in agreement. Buck instructed that this mischievous Princess Bunnier must do everything possible to heal their friends in the abyss. Andy and Buck bid a hasty farewell, bringing Xiaozua and Trist to Stormy Beach. As he retrieved the flash strike from his satchel, Xiaozua beheld this dazzling weapon for the first time, with violet lightning swirling around the hammerhead, while a black dragon coiled around the handle, exhaling and inhaling. The diminutive Xiaozua gazed upward at the flash strike, brandishing his bow and arrow in admiration. When Andy struck the surface of the sea with the flash strike, the gate to the abyss opened upon the water. Trist, with her herbal pouch slung over her shoulder, gazed longingly at the vanishing gate to the abyss. Andy turned to Xiaozua, who stood at the edge of Emma Forest, and said, "We must hasten. Harris may already be in peril." Xiaozua led Andy into the outskirts of Emma Forest, where they were met with a landscape of trees on the brink of desolation. The fallen leaves filled the once winding path, and withered weeds obscured Xiaozua's view. Observing Xiaozua's slow progress, Andy suggested, "How about I carry you?" Xiaozua, hearing Andy's proposal, quickly replied, "I do not wish to be seen as weak. I simply lack a sense of direction." Andy chuckled, saying, "I have never regarded you as weak. On the contrary, I have never encountered anyone as courageous as you." Xiaozua, delighted by Andy's praise, exclaimed, "It is the first time I have ever heard someone commend me in such a manner." Andy halted in his tracks and bent down to lift Xiaozua, placing him upon his shoulders. The Buner hunter settled there, surveying the surrounding terrain. After a brief moment, Xiaozua remarked, "It appears we may have lost our way. Otherwise, according to my recollections, we should have already arrived at the clown's enchantment." Anxiety palpable in his voice, Andy, standing amidst the grass, urged, "Quickly produce the map and ascertain our location." Xiaozua retrieved the map, scrutinizing it closely, when suddenly the Buner hunter exclaimed, "We're in serious trouble. We have somehow wandered into the Howling Mountain Lodge of the Deadwood Forest." Xiaozua slid down Andy's back to the ground, brandishing his dagger to clear the surrounding underbrush. Subsequently, he rummaged through his pack and extracted a transparent vial. Opening it, he presented it to Andy, stating, "These potions were given to me by Trislin before our departure. She specifically instructed me to use these invisibility potions in times of dire need. I must investigate the situation within the lodge and determine the correct path." Watching Xiaozua solemnly apply the potion to himself, Andy marveled as the diminutive Buner hunter miraculously vanished before his eyes. Xiaozua maneuvered around several dead trees, approaching the edge of the thicket, where he noticed a derelict farm not far off. The few remaining wooden fences creaked ominously, buffeted by the chilling winds emanating from the lodge. Swiftly darting past the dilapidated stable, Xiaozua meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The decaying structures were steeped in an aura of the deceased, an eerie sensation that instantaneously unnerved even the bravest of Buner hunters, leaving him weak-kneed. Just as Xiaozua hesitated, he was startled by a series of wolf howls, followed by the emergence of several sinister black wolves from the collapsed barn before him. Trembling at the sight of the snarling beasts, Xiaozua cautiously sought refuge in a nearby wooden cabin. The wolves stood before the barn, howling incessantly, causing the dust-laden wooden walls to tremble violently. As the howls subsided, Xiaozua cautiously peered out, only to be met with the sight of a gaping maw dripping with saliva, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The drool from that monstrous mouth splattered onto the rotting floorboards. Lying there, Xiaozua quaked in fear as the menacing wolf leaped over him. Believing he had narrowly escaped disaster, Xiaozua sprang to his feet, tiptoeing to a corner of the cabin. The wolf, baring its teeth, fixated its gaze on the shadowy nook where Xiaozua hid, emitting chilling growls from its cavernous mouth, prompting a cold sweat to break out on Xiaozua's brow as he gripped his dagger tightly. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area as the wolf, once perched on the cabin's steps, bolted outside. Xiaozua, brushing his chest with trembling hands as his breathing steadied, leaned against the wall, sheathing his dagger and cautiously moving outside. To his astonishment, The wolves that had previously lingered outside the barn had vanished. Quickly turning around, Xiaozhua glanced at the map in his possession, assessing the surroundings to conclude that traversing through the Howling Mountain Lodge was the only route to reach the clown's enchantment. Otherwise, both he and Andy would be forced to return to Stormy Beach and reroute through Emma Forest, a venture that would squander precious time on the journey. He circumnavigated the wooden cabin, vaulting over the fence to dash back into the thicket, and Andy, observing the swaying weeds around him, discerned that Xiaozhua had returned. A small hand tugged at the hem of Andy's garment, prompting him to crouch down. Coated with an invisibility potion, Xiaozhua leaned close to Andy's ear and quietly apprised him of the situation at Wolf Howl Manor, candidly confessing their disorientation. Andy, with an air of urgency, remarked, "We no longer have the luxury of circling back to Storm Beach. Harris's life hangs by a thread. Our only option is to traverse Wolf Howl Manor." Xiaozhua handed a small vial of potion to Andy, stating, "This concoction proves quite effective. Had I not applied this invisibility potion, I would have met my demise at the jaws of a wolf just now." Andy returned the invisibility potion to Xiaozhua, saying, "These potions are time-sensitive. We must reserve them for the most critical moments." Xiaozhua, observing Andy crouched beside him, inquired, "How long does the invisibility potion truly last?" Andy turned to face Xiaozhua, whose expression was laden with confusion, and replied, "I cannot say, but seeing you in such a disheveled state indicates that the potion has already lost its efficacy." Under the delusion that he had applied the invisibility potion flawlessly, Xiaozhua exclaimed, "What if we encounter a pack of wolves, and the potion happens to fail us at that moment?" Andy, gazing at Xiaozhua's pained countenance, said, "It would not be so fortuitous. Misfortune seems to find us at every turn." With that, Andy adjusted his gear and bent low as he approached the thicket's edge. Xiaozhua pointed towards a barn adjacent to the manor, saying, "It was there that we encountered the wolf pack. Those beasts are far larger than the wolves of Emma Forest and appear exceedingly fearsome." As he spoke, Xiaozhua extended his hands in a mimicry of a ravenous wolf. Andy grasped Xiaozhua's hand, guiding him past the fence to the vicinity of the barn, where no trace of the ferocious wolves remained. Xiaozhua scrutinized the surroundings, apprehensive of another encounter with those vile beasts. Although he prided himself as the finest hunter among the forest's bunnier people, this diminutive, unmarried optimist was loath to become an unwarranted meal for the wild creatures. Xiaozhua pointed to a gravel-strewn dirt path, stating, "This is the route leading closest to the clown's array." Rising to his feet, Andy made his way toward the dirt path, while Xiaozhua, having assessed the area for danger, cautiously emerged from his hiding spot. Chapter 55. The Phantom Wolf. Andy gazed at the eerie Wolf Howl Manor and mused, "I wonder who the previous owner was. Judging by the surrounding structures, the resident here must have been a recluse." Xiaozhua, trembling in his legs, replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with the identity of the owner. Our wisest course of action is to swiftly exit the manor. Ever since I began my lessons in hunting, Buck has cautioned me against approaching Wolf Howl Manor." Andy chuckled at Xiaozhua, who was glancing about nervously. Just as the two conversed on the path before the barn, a series of wolf howls suddenly echoed from a distance. Xiaozhua immediately ducked behind Andy, peering out to say, "That is the sound, truly terrifying. Emma Forest harbors no wolves of such nature." Following the sound, Andy sprinted onward, maneuvering around a two-story wooden cabin until he arrived at a clearing. He crouched behind a gnarled tree, observing a graveyard ahead, where a semi-transparent wolf locked eyes with several dark-furred, malevolent wolves beside the leaning gravestones. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Andy's chest. He pressed his left hand against the scar left from his fierce battle with Jacob and remarked, "It would be prudent for us not to disturb these creatures. Rescuing Clarence must be our top priority." Stooping slightly, Zhuo eagerly concurred, "Indeed, let us disregard these ferocious wolves and hasten towards the jester's array." As Andy turned to tread along the cobblestone path, Zhuo frequently glanced back at the menacing wolf in the cabin that locked eyes with him. Recalling the tense situation, he gasped and, feeling the hidden potion in his pocket, murmured softly, "Thank goodness for this precious vial gifted by Queriste. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits." Andy led the way, while the distracted Zhuo followed closely behind. This flustered bunny-air hunter inadvertently bumped into Andy's lower back. Unaware of the situation, Zhuo urged softly, "Hurry up, why have we stopped?" Andy, stooped over and gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his fair visage onto the stones below. Zhuo, taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence, lifted his gaze to the pained expression on Andy's face and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Andy furrowed his brow, eyes tightly shut. Clenching his fists in front of his chest, Zhuo repeatedly muttered, "What to do? what to do. Suddenly, Andy jerked his head up and declared, I cannot stand idly by. No sooner had he spoken than Zazzuo witnessed Andy draw forth his weapon, Flash Strike. The purple lightning crackling around the hammer shattered the stones scattered on the ground, while the black dragon coiled around the hammer's shaft exhaled ominous clouds of darkness. Andy, gripping Flash Strike in his right hand, dashed towards the fray where the wolves clashed, with Zazzuo reluctantly trailing behind. The malevolent wolves, gathered by the gravestone, sensed something amiss, and the previously united pack dispersed in an instant. 3 cunning wolves flanked around to Andy's rear, while 2 others locked eyes with him, the unusually large beasts inching closer to the young man wielding a one-handed hammer. Andy cautiously selected his stance, resting Flash Strike on his shoulder with an air of composure. The 2 wolves growled menacingly, while Zazzuo, concealed behind a withered tree, drew his bowstring taut, aiming at one of the beasts. Suddenly, the flanking wolf emerged from behind the gravestone, and Zazzuo redirected his arrow towards the ambushing creature. The small arrow embedded itself into the wolf's leg, prompting the other 2 to pounce towards Zazzuo. The wounded wolf, turning to remove the arrow embedded in its leg, joined the pursuit of Zazzuo. Realizing he was encircled by 3 wolves, Zazzuo swiftly retrieved his invisibility potion. Noticing the sudden turn of events, Andy rushed to aid his companion, smiling as he watched Zazzuo vanish from sight. How cunning indeed. The abruptly vanished Zazzuo caught the wolves off guard. The beasts exchanged glances before closing in on Andy. One wolf leaped onto a protruding rock, poised to launch a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the movement behind him, Andy tightened his grip on Flash Strike and swept backward. The ambushing wolf was struck by the electrified hammer, letting out a pained howl as a torrent of dark substance erupted from its gaping maw, filling the air with a foul stench. Andy turned to face the 4 ferocious wolves before him. These beasts, bereft of their companions, had become even more frenzied, emitting terrifying howls that pierced the air. Suddenly, one of the wolves, limping on its hind leg, fled in preparation for an assault. Following swiftly, the other 3 wolves fell victim to an ambush. As a diminutive figure emerged, Andy beheld the proud silhouette of Shazwa, brandishing a bloodied dagger, standing resolutely before him. Now, only 1 wolf remained, locking eyes with the translucent wolf. This slightly larger predator, observing its fleeing companions, showed no signs of relaxation. It lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the spectral creature. Andy sheathed his weapon, captivated by the clash of these 2 beasts. It was evident that the ferocious wolf was no match for the translucent one, and after several rounds, the wolf, tail tucked between its legs, retreated in defeat. Andy remained transfixed by the peculiar appearance of the wolf before him, its ethereal blue glow casting an ancient, mysterious allure that deeply ensnared his attention. He cautiously approached the creature, and as he navigated around a tilted gravestone, he found himself before an ajar coffin. Andy stepped forward to close the open coffin, carefully covering it with the disturbed earth surrounding it. The wolf stood quietly beside the grave, observing the stranger's actions without revealing a hint of malice. Shazwa, placing his bow and arrows on the ground, approached to assist Andy in restoring the damaged grave. With a grave expression, he inquired, "Are we not to set off now?" Andy rose, regarding the tidied grave as he replied, "Let us depart." Just as Shazwa was stowing away his bow and preparing to leave, an unsettling noise emanated from the grave, sending chills down the spine of the Buni or hunter. Andy turned to face the source of the disturbance, watching in astonishment as a figure began to materialize from beneath the dark soil. Instantly, he brandished his weapon, while Shazwa drew his bow taut, poised for confrontation. Suddenly, the wolf that had been silently standing nearby erupted into a series of howls. With the continuation of its cries, a thick fog enveloped the entirety of Wolf Howl Manor. Andy observed as the figure emerging from the grave approached the wolf's side. It was unmistakably a spirit reminiscent of Clarence. This spectral apparition bent down, gently stroking the now calmed wolf. Andy, momentarily entranced, was pulled from his reverie by Shazwa's incredulous remark, "This is truly a sight to behold." The spirit turned its gaze upon Andy, its benevolent visage evoking memories of his father, who had perished in the flames of Mudwater Alley. The spirit approached and spoke, "Thank you, young man. It is you who has granted my soul peace." Andy wiped the tears from his cheeks, responding, "I merely wished to rescue the trapped wolf." The spirit looked down at the translucent wolf, saying, "Its name is Lyrefu, my dearest friend, a mysterious phantom wolf." Chapter 56. The arrogant Lyrefu. Andy gazed at Lyrefu. Although this spectral wolf had just endured a brutal battle, its ethereal glow remained undiminished. From its lonely eyes emanated a sense of awe-inspiring pride. The spirit drifting from the grave addressed the dazed Andy, saying, "I am Elton, the master of this ghostly wolf." Andy stepped forward and bowed deeply. Introducing himself, "I am Andy, hailing from the city of Austin." Elton regarded the courteous Andy and remarked, "It has indeed been a long time since I have encountered such a handsome Austinite in the Bella Forest." Curiously, Andy inquired, "Isn't this the Deadwood Forest?" With a chuckle, Elton replied, "Ah, I must have misspoken. Bella Forest was its former name. Since a peculiar plague began to ravage the land, every plant in Bella Forest has succumbed to illness. Herbivores that grazed upon the tainted grass became infected, and carnivores preyed upon these afflicted herbivores, leading to the emergence of monstrous mutations among the bloodthirsty beasts in a matter of months. The once vibrant Bella Forest transformed into a foul-smelling graveyard. And even the mere recollection of that dark period instills fear." As Andy surveyed the surrounding wilted trees and withered grasses, an ominous premonition surged within him. He perceived a striking resemblance between the horrific plague and the sinister black energy of the fangs in Emma Forest, igniting his concern for the safety of the Bunyal people of the forest. Meanwhile, Josua, standing nearby, sheathed his bow and quietly approached Andy, whispering, "Should we not take our leave? Harris awaits us at the Jester's Array." Heeding Josua's words, Andy hastily bid farewell to Elton. Ralph, observing Andy's retreat into the Deadwood Forest, turned to his master and said, "Why did you not afford me the chance to express my gratitude to that young man?" Elton looked down at Ralph and replied, "Do you wish for these two young men to witness a talking wolf?" Ralph wagged his tail and responded, "That was not my intention. Yet the young Austinite named Andy has indeed aided us. Otherwise, I would have had to exert more effort to drive away those wicked wolves." Elton, catching the hidden meaning in Ralph's words, stated, "If you wish to assist those two young men, you are more than welcome to join their endeavor." Ralph raised his head to meet Elton's earnest gaze and declared, "How could I abandon you to guard Wolf Howl Manor alone? You must understand, I am a fiercely loyal guardian." Turning back towards the grave, Elton made his way inside, while Ralph began to approach the collapsed barn. Suddenly, the mischievous Elton emerged from the earth, exclaiming, "Should that young man fail, you shall taste the bitter fruits of regret in the days to come." The proud Ralph turned to face the playful Elton and replied, "Why should I feel regret?" Elton raised his right index finger and said, "You possess the capability to aid those two young men, yet you allow them to venture into the Jester's Array to meet their demise, particularly after they just saved your life." In anger, Ralph retorted, "I did not compel them to assist. The outcome of that conflict would have been the same regardless of their involvement. The Jester's Array is suffused with dark energy. Even my presence would be futile, and besides, I must protect you." With that, the ghostly wolf struck a victorious pose. Elton regarded the proud Ralph and asked, "If I were to implore you to assist those two young men, would you acquiesce?" Ralph swiftly returned and proclaimed, "You are the one beseeching me. I am merely executing my master's command, entirely against my own will." Ayrton chuckled and replied, "Make haste, for I would rather not be devoured by those hideous, ravenous wolves while you frolic about in leisure." Ralph dashed forth with great fervor, pursuing Andy and Shazwa along the gravel path leading to Wolf Howl Manor. At that moment, the two young men en route to the Clown's Array had reached a corner of the withered wood forest, where the ground was strewn with the carcasses of animals. The foul stench nearly suffocating Andy, he tore a strip from his hunting gear to cover his mouth and nose, subsequently signaling Shazwa to do the same. Shazwa stubbornly shook his head, refusing to comply. In a fit of urgency, Andy removed the scarf from around his neck and handed it to the obstinate Buner hunter. Shazwa promptly accepted Andy's scarf, hastily concealing his mouth and nose, and joyfully exclaimed through the fabric, "No one shall lay a hand on this fine attire of mine." Andy regarded the garment-obsessed Shazwa and remarked, "You are even more selfish than Rory." Shazwa tilted his head, inquiring, "Who is Rory?" Upon hearing this nonsensical question, Andy playfully shoved the mischievous Buner hunter, causing him to tumble obediently onto the ground behind him. "Good heavens!" Shazwa gasped, and Andy turned to see Ralph, the proud ghost wolf from Wolf Howl Manor, standing beside Shazwa, gazing down at the whimsical figure. Intrigued by Ralph's sudden appearance, Andy approached and stroked the blue ghost wolf, asking, "Are you inclined to join us in battle?" Ralph met Andy's smile with a serious tone, stating, "I am not an ungrateful wolf." Shazwa, startled by the speaking specter, exclaimed, "My word! This is extraordinary." While Andy exhibited the appropriate decorum toward the conversing ghost wolf, he did not flail about like Shazwa. Instead, he seized this unexpected dialogue as an opportunity for conversation. "We happened to pass by and thought to lend a hand," he said with a smile. Ralph replied gravely, I engage in such conflicts daily, yet here I stand before you unscathed. Andy was taken aback by Ralph's lack of gratitude, but quickly redirected the conversation, saying, You certainly do not require our assistance, yet we find ourselves in a predicament and seek a companion. Hearing Andy's words, Ralph responded, Let it be known that my involvement in your endeavor is entirely at the behest of my master, Ayrton. Otherwise, I would have no inclination to associate with you reckless individuals. Shazwa, upon hearing Ralph's declaration, implored, If that is the case, would you kindly join us in the clown's array to rescue those in peril? Ralph immediately displayed disdain toward Shazwa's suggestion, haughtily retorting, If I were in your position, I would keep my distance from such peculiar arrays. Andy, unable to tolerate Ralph's arrogance, swiftly drew his thunderstrike from his back, unleashing a surge of violet lightning that shattered the stone totems encircling the clown's array, plunging the withered wood forest into darkness. Ralph charged into the center of the clown's formation, colliding with Andy, who was demonstrating his powers, sending him flying. A colossal fireball descended from the sky. The searing flames melted the shattered stone totem. Andy inhaled sharply, gazing at Ralph, who lay motionless nearby. Chapter 57. The formation and the secret chamber. Shazwa rushed towards Ralph, struck by the sudden fireball. While Andy bravely approached the valiant ghost wolf, he stroked Ralph's fur, which shimmered with an ethereal glow, repeatedly murmuring, It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Suddenly, Andy noticed the ground shifting slowly beneath him, revealing a deep pit. Injured Ralph tumbled into the abyss along with the scorched earth, prompting Andy to seize the lightning bolt and leap into the chasm. Shazwa retrieved a hunting pack, producing a fire-starting tool to create a torch. Standing above the pit, he utilized the flickering light to discern Ralph, his fur charred, lying askew on the steps within. Descending into the pit, Andy pulled Ralph to a flat area, leaning close to the wolf's ear and whispering, Where are you injured, my friend? Ralph, having temporarily lost consciousness from the fireball's impact, heard a familiar voice calling him in the haze. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself gazing at the purple-haired Austin youth. Overjoyed, Andy exclaimed, Wonderful. You're all right? Ralph replied, who said I am fine. My fur is singed, my bones are shattered, and my nostrils are filled with the stench of charred earth. Do you consider this condition fine? Shazwa, holding the torch close, remarked, You were undeniably brave just now, but it seems rather pathetic for you to feign distress when you are, in fact, unharmed. Ralph turned his head, feeling aggrieved, and said, In any case, I am in excruciating pain. Andy stroked Ralph gently, reassuring him, Fear not. I know an alchemist who can heal your wounds. Ralph, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Very well. I shall temporarily forgive you. As Andy observed Ralph's safe condition, his guilt lessened significantly. However, he engaged in profound self-reflection regarding his earlier reckless behavior. Dylan had specifically warned Andy to refrain from acting impulsively before his departure from the abyss, yet the victory of the Wolf Howl Manor had ignited a spark of impulsiveness within the Austin youth. It now appeared that Andy's immaturity surpassed Dylan's predictions. Just as Andy was contemplating his missteps, a cacophony of noise erupted from below. Shazwa tugged at Andy's garment, saying, This place is exceedingly strange, reeking of foulness, with fireballs raining down from above and these sudden clamorings. Should we not consider ending this rescue operation? Ralph, overhearing Shazwa's words, interjected, Beneath lies the secret of the withered wood forest. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind the decaying trees and the mutated beasts? Andy, brandishing the lightning bolt, declared to Ralph, I must delve deeper into this mystery. Even if Harris is not down there, I cannot turn a blind eye to what you have just revealed. Rielfu flashed a smile and remarked, This time, I must first enlighten you about certain matters here. Otherwise, should you descend into the secret chamber and find yourself in a predicament akin to earlier, I would be unable to assist you. Upon hearing Rielfu's words, Andy, momentarily suppressing his impatience, crouched down and replied, You cannot fathom the urgency that stirs within me. Yet since you have spoken thus, I am eager to listen attentively. Rielfu gazed at the steps beneath him and continued, All these intricate crafts are the handiwork of a Bunny-Air architect named Barnett. It's he, the mere mention of the Bunny-Air architect. Zazuo perked up, leaning in closer to glean more from Rielfu's forthcoming narrative. Ignoring the inquisitive Zazuo, Rielfu pressed on. In those days, our Howling Wolf Manor was quite renowned in the Bella Forest, a favored resting place for Bunny-Air and Austin merchants traversing the Golden Road. They brought not only goods from distant lands, but also tales of the bizarre and wondrous from the vast continent. Rielfu paused briefly, nudging Zazuo aside with his paw before continuing. One day, A bunny air architect named Barnett arrived from Stormy Beach, weary yet vibrant. Alton engaged in delightful conversation with this traveler who paused at our manor. Before his departure, Barnett expressed his intent to return after a brief stay at the Low Skull Cave in the Misty Mountains. At this juncture, Andy inquired, "Did Mr. Barnett ever return?" Rielfew regarded Andy and replied, "Since that farewell, this bunny air architect has vanished without a trace, until my master and I departed the realm of the living." Even in his spectral state, Alton remained preoccupied with that serendipitous encounter with Barnett. He led me along the path to the Misty Mountains in search of him, only to inadvertently discover the clown's array. Those malevolent sorcerers were incessantly transporting barrels tainted with green liquid to this very entrance. Seizing the opportunity while the sorcerers were distracted, Alton and I infiltrated the subterranean chamber, only to find Barnett imprisoned within. However, our presence was soon detected, and the wicked dark magic expelled us, while the mutated wolves were commanded to harass our remains. Andy pondered Rielfew's words carefully, then rose to his feet, addressing the astonished Zazzuo. "I must venture below. Will you accompany me?" Zazzuo adjusted his attire and replied, "I feel that Rielfew requires my care." Before he could finish his statement, Rielfew nudged him down the steps, causing Zazzuo to rise, covered in dirt, and exclaim in anger, "You may trample my body, but you must not ruin these garments." Andy, observing the furious Zazzuo, retorted, "You ought to hunt bear in the forest to prevent those thorns from damaging your precious attire." Rielfew once more cautioned Andy to be wary of those sorcerers, as Andy grasped the lightning strike and led Zazzuo toward the underground chamber. He took the torch from Zazzuo's hand, and together they navigated the winding staircase until they reached the chamber's entrance. Before them loomed a diminutive entrance, and bending low, Andy stepped inside, illuminating the surroundings with the flickering flame. He discovered a modest-sized chamber adorned with a wooden table, its surface cloaked in a layer of dust, upon which rested several bottles. Andy perceived that these dust-laden vessels bore a striking resemblance to the alchemical artifacts unearthed in ancient libraries, prompting him to pick one up for a closer examination. Zhaoyang, observing the bottle in Andy's grasp, remarked, "These trinkets are also present in Trist." Andy remained silent, continuing his exploration deeper into the chamber. After traversing a space reminiscent of a storeroom, Andy and Zhaoyang arrived at a locked iron door. Recalling Relf's words, Andy refrained from hastily unlocking the door, instead pausing to scrutinize his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind the door. It was Harris, lamenting, "It seems we are truly trapped. I thought seeing you would be a joyous occasion. Yet I find it preferable to await death in the abyss. This wretched place is utterly deplorable. I cannot endure another moment here." Chapter 58. The stubborn old man. Upon recognizing Harris's voice, Andy swiftly wielded his thunderstrike to shatter the lock on the iron door. As he opened the door, illuminating the cell with his torch, two filthy, barely clad old men appeared before him. Andy dropped the torch and rushed towards the unharmed Harris, tears of relief streaming down his fair cheeks. Trembling with joy, Harris exclaimed, "I knew you and Dylan would not let me down." He gestured towards the diminutive old man beside him, saying, "This old fellow is Barnett. Just moments ago, he was wagering with me that we would perish of hunger in the chamber he constructed." With a furious bite of seaweed, Harris retorted, "You can die, but I certainly won't." Barnett, eyeing Harris as he savored the seaweed alone, quipped, "Eat your fill, and may you choke on it, you old fool." Andy, observing the banter between the two cantankerous elders, finally felt a sense of relief. Zhaoyang, unfamiliar with Barnett, quickly deduced that the tall old man before him was indeed the brother of the chief, Buck. Following Barnett's introduction, he picked up the fallen torch and handed it to Andy, then approached the elderly man to offer a respectful greeting. Zhaoyang briefly introduced himself, and Barnett, upon seeing the bonier hunter before him, joyfully remarked, "Do you see? This time, the rescue subject is not just you. Do not let your imagination run wild." Andy, addressing the sprightly Barnett, said, "Your brother has been inquiring about your well-being. Chief Buck will be immensely pleased to know you are safe." Barnett, gazing at the young man before him, inquired, "And who is this lad with the purple hair?" Andy promptly introduced himself. Harris, pride swelling in his chest as he regarded Andy wielding Thunderstrike, proclaimed, "Did you see that? My apprentice. Do you know what weapon he holds?" Barnett, casting a sidelong glance at Harris, retorted, "Do spare us your tales of apprenticeship. Your most accomplished pupil, Tyren, has left us buried alive. Frankly, I feel embarrassed for you." With that, Barnett strode into another room to retrieve a leather backpack. Harris, undeterred by Barnett's provocation, approached him, bending slightly to observe Barnett as he packed his gear, and said, Who are you calling a disgraceful apprentice? Were it not for you constructing this hidden chamber for him, would he have turned the once pristine Bella Forest into this ghastly sight? And yet you dare accuse me of shame. Your actions only aid the wicked. In a fit of anger, Barnet spun around and retorted loudly, "Do not cast such a grand accusation upon me. Tyrone is leading your timid friend straight to Horn Desert. Who else is to blame?" Harris, unyielding in his stance, replied, "I firmly believe that Clarence will steadfastly hold his ground. He will not divulge the location of Sweetwater Oasis." As Barnet finished packing, he regarded his self-soothing old friend and remarked, "What harm would it do for you to concede just once?" Harris tugged at Barnet's backpack and implored, "Stop sulking. We have far more pressing matters that require your involvement." Barnet glanced back at the impassive Andy and Josua, then turned to the obstinate Harris, asserting, "I have no important affairs. Your ludicrous schemes bear no relevance to me. I seek a true friend. Theo, be candid. That is the essence of friendship. Someone noble enough to sacrifice their life in dire moments. 100 times superior to those selfish scoundrels." Hearing Barnet's words, Andy interjected, "Are you referring to Mr. Ailton, who resides at Wolf Howl Manor?" Taken aback, Barnet turned sharply and inquired, "You know my dear friend? What is his current state?" Andy, observing Barnet's anxious demeanor, responded, "Please, follow me." Harris, consumed by jealousy at his old friend's singular concern for Ailton's well-being, bit into the seaweed he held with fervor. Josua approached, glancing at the tattered garments of Harris, and remarked, "Sir, the torch remains in Andy's possession. If we do not hasten, we shall find ourselves navigating this chamber in darkness." Harris, casting a disdainful look at the diminutive Josua, lamented, "What misfortune to encounter such a selfish bunnier." This remark struck a chord, immediately silencing the previously jovial Josua, who began to ponder the implications of Harris's words. As darkness enveloped them, Josua, grappling with the notion of selfishness, felt his way along the wall until he reached the stairs, where he confronted the standing Relf. "I knew you were merely feigning injury," he stated. Andy urged Barnet to observe the wolf radiating a blue ethereal glow before them. The well-traveled bunnier architect regarded Relf and inquired, "Isn't this Ailton's pet? How has it come to be in such a state?" Andy, addressing Barnet's bewilderment, clarified, "When I encountered Relf, it was already like this." Harris, standing at the edge of the stairs, assessed Relf's condition and declared, "It is injured, Theo," which Andy hastily added, "I was ambushed in the jester's array above the chamber. A fireball nearly struck me. Fortunately, Relf pushed me out of harm's way, but it suffered injury from the blast. Yet, why can I not discern where it is hurt?" Harris moved to Relf's rear, lifting its singed tail and commenting, "What a splendid hue, now marred by Barnet's contraption." Standing beside them, Barnet regarded Harris with a scornful expression and remarked, "Your attempts to target me are futile. I shall not fall for your tricks." "You won't find any assistance from me," Relf, observing Barnet's ire, interjected. "My master has passed away, yet prior to his demise, he consumed a potion that allowed him to move as if he were still alive days later. The sole drawback is that his frail body cannot withstand the assault of ravenous wolves. Alton shared half of the potion with me, which is why I have become what I am." Harris, stroking his pelt that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, replied, "You and your master must have ingested an elixir derived from blue phantom stones. The ancient spirits of the abyss, who persist without dying, all consumed such potions in their lifetimes. This is the malevolent magic chronicled in the dark grimoire. Your souls have now become the coveted treasures of soul hunters." Curious, Andy inquired, "Are those soul hunters akin to Jacob? Do they also consume ancient souls?" Harris shook his head and responded, "Consuming souls is of little consequence. The crux lies in the residual blue phantoms within them, which serve as the wellspring of magic across the vast continent. Akin to the dark flowers found in the abyss, and even more potent than those." Still perplexed by Relf's words, Andy pressed on, "If they have already transformed into a spectral state, why are they still troubled by the disturbance of their remains?" Chapter 59. Divided into 4 paths, Harris elucidated, "Unless reduced to ashes, those remains containing blue phantoms will never decay, and the spectral forms shall remain eternally bound. Should the bones be exploited by one well-versed in the dark grimoire, the spectral entities are likely to become enslaved shadows. The hundreds of ancient souls devoured by the abyssal Jacob all belong to spectral forms infused with blue phantoms, granting him immense magical energy, which is why he has dominated the abyss for centuries." Nodding thoughtfully at Harris's words, Andy remarked, "It seems I have underestimated the events at Wolf Howl Manor. What course of action should we pursue now?" Harris, glancing at the disheartened Barnet, stated, "Let us temporarily set aside the matters concerning Alton and Relf. Three pressing issues confront us. The first is that I encountered a member of the Jester Council at Storm Beach. These lowly mages have abducted Clarence and other ancient souls. They are hastily making their way to the Hollow Valley to claim their reward from Talon, who will subsequently locate the Horn Desert to train more dark slaves, thereby unleashing greater calamity upon us. Barnett, upon hearing Harris's words, initially scoffed before the obstinate elder retorted, "Why is it that every matter seems to be intertwined with your apprentice?" Observing the quarrelsome exchange between the two elderly men, Andy devised a plan. He exchanged a knowing glance with Josua, and soon the two young men skillfully separated Harris and Barnett. Andy led Harris to a nearby staircase, while Josua engaged Barnett in a noisy discussion about the techniques for constructing village defenses. Harris gazed at Barnett, who was animatedly gesturing, and remarked, "My dear friend possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is perpetually inclined to oppose me. In his presence, I am eternally cast as the loser, while he prides himself on being the vanguard of perfectionism." Andy, observing the downcast Harris, inquired, "You have only mentioned one of the three crucial matters. What, pray tell, are the other two?" Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Harris replied, "Beneath the jester's array lies a secret. The incessantly flowing venom is tainting the subterranean waters of the withered woodlands. The trees, rooted in such contaminated soil, are gradually withering away. We must avert this catastrophe." Upon hearing this horrifying revelation, Andy asked, "What could possibly be their objective?" Harris shook his head, stating, "At present, I remain uncertain of the Jester Council's intentions. However, one thing is clear. If the corruption persists, this place will descend into utter desolation." Turning to glance at Josua, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Barnett, Harris continued, "This bunnier hunter is likely oblivious to the fact that the members of the Jester Council have set their sights on the Emma Forest, which is of utmost importance. I suspect that the fangs you vanquished in the Emma Forest were but experimental specimens placed there by the Jester Council. Thus, we must swiftly dismantle the chamber that spills venom into the Emma Forest. I have no desire to witness the forests surrounding Storm Beach succumb to the fate of the withered woods." Emerging from the hidden chamber, the rejuvenated Relf heard Harris's words. The spectral wolf addressed Barnett, who was still conversing merrily with Josua. "If all the Jester arrays conceal hidden chambers, then there are a total of 4 within the withered woods. This is the first, with 3 additional Jester arrays located in the other 3 directions of the forest." Harris, now focused on the silent Barnett, urged, "You ought to devise a plan forthwith. These troubles are of your own making. At this juncture, you should approach matters with a mindset of atonement. Do you understand?" Barnett retorted, facing the imperious Harris, "Even if I constructed all these arrays, it is unjust to lay the blame for the devastation of Bella Forest at my feet. Perhaps it is time for you, the one who nurtures danger, to contribute your efforts as well." Harris clapped Andy on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I have not felt such exhilaration in ages. Beneath our feet lies the first sight of venom spillage. According to that bunnier fellow over there, it is his creation, so hasten to consult him and see if we can neutralize the threat here. Once we dismantle this chamber, we can also resolve the matters concerning Elton and Relf." Listening to Harris's words, Barnett, exasperated, declared, "Behold, here stands a heartless and shameless hypocrite, who has even ceased to utter the name of his dear friend. Very well, let us vow to ignore each other henceforth." Andy, observing the escalating tension between the two elderly gentlemen, implored, "I beseech you both to temporarily cease your quarrel. My dear friend is in peril. If we do not act swiftly to purify the corruption, the bunnier inhabitants of the Emma Forest will surely suffer dire consequences." Harris, upon hearing Andy's words, turned to Barnett, who wore an impassive expression, and remarked, "Did you hear that?" "Now, that is true wisdom." Barnett, gazing at the serious-faced Andy, replied, "I am aware of all 4 locations where the venom is being discharged in the Witheredwood Forest. Let us first dismantle this venom discharge chamber beneath our feet, and then hasten our way to the Emma Forest. The purification of the Witheredwood Forest is not a matter to be resolved swiftly. Preventing the Joker Council from ravaging the Emma Forest is our immediate priority." Andy found Barnett's reasoning to be exceedingly sound. He turned to the nearby Zizuo and said, "Once again, I must trouble you to return to the village and deliver the news. It would be optimal if Chief Buck could thwart the Joker Council's actions, but if he encounters resistance, it may still delay the corruption of the Emma Forest." Harris, observing Andy's calm demeanor, remarked, "It appears that your studies within the ancient library have not been in vain." Blushing at his mentor's praise, Andy replied, "I am but a novice, unworthy of displaying my meager knowledge before you, esteemed teacher." Barnett pointed to the 3 stone slabs surrounding the entrance of the chamber and stated, "Beneath these 3 stone slabs lies the entrance to the venom discharge locations, with a total of 3 passages." Harris furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it possible that a single discharge location accommodates 3 venom barrels?" Barnett responded, "There are 3 entrances. As for how many venom barrels are housed within, I cannot say." Harris, exasperated by Barnett's impatience, chastised, "You are reveling in the chaos. Could you not have spared yourself the trouble of digging one less pit?" Barnett, incensed by Harris's words, retorted, "I was only responsible for the design. The rest was beyond my jurisdiction. If you find it bothersome, go argue with your capable apprentice, Tyron." Andy interjected softly, "Please, let us refrain from arguing." The 2 elderly gentlemen fell silent. Andy gestured towards the 3 scorched entrances and declared, "We shall divide our forces into 4 groups. Suzuo, make haste to the village and deliver the message. Teacher and Mr. Barnett will oversee the left and right entrances, respectively, while I shall take charge of the middle entrance. Mr. Barnett, please elucidate the structural details of the venom discharge location." Chapter 60. The Self-Destruct Mechanism. Zazuo, having organized his gear, sprinted away, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Barnett squatted on the ground, extracting 2 design blueprints from his backpack. The bunnier architect unfolded the first blueprint and, pointing to a red-circled location, stated, "This illustrates the distribution of the venom discharge points throughout the Witheredwood Forest. Notably, these 4 locations are nearly equidistant from the Wolf Howl Manor." He then spread open the second blueprint, directing attention to the circled skull symbol, and explained, "This represents the internal structure of the chamber beneath our feet. The Joker Council members originally tasked me with constructing this chamber in close proximity to the subterranean river. It now appears that their intention was to facilitate the discharge of venom." Harris, scrutinizing the blueprints, inquired, "You haven't installed any mechanisms within these chambers, have you?" Barnett, observing Harris's skepticism, remained silent, rising to regard his old friend. Andy gazed at the blueprints, perplexed as to whether any traps had been installed in the basement. Harris, observing Barnett's deliberate ambiguity, remarked, "I have already depleted my magical energy. If you have indeed set traps, it would be more prudent to disclose them." Barnett responded with a dramatic gesture of an explosion, followed by a taunt. "What do you think? Are you frightened, coward? Even if you possessed magical energy, you would still hesitate to dismantle the venom release apparatus." Hearing Barnett's words, Andy felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to ensure everyone's safety. He addressed the smug Barnett, "Given the perilous nature of this situation, we must not act independently. We 3 shall proceed together. Mr. Barnett, your knowledge of the internal structure will save us considerable time, while I shall employ a magical shield to safeguard us. Even so, I cannot guarantee the successful completion of the mission to destroy the venom release apparatus as planned." Barnett, noticing Harris's grave expression, leaped into the air in glee, followed by an uproarious laugh. Harris approached and, with a firm grip, seized Barnett's beard, yanking him upward until his feet left the ground. Andy observed Barnett's pained cries and frantic scratching, stating, "Sir, we truly have little time left." Harris set Barnett down, admonishing, "Were it not for your apprentice's plea, I would have hung you from a tree." Barnett, standing earnestly, declared, "There are indeed traps, though the members of the Jester Council are oblivious to them. Those are self-destruct mechanisms I secretly installed." Harris pointed at Barnett, asserting, "This is the last time I tolerate your antics." "Curious about the activation of the self-destruct mechanisms?" Andy inquired. Barnett, eyeing the anxious Andy, instructed, "Firstly, you must activate the underground river sealing device, a metal valve. Should the sealing device fail, we cannot risk triggering the self-destruct mechanism." Andy nodded, affirming, "I will act accordingly." Barnett continued, "Secondly, you must use your hammer to break the wall next to the venom barrel. Within lies another valve. Once pulled, the liquid contained in the incendiary bottle will pour a flammable substance onto the venom barrel through an aperture in the ceiling. These liquids will swiftly corrode the wooden barrel, and upon contact, they will ignite rapidly, ultimately leading to an explosion. Remember, after pulling the second valve, you must return to the surface immediately. This place is also unsafe. We will rendezvous on the hillside. Ensure Relf is on guard around the hill. Alert for any sudden arrivals from the Jester Council." Upon hearing this, Andy confidently brandished his lightning strike, declaring, "Since there are self-destruct mechanisms, we shall proceed separately. I will summon Relf at once. Let us adhere to the plan." Relf, following Barnett's counsel, concealed himself behind a high rock on the hillside. Observing the trio's quarrels and cooperative efforts, this ghostly wolf murmured, "I will never comprehend why my master chooses to associate with such individuals." On the uphill, Harris pointed at the lightning strike in Andy's hand and said, "He possesses a divine artifact, so do not concern yourself with activating your wretched self-destruct mechanism." "What should I do? I cannot possibly resort to striking with a mere stick, can I?" Barnett, Hearing Harris's irritable remarks, initially contemplated having the old man ram his head against something, but upon observing the anxious Andy, he stifled his anger and huffed twice. He retrieved 2 metal wrenches from his backpack and presented them to Harris, stating, "These tools should enable you to swiftly unlock the self-destruct mechanism." Harris grasped the wrench and measured it against the lightning strike in Andy's hand, suddenly exclaiming, "Are you jesting with me? By the time that chamber is engulfed in flames, I would still be digging away at the wall with this earwax spoon." This time, Barnett refrained from losing his temper. Holding the wrench, he explained, "Each chamber contains a sealed iron box, within which lies an emergency axe left by the members of the Jester Council beside the toxin barrel. This wrench can unlock that iron box, and the emergency axe will be capable of activating the self-destruct mechanism." To this point, Barnett sighed, reproaching himself, "Good heavens, how could I have such a dim-witted friend?" The bearded architect Bunyel shook his head in resignation after uttering this. Harris weighed the wrench in his hand, commenting, "You have finally done something commendable. Otherwise, it would be you suffering the consequences. But why did you not provide Andy with a wrench like this?" Barnett fixed a stern gaze on the loquacious Harris, explaining, "Andy possesses such a magnificent hammer. Does he truly require an emergency axe?" Harris, observing Barnett's dwindling patience, replied, all right, it was my mistake. Let us hasten our actions." Before proceeding, Barnett reiterated, "Remember, once the self-destruct mechanism is activated, you must flee the chamber immediately. The combustion of the toxin will trigger the automatic closure of the chamber, and at that point, escape will be impossible." Andy extended his hands before the 2 elders, and Harris placed his hands atop Andy's. Barnett, being somewhat shorter, stood on tiptoe to touch the palms of the 2 men with his fingers. To Andy's astonishment, despite the incessant bickering between the 2 elders from the prison cell to the center of the formation, in this moment of life and death, they exchanged a furtive glance, and for the first time, the storm prophet emerging from the abyss felt the warmth of camaraderie amidst their banter. As Harris chanted an incantation of peculiar sound, the 3 men's hands simultaneously parted. Andy removed 3 stones from the ceiling of the chamber and leaped into the central entrance, a wave of putrid odor assaulting him. He used a strip of cloth around his neck to cover his mouth and nose anew. As the lightning strike emitted a purple ethereal glow in the dim chamber, with arcs of electricity continually swirling around the artifact's apex. The spiraling staircase extended down to the chamber's depths, and Andy hastened into the interior. This space was considerably larger than the chamber that had imprisoned Harris, with dozens of empty wooden barrels arranged haphazardly along the walls. He jogged along the passageway of the chamber when suddenly, a sharp axe came crashing down, and shattered stones struck Andy's face. Bathed in an ethereal violet glow, he beheld the imposing figure of a robust Saxon materialize before him. A barbarian, his body oozing with a viscous green fluid, unveiled a menacing visage. Chapter 61. The Grotesque Gatekeeper. Andy had encountered references to the Saxons within the ancient library, where Clarence was engrossed in the peculiar symbols inscribed on the parchment. When he spoke of these savage tribes, his expressions were extravagantly animated. Coupled with various tomes detailing Saxon history, Andy found himself inexplicably captivated by these hulking figures residing on the fringes of the Horned Desert for a considerable duration. Harris, who occasionally appeared in the ancient library, jestingly remarked to the entranced Andy that a Saxon princess named Brigid from Black Mountain had once harbored affections for him, and that he had even erected a statue in her honor before the Blackstone Temple. Harris's exaggerated jests left the youthful and impressionable Austin in a state of bewilderment, as Andy could not recall ever hearing the name Brigid before. The memories lost to his demonic transformation flickered intermittently in his curious mind. The Saxon before Andy, wielding a deadly axe, struck down but failed to inflict harm, immediately succumbing to a fit of rage. He brandished a chain in his other hand, launching an assault upon the youth. Sparks flew around them, and the chamber resonated with the cacophony of clashing metal as Andy retreated while engaging in combat. While he conjured protective runes, he pondered the fact that no one had informed him of such a ferocious adversary lurking within this chamber of the Jester's array. Cornered by the Saxon, whose body dripped with green slime, Andy leaned against the frigid wall. Faced with the brutal onslaught, he suddenly exclaimed, "I shall not hold back." The Saxon, momentarily taken aback by this declaration, raised his axe and swung it down. In response, Andy unleashed a flash of lightning, which sent the axe flying. Deprived of his weapon, the Saxon brandished the chain, lunging at Andy with savage ferocity, only to be confronted by an insurmountable magical barrier that materialized between them. A resounding explosion echoed from the next chamber, confirming to Andy that either Harris or Barnett had successfully activated the self-destruct mechanism. An idea sparked in Andy's mind as he observed the furious Saxon before him. He summoned a ring of lightning that encircled the weaponless foe, temporarily ensnaring him within its grasp. With a smile, Andy advanced past the furious Saxon, traversing through an open iron door to a staircase that spiraled downward into an unfathomable abyss. He stowed the lightning strike in his satchel and hastily descended the spiral staircase, feeling the chill intensify, aware that he was nearing the subterranean river. As he continued onward, the sound of rolling stones echoed ominously behind him. He turned to stand at the staircase's bend, only to be collided by a massive, coiled mass of flesh, accompanied by splattering fluids. The force of the impact sent Andy crashing against the wall, a pungent odor assailing his senses as his short hunting gear was brutally torn, leaving a gaping hole as Andy gazed at the meatball that continued to roll down and abruptly vanished around the corner of the spiral staircase. A sudden wave of heat surged through his chest. He hastily removed the flash strike from his back and quickly discarded his garments. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, Andy donned only his undergarments and pursued the large meatball that had fallen to the ground. Yet another searing sensation compelled him to halt in his tracks. He observed wisps of white smoke rising from the skin on his chest. In desperation, he drew forth the flash strike, and a bolt of lightning instantly sealed the wound. Looking at the subtly throbbing injury, he mused, "I wonder how Harris and Barnett are faring. If they encounter equally formidable adversaries, those two old men could be in grave peril." Adjusting his undergarments, Andy grasped the flash strike and continued to sprint forward with urgency. At last, he arrived near the underground river, where the clear sound of flowing water reached his ears, and the pungent odor grew increasingly potent. He raised the flash strike to illuminate his surroundings, revealing the underground river at the center of the chamber. Beneath a complex mechanism, an inverted wooden barrel rested atop a metallic framework, from which a green liquid flowed slowly to the heart of the apparatus was a transparent hourglass-like bottle, beneath which a sphere of interlocking gears rotated. Andy searched for the self-destruct mechanism that Barnett had mentioned. According to the instructions, he needed to first activate the underground river's sealing device. Utilizing the dim light, he meticulously examined the metallic valves one by one. Suddenly, a pair of large green eyes appeared before him, startling the young man who had been intently focused on locating the valves. In the next moment, a massive axe swung towards him, cleaving the ground and creating a deep crater. Andy deftly sidestepped to avoid it. Faced with the relentless Saxon, he found himself at an impasse. On one hand, he was eager to initiate the self-destruct mechanism, while on the other, he was reluctant to kill the slimy Saxon before him. In the midst of his dilemma, he spotted a large iron box in the corner, its surface strewn with thick iron chains. He swung the flash strike, severing the chains. The Saxon, initially intent on delivering a fatal blow, immediately redirected his axe towards Andy, the wall emitting a piercing sound upon impact. Andy raised his right hand to shield himself, and the magical barrier absorbed the force of the axe, while the green-eyed Saxon relentlessly struck at the barrier with his chipped axe, seemingly descending into madness. Seizing the opportunity, Andy unleashed a blow from the flash strike, rendering the enraged Saxon unconscious. With considerable effort, he bound the barbarian's oversized limbs, slick with slime, using the iron chains. The moment the green liquid made contact with the metal, a plume of white smoke arose, and the Saxon on the ground emitted a horrific scream, his eyes shut tight. Andy regarded the incapacitated Saxon and remarked, "Who on earth created this monstrosity?" With that, he resumed his search for the metallic valves. At long last, in a concealed corner, Andy uncovered the metallic valve that Barnett had spoken of. Straining, he turned the gears, and with a series of creaking sounds, a large metal door unfolded beneath the toxic liquid barrel. The activation of the underground river's sealing device completely severed the connection between the toxic barrel and the river's waters. Andy began to search for the wall he needed to strike. As his blows produced hollow echoes, he wielded the flash strike, unleashing a burst of purple lightning that shattered the wall. He beheld a small door appearing amidst the debris, easily opening it to reveal a smooth inner surface with a valve. Andy lowered the valve, and a sound of flipping resonated from the ceiling of the chamber. A transparent bottle was presented through an oval opening by a metallic clamp, and as a small, hand-like tool uncorked the bottle, the clamp inverted it, allowing an orange liquid to cascade down the inner walls of the container. Realizing that this must be the incendiary vial Barnett had mentioned, Andy hastily turned to leave as he passed the Saxon lying on the ground. He glanced back deliberately. The barbarian, still writhing in agony, glared at him with eyes radiating a green light, the hatred within them undiminished. Just before stepping out of the chamber's small door, Andy placed a magical protective shield over the Saxon, and upon hearing a violent explosion behind him, he quickened his pace. A glimmer of light appeared before him, guiding him safely to the ground. Within the chamber, as the magical shield dissipated, a robust figure gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 62. The pebbled path. Andy arrived at the hilltop where they had previously agreed to meet. Observing the sun as it began its descent, and he exhaled deeply, Harris, with a smile, remarked, "I never expected this task to be so effortless. I am the first among the three of us to deactivate the self-destruct mechanism." Barnett proudly pointed at Andy, saying, "Yet you were the last one." Andy beamed at the two elderly men, relieved to see them unscathed. He indicated the burn on his chest, stating, "It was truly perilous. I encountered a Saxon covered in slime within the chamber." Harris, glancing at Andy's wound, replied, "Fortunately, you had been wounded by Jacob of the Abyss, granting you immunity to the toxin. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago." Barnett approached, observing that Andy was left with nothing but a pair of underpants, and quipped, "Your determination far surpasses that of your teacher, but there was no need to strip down to fight that green demon." Harris, watching Barnett mock Andy, felt a piercing gaze penetrate the heart of the Bunyal architect. Noticing the peculiar expression on Harris's face, Andy inquired, "What is troubling you?" Harris cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing. Now that we have destroyed the toxin barrels here, let us proceed towards the Emma Forest with Relf." Stopping by Wolfhowl Manor on the way as they traveled, Andy strode ahead, mulling over the events that had just transpired. He was deeply concerned about the conditions at the other three toxin spill sites, and he wondered about the status of the clown formation in Emma Forest, uncertain if more formidable foes awaited them in those terrifying basements. Contemplating such unpredictable dangers, the lavender-haired youth quickened his pace. Harris deliberately slowed his steps, and as Andy distanced himself, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to the seemingly nonchalant Barnett, he quietly asked, "You had better tell me the truth. When I descended into the chamber, I discovered it was merely a storage room, devoid of any of the toxin dispersal mechanisms you mentioned, which is why I was the first to return to the formation." With a flushed face, Barnett, feeling a sense of guilt, remarked, "I never expected your fortune to be so abundant. I encountered fierce resistance, and it took an immense effort on my part to resolve everything. Fortunately, I managed to secure second place." After uttering these words, Barnett let out a couple of foolish chuckles, subsequently lowering his head and standing still. Harris, observing the silent and downcast Barnett, inquired, "In our private chamber earlier, there were no venomous discharge mechanisms, correct?" Upon hearing this, Barnett quickly leaned in, standing on tiptoe to reply, "Yours did not, but mine did." Harris seized Barnett's beard firmly. One was the magicless wizard Austin, and the other, the illustrious architect Buhner. These two old rascals commenced a comical interrogation along the gravel path leading to Wolfhowl Manor. With his feet off the ground and his chubby little hands scratching in the air before Harris, Barnett, wearing a pained expression, solemnly stated, "If you do not tell the truth soon, I shall bid farewell to this beard of yours." As he spoke, Harris wrapped the beard around his hand. Barnett tightly closed his eyes and ceased his struggles. Harris, gently touching his limp old friend, observed his lack of response, and a cunning plan formed in the mind of the old wizard. He plucked a few strands of Barnett's beard and held them to his friend's nose. With a series of sneezes, Barnett reluctantly opened his eyes and pleaded, "I was wrong. Could you please set me down?" Harris lowered Barnett to the ground, and the self-aware architect traced circles on the ground with the tip of his right foot. As the surroundings of the gravel path gradually dimmed, he finally spoke, "In truth, my chamber lacked a venomous discharge mechanism as well. Only the chamber your apprentice entered possesses one, and it is guarded by that green goblin." Harris glared at Barnett with ferocity, genuinely feeling a pang of fear for the events that had just unfolded. Addressing the trembling Barnett, he remarked, "You truly are a master of deception. Why did you not enter the central chamber yourself?" Barnett replied with a cheeky grin, "I am no match for that green goblin. You are indeed formidable, but upon encountering you this time, I realized our situations are quite similar. Either of us venturing forth would spell disaster." Sighing as he watched Andy disappear over the high ridge, Harris said, "Thank goodness nothing serious occurred. I must insist that you make amends for the scheming you engaged in." Observing Harris's slightly softened demeanor, the mischievous old architect replied, "Rest assured, I shall compensate Andy. I intend to impart all my architectural knowledge to him." Harris, growing impatient, retorted, "Who cares for your outdated masonry skills? I am referring to a very practical form of compensation." Barnett, lifting his head in confusion, asked, What does that purple-haired lad desire as compensation? Harris stepped closer, covering the old architect's mouth and whispering, Could you lower your voice? Do you not see my apprentice fighting bare-skinned? Surely, you can produce your most treasured secrets. Barnett, astonished, exclaimed, Who told you that treasure was in my possession? Harris stood tall, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, There is no need for you to inquire about that. All you must do is hand that treasure over to Andy. After all, your stocky and diminutive physique renders that treasure largely superfluous. Merely a decorative item. Barnett, observing the self-satisfied Harris, felt a mixture of anger and resentment. Yet, when faced with this old friend, he found himself utterly powerless, particularly after attempting to engage in petty schemes before the seasoned sorcerer. Harris nudged the dazed Barnett and quipped, Just don't have second thoughts when the time comes. The two elderly gentlemen negotiated terms. A sudden flash of blue light illuminated their surroundings. At some point, Ralph, who had been trailing behind Andy, appeared unexpectedly behind Barnett. Harris, taken aback by Ralph's sudden manifestation, stammered, Goodness, the short-legged fellow claims he is weary. I am weary too. Aging truly presents its trials. As he spoke, the old sorcerer discreetly regarded the solemn expression of Ralph. Barnett, caught off guard by the spectral wolf, was preoccupied with thoughts of atonement. Faced with Ralph's glowing eyes, the seasoned Bunyal architect found himself at a loss. Ralph addressed the two elderly men with a tone of indignation. How rude! I overheard your conversation, and I must say, I am astonished that you two venerable figures would engage in such sordid behavior. Upon hearing this, Barnett quickly turned to Ralph, embracing him in a plea. Let us consider this secret as if you had not heard it at all. I only wish to see your master once more. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly meet my demise with great generosity. Chapter 63. Barnett's tears. Ralph turned his gaze to Barnett, his eyes radiating an eerie light, and said, I genuinely feel sorrow for my master. After all these years of concern from Eldon, you reveal yourself to be such a duplicitous hypocrite. Harris, witnessing Ralph's scathing rebuke of Barnett, interjected, What a relief! I always knew he was unworthy of forgiveness. With a sudden shift in tone, Harris bent down to stroke Ralph's glowing fur, stating, I may have defended you, but this secret truly must remain hidden from my apprentice. If that young lad were to discover that we two old fools sent him to his doom, he would surely sever ties with me. Ralph regarded the ostensibly conciliatory Harris with skepticism. You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. The spectral wolf, amidst the desolate stone pathway, wielded sharp words that thoroughly diminished the dignity of the two elderly men. Harris, beseeching the talking wolf, found himself labeled as no better than a rogue. In the presence of his old friend, he felt utterly humiliated. To alleviate the tension in the air, he stood upright and addressed Barnett. I believe I have done my utmost. Standing beside him, Barnett found himself at a complete loss, unsure of how to navigate the unfolding situation. As Ralph noted the encroaching darkness, he took a few steps forward and suddenly turned to the two old men, declaring, I shall not report your transgressions to anyone. You may speak with Andy yourselves. Harris exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Ralph's words, while Barnett danced with joy. He looked at the perspiring Harris and inquired, Am I allowed to keep that treasure this time? Leaning down, Harris brought his head close to Barnett's wrinkled face and gently replied, No, that treasure must be given to Andy. Otherwise, I would rather sacrifice my dignity and tell the truth. Barnett gazed at Harris's tall, slender figure and remarked, How utterly heartless. Andy had been waiting on the hillside for quite some time, anxiously anticipating the return of Harris and Barnett, while Ralph, sent to gather news, had also failed to return. Just as the young man from Austin was growing increasingly anxious, Harris, dragging his weary body, arrived alongside Barnett. Noticing the unusual tension between the two, Andy asked, Have I hurried too much and wearied you? Before Harris could respond, Ralph howled like a wolf. Hesitant, Harris looked at his concerned apprentice and said, We're both fine. Let us continue our journey. We are not far from Wolf Howl Manor. Observing the exhaustion etched on the faces of the two elder men, Andy explained, I was in such a rush that upon glancing back, I could no longer see either of you, which prompted me to send Ralph to investigate. Harris reached out to stroke Andy's head, exclaiming with fervor, To have you as my apprentice in this lifetime is a fulfillment beyond my wildest dreams. As he spoke, the dust-covered magician found himself shedding tears. Barnett approached to offer solace, saying, I retract my earlier jibe about your apprentice. It seems this young lad is indeed quite perceptive. Upon hearing this, Harris, who had initially been quietly weeping, began to cry even more earnestly, Ralph, observing the emotional display. Interjected, "Could you perhaps find a more private place to share your heartfelt sentiments? The wolves will soon commence their hunt." Upon hearing Ralph's warning, Harris quickly wiped away his tears, stating, "With age, emotions grow increasingly fragile. It seems I am prone to tears at the slightest provocation." Andy continued to walk ahead, while Barnett remarked, glancing at his tear-streaked old friend, "After so many years apart, I never witnessed such an emotional outburst from you." Harris, eyeing the teasing Barnett, retorted, "When I see you bestow that treasure upon my dear apprentice, I might just shed a few tears for you." To this tasteless remark, Barnett murmured, "That may be a long wait." After taking a few steps, Harris suddenly turned around, startling Barnett, who had been muttering to himself at the back of the group. Leaning down, Harris whispered, "Since neither of our secret chambers has a self-destruction mechanism, what was that explosion sound emanating from yours just now?" Barnett flashed a sly grin, revealing his teeth, and replied, "For a great architect, those little tricks truly are trivial." Seeing his old friend deliberately withholding information, Harris retorted, "If you choose not to share, I can hardly be bothered to listen." Barnett grasped Harris's seaweed garment and mysteriously stated, "That explosion was created using some yellow powder I concocted. Impressive, isn't it?" Harris yanked his garment away, exclaiming, "Don't touch my delicacies. You had better have saved enough of that yellow powder. Otherwise, the next mission to activate the self-destruct mechanism will fall squarely on your shoulders." Barnett nonchalantly remarked, "Let them come. I am eager to witness the capabilities of the green demon concocted by those clownish counsels." Harris, observing the boastful Barnett, replied, "I detest your grandiloquence, yet I am rather looking forward to seeing you being toyed with by that green demon." Barnett emitted a scornful sound from his nose, and Harris huffed in response. The already narrow gravel path could scarcely accommodate two elderly men engaged in a relentless war of words. As the surrounding mist thickened, Andy ventured into Wolf Howl Manor in accordance with their prior arrangement. Ralph, accompanied by 3 individuals, located the skeletal remains of Alton on the bed within the 2-story wooden cabin, as well as the bones of Ralph in the barn. The 3 men meticulously arranged the collected bones beside the graveyard. After many years, Barnett finally beheld Alton in his spectral form. Gazing at his elegantly composed old friend, the elderly Buhner could not help but shed tears of regret. While Harris incessantly reproached Barnett for the design and construction of the clown's array, Barnett, as one of the parties involved, felt no remorse, however, as he traversed the desolate landscape, observing the withered trees, the wilting flowers, and his friend who succumbed to the plague. This elderly Buhner could no longer contain his sorrow and wept bitterly. Alton approached to offer solace. "Are we not reunited? Have I frightened you in this state? Why must you weep?" Barnett, his eyes brimming with tears, responded, "All these calamities are to be blamed on me. Had I not been so fearful for my own life, the splendid Bella Forest would not have been reduced to this state. And that cowardly desire to survive cost me a good friend like you." Alton, gazing at the grieving Barnett, said, "I have never considered myself to have lost a good friend in you, for whenever I delve into the depths of my heart, I am astonished to find you vividly residing in my cherished memories." Upon hearing such comforting words, Barnett could no longer restrain his emotions. Harris, observing the weeping Barnett, urged, "Quickly compose yourself. If this continues, we shall jeopardize our mission." With a few chilling wolf howls, several vicious wolves materialized before Harris, their green glowing eyes flickering in and out of the mist. Chapter 64. The Burning Bones. Andy, wielding the lightning strike in his right hand, stood before Harris, his confidence bolstered by the recent battle with the green demon. Perhaps he was yet to fully grasp the true power of the artifact in his possession, but he sensed that the one-handed hammer, enveloped in purple lightning, wielded formidable strength. Ralph looked at Alton with expectant eyes. The gentleman of Wolf Howl Manor finally understood his companion's intentions. He nodded gently, and with a wolf howl, Ralph stood beside Andy for the first time in the capacity of a guardian. Dozens of ferocious wolves encircled them, their lips dripping with green saliva, bearing blood-stained fangs. Barnett gazed at the surrounding beasts and declared, "These hideous creatures dare to venture here and wreak havoc. They must be weary of life itself. If I do not demonstrate my prowess, these green-eyed rodents might genuinely believe I fear them." Harris turned his head to glance at his fierce old friend and remarked, "We shall not engage. These little creatures are entirely yours to handle." Upon hearing Harris undermine him before everyone, Barnett hastily clarified, "My major is architecture, and under such circumstances, I am not permitted to stack bricks or lay tiles. If you can delay these shattered foes from attacking, I assure you that I shall demonstrate what constitutes an impregnable defense." Harris showed no mercy to his boastful companion, simply seating himself and stating, "We shall remain here, eagerly anticipating your splendid performance." Barnett, witnessing the ravenous wolves narrowing their encirclement, trembled as he muttered, "I was mistaken." Hearing those words, Harris immediately sprang to his feet and shouted, "Attack!" As a bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the air like a sharp axe towards the wolves, Barnett finally witnessed the might of a swift strike. The wolves, upon seeing their comrade cleaved in two, surged forward en masse, while Andy wielded the swift strike, unleashing carnage in the fog-laden estate. The splatter of black blood upon Harris's face made the once magicless mage acutely aware of the immense power erupting within Andy, as the ancient forces, sustained by the heart of light, enveloped the long-sealed thunderous might from the abyss. The two marvelous powers began to gradually permeate the body of the young Austin. Barnett, gazing at the mountain of wolf corpses beneath him, felt relieved that he had not persisted in maintaining the facade earlier. He incessantly struck the already lifeless wolves with his small wrench, seemingly needing to release the fears that had accumulated within him after enduring such terrifying assaults. In the distance, the leader of the starving wolves began to summon more allies. Andy, emboldened by battle, felt the swift strike radiate brilliant light as the infusion of light magic coursed through it, enveloping the entire Wolf Howl Manor in a fantastical aura. Suddenly, Ralph, standing beside Andy, emitted an ear-splitting howl, a sound reminiscent of ancient callings. The black dragon coiling around the hammer's handle soared skyward alongside the wolf's howl, unleashing a bolt of lightning as it exhaled. Ralph accepted this ancient deity's boon. Elton watched in awe as his companion transformed from a ghostly wolf into a lightning spirit wolf, the electricity crackling around its ethereal fur. Ralph turned to Andy. This once arrogant ghostly wolf had now discovered its new sanctuary. Slowly, Andy approached Ralph, and with a wolf's howl, the young mage mounted the back of the lightning spirit wolf while grasping the swift strike. The wolf leader, upon witnessing the formidable foe before him, tightened his ranks, and the remaining wolves prepared for a final assault. Mounted on Ralph, Andy brandished the swift strike and charged forth. As the heavy bodies of the wolves were struck by the black dragon unleashed from the swift strike, the once fierce wolves fell into disarray. Harris beamed with pride, observing Andy battling atop the wolf, a rare smile gracing his face. With a few desperate howls of retreat, the gray-black wolves swiftly vanished into the edges of the desolate woodlands. Elton, filled with exhilaration, gazed at the danger that had been a constant menace, finally exhaling a long-awaited sigh of relief. He turned to Andy and expressed, "I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention once again." Dismounting from Ralph, Andy humbly replied, "Such deeds are merely my duty." Ralph, observing the transformation of his own being, inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Harris chuckled, "Perhaps it is time for you to bid farewell to your former master." Ralph looked at the confident old sorcerer before him, perplexed. Elton felt a deep sense of comfort seeing his companion grow extraordinarily powerful. Although he did not fully grasp the old man's words, he consistently believed that as long as Ralph was willing, all would be well. Turning away from the vanishing wolf pack obscured by mist, Andy addressed Harris, "Should we not hasten to aid our friends at Wolf Howl Manor in completely dispelling this threat?" Barnett, who had been lost in self-absorption, finally regained his composure. Through Andy's victory over the ferocious wolves, this Bonnier architect saw a new ambition unfold before him. Hearing Andy's words, the self-serving architect eagerly interjected, "Indeed, Andy's reminder is most timely. We were so frightened by the recent events that we nearly overlooked something significant." Harris, regarding his unusually animated old friend, remarked, "Have you been driven to madness by the recent turmoil?" Barnett, brimming with excitement, retorted, "You are the one who has lost your senses. I am perfectly sane. I now have a grand plan, though I shan't divulge it to you." Turning away dismissively, Harris scoffed, "I can hardly be bothered." Observing the two elderly men bickering, Andy refrained from intervening, opting instead to follow Harris's earlier advice and place the remains of Elton and Ralph upon a flat rock. Elton, contemplating his soul tie to the realm of the living, mused, "It truly must come to an end, yet I remain uncertain of where my final resting place lies." Barnett approached, offering solace, "You need not worry about that. I have already devised a plan for you. The abyss within the Sea of Curses shall be our finest destination." Harris shook his head in resigned disbelief at his friend's presumptuousness. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Ralph gazed at his master. Despite his newfound strength as a lightning spirit wolf, he felt a profound melancholy due to his master's words. Elton, having found his sense of closure, knelt beside Ralph and said, "My friend, you have discovered your new master. I believe Andy will take great care of you." Upon hearing Elton's words, Ralph immediately bowed his head, tears of reluctance streaming down his smooth blue fur. Ailton, witnessing his dear friend's sorrow, gently stroked Relf's sturdy back. One was a soul departing from the world of the living, while the other was an ancient deity's gifted lightning spirit wolf. The emotional exchange between them reminded Andy of the playful moments he shared with his mischievous companion and the young sorcerer, who had just endured a fierce battle, shed tears of overwhelming emotion. As flames rose, the two piles of bones were reduced to ash on a hill not far from Wolf Howl Manor. A diminutive figure had been closely observing Andy's fierce combat. With a few venomous curses, he vanished into the mist of the withered forest. Chapter 65. The Tattered Boots. The spectral forms of Ailton and Relf had finally freed themselves from the shackles of bone. Despite the agonizing struggles endured over the years, they welcomed Barnett's return with heartfelt conviction that the waiting had proven worthwhile. Harris, glancing at the weary Andy, remarked, "Tonight, we shall camp within the manor. Though Emma Forest teeters on the brink of ruin, we remain utterly ignorant of the enemy's true intentions. Venturing out under the starlit sky would be tantamount to courting death. I need to meticulously devise our strategy for tomorrow." Barnett, clutching his stomach, interjected, "You can devise the strategy yourself. I'm on the verge of starving." With that, the ever-perfectionist bunnier architect began to remove his boots. He neatly placed his two leather boots, revealing toes, upon the ground, and then commenced measuring with his keen eyes. Irritated by Barnett's swaying, Harris snapped, "Could you possibly settle down for a moment? Your movements are making my head spin." This, Barnett placed his hands on his hips and vociferously complained, "How clever of you to always bring edible attire wherever you go. You've already gorged yourself in the secret chamber. While I remain ravenous, I intend to boil these buffalo hide boots that have accompanied me for years and relish this feast in your presence." Upon hearing Barnett's words, Andy immediately inquired, "Sir, you wouldn't truly do that, would you?" Harris, his face darkened, retorted, "Let him boil them, let him eat. Henceforth, whenever this grumbling earthen jar speaks, we shall keep our distance. Otherwise, the stench of his foul breath combined with foot odor will spell disaster." Barnett, indifferent, toyed with the remnants of his boots using a dagger, exclaiming, "This is sheer, unadulterated jealousy. I shall eat, and I shall eat heartily. I eagerly anticipate seeing you drool." Harris simply turned away, ignoring the soliloquy of Barnett, while Andy watched the diminutive leather boots in the hands of the bunnier architect transform into mere scraps. Barnett, barefoot and adorned with long hair upon his feet, searched for an iron pot amid the fragments of leather. Ailton, standing nearby, remarked, "The entire manor has lain abandoned for years. Where might we find food, let alone large cooking utensils? There are only some dust-covered plates, but they seem of little use in this situation." Barnett, disheartened, exclaimed, cradling the fragments in his hands, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You've made me squander a precious pair of boots." Harris, observing his unreasonable friend, quipped, "Your boots need not be boiled. They are best savored raw." Just as Barnett was about to erupt in anger, a series of whistles echoed from afar. Andy seized the lightning and peered into the distance. Through the faint mist, he perceived movement amidst the grass by the manor. "Barnett, where are you?" A warm call rang out as Buck emerged before them. The brown-skinned bunnier, filled with excitement, embraced the barefoot Barnett tightly, followed by Shazo leading Treester and several bunnier warriors who also emerged from the underbrush. Harris gazed upon the long-separated brothers, his heart swelling with indescribable joy. Although he had never met Buck, he had gleaned from Andy's descriptions that this leader of the forest bunnier was a valiant warrior, deeply loyal and principled. Approaching Jazwa, Andy said, "According to our agreement within the magic circle, you are to lead your team in thwarting the members of the Clown Council from wreaking havoc upon Emma Forest. Now that you have brought the leader here, does this imply that the site for the toxic discharge in Emma Forest has already been compromised?" Jazwa, observing Andy's anxious demeanor, replied, "I returned to the village and truthfully informed the chief about my encounter with Mr. Barnett, as well as the task you assigned. Yet, I find myself unable to persuade Buck. He remains resolute in his desire to meet Mr. Barnett before he will engage in the destruction of the toxic discharge site." Andy turned to the tear-streaked faces of the brothers, at a loss for words. Harris approached and placed a reassuring hand on Andy's shoulder, saying, "Do not disrupt this reunion between brothers. Keep in mind that the task of dismantling the toxic discharge site cannot be accomplished merely by your words. Given the current circumstances, we can act separately. If all goes well, we shall soon purify the Deadwood Forest entirely, and at that moment, the threat to Emma Forest will also be alleviated." Harris gently separated the embracing brothers and, with a serious tone, added, "You will have ample time to share your sentiments later, but for now, The threat posed by the Clown Council to both Deadwood Forest and Emma Forest has not yet been neutralized. Shall we set aside our personal feelings for the time being? Upon hearing Harris's words, Buck immediately distanced himself from Barnett. Andy stepped forward to introduce his fully armed bunnier leader to his mentor. Looking at the sprightly Harris, Buck remarked, "It is a great honor to meet you. If it pleases you, I would like to extend my hospitality." With a wave of his hand, Buck signaled to Josua, who led several bunnier chefs, adorned with aprons, to set up a feast in front of the barn in the clearing. These hospitable bunnier people kindled a bonfire, while Treester placed well-prepared lamb legs and chops over the flames to roast. With several barrels of fresh beer laid out on the ground, Alton, observing the lively scene, gallantly managed the various banquet arrangements. The bunnier people, undaunted by Alton's ghostly presence, followed his guidance and managed to locate dust-covered tableware. As Alton gazed at the uniquely designed utensils, memories of the flourishing Wolf Howl Manor flooded back to him. Treester frowned at the sight of the tableware and hurried over, exclaiming, "Who knows where we can find clean water?" Alton immediately responded to the inquiry of the bunnier maiden. "The entirety of Deadwood Forest has been tainted. There is no clean water source left here." Treester, disheartened by the peculiar tableware, lamented, "What a pity. Otherwise, this banquet would have been utterly perfect." Standing aside and observing the commotion, Barnett muttered in frustration, "What terrible luck." Buck, hearing his brother's words, approached and inquired, "What is it? Have we not prepared sufficiently?" Barefoot, Barnett stomped vigorously on the ground, to which Harris joyfully remarked, "Your brother nearly devoured his stinky shoes before your arrival. His current antics are a gesture of gratitude towards you." Turning to the gleeful Harris, Barnett retorted, "Mind your own business. My affairs are none of your concern." He then patted Buck on the shoulder and continued, "Indeed, I have lost a pair of exquisite leather boots, but fret not, I trust you will provide me with an even finer pair. Won't you?" Buck laughed heartily, replying, "Of course. Not just one pair, even 10 or 100. I simply do not possess that many shoes to offer you." Hearing Buck's abrupt change of tone, Harris was left in awe. He approached the barrel, filled a large mug with beer, and with a resounding gulp, downed 2 hefty cups in succession. Feeling slighted, Barnett, still barefoot, joined him at the barrel and remarked, "These beers are brewed by my brother. On what grounds do you drink so heartily without so much as a greeting?" Chapter 66. The way of true friends. Harris paid Barnett no mind, eagerly drinking while awaiting the roast leg of lamb sizzling by the campfire. Barnett, feeling indignant, sought out Buck and whispered, "Why are we treating that old fellow without charge?" Buck, momentarily perplexed by his brother's words, thought it only reasonable to extend such hospitality, considering Harris was a longtime friend of the family. However, since Barnett raised the question, he replied, "The bunnier people are thriving due to Andy's selfless support. Harris is also his mentor. We should be grateful for the opportunity to express our appreciation, and these modest provisions hardly suffice to convey our heartfelt gratitude." Buck's words left the ever-picky Barnett architect at a loss for retort. Andy hastily approached and grasped Barnett's hand, stating, "Since Harris lost his magic, his health has been declining. I, as an ineffectual apprentice, feel unworthy. Without your diligent care, I fear my mentor would suffer greatly. Here, I bow deeply in gratitude." With that, Andy performed the highest gesture of respect customary among the Austonians. Barnett, smiling, lifted Andy's hands and said, "I never imagined that the hypocrite would take such a fine apprentice." As Andy slowly rose with Barnett's assistance, he was astonished to see an extraordinary smile gracing the face of the bunnier architect. The campfire blazed brightly as everyone settled down, and Trist and Zaza placed the roasted leg and ribs of lamb on the neatly prepared wooden table. Seated at the head, Harris cast aside any semblance of elder dignity, while all the bunnier people gazed in astonishment at the sight of this old man, sleeves rolled up, devouring meat with gusto. Barnett, standing nearby, unabashedly joined the meat-eating contest, and the entire Howling Wolf Lodge was soon enveloped in a chorus of laughter and merriment. Barnett, while chewing on mutton, mocked Harris, parting his lips adorned with mutton grease as he remarked, "Weren't you just intent on devising a battle strategy? Why are you here gorging yourself?" Harris, with a leg of lamb in his right hand and a beer in his left, retorted, "I can hardly be bothered with you. Eating one tea silence your incessant chatter." The crowd erupted in laughter. As the moon ascended above the treetops, Ilton, observing the festivities from the sidelines, cheerfully declared, "The Wolf Howl Manor has not seen such merriment in ages. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, my friends from afar, for breathing new life into this dilapidated place." Buck, gazing at the courteous Ilton, replied, "We reside at Storm Beach, with Emma Forest and the Withered Woods as our mountain neighbors. The bunnier folk of the forest warmly welcome you to our village." Elton nodded in agreement, saying, "I shall certainly visit when time permits." Xiao Sua led the blushing treester to Andy, the naive young maiden shyly inquiring, "Why aren't you wearing the hunting gear Buck provided?" Andy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned away and confessed, "I removed it when I encountered the green demon in the secret chamber, and in my haste, I forgot to bring it back." Treester softly replied, "It's no matter if you didn't bring it. I have crafted you a new mage's robe, just like the one depicted in the ancient library." Upon uttering these words, the armored bunnier princess bit her lip in determination. Xiao Sua, consumed by jealousy, interjected, "Didn't you think to make me a set of clothes too?" Treester spun around, her anger flaring. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you come asking for garments? Tell me, where is the invisibility potion I gave you?" Xiao Sua, trembling, produced the potion from his pocket, stammering, "Here it is. I've only used it twice." Treester's face flushed with indignation as she shouted, "Who allowed you to use it? That was meant for Andy." The diners were taken aback by Treester's outburst, prompting Barnett to inquire, "What is going on? Are they fighting?" Buck, smiling, remarked, "Ah, the affairs of youth. Let us not pry." Harris, observing the dazed Andy and the flushed Treester, whispered, "It seems our young mage has found himself in a predicament." Xiaosua looked at Andy with a sense of grievance, while Treester stormed off in anger. Time flew swiftly, and having feasted to his heart's content, Buck embraced his brother, weeping openly. No words could encapsulate the depth of longing that the leader of the bunnier felt for his kin. Harris, holding half a glass of beer, approached Elton and mused, "If your manor were not in ruins, it is hard to fathom the grandeur that once graced this place." Elton sighed, reflecting, "The Bella Forest of yore was breathtaking. The golden road meandered through its heart, and the daily influx of various merchant caravans allowed me to forge friendships with people from all corners of this vast continent." Harris gazed at the eager Alton and remarked, "When it comes to making friends, I must commend your sagacity. Although I have had many companions in the past, as I became embroiled in the scandal that ravaged the Virginia Valley, those once closely bonded friends all drifted away, leaving me in solitude." Alton, perplexed by Harris's words, inquired, "Who claims that you have no friends?" "Barnett has long declared himself your closest ally. When he passed by the manor, I distinctly heard him animatedly recounting your adventures in the abyss, restoring the Phantom Temple. Go be honest, I truly believe that was merely a figment of Barnett's intoxicated imagination. It appears, however, that every word was indeed true." Harris plucked a strand of seaweed and began to chew it slowly, pausing for a moment before the old mage spoke. "Does he appear to you as someone who still possesses a dear friend?" "His greatest delight now lies in incessantly opposing me with that." Harris chewed vigorously on the dry seaweed. Alton chuckled and replied, "That is merely your perspective. I see you two as a pair of restless brothers, engaging in harmless verbal sparring and playful sabotage to pass the time. One cannot simply dismiss the profound bond you have cultivated over the years. I can sense the unique affection that Mr. Barnett holds for you. Such sentiment is likely irreplaceable, even by your own apprentice." Harris swallowed the seaweed and quietly observed the inebriated Barnett, whose tears flowed freely. Memories once overlooked surged to the forefront of his mind. He turned to gaze at the wooden door before the barn and said, "Perhaps I have truly grown old." The white-haired old mage wiped the tears from his face and turned back with a smile, saying, "In comparison to that unscrupulous old fellow, your Relf is indeed a paragon of friendship." But how did this loquacious ghost wolf come to the manor? Chapter 67. The bottom of the tomb. Alton glanced at Relf, who was dozing nearby, and recounted, "Many years ago, Wolfhowl Manor flourished, and in my leisure, I delighted in adventures. A chance encounter led me to rescue Relf, who had ensnared his hind leg in a trap. Remarkably, this wolf was fluent in various tongues. Our conversations following his recovery revealed that, aside from the mages who study the language of all beings, many spirits across the vast continent have fortuitously mastered the languages of different races. This serendipitous connection fostered an inseparable bond between Relf and me." As Alton spoke, he slowly approached the wooden door, gazing at the darkened planks with a sigh. Everything was once so idyllic, until a dreadful plague swept through the manor, infecting the majority of its inhabitants and livestock. And I was not spared. With the decline of the manor, all trade caravans rerouted, and Bella Forest transformed into a grove of dead trees. The last steward buried the deceased and departed with the few remaining possessions and workers. Before leaving, he sought to take Relf with him. Yet this wolf refused to budge, so I lay afflicted by illness, watching Relf's steadfastness from my sickbed. I yearned to bid him farewell, but he instead consumed the carcasses of animals that had succumbed to the plague. Harris gazed at the tearful Elton and remarked, "Could it be that Relf willingly succumbed to the plague in order to remain by your side?" Elton, weeping, responded, "At that moment, I was powerless to intervene. Yet the blue phantom altered our fates. When my soul was severed from my frigid body, I was astonished to behold Relf, in a spectral form, standing outside the barn. You can scarcely imagine the tumult of emotions that flooded my heart." Harris wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze fixed upon Relf that moment. The aging sorcerer was overwhelmed with a multitude of sentiments. He turned to Elton, whose body radiated a blue ethereal glow, and stated, "The blue phantom elixir you consumed indeed possesses the extraordinary ability to detach souls, but Relf, in such formidable strength, should not be merely a product of the blue phantom's influence. This implies that Relf, transformed into a spectral wolf, ought to be as frail and vulnerable as you. However, the fact that it protected the bones against the ferocious wolves is undeniable. Its performance within the jester's array further attests to the tremendous power of this spectral wolf. Unless a more plausible explanation arises, the energy within Relf remains an enigma." Elton gazed solemnly at Harris and asserted, "I was nearly inseparable from Relf. In life, he was undeniably robust, yet it was inconceivable for him to confront a pack of wolves unscathed. After his transition to a spectral state, shortly after we were expelled by the members of the Jester Council and returned, disheartened, to the manor, I discovered that he had inexplicably acquired immense power, which is truly remarkable." Harris caressed the fur of Relf, which emanated an ethereal glow, and mused, "Perhaps he has ventured into the abyss. Otherwise, such a transformation would be utterly impossible." Upon hearing this, Elton immediately shook his head in vigorous denial, looking at the perplexed sorcerer and stating, "There may be but one point of suspicion. At midnight, Relf would take solitary walks, as if in a somnambulistic state. Upon his return, he would exude an aura as if he had bathed in ethereal light." Harris observed the night sky and inquired, "Shall I accompany him on his nightly stroll?" Elton, fixating on the solemn-faced sorcerer, silently shook his head. He was not concerned for his own safety, but the potential embarrassment of being discovered trailing his dear friend without permission was a scenario he wished to avoid. Tristan, having exhausted his temper, watched Harris and Elton conversing outside the barn without interrupting them, instead directing others to tidy up the bedroom, as the sound of the snoring Buck brothers filled the room. Wolfhowl Manor returned to a state of tranquility. Harris, perplexed, posed a question to the peacefully closed-eyed Relf, "Do souls require slumber?" To which Elton replied, "I personally have no need for rest, yet Relf must slumber beside me for half the day." As midnight approached, with Relf's resonant howl echoing through the air, Harris opened his eyes slightly to observe the lightning spectral wolf rising to depart. This inquisitive old sorcerer followed Relf, whose gait was languid and dreamlike. Completely oblivious to the presence trailing behind him, a chill wind swept through, causing Harris to shudder as he watched Relf venture deeper into the cemetery. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, Harris discovered a concealed entrance beside a nearby tomb, through which Relf had already vanished. Just as Harris was about to descend into the tomb, Elton appeared before him, a spectral figure gazing at the dust-covered sorcerer. Harris, addressing the suddenly materialized Elton, remarked, "Did you not express your reluctance to accompany me?" Elton, with a hint of anxiety, replied, "I am far more familiar with the interior than you, and it would be prudent for me to lead the way." Harris, observing Elton's evident distress, urged, "Let us hasten. He has been inside for quite some time." Elton, unhurried, reassured him, "Fear not, for I constructed this tomb in my lifetime, and I am well acquainted with its layout." Following the self-appointed guide Elton, Harris entered the dark recesses of the tomb, and to his astonishment, a sudden illumination greeted him. Passing through a narrow aperture, he found himself in a spacious chamber. Elton deftly navigated ahead, and with the aid of the oil lamps affixed to the walls, the old sorcerer discerned that this labyrinthine tomb was of a grandeur far surpassing the haphazardly tilted gravestones above. The even flooring and smooth walls were adorned with intricate patterns, while a broad corridor led to a staircase descending into the depths below. At the corridor's terminus stood two suits of metallic armor, their imposing stance seemingly warning intruders against trespassing. Harris slowed his pace, scrutinizing the architectural style around him, and he shook his head in disapproval at such extravagant folly. Following Elton down to the base of the staircase, they entered a circular gallery, where 4 staircases emerged at its end. Elton gestured towards the staircase on the right, stating, "Relf is likely beneath us." Harris approached cautiously, pressing his face against the wall at the staircase's entrance. As his gaze descended into the abyss below, a shocking sight sent tremors through him. Hundreds of blooming dark flowers were exuberantly thriving at the base of the dilapidated tomb within the withered forest. These plants, typically found only in the depths of the abyss, had inexplicably taken root in this bewildering locale. Beside the dark flowers stood Ralph, entranced in a state of somnambulism, reveling in the surging energies, the blue ethereal glow appearing strikingly vivid in the dim light. Turning to Ailton, Harris whispered, "The dark flowers, plants of the abyss, how did they come to be here?" Ailton, equally astonished, responded, "I am unaware of when this place transformed into what it is now, nor do I recognize these dark flowers." Chapter 68. The Pool of Decay. Harris, gazing at Ailton's innocent expression, continued, "Though you may not be aware of these flowers' existence, the scene before us elucidates why an ordinary ghost wolf has suddenly grown so formidable. It ventures here daily to absorb energy during the flowering of the dark blossoms. If there exists any substance on this continent that could rival the dark flowers, it would be the blue specter. Now, with both energies coursing through Ralph, the vicious wolf outside the tomb stands no chance against him." Ailton gasped at Harris's words, the specter murmuring softly as he gazed at the passage behind him. Could it be that the relentless torment of the wicked wolves is not aimed at the remains of myself and Ralph, but rather at obtaining the dark flower? Harris, observing the luminous Ailton, replied in a hushed tone, "Those avaricious beasts are likely far more complex than you perceive." In astonishment, Ailton exclaimed, "It's unimaginable. If those beasts were truly to conquer Ralph and simultaneously absorb the blue specter within both him and me, would that not spell the utter destruction of the withered woods by my own hand?" Harris, upon hearing Ailton's audacious conjecture, remarked, "If those vile wolves were to succeed, what you fear may indeed come to pass. During my time in the abyss, I witnessed firsthand the malevolent countenance of the demons lured by the energy emanating from the dark flowers. Yet, having resided here for so long, are you truly unaware of who cultivated these dark flowers?" Ailton furrowed his brow, and suddenly grasping Harris's arm, he whispered, "Could it be that this occurred while we were searching for Barnett? We were once expelled by the Clown Council's sorcery for a period, and upon our return, we were incessantly besieged by the wicked wolves, hardly paying heed to the happenings at the base of this tomb." Harris peered once more through the wall, observing the blooming dark flowers swaying beside Ralph, their thorny stems undulating as a foul stench approached. The aged sorcerer finally discerned that beneath those resplendent blossoms lay a putrid pool, green and malodorous liquid dripping from the exquisite petals. He surmised that although these dark flowers, rooted in the decaying pool, appeared identical to those found in the abyss, they were imbued with a far more sinister energy. Fortunate Ralph, had he not received the ancient god's boon amidst his battle with the wicked wolves, would have likely become a mere slave to the Clown Council, this spectre wolf fluent in all tongues. Ailton grew increasingly anxious about his dear friend, fearing that he might utterly succumb before these plants oozing green liquid. He gazed at Harris, who was engrossed in the depths of the tomb, and urgently inquired, "How can we rescue Ralph?" Turning to the helpless Ailton, Harris offered reassurance. "To prevent Ralph from drawing upon the energy of the dark flowers, we must set this place ablaze, however. Inducing this lightning spectre wolf to forget such intoxicating sensations is akin to persuading Barnett to forsake tobacco. It requires considerable time and immense patience. Though this energy holds little significance for Ralph, who has been graced by the ancient boon, the mere awareness of the dark flowers will compel him to return here at midnight." Ailton slowly drifted before Harris, stating, "I shall first greet Ralph. Once we depart, you may incinerate this place." Harris, gazing at the metal armor standing in the corner, cautioned, "The dark flowers here cannot be burned just yet. We must await the arrival of whoever planted these malevolent flora. Let us return for now, as I need to strategize meticulously." As Harris swiftly exited the crypt, he bent low and, upon emerging from the narrow entrance, chanced upon Andy leading Josua in a survey of the cemetery. Standing atop the crypt, Harris called out loudly, "Andy, have Josua come over to assist me. My age is catching up, and my legs have gone numb from squatting for too long." With a smile, Andy replied, "I awoke in the middle of the night to find you and Mr. Ailton missing, and I feared something had gone awry. I never imagined you would venture to such a secluded spot. Please hold on. I shall attend to you momentarily." Harris, feeling anxious, insisted, "No need. Just send Josua over." Confounded, Andy thought it only reasonable that he himself should provide the assistance, as Josua had not known Harris for long. Was there an unspoken reason for the teacher's peculiar arrangement? He halted and addressed Josua behind him. "Could you kindly assist me in helping Harris back to his room? He has not rested all day." Without a second thought, Josua dashed to Harris's side, The bunny-air hunter was about to lift the bint and gasping Harris. He was firmly held back by the dust-covered elder sorcerer. Puzzled, Josua straightened his back. But Harris leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I need to discuss something privately with you shortly. Please come to my room after dawn, and remember not to mention this arrangement to Andy." Josua nodded, helping Harris back to Barnett's room. Andy followed behind, glancing at the dejected Ailton, and inquired, "What is wrong with Harris?" Ailton waved his hand dismissively. "It is simply unbelievable." Andy observed the specter entering his room and remarked, "That is merely fatigue. A moment's rest will suffice." Before Josua returned to his own quarters, Harris reiterated the importance of adhering to their agreement, and Josua assured him softly, "Rest assured, I shall be there." Weary and burdened, Harris approached the bed in the room. Barnett and Buck, the two brothers, lay entwined on the floor, snoring loudly. Perhaps startled by the earlier commotion, Barnett feigned continued slumber, straining to listen to Harris's movements. As Buck's thunderous snores vexed the bunny-air architect, he kicked his brother away in irritation. Curiously, he climbed onto Harris's large bed and whispered, "Old chap, are you asleep?" With narrowed eyes, Harris glared at the bothersome Barnett and replied impatiently, "I was just about to fall asleep before you roused me." Barnett, grinning foolishly, asked, "Where were you just now?" Harris closed his eyes and muttered, "Your snoring kept me awake, so I went for a stroll." Cunning Barnett seized a few pieces of dried seaweed and popped them into his mouth, chewing while laughing. "Don't deceive me. You must have taken advantage of our brotherly reunion to try and steal my thunder, haven't you?" Harris's mind was preoccupied with the plans for the dawn, and his mood was frazzled. He had no desire to entertain the foolishness of his old friend. Gritting his teeth in anger at the intruding Barnett, he retorted, "Am I trying to steal your thunder? Pray tell, where have I purportedly undermined you?" Chapter 69. The Eyes and Ears. Barnett spoke enigmatically. "While my attention was diverted, you sought to sway Alton, did you not?" The architect bunnier, having uttered these words, gazed proudly at the ceiling, exhaling a sigh before continuing, "Your efforts are in vain. The bond between Alton and myself is as steadfast as the secret chamber I have meticulously crafted." Upon hearing the term secret chamber, Harris immediately turned to question, "On our way here, I neglected to inquire. How did you ascertain that Andy would choose the central chamber when the self-destruction mechanism was activated?" Barnett chuckled lewdly, reclining on the bed and gesticulating animatedly. Harris, observing his exuberant friend, spoke with a sense of resignation, "Even if you choose not to divulge, I shall uncover the truth." Barnett seized Harris's arm as he prepared to turn away, his eyes widening in the darkness as he gleefully proclaimed, "Under any circumstances, Andy would have been compelled to select the central chamber. Even if he failed the first time, I had devised a means to direct him to the chamber housing the green demon. Would you not agree that I am quite ingenious?" In a fit of rage, Harris kicked the frenzied Barnett to the floor. Buck, roused from his slumber by the commotion of these two restless old souls, seized Barnett and pulled him into an embrace, declaring, "At last, I have caught you. You shall not escape from under my watchful gaze." Rubbing his posterior in indignation, Barnett retorted, "I saved your life, and you dare treat me thus?" Sitting upright, Harris regarded the obstreperous Barnett, stating, "Had I not heard you utter those words myself, I would never have believed you capable of such behavior towards a young man." Barnett innocently replied, "My decision was made only after hearing your remarks. Do not forget how you exalted Andy's abilities while we were in the cell. It was as though this lad, wielding the cursed red, was the savior of the vast continent. If his powers were so great, what difficulty could there be in activating a self-destruction mechanism? I was merely assessing the situation." Harris, in anger, exclaimed, "You shameless rogue, what Andy wields is not the cursed red, but the flash strike. At present, you are nothing short of a complete fool." Barnett shook his head, asserting, "Regardless of the artifact, it is undoubtedly far mightier than my wrench. Have you considered the fate that would befall us, two old codgers armed with earwax scoops, should we confront the green demon, reeking of venom?" Harris, glancing at Barnett tightly embraced by Buck, said, "I must stress, this secret is known only to the two of us. It must never reach a third party." Suddenly loosening his grip, Buck sat upright. Producing a pipe filled with herbs, as a plume of gray smoke ascended. The leader of the forest bunnier smiled, remarking, "One is the most esteemed mage of the vast continent, and the other is the architect most revered by the bunnier people. How could you conspire together to deceive an innocent youth?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Barnett clenched his fists and vigorously waved them at the sides of his head, this old bunnier expressing his pent-up frustration in his own peculiar manner. Harris, observing his old friend as he finished his fit of madness, trembled and pointed a shaky finger at Buck. exclaiming loudly, "It's over. It's over. You must have been possessed by that talking ghost wolf." Harris, initially believing Barnett had uncovered some abnormality, was taken aback by such nonsensical remarks. He simply lay down, pulling his seaweed garment over his head to sleep. The Howling Wolf Lodge was eerily silent before dawn, save for the sporadic sounds of quarrels emanating from the bedroom occupied by the three elderly M.E. and A.T. First Light. Buck led Barnett up the nearby mountain to engage in a heated debate regarding matters of character. The two old bunnier men argued passionately, their faces flushed. Perhaps the incident involving Andy activating the Venom self-destruct mechanism was no longer the focal point of contention for Harris and Barnett, as the typically upright and selfless Buck had also become embroiled in the dispute. Xiazhua, having organized his gear, arrived at Harris's door. With a gentle knock, Harris opened the door. Xiazhua, cautiously leaning against the doorframe, peered into the room, apprehensive that his unapproved promise might anger Buck. Noticing that Harris was alone, he straightened up and stepped inside. Upon entering the disheveled bedroom, he gasped in astonishment and scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Sir, how did this meticulously arranged bedroom become such a mess overnight?" Harris did not respond to Xiazhua's inquiry. Instead, he tossed a soiled pillow onto the bed and then moved a chair to place in front of the bunnier hunter. As Harris's large hands pressed Xiazhua down onto the uniquely designed chair, the hunter realized that the forthcoming matters would undoubtedly be quite delicate. After all, why would someone of such a distinguished status treat him with such regard? Harris, observing Xiazhua's nervous demeanor, spoke, "I discovered a secret in the graveyard yesterday. Someone is conducting a hazardous operation beneath the deadwood forest that threatens not only Emma Forest but the entire vast continent. I must prevent this from happening, but my own strength is woefully insufficient. I urgently require your assistance and wonder if you would consider remaining as an informant instead of following Andy to Emma Forest." Xiazhua, meeting Harris's serious gaze, replied, "Regarding your request, the only question I have is, what exactly is the informant's task?" Harris whispered, "You merely need to conceal yourself in a relatively safe location to monitor those entering the tomb. Then silently follow them. Your ultimate objective is to locate their hideout without them ever realizing your presence." After contemplating Harris's description, Xiazhua nodded decisively, saying, "I thought it was something more daunting. This is akin to tracking prey while hunting. Just instruct me on the next steps, for I am the bravest hunter among the forest bunnier." Harris glanced out the window at Andy, who was helping Trist tidy up the banquet hall, and murmured, "We must act swiftly." Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Xiazhua was led out through the back door by Harris. Following Harris, Xiazhua arrived at the entrance of the crypt, gazing at the narrow passage without hesitation as he stepped inside first. Taking a deep breath, Harris followed suit, crawling in after him. Harris guided Xiazhua to the end of the corridor, pointing at the metallic armor in the corner, instructing, "You shall conceal yourself within this armor. Remember to remain utterly silent and wait until those who enter the crypt appear. I will provide you with ample food and water. You must observe closely the individual descending the stairs and stealthily follow him, ultimately discerning the identity of our adversary." Chapter 70. The mysterious figure. Xiazhua nodded vigorously at Harris's words. Despite a twinge of trepidation regarding this unexpected task, he did not exhibit any discontent. For Xiazhua, he was determined to exert every effort to fulfill any assignment bestowed by Teacher Andy, even if the sight of this cold crypt made his legs tremble. He could not afford to show any sign of fear before the teacher of his dear friend. Complying with Harris's request, Xiazhua climbed inside the metallic armor, where his initial confidence was quickly replaced by a sensation of confinement. After a moment, Harris returned to the crypt bearing food and water. He glanced at Xiazhua nestled within the armor, remarking, "I anticipate that the mysterious figure will arrive tonight. You only need to endure for a day to achieve great merit for your people." Xiazhua quietly accepted the provisions and asked, "What if I need to relieve myself?" Harris, momentarily perplexed as he gazed at the metallic armor standing in the corner, scratched his chin and muttered, "I hadn't considered that issue, but fret not. The mysterious figure cannot possibly arrive so soon. You may step outside to attend to your needs and return." Xiazhua swiftly emerged from the armor and jogged back to the surface. Observing the retreating figure, Harris commented, "It seems he is making a run for it." Moments later, Xiazhua returned to the crypt, and upon seeing that his informant had not fled, Harris wore a satisfied smile. He assisted Xiazhua in adjusting the upper half of the armor, and then this elderly sorcerer with white hair crouched down, offering words of comfort through the armor's seams. "Do take utmost care. The success of the mission is secondary. However, I must see you return unscathed." Standing within the frigid armor, Xiazhua felt a surge of emotion at these heartfelt words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In his heart, the Buner hunter had resolved that failure was not an option. As Harris departed, the flickering oil lamps within the cold crypt gradually dimmed. Concealed in the armor, Xiazwa cradled the food and water pouch, murmuring to himself, "What if I encounter the mysterious figure while attending to my needs? Never mind. I shall endure hunger for a day." With that, he placed the food and water pouch at his feet. After a day filled with commotion, the once lively Wolf Howl Manor finally returned to tranquility with the departure of Harris and his companions. A shroud of mist enveloped the dilapidated estate once more, as a chilling, malevolent wind swirled desperately around the graveyard, carrying with it a few desiccated leaves. When the mournful frost blanketed the surface of the gravestones, everything reverted to its original state, as if the clamor of yesterday had never transpired. For the first time, Xiazwa felt the interminable passage of time. Ensconced within his armor, he no longer felt the impulsive thrill he had experienced upon receiving his mission. He had naively believed this was merely a game of hide-and-seek or a meticulously orchestrated hunt. The foul stench emanating from the tomb had begun to nauseate him, while the tedium of waiting and the anxiety for the future incessantly plagued his mind and body. The oppressive confinement of the narrow space rapidly overtook his thoughts, and he began to regret entering this sunless sepulchre, as the charming visage of Trist seemed to drift further away from him. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from above the tomb. Drawing upon his extensive hunting experience, Xiazwa discerned that the shuffling noise was certainly not produced by any animal. Accompanied by a few venomous curses, a diminutive figure clad in a jester's mask descended into the tomb. As the mysterious individual entered, the oil lamp was swiftly ignited, and the amber flame danced joyfully within the grease-stained metal vessel, its rapture reminiscent of an imprisoned element finally finding its realm of freedom. Xiazwa fixated on the newcomer, noticing that the masked little man did not hastily approach the stairs, but instead began to leisurely survey the surroundings, as if taking a stroll in his own home. Abruptly, the little man halted before the metallic armor, standing rigidly for what felt like half a tea's worth of time. Hidden within the armor, Xiazwa's face tightened, his heart pounding fervently in his throat. The little man spat malevolently toward the armor, cursing, "I shall make you pay the most excruciating price for your decisions." This sudden tirade sent a chill of sweat coursing down Xiazwa's spine. Limbs tingling, he feared he had been discovered. Yet, rather than retaliating, he held his breath and scrutinized intently. The little man contemptuously spat on the armor and then turned to another suit of armor, whispering, "And you, with that innocent facade, shall suffer torment beyond measure. Remember this. All the agony imposed upon me in the past will be repaid to you 1,000-fold. Ha ha." Listening to the little man's words, Xiazwa could not ascertain whether another agent, placed by Harris, lurked within the adjacent armor. However, the curses uttered by the little man were sufficient to conclude that the mysterious figure hailed from the northern Bunyers. With his keen little eyes fixed on the foul-mouthed dwarf, Xiazwa realized that Harris's surveillance mission had officially commenced. Having just endured a false alarm, he meticulously calculated his next course of action. After a tirade laced with a northern accent, the Bunyers dwarf gleefully scampered down the stairs. Piercing screams erupted from below. The once lively flames within the tomb appeared to be enchanted, as dozens of fire tongues, as thick as a bowl's rim, surged from the walls, reaching for the tomb's ceiling. The once cold and dreary corridor was now scorched by fierce flames, and the metal armor standing in the corner emitted a crisp, crackling sound as the temperature fluctuated. Moments later, the sharp cries abruptly ceased, and the surroundings gradually fell silent, plunging the crypt into a dim and lifeless gloom once more. Xiazwa stood within the armor, intently listening for any sounds, when suddenly a roar, reminiscent of a demon, erupted from below the stairs. The voice, laced with malice and resentment, reverberated throughout the crypt, and in the next instant, a line of fire surged forth from the tomb. With keen eyesight, Xiazwa discerned that the diminutive figure was unmistakably enveloped in the fiery blaze. The mysterious departure of the figure caught Xiazwa off guard. He instinctively pushed back with all his might, causing the unbalanced armor to crash to the ground. Clambering out in disarray, Xiazwa stood upright, and the Buny, our hunter, kicked over the nearby metal armor, shouting at the empty shell, "Who the hell was it speaking to?" As he watched the mysterious figure vanish into the entrance of the crypt, Xiazwa hurriedly pursued, his legs propelling him forward, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared into the mist of the withered wood forest. In the haste of the moment, Xiazwa retrieved his pocket crossbow and released the signal marker affixed to his waist. With a sharp crack, the marker exploded in midair, scattering red powder. Buck's subordinates quickly rushed to provide reports, and this flustered beauty, our soldier, detailed the location of the signal marker's appearance. The composed beauty, our leader, immediately summoned his men to account for their numbers. After a brief tally, Buck patiently listened to the reports, then approached Harris and quietly remarked, "When the team set off, you mentioned sending Shazwa back to retrieve the water pouch, yet he has not returned. Now, a signal marker has been released towards Wolfhowl Manor. What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 71. The dashing steed faced with Buck's inquiries, Harris had no choice but to disclose the arrangement of having Shazwa serve as a lookout. Barnett, upon hearing of Harris's decision, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "If the task is so perilous, why did you not keep everyone behind?" Harris responded with calm assurance, "We cannot leave Wolfhowl Manor, for that mysterious figure will not appear otherwise." Barnett gazed toward the distant Andy and suggested, "Even so, you could have allowed both Andy and Shazwa to remain. Wouldn't it be more prudent for them to keep watch together?" Harris, observing Barnett's growing frustration, quietly replied, "I believe Andy is not suited to remain there. Once he learns of the existence of the dark flower, I fear that this youth, who has only just freed himself from the shackles of dark energy, may succumb to temptation." Barnett sighed, acknowledging the dilemma faced by his old friend. "Very well, I shall let you off this time." Harris turned to Buck, whose expression was grave. He was acutely aware that such unannounced actions were indeed displeasing. Having come this far, he could only brace himself to shoulder the entire situation. He earnestly addressed Buck, "You must have faith in Shazwa's abilities, while also recognizing the current circumstances. The Jester Council has transformed the once beautiful Bella Forest into a withered wood forest. Soon, those masked individuals will set their sights on the Emma Forest. The mutations of tusks and the withering of dead trees surely serve as a testament to the gravity of the situation. Do they not?" The guards of Buck began to murmur quietly amongst themselves regarding the decision made by the old man Austin, until the group, following Buck's orders, set forth once more, at which point their baseless suspicions ceased. As Harris and the others emerged from the withered woodlands, preparing to advance towards the site of the venomous outpouring in the Emma Forest, Andy discovered that Treester, who had originally been part of the company, had inexplicably vanished. He immediately reported this unforeseen circumstance to Buck, whose usual calm demeanor was shattered upon hearing the news of the princess's disappearance, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He dispatched guards to thoroughly search the vicinity, yet they found nothing. Observing Buck's agitation, Andy remarked, "If Treester intentionally separated from the group, then all our efforts to find her would be in vain. However, what could possibly account for her sudden disappearance?" Buck smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "I've got it. She must have gone after Shazwa." The two had grown up together, forging a profound bond of friendship. Although Treester often playfully bullied Shazwa, she would never permit anyone else to mistreat her companion. If Shazwa had truly encountered misfortune at Wolfhowl Manor, this spirited young lady would not remain passive. Moreover, Shazwa had just released a signal flare, a distress call that the woodland buner would only emit in dire circumstances. Upon hearing Buck's words, Andy recognized the urgency of the situation. He turned to the spectral wolf, Lightning, and said, "I have a request to make. I wonder if you would consent." Ralph turned around and replied, "How can I express my opinion if you don't specify the matter?" Realizing he had lost his composure, Andy quickly added, "Would you be willing to carry me temporarily in search of Treester?" The proud Ralph lifted his head and let out a long howl, prompting Andy to respond in disappointment. "Never mind, I'll just run." He gazed with his deep-set eyes towards the pristine beach in the distance, murmuring softly to himself, "If only mischief were here, or else Urchil's assistance would have saved me much time." Ralph lowered his head, fixing his somber gaze on Andy, before leisurely stating, "I never said it was impossible. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Upon hearing Ralph's words, Andy instantly brightened, saying, "Excellent. There's no time to waste. Let us set off at once." Elton, who had been hovering in the background, looked astonished at his companion, unable to believe that the aloof Ralph had actually acquiesced to Andy's request. He sidled up to Barnett and whispered, "Are we seeing things?" Barnett chuckled foolishly and replied, "Heaven knows what that blue-haired rodent is thinking. It seems Ralph is prioritizing you as a mount, with me perhaps next in line, but it certainly cannot be that purple-haired fellow." A few guards, oblivious to the context, approached, eager to partake in the unfolding excitement, only to be met with a scathing remark from the envious Barnett. Harris, observing Andy as he prepared to depart, cautioned, "Be careful in all matters. Do not overexert yourself." Andy nodded and said, "Rest assured, I shall certainly learn from the lessons of the past." He turned to Ralph beside him and whispered, "Can I come up?" As the boy, clad solely in his undergarments and carrying a flash, mounted the back of the lightning phantom wolf, the ethereal glow enveloping Ralph's fur instantly merged with the crackling lightning, capturing the attention of all present, as if in that fleeting moment, the focus of everyone was solely on the violet-haired youth. The crackling electricity surged from beneath the ghostly wolf's paws, shrouding Andy in a powerful magical aura. Never had anyone witnessed such a dazzling spectacle, and the air was filled with gasps of admiration. Andy turned to Buck and declared, "I will ensure the safe return of Trist and Zazuo. The task of thwarting the Jester Council is entrusted to you." Buck, regarding the confident Andy with concern, inquired, "Do you know where Trist has gone?" Before Andy could respond, Raelv interjected, "Do not forget, I am a wolf." Buck nodded and cautioned, "You must exercise great care." For the first time, Raelv galloped along the path of the Witheredwood Forest as another's steed, and Andy, observing the swiftly retreating trees, murmured, "It is truly my honor to encounter you in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, the lightning phantom wolf beneath him surged with newfound strength, and with a flawless leap, Raelv lifted all four paws off the ground. The dried grass beneath the ghostly wolf ignited with the sparks of lightning, unbeknownst to Andy, whose actions would soon rejuvenate the Witheredwood Forest. The mysterious figure hidden in the shadows had not anticipated that a formidable threat was drawing near. Riding on Raelv, Andy first arrived at the spot where the group had rested moments earlier. The boy, still clad in his undergarments, dismounted the ghostly wolf to investigate closely. Raelv, observing Andy's flustered demeanor, impatiently remarked, "What are you searching for there? If that mischievous girl were still here, we wouldn't need to hurry back." Andy retorted to Raelv's brusque tone, "I merely wish to see if I can uncover any clues." Suddenly, Raelv let out a howl that startled Andy, causing a chill to run down his spine. The wolf, gazing at the frozen Andy, confidently stated, "Come up." She headed southeast. Andy chuckled and replied, "Next time, if you're feeling unwell, do let me know beforehand. When you howl like that, I might think an enemy has arrived." In response to Andy's complaint, Raelv howled again, then indifferently remarked, "Are you still searching for her?" Chapter 72. Prince of Violet Ribbons. Andy grasped Raelv's blue mane, elegantly tossing his purple hair as he leapt onto the back of the lightning phantom wolf. They traversed the grassy verge and arrived at a hillside strewn with peculiar stones. Raelv pointed to a distant leaping figure and said, "Your beloved may be there." Upon hearing this, Andy immediately countered, "Who is my beloved?" Raelv smirked, "It is quite clear to everyone else. Perhaps you alone are oblivious. Those Bunyer guards refer to you as the Prince of Violet Ribbons in their hushed discussions." As Andy listened to Raelv's dubious words, a sense of unease washed over him. Memories of that awkward encounter in Buck's room flooded his mind, as if the blushing girl were standing right before him. A gentle breeze swept by, and squinting at the distant dark figure, Andy remarked, "We should hasten our search for Trist, or I might find myself utterly alone." Raelv shook his head and retorted, "Even after saying all that, you still refuse to admit it." With impressive agility, Raelv carried Andy swiftly to the location of the dark spot, only to discover it was merely a small coat hanging on a low bush. The young lad, who had volunteered to seek out Trist, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Raelv carefully sniffed the garment and then turned to Andy, who was lost in thought, stating, "This is undoubtedly that mischievous girl's clothing. What shall we do next?" Disappointment etched on his face, Andy replied, "I truly have no idea. I am certainly not as skilled at finding people as you are. Why don't you suggest a course of action, and I shall follow your lead?" Raelv swayed his wolfish head with a smile, saying, "Elton once discussed your character with me. He remarked that although your magical prowess is formidable, you possess an inherently indecisive heart." Chuckling at this, Andy retorted, "Who says I am indecisive? I showed no hesitation when I personally struck down Jacob in the abyss." Raelv, observing Andy's spirited demeanor, responded, "While those demons that anger you certainly witness your true strength, I fear that if you encounter those who harbor hidden schemes to harm you, your character may leave you unprepared or at a disadvantage." Realizing that Elton and Raelv had dissected his nature with remarkable clarity, Andy reflected on how, since undergoing the trial of the soul, the extreme thoughts that once plagued him had vanished, replaced by a burgeoning empathy. His encounter with the green demon in the secret chamber had proven his desire to influence others through his actions rather than resorting to mere slaughter. Raelv, noticing Andy's distraction, suggested, "Let us split up. Since this coat is here, regardless of the intent, we ought to scout the area thoroughly." Nodding in agreement, Andy responded, "I will head to the opposite side, and you take the left." With that, Andy seized the coat hanging from the branch and sprinted forward. Soon, he discerned faint sounds emanating from not far off, near a high mound. Quietly approaching, he discovered an open mine where Trist and Zaza were bound to two wooden stakes, flanked by two masked figures. Crouching at the edge of the rocks, Andy awaited Ralph's signal and observed as the clever ghost wolf stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side of the mound. With a leap, Ralph pounced on the guard, and Andy dashed from the slope to the mine's entrance. Ralph used his powerful claws to incapacitate the two sentinels. Then, with a ferocious snap of his jaws, he caught one of the advancing masked men. With a swift shake of his head, the unfortunate fellow was hurled violently against the rocks, meeting his demise. Andy entered the mineshaft, clutching the weapon known as Flash Strike. The surrounding slaves were in a state of chaos, and the vigilant guards, noticing the disturbance, rushed forward brandishing their clubs. Andy swung Flash Strike down with great force, and the purple lightning shattered the rocks beneath him, sending flying debris that struck the fleeing outlaws like deadly darts. Ralph quickly dashed to Andy's side and, observing the advancing enemies, declared, "We must act swiftly. The enemy's strengths and weaknesses remain unclear to us." Andy nodded and inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Ralph scoffed. "Those cowards fled long ago." The slaves within the mine, upon witnessing the ghostly wolf draped in lightning, began to scatter in panic like startled deer. Ralph, akin to a shepherd dog, herded the bewildered slaves towards the exit of the mine. Upon emerging, Andy surveyed the fleeing guards and remarked, "It appears this is merely an inconsequential mine of the Jester Council." "Their laxity is indeed fortunate," Ralph responded. "It seems those masked individuals have not demonstrated their true capabilities. We must remain vigilant until we rescue Trist." Andy nodded in agreement and proceeded to the wooden post, freeing Trist and Zazuo from their bindings and removing the rags from their mouths. Trist immediately lunged at Andy. The bunny-air girl, having just experienced a harrowing scare, clung to her beloved's waist, weeping uncontrollably. Zazuo leaned in and whispered, "Harris instructed me to follow the mysterious figure in the Wailing Ridge tomb, and I ended up here. Who would have thought this wretched place had such poor customs? Everyone is dressed alike." I could hardly discern who the mysterious figure was in the tomb. Concerned, Andy looked at the apologetic Zazuo and asked, "Are you all right?" Zazuo brushed off the dust with a smile, saying, "Thanks to Trist. Otherwise, with my slight frame, I would have likely met my end hanging from a tree." Trist, her tears subsiding, looked at Andy and softly remarked, "Did you see the clothes I deliberately left on the branch?" Andy produced the garments, smiling, "Ralph and I followed your clothes to find you here." Trist donned the clothing and continued, "Upon seeing the signal, I knew the situation was urgent, but I never expected Harris would send this reckless fool on such an important mission." Gesturing towards the grinning Zazuo, glancing at the trembling slaves around them, asked, "What should we do about these unfortunate souls?" Stepping forward, Andy proclaimed, "You are free." Ralph, standing aside, muttered, "That is the briefest speech I have ever heard." Andy turned back, somewhat dissatisfied with Ralph's comment, and asked, "What should I have said?" Ralph offered no reply, instead slowly ascending a protruding rock. The ghostly wolf surveyed the surroundings with its glowing eyes before declaring, "We are the Terminators of the Jester Council. Today, you are being rescued by the most esteemed prince of the bunny air, the Purple Sash." With that, Ralph turned to Andy. Chapter 73. Ehrlich, this sudden and grandiloquent speech utterly shattered Andy's composure. He had anticipated a rousing oration from the ghostly wolf, a creature fluent in all tongues, yet to his astonishment, Ralph immediately directed his pointed words at Andy, who stood beside the wooden post. Ralph, satisfied by Andy's palpable panic, turned and proclaimed loudly, "Our team's objective is to liberate you oppressed souls exploited by the Clown Council, and to purify the entirety of the Witheredwood Forest." The ghostly wolf, observing the whispering slaves below, deliberately paused, then cleared his throat twice and continued, "Prince Zisho has pledged to restore the verdant and vibrant Bella Forest to you all." Upon hearing Ralph's declaration, Andy quietly interjected, "When did I ever make such a promise?" "You need to come down." He extended his right hand, intending to halt the ghostly wolf's fabrications, but as he glanced at the hopeful eyes of Trista and the entranced Zazuo beside him, he ultimately restrained himself. Ralph swiftly shifted his rhetoric, exclaiming, "Prince Zisho wields the ancient artifact of immense power, but as part of Bella Forest, can we stand idly by while he fights alone for our freedom?" Flushed with embarrassment, Andy stood behind Ralph, utterly at a loss, as he beheld the eager gazes of those gathered before the mine. The fervent Ralph frequently cast glances at Andy's facial expressions, revealing a cunning smile that hinted at his satisfaction. Ralph continued, "We, the oppressed and powerless, have finally encountered a brave leader. If you once lacked the strength to resist, I wholeheartedly believe it. The hardships of life have sapped your spirit, frail bodies unable to bear the weight of the heavy axe. Yet, do those latent glories of courage still dwell within you? Do they still remain?" Ralph gazed earnestly at the eager slaves, and suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd as all the slaves brandished their mining picks. Shouting in unison, observing the fervor of the assembly, he bellowed, "For everlasting freedom, join our ranks as terminators and together dismantle the dominion of the Clown Council." As Ralph concluded his speech, the disheveled slaves immediately began chanting, "Prince Zisho, Prince Zisho." The gleeful Ralph turned to the bewildered Andy, saying, "What do you think, my dear prince?" Andy approached the grimy slaves before him and remarked, "Near Stormy Beach lies a forest village of the Buner people. I believe their leader, Buck, would welcome your integration." The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the withered wood forest once more. Observing the scene, Zizuo leaned towards Andy and whispered, "How are we to sustain these starving souls? Will leader Buck acquiesce?" Without turning back, Andy, his vision blurred, replied, "I will find a way." Zizuo, glancing at Ralph, who had finished his oration, murmured, "I cannot fathom how this ghostly wolf possesses such eloquence. I am acutely aware of the exaggerations in its speech. Yet I still wish to believe in the veracity of those promises." He approached and leaned beside Ralph, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, "I wonder what it feels like to ride on its back. Alas, if only my coconut root were here, then Treester wouldn't have to endure such a tiresome journey back." As he spoke, Shazwa stole a glance at Treester, who was lost in thought beside him. Suddenly, the Buner hunter moved to Andy's side, pleading, "Could you perhaps allow that spectral wolf to carry Treester back to the village first?" Upon hearing Shazwa's request, Andy replied, "I am uncertain if Ralph would be willing." Ralph, having overheard the conversation, gazed at Treester's tear-streaked face and declared, "It is my utmost honor to carry the wife of Prince Zisho back to Buck." Andy, standing to the side, shouted, "Who? Who is Treester riding? Who is whose wife?" Ralph reiterated, "It is a privilege for me to have the Princess of Buner, your wife, mounted upon me." Andy, observing the spectral wolf's incessant repetition of these sensitive phrases, could only shake his head in resignation, saying, "Very well." Treester gleefully ran over and embraced Ralph's sturdy right leg, exclaiming, "This time, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would have been doomed by that wretched Shazwa." Unfazed by her complaints, Shazwa continued to circle around Ralph, sticking out his tongue. Treester pointed at Shazwa and shouted, "If you don't quiet down for a moment, I will reveal all the foolishness you just committed." The Buner hunter, who had been spinning on the ground, froze at her words, then approached with a sheepish grin, murmuring, "I was wrong. I shall amend my ways." Treester huffed and resumed stroking Ralph's sleek fur. Shazwa, reminiscing about his beloved, muttered to himself, "Ah, if only my coconut root could witness what just transpired. It would undoubtedly idolize me fervently. Mounted upon my coconut root, I would be the most dashing hunter of the entire Buner clan." Ralph turned his head to Treester and inquired, "Who is the coconut root?" The mischievous Buner princess whispered into the spectral wolf's ear, "The coconut root is a pangolin, a steed with a dreadful sense of direction, which Shazwa often bullies." Treester, glaring at the boastful Shazwa, retorted, "How dare you speak of your coconut root? Given the state you have subjected it to, if you had brought it along this time, it would have likely been devoured by those guards. I truly pity you." A grown man wetting his pants. "Were it not for me, you would have perished at the hands of that mysterious figure long ago." Upon hearing Treester's words, Andy joyfully inquired, "Is it true? Shazwa wet his pants?" Meanwhile, the foolishly chastised Shazwa, realizing that Treester had finally divulged the earlier incident, turned away to lean against the rocks by the mine, muttering, "It's all Harris's fault. I could hardly hold it in while in the tomb." The waiting slaves observed these self-proclaimed jesters of the Council of Clowns joking without care, casting envious glances their way. Suddenly, a disheveled Buner man burst forth from the crowd, shouting Andy's name. The restless crowd fell silent in an instant as the Buner man approached, trembling hands unsteady beneath him. He fixed his gaze upon Andy, with his violet hair, and inquired, "Do you remember the muddy alley within Austin City?" The mention of Muddy Alley, so far from his homeland and nestled within the forest, astonished Andy, causing him to remain speechless as tears welled in the corners of his eyes. That moment, he found himself utterly immersed in childhood memories, the gentle gaze of his long-lost parents from their lowly abode, and the specter of Labika, her mouth full of blackened teeth, seemed to materialize before him in an instant. His childhood companions danced joyfully around him, Rory with his cherubic face, and Cressida, observing the dazed Andy, slowly released her grip on Ralph's hand and approached him, her small, pudgy hands gently swaying his trembling right hand. Suddenly, the disheveled Buner man clutched Andy's left hand tightly and exclaimed, "Andy, I am Alec." Chapter 74. A new objective upon hearing Alec's name. Andy's mind buzzed, and the long-buried memories surged forth with that heartfelt call. The Prince of the Azure Ribbon, who had endured the arduous trials of the abyss, felt darkness envelop him and began to topple backward. Ralph swiftly rushed beneath Andy, his robust form catching the Austin youth securely. Cressida shouted Andy's name, and all the liberated slaves rushed to assist. Cressida retrieved a fragrant pouch from her backpack, delicately waving it beneath Andy's nose as she reassured him. He merely fainted from overwhelming excitement. Upon hearing Cressida's words, Ralph finally felt a sense of relief. He instructed everyone to secure Andy with cloth strips upon his back, and the lightning spirit wolf allowed Cressida to mount as well. Turning back to glance at the crowd behind them, Ralph let out a howl, his heavy footsteps marking the beginning of their journey back to the Emma forest. Shazoo directed the freed slaves to follow closely behind, while Cressida clutched Andy's hand. Unwilling to let go, the rear of the procession was Alec, who had fervently called out to Andy moments before, now cast aside and overlooked by the others. All attention was fixated on Andy, and scarcely anyone heard the bewildering words uttered by this self-identified slave. Suddenly, a thick scent of smoke wafted through the air. Across a patch of hay, Shazoo discerned that the forest in the distance was ablaze. The flames raging beyond control, Andy lay peacefully in Cressida's embrace, gradually roused by a waft of fragrant aroma. The stubborn youth, gazing at Cressida's sorrowful expression, asked, "How did I end up here?" Instantly wiping away the tears at the sound of Andy's voice, Cressida smiled and replied, "You must have been too exhausted. You fainted right in front of the mine." Andy lifted his gaze to the crowd trailing behind and quietly inquired, "I thought I heard Alec's voice just now." Ralph abruptly halted his steps and remarked, "I harbor no fondness for that fellow who calls himself Alec." Andy, brimming with excitement, sat up and inquired, "Is it truly Alec?" At the sound of Andy's calling, a mud-streaked Bunerian, barefoot and disheveled, rushed over. He gazed up at Andy, who was perched upon the wolf's back, and cried, "I am Alec from the Mudwater Alley." Upon hearing Alec's voice, Andy realized that he was not dreaming, and tears of joy instantly welled up in his eyes. He untied the strips of cloth, stood on the ground, and opened his arms to embrace the Bunerian tightly. The long-suppressed feelings of yearning surged forth, and the unexpected reunion filled him with delight. Clister, seated atop Ralph's back, witnessed this touching scene and wept tears of happiness. Josua, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, approached with keen interest and remarked, "So, you have finally met your little companion." Andy tilted his head and joyfully replied, "This is my closest friend from childhood." His voice choked with emotion once more. Josua, observing the inseparable Andy and Alec, softly suggested, "We should hasten our departure. It would be troublesome if the Clown Council retaliates." Andy looked down at the silent Alec and said, "I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. I nearly compromised our mission. Let us return to the village at once." Alec glanced at the individuals nearby and inquired, "Are all of these people slaves captured by the Clown Council?" Ralph retorted, "Did you not know their identities while being with them?" Alec looked at the spectral wolf before him and replied, "I was only brought here today, so I am not well acquainted with the situation." Ralph, observing Andy's emotional outburst, reminded him, "Buck is still awaiting our news." Enveloped in happiness, Andy turned around and smiled, "I am overjoyed, but it seems we truly must leave." Josua pointed ahead to the forest and said, "It appears there is some trouble. We need to take a detour back to the village." Andy, perplexed, asked, "Could it be the Clown Council?" Josua chuckled and replied, "Not quite. It seems a fire has broken out where the Emma forest meets the Witheredwood forest." Following Josua's guidance, Ralph, carrying Clister, led the group forward with laughter towards the village. Andy walked alongside Alec, incessantly inquiring about the events that transpired after their separation during the Battle of Black Mountain. Andy recounted his experiences in the abyss, and Alec listened with envy as he learned that his friend had acquired an ancient artifact and gained the radiant power of Harris. As the conversation deepened, Alec cast glances of admiration. When Andy asked why Alec had not been with Rory and the others, a fearful expression suddenly crossed the Bunerian's face. Alec looked at Andy, who remained oblivious to the truth, and said, "During the Battle of Black Mountain, you were petrified by Harris, and Ferdinand died at the hands of Tyran while protecting everyone." Although Andy had witnessed Ferdinand's brave sacrifice during the soul trial, he could not bring himself to believe that it was real as he reminisced about the old man who had accompanied him in his departure from Austin City during moments of profound silence. His heart was invariably filled with warmth. Yet, upon learning that Ferdinand had been utterly annihilated beneath a radiant light, he could not help but shed tears of regret. Andy paused, kneeling at the roadside. Eric approached and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. As Andy's trembling back quaked with emotion, crystalline tears cascaded like strung pearls into the parched earth below. The bewildered Tristan gazed helplessly at the two long-separated companions. Perhaps she would never penetrate the depths of Andy's heart. Yet this blossoming princess of Buner found herself inescapably drawn to the plight of this magical youth. Andy steadied his emotions and inquired, "How are Rory and the others?" Eric, observing Andy's sorrow, replied, "Perhaps you truly do not know. Go protect you. I was petrified by Harris and swapped places with you. Consequently, it was I whom Talon captured, and henceforth I became estranged from them. Had I not heard someone calling your name just now, it is likely we would never have crossed paths again in this lifetime." Rising to his feet, Andy, now towering over Eric by half a head, smiled and patted Eric's shoulder, saying, "Ever since I departed from the abyss, I have lost sight of my goals and direction. However, I must swiftly locate Rory, Sean, and Reuben. No matter what, it is time for the friends from Muddy Alley to reunite." Chapter 75. The burdensome artifact. Eric smiled, saying, "That is splendid. I truly wish to see them at once." Andy removed the ancient artifact, Thunderstrike, from his back, raising it high above his head and proclaiming loudly, "Let us set forth." Tristan, observing the rejuvenated Andy, felt a wave of relief wash over her. This young sorcerer did not mount Relf once more, but instead led the sparse group slowly toward the village of Buner. As the flames ahead grew fiercer, the party diverted their course multiple times. Yet these liberated slaves still could not glimpse the pristine beach they so yearned for, and unfounded speculations began to circulate among the crowd. Andy, surveying the encroaching inferno, commanded the group to halt. He stood on the path obstructed by flames, pondering for a moment before approaching Shazer to inquire, "If we take this detour, when can we expect to reach the village?" Shazer glanced at the surrounding terrain and replied, "By circumventing the hill on our right and traversing a patch of woodland. It will likely take us another half-day." Andy, observing the withered grasses, declared, "We can no longer afford to meander aimlessly." Buck is unaware of our predicament. Barely had the words left his mouth when he strode into the center of the path, grasping Thunderstrike firmly. The trees ahead had already ignited, and the fierce flames formed an insurmountable wall of fire along the road to Storm Beach. Andy instructed everyone to step aside as he approached the source of the blaze. The blistering heat scorched his skin, and the flickering flames danced like the tongues of hounds, incessantly licking at the desiccated vegetation. With both hands gripping the handle of the artifact, he slowly raised it, and with a fierce roar, this one-handed hammer, a symbol of luminous power, struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that cleaved through the fiery barrier before him. In a state of frenzy, the disoriented throng heeded Andy's command and hastily traversed the blazing expanse, as the clear sound of crashing waves resonated from afar. These liberated slaves surged towards the sea like untamed stallions. Andy observed the slaves, contorted in the water, and remarked, "I hope Buck can welcome these suffering souls." The slaves, vigorously scrubbing their skin in the sea, seemed to Andy as if the foamy waves were washing away not only their grime but also restoring their long-lost freedom. Momentarily lost in thought, Andy planted the handle of his hammer into the sand beside his feet and, clad only in his undergarments, waded into the water, allowing the waves to envelop his body. Suddenly, a forest Binier guard hastened towards him, locating the frolicking Shazwa. This guard conveyed the events following Andy's departure to the Binier hunter. As Shazwa listened to the guard's account, he cast exaggerated sidelong glances, questioning the guard one moment and mocking the sand the next. Upon completing the guard's report, he cleared his throat twice and ambled over to Lirfu, who was intently observing a figure in the water. Although this spectral wolf was not particularly inclined to converse, its luminous eyes could penetrate the depths of another's soul. Shazwa, casting a glance at the enigmatic Lirfu, whispered, "I must share a secret with you. Only you. This cannot be disclosed to anyone else." The ever-mocking Binier hunter leaned closer to Lirfu's ear and muttered a few words. The previously serious Lirfu tilted its head, scrutinizing the gleeful Binier hunter, and inquired, "Where did you derive these baseless speculations?" Noticing the spectral wolf's skepticism, Shazwa quickly explained, "If you doubt me, you may inquire with him." With that, Shazwa yanked the trembling guard closer, who looked awkwardly at Shazwa while Lirfu regarded the quaking figure below. Shazwa, discontented, retorted, "Why do you gaze at me? I command you, immediately and without delay, to recount every detail of what you just witnessed to this proud and composed Mr. Lirfu." With that declaration, Shazwa struck a triumphant pose. Lirfu addressed the distressed guard. "What on earth transpired? How could I have ignited the withered wood forest?" The guard, visibly unsettled, replied, You were carrying Andy. Oh, I mean, Prince Zisho. Just after you departed, Buck, concerned for your safety, ordered us 4 guards to assist you. Consequently, the lightning beneath your feet ignited the hay, obstructing our pursuit. Thus, I stayed here on this essential path to the village, while the other guards returned to relay the news. Learfu gazed towards the distant smoke billowing from the withered wood forest and mused. I am a spectral wolf. How could this be? It examined its translucent claws and concluded, the lightning beneath me must be emanating from Andy's artifact. Standing by the side, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle, Xiazhua felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing Lu'erfu's remark. With a stern expression, he retorted, Are we truly to blame this catastrophic fire on Prince Zisho? Lu'erfu, blinking rapidly, hastily clarified. I harbor no such thoughts, yet I genuinely cannot fathom the origin of the flames. In response to this defense, Xiazhua remarked, If you genuinely place the blame on Andy, I shall find it hard to hold you in esteem. Lowering his gaze, Lu'erfu muttered under his breath, What terrible luck! How have I suddenly become the arsonist? Observing Lu'erfu's dejected demeanor, Xiazhua commented, They say you are exceptionally cultured. I never imagined your complaints would mirror my own. He extended his right hand to gently pat Lu'erfu's leg in a gesture of consolation, saying, It's all right, that dilapidated place being burned down may even be a blessing. Noticing the commotion, Andy approached and inquired, What is happening? Deliberately diverting the topic, Xiazhua lifted his gaze to the azure sky and exclaimed, Ah, Storm Beach is truly magnificent. No sooner had the bunny hunter uttered these words than a fierce gust swept through, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. Gazing at the gathering storm, Xiazhua continued, It has been ages since I have witnessed such a sight. The last storm of this magnitude I encountered was 2 years ago. Andy commanded everyone to swiftly disembark, while he himself prepared to retrieve the weapon embedded in the sand. Known as Flash Strike, Lu'erfu, skeptical of Xiazhua's assertions, followed suit, eager to test the effects of Andy's mount once more. Regardless of the outcome, the hammer handle of the swirling black dragon was deeply ensconced in the sand as Andy bent down, nonchalantly extending his right hand to grasp the handle. Moments passed, yet Flash Strike remained immobile within the earth. Lu'erfu, perplexed, asked, What is the matter with you? Andy tilted his head, a look of discomfort crossing his features. Subsequently, he released his grip, gasping for breath. Xiazhua approached, urging, We must hurry. Those people have already moved far ahead. Andy turned to Xiazhua and Lu'erfu, stating, Flash Strike cannot be withdrawn. It has grown inexplicably heavy. Chapter 76, The Village Under Siege. Xiazhua, observing Andy drenched in sweat, shouted, Step aside. Allow me to take over. Even the pig prod has been turned upside down. Andy simply stepped aside, while Lu'erfu regarded him with disdain. None could ascertain the intentions of this self-important bunny hunter, but his array of preparatory gestures unmistakably conveyed his confidence. Andy spread his hands, examining the blisters formed from gripping the hammer handle. He was uncertain of the artifact's predicament, yet he understood that he must return to the abyss to seek answers. Xiazhua marched in a square around Flash Strike, periodically raising his hands to chant peculiar incantations toward the dark, brooding clouds. Lu'erfu sidled up to Andy and whispered, It would be prudent for us to maintain a safe distance. Summon that foolish guard to my side. Nodding in agreement, Andy approached the dazed guard, who, upon witnessing Xiazhua's exuberant harvest dance, was rendered utterly befuddled. He felt that the captain of the hunter's guard had been digging a pit for him since their very first encounter today. From the sharp command he had just issued to the now ill-timed dance, it was evident that Xiazhua was either under some form of duress or merely posturing as he observed Prince Zisho approaching. He hastened to inquire about the situation. After a few brief exchanges, the two of them, along with a wolf, gradually moved to a position farther from Xiazhua. The guard glanced at the white lightning in the sky and murmured, May the wrath of the gods not descend upon the captain. Andy picked up the scattered palm leaves from the ground and handed them to the guard, while he himself shielded Rarefu with a palm leaf over his head. The guard, observing Andy's serious demeanor, asked, Prince Zisho, do you think our captain will be in any danger? Andy, gazing at the increasingly dense lightning, replied, I am uncertain of Xiazhua's intentions, but standing there is indeed perilous. Rarefu whispered, I too wish to see how that dim-witted hunter transforms into a piece of well-cooked meat. Andy smiled faintly and inquired, Do you harbor hatred for him? Rarefu turned and responded, I do not hate him, yet this fellow must face the consequences of his actions. At last, Xiazhua ceased his ridiculous dance. Drenched to the bone, the bunny hunter was splashed by the rain, which, following a few graceful tumbles, formed a lovely arc of water on the beach. Andy momentarily lost himself in the sight, muttering softly, "Let us hope Xiazhua does not end up striking his head against the rocks as he did last time." The guard, hearing this, chuckled. "That is a common occurrence for the captain. It is rare to see him without a scarred head." Standing before the lightning, Xiazhua confidently tilted his head back, shaking his neck, his hands trembling incessantly. With his sturdy little hands tightly gripping the handle of the lightning hammer, Xiazhua joyfully shouted, "Come forth, my pig-herding stick!" A bolt of lightning struck, and Xiazhua convulsed, collapsing to the ground as the white smoke gradually dispersed in the sand. Andy witnessed countless bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. Rarefew swiftly dashed over, seizing the unconscious Xiazhua and fleeing from the range of the lightning strike. Andy and the guard hurried to check on Xiazhua's condition. Rarefew gently placed the troublemaking hunter onto the sand, leaning in to listen for any signs of life, and then remarked, "He still breathes, but that may not hold true for long." Andy knelt down, calling out Xiazhua's name loudly, while the guard fervently prayed nearby. With the ancient artifact deeply embedded in the sand, continuously attracting the terrifying lightning, Andy calmly stated, "Perhaps the lightning does not truly belong to me. Though I am unaware of its next master, I am exceedingly grateful for the ancient god's guardianship." The guard, observing the ancient artifact surrounded by lightning, suggested, "Should we not send more people to attempt to retrieve it, or perhaps send someone to protect the lightning hammer?" Andy sighed and replied, "It would be futile to waste our efforts. No matter how many attempt, they would only be delivering themselves to death. Moreover, the artifact itself is in search of its rightful owner. It requires no additional protection. Those bolts of lightning are sufficient to obliterate anyone who dares to claim it." As Andy bent down to carry the fainted Xiazhu towards the village, Rarefew glanced back at the dazed guard and remarked, "This is the consequence of posturing." With the torrential rain intensifying, Andy struggled to keep his eyes open. However, the village, shrouded in white smoke, distinctly materialized before him. He hastily set Xiazhu down and rushed forward, only to be struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before his eyes. When he departed yesterday morning, the place had been flourishing, yet now it lay in ruins, littered with lifeless bodies. Andy called out for the name of Trista, and from a distance came a girl, her face smeared with blood. Sobbing uncontrollably, clad in hunting gear riddled with charred holes, she collapsed into Andy's arms. Trembling, he lowered his gaze and asked loudly, "What on earth happened to the village? What about Harris and Barnett? Where is Chief Buck?" Trista extended her small finger towards a large bird on the ground and said, "We received a report from the guards about a great fire in the withered woods, prompting Chief Buck to order the soldiers to prepare for an expedition there. But then, from who knows where, came these colossal birds that unleashed flames, incinerating the entire village, leaving our soldiers decimated." Gazing at the large bird, Andy remarked, "These creatures resemble the red falcons we saw in the ancient library, yet I feel an unsettling familiarity with these raptors, as if I have encountered them before, although I cannot recall when." Trista looked at Andy helplessly, wishing fervently that this young man from Austin would hold her close, for despite the vast chasm between their thoughts, the mere act of being together in such a chaotic moment brought her immense joy. Andy held Trista in his embrace, unable to disregard the trembling girl, yet he was also deeply concerned for Harris's safety. He observed Trista, whose emotions had calmed slightly, and asked, "Have you seen Harris?" Trista lifted her gaze to Andy's resolute face and replied, "The chief and the others are safe, but Mr. Barnett has been acting quite peculiar. Just a moment ago, he was berating Harris, tugging at his clothes." Andy pressed further, "What do you mean by peculiar?" Trista's face flushed crimson as she hesitated to continue, finally breaking free from Andy's hold and saying, "The chief is at the base of the coconut trees." She pointed towards the direction of the stable. Andy stood and instructed the guard, "You tend to Xiazhu, but it would be best to have Trista return. I am quite worried about this reckless fool who has been struck by lightning. I hope he will pull through." Upon hearing the orders from the Prince of Purple Ribbons, the guard promptly carried the unconscious Xiazhu to a wooden shelter. As the skies gradually cleared, the villagers began to clean up the destruction wrought by the red falcons. Upon arriving at the stable, Andy finally understood Trista's reluctance to disclose Harris's condition. Upon seeing the elderly man, his hair as white as snow, Harris, beaming at Andy's safe return, exclaimed, "Thank heavens, you have finally come back." However, noticing Andy's serious demeanor, he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Trista has been rescued, and we have freed many from the clutches of the Clown Council. This should be a cause for celebration." Chapter 77. The mage's robe. Andy settled down as his bare back came into Harris's view. The elderly man, his body covered in dirt, exclaimed loudly, "Where's the lightning strike?" Andy gestured towards the direction of Storm Beach, saying, "It's stuck in the sand and cannot be pulled out." Xiazhua was stunned by the lightning due to his brute force. Harris sighed, responding, "As long as it's not lost, that's what matters." Observing his seemingly unfazed mentor, Andy inquired with confusion, "Why are you unclothed?" Harris shook his head in resignation, saying, "Ever since that old coot Barnett was captured by Tyran in the Clown Formation, he hasn't ceased his complaints about me. This morning, everything went rather smoothly upon returning to the village, though it cannot be deemed entirely satisfactory, especially since you were not back yet. Who would have thought that the village would be ambushed by the Red Falcons? That madman Barnett didn't miss a beat in picking a fight with me even in that moment of crisis. Regardless of who the masters of those Red Falcons are, they bear no direct relation to me. Yet, he relentlessly pursued me, and in the scuffle, he tore my clothes off and threw them into the fire." Standing nearby, Coconut Root observed the tearful and snotty Harris and ambled over, using its long tongue to lick the mud from Harris's feet. The beleaguered mage gazed at the innocent pangolin and remarked, "I find this little fellow to be far superior to that old man." With that, he pulled Coconut Root into his embrace. Andy, feeling a twinge of discontent at the sight of the dejected Harris, could sense the weariness in his mentor's voice as he incessantly complained. He believed it imperative to escort his teacher back to the abyss as swiftly as possible, setting aside the hidden chambers in the Emma forest for the time being. Looking at the ruined village, he felt a pang of sorrow. After all, the defenses were meticulously designed and crafted by him. Witnessing his hard work being mercilessly ravaged was a bitter pill to swallow. However, restoring the defenses would not be an overnight endeavor. Though Andy felt a sense of distress, he observed Harris, whose spirits had slightly improved as he played with Coconut Root, realizing that his mentor was now all right. Consequently, his own little concerns were momentarily placed on the back burner. He surmised that no matter what outrageous actions Barnett inflicted upon Harris, the bond between the old friends would not be genuinely affected. Rather, their grievances and complaints served to sustain their long-standing friendship. The guard approached and quietly informed Andy that Xiazhua had awakened, but was somewhat delirious, and Trist was tending to his injuries. Upon hearing about Xiazhua, Buck immediately rose from the weeds, addressing Harris, "While I wish to avoid the discord between you and my brother, I cannot turn a blind eye to Xiazhua's situation." With that, Buck departed the stable. Harris, glaring at Buck who had feigned unconsciousness moments earlier, exclaimed in frustration, "You cannot ignore this. I'm still unclothed." Andy hurried out of the stable to catch up with Buck, saying, "Chief, I presume you have heard about the lightning strike." Buck turned to face Andy, who was hastening to catch up, and remarked, "The recent assault on our village is undoubtedly not a mere act of retaliation. We wish to remain uninvolved in this purification incident within the withered forest, yet Tyrone has indeed overstepped his bounds this time. We, the Bunnier people, are inherently lovers of peace. However, we shall not passively submit to slaughter. Regardless of his might, we shall retaliate in kind. Even in the absence of your artifact and your involvement, we can still demonstrate to our foes the true strength of the forest Bunnier." With that, Buck strode directly towards the tent of the wounded. The sky cleared, and the dilapidated village appeared even more intolerable under the sun's harsh glare. Andy gazed vacantly at Buck's retreating figure. Since he had met this leader of the forest Bunnier, he had never heard him speak in such a manner. Perhaps his insistence on the artifact stemmed from no ulterior motives, yet this leader, blinded by hatred, seemed to have made his stance clear. He intended to resolve this matter on his own. As Andy observed the bustling Bunnier around him, his vision blurred, conjuring memories of a grimy alley buried deep within his mind. Unable to contain his emotions, he decided to walk towards Storm Beach. Trist looked on as the despondent Andy walked alone out of the village. She quickly set down her bundle of herbs and pursued him. Watching her beloved sit by the water's edge, she did not approach. This Bunnier princess could only gaze from afar at the hunched figure before her. Trist observed the waves lapping at the shore, reminiscent of her own hands, as she imagined herself sharing in the pain of her beloved's heart. Little did she know that the true anguish following the village's attack did not rest with Andy. The artifact lodged in the sand, along with the now powerless body, represented the genuine source of turmoil within the heart of this youth from Austin. Perhaps from the very beginning, Andy had never yearned for supreme magic or the chance acquisition of an ancient artifact. Yet, he was acutely aware that whenever he rode his majestic snow beast in any setting, onlookers would cast envious glances in his direction. Bearing the striking and potent lightning strike, he had become an object of fascination for all magicians. As for Relf, the ghostly wolf blessed by the ancient deity, it too had inadvertently become a source of astonishment for others, in essence. He had become the center of attention. He understood all too well that his increasingly numb body was mired in turmoil. He was growing ever more fearful of the gazes directed at him, increasingly yearning for success while simultaneously harboring an intense dread of failure, a psychological conflict that stood in stark contrast to his original aspirations of emerging from the abyss. Grasping a handful of fine sand, he felt the tiny grains tightly clutched in his palm. Yet no matter how forcefully he held on, some grains inevitably trickled through the narrow spaces between his fingers. He turned his gaze toward the distant stormy skies, where the artifact acquired through a trial of the soul was now enveloped by bolts of lightning, as if it too were engaged in a silent dialogue with his inner self. Trist watched Andy, his expression darkening, as he turned back toward the village. From the remnants of her collapsed room, she exerted effort to retrieve a delicate leather pouch. She gazed at the gradually stabilizing people around her, constantly reassuring herself that perhaps all her energy should be devoted to saving the injured. Yet, the violet-haired youth seated by the seaside had already captured her entire soul. Sischa approached Andy, cradling a finely crafted leather bag. She opened the somewhat soiled bag, revealing a crimson robe of a mage before the disheartened boy. Chapter 78. The spiritual mentor Andy looked at the suddenly unveiled robe and asked with a hint of boredom, "Where did this come from?" Hearing Andy's inquiry, Sischa promptly replied, "Have you forgotten? I mentioned at Wolf Howl Manor that I would make you a robe, and this is it." Andy glanced at the neatly folded robe and said, "Thank you, but I truly do not need it." Immediately, Sischa, incensed by his words, retorted, "If you do not need it, I shall burn it." Realizing he had been somewhat harsh, Andy swiftly stood up and grasped the young princess of the Bunnier by the arm. In Andy's memory, this was the first instance he had witnessed Sischa in a fit of rage before him. He smiled at her round, fuming face and said, "What a pity to burn it. I shall try it on, and if it does not fit, I will give it to Xiazhua." Sischa turned away, biting her lip with her incisors, her large eyes brimming with tears that danced between love and resentment. Andy gently wiped away the tears that threatened to cascade down her face, feeling a deep affection for the angry girl before him. This sentiment was distinct from the impulsive infatuation between young lovers, embodying a pure bond of sibling-like camaraderie. At least, that was how Andy perceived it, though Sischa's thoughts were far less innocent. Realf approached and observed the despondent Andy, saying, "Buck has begun to rally the troops. A retaliatory action is imminent." Andy, glancing at the throng of villagers, questioned, "Retaliation? Those Bunniers seem to have truly overestimated their capabilities. They are certainly no match for Tyran." Realf, taken aback by Andy's words, scrutinized the boy's opposing stance with his luminescent eyes. From the boy's still immature face, the ghostly wolf discerned confusion and uncertainty. Maintaining his composure, Realf continued, "Perhaps you could defeat the Clown Council without the artifact, but without your involvement, those Bunnier will find themselves at a significant disadvantage." Angered by Realf's counsel, Andy shouted, "I have now lost my magical powers. The ancient artifact does not belong to me, and I cannot return to the abyss. I am of no use to those Bunnier. Even Buck looks down on me. Everyone disparages me." Realf glanced at Sischa, who was lost in thought beside them, and said, "Young lady, could you grant us a moment?" The tearful Bunnier princess, upon hearing Realf's request, reluctantly departed with heavy steps. Watching her retreating figure, Realf sincerely remarked, "What a wonderful girl." After uttering those words, he approached Andy and whispered, "Do you know how Elton assesses you?" Andy did not raise his gaze. He seated himself once more. He remained silent for an extended period, offering no response. Ralph, observing the reticent Andy, remarked, "Elton witnessed your solitary battle against the wolves and felt a genuine admiration within. He stated that your formidable strength does not emanate from that visually striking artifact, nor from the magical energy surging within your being." Andy continued to wear that lackluster expression, yearning only to retreat into solitude, avoiding any interaction with others. Yet, Ralph's previous words stirred something within him. He turned to stroke the side of the ghostly wolf beside him, its blue-hued fur rippling in the sea breeze. Ralph sprawled on the beach, allowing his sand-covered hands to rub against his back incessantly. As the setting sun transformed the sea into shimmering silver satin, the returning seabirds settled upon the cliffs to the west of the village. Andy rose and, glancing at Ralph, who was in a meditative repose, said, "I must go lend a hand, or those Bunyal folk will undoubtedly mock me as a timid and cowardly prince." Ralph opened his eyes and regarded the revitalized Andy, saying, "Elton once remarked that we inhabit a continent rife with filth and power struggles. If you cannot maintain a pure heart, then what will be consumed by evil is not merely your body, but your very soul." Andy gazed into Ralph's luminescent eyes, the mentor-like admonition resonating deeply within him, leaving an unprecedented impact on his spirit. He felt adrift since emerging from the abyss. Neither his reckless actions within the jester's array nor his retreat before the mine could be deemed correct. He had not found true confidence in the eager gazes of others, nor genuine strength amid the dazzling flashes. Ralph looked intently at Andy and, with profound meaning, stated, "Your immense power arises from your pure heart. If you consistently follow the path of justice, you shall undoubtedly leave a radiant mark upon this vast continent." Andy donned the mage's robe left by Trist, the red garment adorned with the royal insignia of the Bunyal tribe. He lowered his gaze at the meticulously crafted robe and remarked, "Now I cannot bear to part with it. It seems that lad Jazwa will have to wait for the next one." Ralph straightened himself and declared loudly, "I will offer you another free ride, but such generosity may not be extended next time." Andy mounted the back of the ghostly wolf, and with a howl, a flash of blue light surged through the stormy beach at sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon had yet to rise, the entire Ima forest was shrouded in a cloak of deepening darkness. Observing Ralph gradually halting his pace, Andy asked in confusion, "I currently have 2 questions. I wonder if you could provide me with the answers." Ralph stopped and turned his head, saying, "It is my honor to answer the inquiries of the Purple Ribbon Prince." Andy gently patted the ghostly wolf's back, smiling as he said, "I am quite serious. Please do not jest." Ralph cleared his throat a few times and replied, "My apologies. Please, proceed with your questions." Andy stared at the pitch-black forest before him and inquired, "I am rather uncertain about our direction, and I truly do not know where Chief Buck is leading the group. Are we merely wandering aimlessly in this forest?" Upon hearing Andy's question, Ralph first tilted his head back, then took a deep breath, after which he elongated his neck and made a series of retching motions toward the ground. Andy, observing the ghostly wolf's incessant gagging, found himself at a loss for words. He anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Ralph gasped for air and, with a gaze that seemed almost dazed, turned back to Andy and laboriously spoke, "I can smell the suffocating stench of Barnett's foul, hairy feet from across a mountain. Do you think I would lose my way?" Andy chuckled and replied, "Is it truly that remarkable? I haven't caught a whiff of Mr. Barnett's stinky feet." Ralph proudly tossed his head back and declared, "Who am I? A ghostly wolf well-versed in the language of all beings, 1 in a million. Chapter 79. Bluster as Andy listened to Ralph's incessant self-praise, he quickly flattered, "You are the most formidable wolf I have ever encountered, but I do have one lingering question that I hope you can elucidate." Ralph nonchalantly remarked, "I am not entirely satisfied with your assessment of me, yet I shall begrudgingly answer your next inquiry. But no more, for Buck awaits us." Andy posed, "There are certain matters I cannot fathom. You claim to sense Mr. Barnett's presence from across a mountain, and since you have confirmed their whereabouts while repeatedly stressing Buck's impatience, why then have we suddenly slowed our pace and come to a halt? What is the reasoning behind this?" Ralph, upon hearing Andy's query, patiently explained, "I actually did not wish to divulge this, but since you have asked, I would like your assistance in analyzing it, to clear my name." Upon hearing the ghostly wolf's words, Andy sensed that there was more to Ralph's reluctance to proceed. He smiled and replied, "Just do not take too long. I am truly quite anxious." Ralph whispered, "In short, Jiaosua claims that I am responsible for the great fire in the Deadwood Forest, which I vehemently deny. Therefore, I deliberately carried you to conduct another experiment. I must tell you, when we next encounter Jiaosua, you must clear my name before this little imp." After listening to Ralph, Andy sighed and, with a composed demeanor, addressed the solemn ghostly wolf, "I thought it was something significant. I will certainly comply with this request. The great fire has nearly consumed the Deadwood Forest, and I do not know if Wolf Howl Manor can withstand it, but I cannot tolerate such baseless slander." He pointed towards the lush bushes behind him and exclaimed, "Where is the fire? This is a blatant frame-up. Rest assured, I will ensure that pretentious Jiaosua pays for this unfounded defamation." Ralph, hearing Andy's impassioned words, inquired, "What price do you intend to make that little creature pay?" Andy scratched his head and casually remarked, "Let him publicly apologize to you. You know, that fellow Jiaosua is particularly fond of his pride. A public apology would be a significant blow to his dignity. What do you think?" Rarefew nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Let us hasten our departure. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness Xia's woeful expression." With that, the eager ghostly wolf closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, only to retch a few times before shaking his head in resignation and lamenting, "Mr. Barnett is situated to our northwest," and no sooner had he uttered those words than Rarefew dashed forth, vanishing into the shadows of the Emma forest. Andy clutched tightly to Rarefew's mane, allowing the unruly branches to scrape against his back. Meanwhile, an inexplicable commotion erupted in a previously tranquil corner of the Emma forest, as hundreds of fierce beasts broke free from the clutches of night and swiftly advanced in unison. Rarefew halted beside a rock, and by the light of the moon, Andy discerned a gentle slope ahead, from which a cacophony of noise emanated. Rarefew whispered, "Mr. Barnett is just below this hillside." Slowly, Andy slid down from Rarefew's back, taking cover behind a tree, while Rarefew maneuvered into a patch of underbrush at the front of the slope. Below the hill, Buck and the Forest Buner people were encircled by a throng of individuals wearing masks and wielding torches. The situation was dire. Andy glanced at Rarefew, who was observing the enemy from the nearby foliage. The ghostly wolf displayed no hint of fear as he regarded the besieged Buck, steadfastly protected by his loyal guards. To Andy's astonishment, Trist stood at the edge of the group, her bow drawn and ready, while Xiazhua, as expected, cowered behind the Princess of Buner, clutching a palm tree root. A tall, masked figure brandishing a sharp sword stepped forward from the crowd and declared loudly to the encircled Buner, "The era of the Kalbi elves is nigh. You, who dwell in caves, dare to intrude upon the territory of the council. Truly, you seek your own demise." Buck pushed through the throng to respond, "This is our homeland. Where we subsist, we may disregard the affairs of the Witheredwood Forest, but the Emma Forest does not welcome you." The masked figure scoffed, "Do you think you are worthy? The vast continent shall bow entirely to the feet of Chief Tyrin. Anyone daring to impede the Jester Council will meet their end." Buck turned to the fervent Buner soldiers and shouted, "Our village has been destroyed. Our home faces devastation. This is our sole opportunity to prove the noble lineage of the Buner people. For our survival, we shall fight them." As soon as he finished speaking, the Buner below the slope launched a counterattack against the surrounding members of the Jester Council. Andy, hidden behind the tree, was consumed by anxiety as he watched Rarefew remain inactive among the grass. The shouts from below echoed throughout the Emma forest, and the young Austin, concealed behind the trees, turned to observe his bloodied friend engaged in battle, realizing that he could no longer remain a passive bystander. Andy gazed intently at the malevolent clown council gathered below the hillside. He picked up a dry twig from the ground, its smooth, serpentine form now serving as his sole weapon. Standing at the edge of the slope, he bellowed, "The Storm Prophet is here. You insignificant ants, retreat at once." The two factions, previously embroiled in conflict, suddenly paused upon hearing his commanding shout, allowing the beleaguered Bunyans to seize the advantageous terrain. As Shazwa broke free from the encirclement and peered into the distance, he discerned a figure atop the slope, illuminated by the moonlight, a wizard clad in a flowing red robe. The distance rendered the wizard's features indistinguishable. Clister, pointing towards the figure on the slope, whispered, "That person is concealing something behind them." Shazwa, glancing upward and finding nothing amiss, retorted to the dirt-streaked Clister, "Are your eyes deceiving you?" Buck observed the distracted clown council and recognized his recklessness today. However, the opportunity for escape lay before him. He promptly instructed Barnett to alert those nearby to prepare for a swift retreat. Andy, with the dry twig raised, surveyed the silent crowd below, his mind racing with calculations. Initially, he had no inkling of what would transpire next. Yet now that he had invoked the title of Storm Prophet, he had no choice but to maintain the facade. He slowly ascended a protruding rock and, emulating Ferdinand, proclaimed loudly, "Who among you boasted so shamelessly of plans to dominate the vast continent?" A masked figure wielding a sword approached the base of the slope, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor above. Recognizing the ominous nature of the red-robed figure, he remained uncertain of their true capabilities and resolved to investigate further. He replied, "The Storm Prophet? Merely a legend. We have never laid eyes on him. If you possess any abilities, feel free to demonstrate them, but do not waste breath trying to intimidate us from above." Upon hearing the words, Andy retorted, "Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of the thunder I unleash?" He directed the twig towards the members of the Clown Council below. Chapter 80. Unexpected reinforcements. The council members, who once held the advantage, began to tremble in fear at the mention of the Storm Prophet's name. They had indeed encountered references to him in various tomes of magic, yet none had ever witnessed his presence. The figure now standing atop the hill, brandishing a gnarled staff, remained an enigma. However, they were acutely aware that Tyrin was merely the leader of a Kalbi elf, far beneath the stratospheric level of the ancient deities. Disquiet began to ripple through the ranks of the Clown Council, as the sword-wielding individual sneered, "Though you wield a staff of withered wood, it does not necessarily imply you comprehend the power of thunder. I am indeed curious to experience the four divine powers of the vast continent." Realizing his bluster had failed to intimidate the individual, Andy found himself in a precarious position. Just then, Ralph stealthily approached and whispered, "Do not turn around. Simply grasp my back with your right hand." Andy cast aside the dry branches in his hand, and an immediate gasp arose from below the hillside. The members of the Jester Council, who believed in the arrival of the Storm Prophet, began to murmur among themselves. One who carelessly discarded a withered staff was certainly no ordinary individual. The swordsman, observing Andy's impassive demeanor, bellowed, "What now? Have you surrendered?" Without a word, Andy closed his eyes, allowing his hands to hang naturally at his sides, his right palm facing downward, fingers poised as if to grasp. The onlookers below erupted in a chorus of murmurs as they beheld a crackling bolt of lightning rising from the palm of the Storm Prophet's right hand. The swordsman had never encountered the might of thunder and was oblivious to the magnitude of the magical energy that was ascending. Meanwhile, the liberated bunnier people on the sidelines clamored enthusiastically. Oblivious to the immense pressure the masked swordsman was enduring, Andy muttered softly, "I wonder if this method will prove effective?" Ralph, straining against the weight of his own back, urged, "Do not speak. Hold on." As the members of the Jester Council began to show signs of fleeing, the masked swordsman issued warnings, yet the panicked figures surged like a tide toward the concealed chamber beside the open ground. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd. "He is deceiving us. There is no Storm Prophet." This proclamation immediately captured the attention of both parties in confrontation, though it seemed to originate not from the Jester Council, but rather from the ranks of the bunnier, spoken in a heavy dialect of Kalbi elf tongue, much to everyone's astonishment. Following that unexpected declaration, the masked swordsman let out a cold laugh, directing his blade at Andy, exclaiming, "I await your thunderous might." Realizing his ruse had been unveiled, Andy tightened his grip on the fur of Ralph's back and whispered, "How many can you confront at once? It is time to fight with all we have." Ralph paused momentarily before questioning, "Do you have reinforcements on the way?" Beads of sweat dotted Andy's brow as he grimaced at the dire situation, replying, "What time is it for jesting? I have no reinforcements." Ralph broke free from Andy's grasp and turned to say, "Look for yourself. If they are not allies, then what of them?" As Andy glanced back, he was taken aback by the sight of dozens of ferocious beasts standing in orderly formation behind him, led by a robust lion, its grayish-black mane billowing in the evening breeze of the Emma forest. Ralph addressed the leading lion in beast tongue, "Have you gathered here to witness the corruption of Emma forest?" A thunderous roar erupted from the hillside, and the beleaguered Zhaozhua lamented, "It's over. This time, there is no escaping death. With the Jester Council at our backs and a horde of bloodthirsty beasts before us, it appears the reckoning for my hunting transgressions has come." Cyrst turned around and delivered a resounding slap across Zhaozhua's face, causing the disoriented bunnier hunter to see stars. Clad in battle attire, Princess Bunnier admonished loudly, "If you cannot restrain that unruly mouth of yours, I shall have Chief Buck assign you to oversee the pigpen." Zhaozuo, swaying with a foggy head, clasped his hands tightly over his indiscreet mouth. Chief Buck instructed Triss to direct the rear members of the group towards the woods, ever ready for retreat. Andy, observing the wild beast, quietly inquired of Lirfu, "Are these creatures friend or foe?" Without turning around, Lirfu murmured, "They are not here to trouble us." Andy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Then they must be your companions from the Emma forest, right?" The spectral wolf, noting the change in Andy's manner of speech due to his lost magic, turned back with a grave demeanor and stated, "I have no companions in the Emma forest." This declaration deepened Andy's confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Lirfu interjected, "I beg you, do not inquire further. I truly do not know these beasts. However, they claim their purpose here is to come to our aid, which leaves me rather perplexed. I will relay your message. Not understanding the language of all beings is indeed troublesome. If you survive this ordeal, I vow to teach you this art first." Translating is truly exhausting. Andy glanced back at the silent clown council, those spineless individuals who, upon seeing the ferocious beasts atop the hill, immediately began plotting their escape, completely abandoning any thoughts of attack. The previously boastful masked figures, now faced with the destructive might of thunder, witnessed the most terrifying spectacle of their lives. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Under the moonlight, countless ferocious creatures bared their fangs, their cold, gleaming eyes fixated upon them. He could almost feel the sharp agony of his throat being severed by razor-like teeth, while timid cries emerged from behind him. Andy approached the lion and declared, "This is our war. I wish to spare the innocent." Lirfu, resigned, translated, as the lion gazed intently at Andy's chest and proclaimed, We have been summoned by the essence of Emma. Saving this land we depend on is not solely your responsibility. Learfu conveyed the lion's words verbatim to Andy, whose heart swelled with newfound confidence upon hearing such inspiring sentiments. He looked at the eager beasts surrounding him and said, "Though I have no right to command you, please allow me to charge alongside you, driving away the members of the Clown Council and reclaiming the land that belongs to us all. However, take heed. The bunniers standing there are our friends. Please do not harm the innocent during the impending battle." Chapter 81. The wolf's self-interest with a furious roar, the lion incited the beast horde to encircle the Clown Council. The masked figures brandishing torches were instantly paralyzed with fear. Andy leaped onto Learfu's back as they surged down the slope with the pack. The mature lion charged into the ranks of the Clown Council, opening its gaping maw to unleash a terrifying roar, causing several council members to collapse instantly. The beasts rushing down the hill trampled the members of the Clown Council indiscriminately, with the number of those crushed to death being incalculable. As the horde of beasts surged forth in a tumultuous assault, the once unified members of the Clown Council were scattered in disarray. Buck, witnessing the tide of battle shift, promptly rescinded his retreat order. Just moments prior, this typically composed leader of the forest buner had been engulfed in apprehension, uncertain of the bloodthirsty beast's intentions and whether the sudden appearance of the Storm Prophet could aid his forces in vanquishing the Clown Council. As a leader, he was loath to issue a retreat command. However, he would rather perish on the battlefield than witness the complete annihilation of his buner kin. With a young lad clad in crimson riding the lightning phantom wolf at the forefront of the beastly throng, Buck finally discerned that the self-proclaimed Storm Prophet atop the hill was none other than Andy. The aged leader was instantly overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he called out the name of Trist. Having broken free from the encirclement and poised to enter the Emma forest, Trist halted her retreat upon hearing Buck's summons. The buner warriors, teetering on the brink of despair, sensed a shift in fortune. Their temporarily dormant fighting spirit was rekindled, and they turned to brandish their axes, launching a counteroffensive against the faltering members of the Clown Council. Those council members who had sought refuge in the hidden chambers were all captured, while Barnett heroically returned to the fray, directing the buner warriors to swiftly dismantle the unfinished venom-dispensing apparatus. This buner architect, eager to showcase his prowess before the crowd, had been desperately searching for the Green Goblin within the secret chamber, yet he found nothing. Buck, observing his brother scratching his head in confusion, inquired, "Who is missing?" Barnett replied softly, "The Green Goblin, not found." Buck curiously asked, "Who is the Green Goblin?" Barnett intended to elaborate but, upon recalling his own lewd antics within the clown's formation, promptly sealed his lips. He casually picked up a boot from the ground and donned it, exclaiming, "Who's missing? How would I know?" The frenzied beasts pursued the fleeing members of the Clown Council, vanishing into the woods. Andy, gazing at the liberated Buck, cheerfully remarked, "I arrived late." "I'm sorry for your suffering." Buck, looking contentedly at Andy, responded, "Your timing is impeccable, but what exactly is the Storm Prophet?" Andy grinned sheepishly, saying that was a jest from Dylan. He claimed that I, riding the snow beast and wielding the thunderstrike, was the reborn Storm Prophet, but I did not believe it. I merely borrowed that illustrious title out of necessity. Trist approached, her face alight with joy as she beheld Andy, who was adorned in a crimson mage's robe. The buner princess had long since cast aside any unpleasantness from the beach, and now, in her exuberance, she could no longer contain her emotions. She dashed forward, enveloping her beloved in a tight embrace. Startled by the suddenness of Trist's embrace, Andy nearly stumbled as he conversed with Buck. He looked down at the buner princess with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Trist, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, refused to release him, gazing up at Andy's handsome face and joyfully exclaiming, "You look splendid in that attire." Andy lifted the hem of his robe and pondered, "What does this magnificent insignia truly signify?" Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the crowd, and the title of the Purple Ribbon Prince reverberated through the skies. Andy found himself momentarily at a loss. Gazing at the springtime glimmer in Trist's eyes, he offered a helpless smile. Ralph murmured beside him, "Having won by sheer luck, he has forgotten all the promises made to me." Upon hearing the ghost wolf's lament, Andy immediately called out loudly, "Who has seen Xiaju?" Xiaju, busy collecting spoils of war, heard Andy's summons and trudged over with a heavy bundle in tow, his brow glistening with sweat. Andy, observing the panting Xiaju, remarked, "I heard that the wildfire in the Witheredwood forest was set by Ralph." Gasping for breath, with his filthy hands tightly gripping the cloth bag, Xiaju replied, "Indeed, it was that self-important ghost wolf." Ralph, standing behind Andy, revealed half of his face. The sudden appearance of the wolf's maw startled the bunny-air hunter, causing him to intake a sharp breath. He chuckled foolishly, saying, "In truth, I did not witness it. A guard informed me." Andy, gently patting Ralph, questioned, "Just now, it carried me along the way. How did it not see the fire raging in the Emma forest?" Xiaozhu shrugged and replied, "How would I know?" Andy extricated himself from Trist's embrace and stepped forward, firmly grasping Xiaozhu's collar, deliberately leaning close to the flustered bunny-air man and softly imploring, "Do me a favor. Acknowledge your mistake in front of Ralph, and I shall remember your kindness." Slowly releasing his grip, Andy returned to his place, while Buck, observing the antics between Andy and Xiaozhu, decided to lead Barnett aside for a smoke. All the bunny-air soldiers were fervently scouring for supplies. The anguish of their devastated village was now somewhat alleviated through their frenzied plunder. Ralph, watching Andy resume his position, inquired, "Has he acknowledged his wrongdoing?" Andy replied with a smile, "He is now aware that his nonsensical words have inflicted an unforgivable wound upon you. He is prepared to take his own life." Upon hearing this, Ralph rushed over to stop Xiaozhu. The bunny-air hunter, initially intending to apologize, was frightened into dropping his sack of spoils and fleeing for his life at the sight of the charging ghost wolf. Andy watched with delight as Ralph pursued Xiaozhu. The victorious lion approached Andy, surveying the young man in red before him. "Initially, I held little faith in the Austonians, who possess the essence of Emma. But through today's battle, I have come to realize that you are the true master of the essence of Emma." After uttering these words, the lion turned to Ralph. "Can you convey my message to him?" Ralph's pursuit of Xiaozhu was indeed part of Andy's scheme. Yet the hurried ghost wolf had not clearly heard what the lion had just said. It resolved to return the favor and play a trick on Andy. Approaching the lion, it whispered, "I am immensely grateful to you and your brethren. Without your reinforcements, defeating the Clown Council would have been utterly impossible." The lion nodded and replied, "You fought valiantly, rivaling any ally of the Emma forest." Ralph felt immensely gratified by the lion's praise, standing tall with pride as it approached Andy with measured steps and declared, "The leader of the beastly horde finds your recent performance acceptable. Yet you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity towards these formidable creatures who have journeyed here under the starry night." Chapter 82. The vanished companion. Upon hearing this, Andy finally comprehended that the lion's earlier low growls were indicative of a post-battle negotiation. He approached the lion and, with genuine sincerity, remarked, "The preservation of the Ima forest is solely thanks to your unwavering support. On behalf of the rescued bunnier people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you and your courageous companions. I believe your request for a demonstration of sincerity is entirely reasonable. I shall consult Chief Buck on this matter. However, I am unclear as to what your notion of sincerity entails." After listening to Andy's words, Ralph deliberately cleared its throat and slowly turned to the lion, addressing it with utmost seriousness. "Firstly, he expresses his gratitude for your selfless assistance and gladly accepts your commendation. Yet, he has a small request that he wonders if you might accommodate." The lion, gazing at the astute ghost wolf, inquired, "Now that the threat to this forest has been alleviated, what further matters require our intervention from the bearer of Ima's essence?" Recognizing that the lion was amenable to his thoughts, the scheming ghost wolf replied, "The entire deadwood forest has been ravaged by flames. Yet beneath the remnants lie 3 hidden chambers containing devices that unleash venom. Should we allow these noxious, foul-smelling liquids to continue seeping into the subterranean river, it will inevitably turn the Ima forest into a desolate wasteland. If you are willing to partake in the forthcoming purification of the deadwood forest, the restored Bella forest shall belong to you." The lion displayed considerable interest in such a generous promise. The marauding wolves within the deadwood forest frequently crossed the boundaries to invade the Ima forest's territory. As the sovereign of this realm, it had previously submitted to the tyranny of the Fangs, but had never ceased to yearn for the eradication of those bothersome wolf troubles. With a serious expression, it addressed Andy, saying, "I shall grant your request. Yet I implore you to honor your commitment once the task is accomplished." Ralph whispered to Andy, "The demand it has made seems somewhat excessive. Should I divulge it to you?" In a state of urgency, Andy replied, "Please, spare me the circumspection. I shall agree to whatever I am capable of fulfilling." Ralph's heart swelled with elation, for it had not only found allies to dismantle the venomous devices, but also secured everlasting guardians for the Bella forest. Looking at the impatient Andy, it said, "The beasts wish to join you in demolishing the chambers of the Clown Council within the deadwood forest. But once the forest is purified, the territory shall belong to these ferocious creatures. Do you consent to this arrangement?" With a sigh of relief, Andy exclaimed, "This is no mere request. It is an act of selfless assistance. I have accepted on behalf of Buck and Ailton." He shook his head. pondering the peculiar demands of these ferocious beasts, and lowered his gaze as he made his way toward the leader of Buckeye in the heart of this young Austin. Plans were already forming on how to convey the outcome of this negotiation. Ralph turned to the lion and declared, as the bearer of the essence of Emma, his solemn promise that he would never go back on his word. Upon hearing the words of this spectral wolf, the lion immediately let out a thunderous roar, and all the beasts gathered behind him, joining in a prolonged chorus of roars. Andy turned to observe the fervent crowd of beasts, knowing that everything was proceeding smoothly. He approached Buck and relayed Ralph's words to the leader of the forest's bunniers, whose face was aglow with vitality. The old man regarded the spirited Andy and remarked, "The era of the storm prophet has arrived." Standing nearby, the shaken Shazwa anxiously inquired, "That large rat won't chase me anymore, will it?" Andy chuckled. "Ralph? No, it has found some companions and is happily chatting over there." Shazwa sighed with relief and lamented, "That was utterly terrifying. You cannot fathom what it feels like to be pursued by that spectral wolf." Andy approached and gently tousled Shazwa's unkempt hair, advising, "Next time, be more proactive in acknowledging your mistakes. Otherwise, your little life may be in peril." Shazwa immediately grasped Andy's hand, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and asked, "What was that lightning in your hand on the hillside?" Andy replied with a smile, "That was thanks to Ralph. Its own blue spectral energy produced lightning that frightened those members of the Clown Council. However, I find it quite unacceptable that someone among you chose to publicly expose me. After all, we are allies." Recalling the situation, Shazwa quickly summoned the team. The victorious ones, laden with spoils, stood before Shazwa, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost satisfaction. Shazwa looked at these disheveled comrades and murmured, "Truly disappointing. Do these broken vessels warrant such a chaotic plunder?" The unsteady bunniers began to reveal the spoils hidden within their garments and pant legs. Shazwa, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "Did any of you turn traitor and publicly slander the storm prophet, our prince of purple sash? Who was it? Step forward at once. I demand a duel to the death." The bunniers, still immersed in the euphoria of victory, had long forgotten the discordant voice from earlier, but upon hearing Shazwa's inquiry, they collectively claimed ignorance. A guard shouted, "That remark was not ours. If I heard correctly, it was in the tongue of the Kalbi elves." Shazwa immediately turned to Andy, asserting, "You must be mistaken. We do not speak the Kalbi tongue. Moreover, as an Austin, you cannot possibly comprehend such flowery gibberish. It must be an error." Andy, smiling, replied, "I learned quite a bit about the history of the Kalbi elves while following Dylan in the Abyss, not to mention their language. Although I cannot claim to be an expert, if I were unable to comprehend even a simple phrase, would not all those years of diligent study have been rendered a futile endeavor?" Shazwa unsheathed his dagger and turned around, speaking with a fierce intensity. "Each one of you, step forward and repeat that nonsense you just uttered. If you cannot articulate it, I shall end you with a single strike." The bunnier soldiers had never witnessed such a ferocious expression from their commander, and they approached, clamoring to mimic the earlier statement. Andy, seeing Shazwa's unusual seriousness, so contrasting to his usual playful demeanor, was quite alarmed. He did not wish to escalate the situation, so he approached to intervene. As the tension subsided, news arrived that during the head count, they discovered that Alik, who had recently joined their ranks, was missing. Shazwa was aware that Alik was Andy's companion, who had just reunited with him and eagerly volunteered to partake in this retaliatory mission. The safety of this individual was now of utmost importance. His disappearance could only imply two possibilities. Either he had fallen victim to a member of the Clown Council, or he had been scattered by a pack of beasts. Shazwa pondered over these two scenarios, uncertain of how to convey this troubling news to Andy. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to speak the truth. He approached Andy, trembling, and said, "Your companion Alik is missing." Chapter 83. The Lament of Anling in the Night Wind. Upon hearing this news, Andy was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality of Shazwa's words. He had parted ways with Alik during the Battle of Black Mountain and had only just been reunited for less than a day. Though the figure that haunted his dreams was undoubtedly Ferdinand, he could not dismiss the profound guilt he felt for the suffering endured by Alik, his surrogate. He had been contemplating how to compensate for the hardships faced by this frail companion with all his strength. Now, upon learning of Alik's disappearance, Andy found himself psychologically overwhelmed. Tears streamed down his dirt-streaked face. Trist approached, gazing at the sorrowful Andy, and reassured him. "Your friend will surely be safe. At dawn, we will dispatch the most experienced hunters to continue the search in the forest." Andy crouched down, feeling that no one could truly grasp the depth of the anguish within this Austin youth. His tears fell like a belated autumn rain upon the bloodied rocks. Buck approached, observing the silently weeping Andy, and remarked, "Perhaps without your intervention, we would all have perished. It was you who saved Emma Forrest and secured the future of the Bunniers." Andy rose and, with a choked voice, responded, "The leader of the beasts has agreed to partake in the purification of the deadwood, but they have set forth a condition." Buck, intrigued, inquired, "The storm prophet is indeed formidable, capable of conversing with those beasts." Andy shook his head, stating, "I have yet to master the language of all things. For now, we rely on Ralph to facilitate our communication." Buck chuckled. "I never imagined that ghostly wolf possessed such remarkable abilities. I truly underestimated it." Impatient, Syazwa stamped his foot and implored loudly, "Do hurry and tell us, you're driving me mad. What condition did those beasts propose?" Andy solemnly declared, "Initially, the task of purifying the withered woods did not concern you all. Yet it appears that the venom will inevitably pose a threat to the Emma Forest. Therefore, I have taken the liberty to decide that tomorrow we shall venture into the withered woods with a team to dismantle the remaining 3 secret chambers." Upon hearing this, Buck had already discerned Andy's inner thoughts. He gazed at the increasingly authoritative young Austin and smiled, saying, "Your considerations are exceedingly prudent. While the purification of the withered woods may seem irrelevant to us bunnier folk, it indeed pertains to our very survival. Each day that those secret chambers remain will add to the peril of the Emma Forest. We stand in support of you." Feeling reassured by Buck's insightful words, Andy turned to the eager beasts and proclaimed, "The fierce creatures of the Emma Forest will assist us in destroying the chambers, but the purified withered woods will belong to them. This is the condition of our negotiation." Buck nodded in agreement, looking at the beasts behind Andy. "I concur." The forest-dwelling bunnier, who had long lived in seclusion at Storm Beach, remained remarkably composed upon hearing the beast's demands. He understood the principles of harmonious coexistence and endorsed Andy's negotiation outcome. Eliak immediately announced the leader's decision to the group, and the previously isolated bunnier were stirred by this uplifting news, erupting in cheers. Barnett, returning to the secret chambers with a pair of oversized leather boots, proudly exclaimed, "I have finally found the right size." Clearly, the opportunistic remarks of this old fellow did not garner much reaction, as he looked at the weary Andy and shouted, "Secret chambers, Green Goblin, Harris, the suitable boots?" Buck, perplexed by his brother's nonsensical utterances, turned to the now silent Andy with concern, saying, "Although our village has been devastated, I have arranged for our most capable guards to look after Harris before our departure. You need not worry." Andy straightened his posture and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for Buck's arrangements. Standing nearby, Shazo casually inquired, "Where shall we spend the night?" Buck surveyed the exhausted bunnier and the languid beasts, replying, "Not far from here lies a cave, quite suitable for setting up camp." Upon hearing Buck's words, Shazo immediately shouted, "Bury those jesters lying on the ground right where they are." Moments later, dozens of nameless graves appeared on the once even ground. The fallen bunnier were taken by Shazo to be laid to rest in the dense woods. Andy found this practice perplexing, yet the bunnier hunter imparted a lesson to the young man from Austin. As Shazo softly chanted the bunnier's elegy for the fallen, a melancholic melody filled the air. Accompanied by the chilling night winds of the Emma Forest, all bunniers stood in place, heads bowed in collective prayer for the deceased. Their reverent words reflected the bunnier's obedience to the laws of nature, leaving Andy profoundly moved. He often observed the frail horses pulling makeshift carts in Austin, beneath which lay the pale, cold remains of the departed. Yet he never dared to look directly at them. Perhaps it was the terrifying gaze of those rushing to catch their transport that rendered the once fragile spirit unable to withstand the chill of such coldness. Yet, the trembling hands revealed to Andy that his fate was but this. It was conceivable that on some frigid winter night, a family of 3 might depart this world, succumbing to illness and hunger. But who could be certain that a soulless self would lie peacefully beside his parents, escorted to the edge of Hogan Forest? In stark contrast to the indifference of the Austonians, the eyes of the Bunyal people before him brimmed with the warmth of humanity and compassion. After listening to the mournful dirge, Andy turned to Shazwa, who was emerging from the forest, and asked, "If I were to die one day, would you sing a dirge for me like this?" Shazwa, with a look of astonishment in his small eyes, replied, "You, don't be ridiculous. I have just witnessed the power of the storm prophet." Andy continued to gaze at Shazwa and the Bunyal hunter, feeling a sudden unease under the weight of that hopeful stare. Stammered, "All right, I will, but rest assured, I won't outlive you." Spontaneous embrace. Andy pulled Shazwa close, marking the first time a Bunyal hunter heard an Austonian refer to him as brother. Trist looked on as Andy gradually liberated himself, feeling a mixture of emotions, an affirmation of the growth of her beloved, yet tinged with a hint of jealousy. Breaking free from Andy's hold, Shazwa called out loudly, prompting the Bunyal warriors preparing for departure to witness their captain tumbling playfully upon the freshly turned earth of a grave. With a distant wail echoing through the air, everyone understood that Shazwa's head must have collided with something hard once more. Trist rushed over to assist the troublemaker, and upon seeing the swelling on Shazwa's forehead, the Bunyal princess suppressed a smile, her lips curving in delight. Buck approached Andy, leading him to the lion, stating, "We Bunyal may appear brave, yet we inherently harbor fear towards you, the kings of the jungle. I wonder where you plan to spend the night." The lion awaited Railv's translation, recognizing the gravity of the moment. This spectral wolf conveyed Buck's sentiments fully to the majestic creature. Chapter 84. Pawnee Falls. The lion expressed understanding. Although both were offspring of the Emma forest, their alliance with the Bunyal was merely a temporary arrangement for mutual benefit, foreshadowing inevitable conflict in the future. Such is the law of nature. The lion understood this implicitly. Turning away, it unleashed a series of roars, signaling the victorious beasts to gradually disperse. Before departing, the lion addressed Andy, saying, "Tomorrow morning, we shall convene at Storm Beach to fulfill the task of purifying the Witheredwood Forest." Railv relayed the lion's agreement to Andy, who, upon hearing the name Storm Beach again, was suddenly reminded of the lightning spear embedded in the soil. He spread his hands, gazing at his palms, now covered in dust. Shazwa emerged from behind Andy, whispering, "The chief wishes to lead us to Pawnee Falls for camp, where we can enjoy a refreshing bath. The deep pools there are home to exquisite white fish. I can catch a few for you to savor." Andy gazed at the elated Shazwa and inquired, "Is it true that as long as you have the coconut tree roots by your side, you never feel lonely?" Shazwa had always harbored a sense of admiration for the young sorcerer before him, and now, with Andy unexpectedly addressing him as brother, it was a recognition he had never dared to dream of. Perhaps the various auras surrounding Andy were indeed dazzling enough. Yet Shazwa still believed that this boy, who had suddenly appeared on Stormy Beach, possessed a captivating depth in his eyes that enchanted him. As long as he could be with Andy, he would find joy in any circumstance. Such simple thoughts and unwavering devotion shaped Shazwa's cheerful disposition. Upon hearing Andy's question, Shazwa bashfully scratched the back of his head and replied, "The coconut tree roots serve not only as a capable steed but also as a splendid companion. However, when it comes to alleviating loneliness, they cannot replace the special place someone holds in my heart." Andy assumed that Shazwa was referring to him and chuckled. "Am I truly that significant?" Shazwa quickly clarified, "It is not as you think. You are the leader. Though I acknowledge you as my brother, I shall continue to follow you unwaveringly. As for the special place in my heart, it belongs to another, perhaps someone who will never know. Yet, as long as she exists, I shall not feel lonely." Andy remained oblivious to who this confidant in Shazwa's heart might be, but the tattered outer garment seemed to hint at something. Unless bathing, this stubborn bunyar hunter would never part with it. After all, what other reason could he have for cherishing it so, if not for the gift from a fair maiden? Buck led the group to Penny Falls, where even through the dense woods, the thunderous sound of water crashing against the deep pool could be heard. Under the luminous moonlight, Andy beheld a waterfall cascading down from the heights, its cotton-like mist wafting above the Emma forest. With the crystal-clear pool below, known among the Bunyar as the Grand Deep Pool, Buck instructed Trist to organize the preparations for dinner and assigned Shazwa to tend to the wounded. Once everything was arranged, this weary old man finally sank onto the smooth rock, allowing the splashing droplets to soak through his worn armor. Alone, Andy approached the waterfall, mesmerized by the rising white mist. He had never witnessed such a magnificent sight. Before Penny Falls, he felt his own insignificance. The jumping droplets were unlike the seawater from the abyss. Those dark, imprisoned liquids had never allowed the young Austin to feel the surging vitality of life. The cascading waterfall made him acutely aware of his own existence, a warm current flowing through him unbidden. He extended his right hand, resting it in the rushing torrent, guiding the droplets infused with nature's boundless power. Trist, who was washing grains by the stream, suddenly beheld a white deer rising before her beloved. Its crystalline form danced gracefully above the grand deep pool before galloping towards the heavens. This wondrous sight left the entire Bunyar community in awe, and Shazwa excitedly rushed over to inquire. However, this impulsive hunter slipped and fell into the grand deep pool. The blunder elicited peals of laughter from the crowd, while Shazwa, emerging from the water, felt utterly embarrassed and plunged back beneath the surface, choosing to remain submerged. Andy gazed at the undisturbed water for a while before calling out Shazwa's name with a loud voice. From across the broad expanse of water, Quizit shouted, "He is fine. He must be off fishing." As a slender column of water erupted from the surface, Xia Zhu's beaming face broke through the waves. Quisite retrieved a fishing net from her pack, flinging a lively fish ashore. Quick on his feet, Barnett rushed over, exclaiming, "Nobody move. That's mine." Just then, with a resounding splash, the architect bunnier, clad in oversized boots, tumbled into the depths. Buck, resting on the shore, bellowed, "Quick, haul that old man out. He can't swim." 2 guards promptly jumped into the water, rescuing the gluttonous bunnier, who was soaked to the skin and shivering as he was escorted to the warmth of the fire. Buck chastised his older brother loudly, while nearby onlookers discreetly leaned in, eavesdropping on the intriguing exchange, occasionally bursting into laughter at the misfortune. Buck surveyed his surroundings and noticed the bunnier female warriors had prudently retreated into the woods. He was the first to shed his blood-stained armor, and the still vigorous bunnier elder, clad only in undergarments, strode into the depths of the glen. Other bunnier warriors followed suit, discarding their soft armor and trailing their leader into the icy waters. Andy returned to the shore, scrutinizing Buck, who stood in the water. From the myriad scars adorning Buck's body, the young Austin lad perceived the echoes of past glory. The jagged scars etched deep into his brown skin proclaimed dominion over this territory. Xia Zhu, spotting Andy on the shore, called out, "Hurry down. It's absolutely delightful." Unable to resist the allure of Xia Zhu's invitation, Andy slowly peeled off his fiery red mage robe. Just then, Quisite, passing by, caught sight of her beloved clad only in his undergarments. His elongated physique resembled a sculpture, with violet hair cascading over his fair back. The blushing bunnier princess was swiftly pulled away by a quick-witted female warrior, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter erupting from the woods nearby, directed at Quisite. Buck turned to gaze at Andy, bathed in moonlight, whereupon he noticed what appeared to be the sun's emblem inscribed upon his exposed chest. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, this leader immediately inquired, "What race does that totem on your chest belong to?" Andy glanced down and replied with a smile, "This is merely a scar from the abyssal war against Jacob. Not a totem." As Buck approached for a closer look, realization dawned upon him. Yet the bunnier seemed unconvinced, extending his arm to touch Andy's chest. After a few light taps, Buck murmured in disbelief, "This is impossible. This cannot be." Chapter 85. The mad architect Andy, observing Buck's contemplative demeanor, remarked, "It truly is just a scar." Buck shook his head, waving his hands, his expression reflecting a desire to remain undisturbed by outsiders. Leaving Andy momentarily perplexed, at that moment, Barnett, perched on a broken log, paddled over with a grin and asked, "What is going on? Hadn't we been quite cheerful just moments ago?" Andy gazed at Barnett, who had suddenly appeared, and remarked, "It seems the chief does not wish to be disturbed." After uttering these words, the youth of Austin, preparing for a bath, slowly made his way into the depths of the glen pool. Barnett, with arms outstretched, swiftly navigated the rushing waters, while the inquisitive old bunnier had specifically approached Andy, redirecting the broken log. The treasure-obsessed architect, bunnier, lifted his gaze to the scar on Andy's chest, the faint lines upon it immediately captivating his attention. Andy halted in his tracks, observing the dazed Barnett, who was clutching the broken log. This bearded elder was being buoyed downstream by the swift current, yet in a moment of desperation, he extended his arms upward as if seeking to grasp the last lifeline. The frantic motion caused Barnett to lose his balance and plunge back into the water. Just as a pale hand grasped the floating beard, Andy pulled the nearly drowned bunnier to the surface. Holding the spluttering Barnett close, Andy anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" The bunnier architect, unaccustomed to water, shouted, "Hurry, get me back to shore." Once back on the bank, Barnett immediately rose to his feet, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Andy, exclaiming, "If you do not take me to the Flame Canyon, I shall haunt you for the rest of your days." Surprised by Barnett's sudden mention of the lair of the guardian dragon, Andy chuckled and explained, "I have no knowledge of the Flame Canyon's location. How could I possibly take you there?" Barnett leaped up, frantically evading with his feet, his exasperated demeanor utterly intolerable. Andy turned and returned to the glen pool, settling himself in the shallow waters to savor the refreshing spring rising from the depths. After enough commotion, Barnett approached Andy, probing the water's depth with a stick. Perhaps having calmed his frayed nerves, the drenched old bunnier unexpectedly smiled and said, "Could you allow me to see that map once more?" Turning to face the grinning Barnett, Andy replied, "I've been bare-chested since emerging from the secret chamber." "Why didn't you take a look then?" Barnett's infatuated gaze remained fixated on Andy's chest, and recognizing his oversight, he lamented, "I should have noticed it long ago." Andy, sensing Barnett's unusual behavior, felt a twinge of anxiety. He was reluctant to interrupt the old man's nonsensical ramblings, yet lacked a reasonable escape plan. Just then, the howl of Rayluff's wolf stirred Barnett from his repetitive self-reproach. Andy seized the opportunity to leave the water, approaching Rayluff and asking, "Why did you suddenly disappear earlier?" The ghostly wolf regarded the bare-chested Andy and replied, "Before departing the battlefield, I stumbled upon a feigning jester who had the audacity to take your dry twig." Andy chuckled and asked, "What? A dry twig? What use could he possibly have for that?" Rayluff replied solemnly, "You may see it as an ordinary dry twig, but the Jester Council does not on the battlefield. That twig has transformed into a withered staff, a precious artifact of the Storm Prophet. Who would not desire such a thing?" Andy found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Buck observed Andy rise from the water. He did not wish to leave the despondent Barnett, standing alone in the frigid depths. He approached and gently touched his bewildered brother, only to be taken aback when Barnett abruptly leaped forward, gripping Buck's neck tightly with both hands. The bulging, bloodshot eyes seemed to attest to Barnett's complete loss of sanity. The guards stationed on the rocks rushed forward, 4 of them seizing the frenzied architect, while heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout Penny Falls. The guards pried the 2 entangled elders apart, and Buck, breaking free from his restraints, immediately instructed the guards to summon Trist. He then delivered a powerful blow to the back of the deranged Barnett, causing the erratically thrashing old man to lose consciousness at once. Andy looked on in astonishment, first bewildered by Buck's insinuations regarding the scar on his chest, and then further perplexed by Barnett's unwarranted aggression. The uncharacteristic behavior of the Bunnier people left Andy feeling somewhat alienated. After calming his kin, Buck swiftly approached Andy and stated, "Young man, you must elucidate the sigil engraved upon your chest." Andy remained silent. Buck pointed to the scar on Andy's chest and remarked, "Perhaps you have never paid heed to that mark, but to my eye, the design is unmistakably the totem of the Dragon Clan." Andy lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the scar on his chest. Though gravely injured by Jacob in the abyss, he had miraculously survived. He realized he could no longer feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, nor had he experienced such a tumult of emotions in quite some time. Yet, that unsightly scar had remained unchanged. He extended his right hand to caress the creases of his skin. The slightly protruding chest could scarcely be described as robust, as a fluid substance seemed to swirl endlessly within his thoracic cavity. Trist revived the unconscious Barnett with a pouch of herbs, and the dazed old man gazed at the Bunnier princess before him, exclaiming, "Just now, I beheld the treasures of the vast continent. Those gleaming gems were right before my eyes." Trist conveyed Barnett's revival to Buck, who, observing Andy standing silently with his head bowed, turned to his brother, bending down to inquire, "Have you had your fill of this commotion?" Barnett, meeting Buck's serious gaze, replied, "I truly saw it." Buck raised his sturdy right hand and left countless marks upon his brother's bewildered face. The guard stepped aside, watching the furious leader in silence, but Andy, standing a short distance away, finally spoke up, "I wish to know if this is what you speak of." Andy presented a handful of soft clay before the assembly, on which faint patterns were imprinted. Buck ceased his assault on Barnett and took the clay from Andy's hands. The old Bunnier examined the design closely in the moonlight, while the bloodied Barnett leaned in, grinning with his foul mouth as he gazed at the clay in Buck's possession. Andy turned away, grappling with the bewildering events that transpired after entering Penny Falls. He sensed that the Bunnier people seemed to be searching for some hidden truth within his scars. Barnett, having proudly whistled after examining the soft clay, was met with Buck, who unexpectedly began to apologize to his flustered brother, the syrupy words making the guards tremble. Chapter 86. The Scorched Earth. Barnett grinned and inquired, "Still can't place a bet?" Buck replied softly, "I dare not." Barnett tilted his head and continued, "And you won't call me a fraud anymore?" Buck shook his head in silence. Andy approached the self-satisfied Barnett and remarked, "Your demeanor just now was quite terrifying. I am eager to understand what transpired. What do the patterns on that soft clay signify?" Barnett turned around, shedding his damp shirt to reveal a tattoo emblazoned across his back. Andy clearly saw that it depicted a design identical to that on the dome of the ancient library within the Ghost Temple. In astonishment, Andy exclaimed, "I have seen this design with Trist." Barnett turned around and proclaimed loudly, "The mural you beheld must be the very same as the one I discovered while restoring the temple." After uttering this, Barnett gazed up at the luminous moon and sighed. Andy, perplexed, ventured, "Just now, you seemed somewhat unhinged upon seeing the scar on my chest. Could it be, as Clarence suggested, that those who know the secret of the mural are descendants of treasure hunters?" Upon hearing Andy's words, Barnett erupted into tears, collapsing onto the ground and tearing at the lush grass around him. Andy, glancing at Buck and the dazed Trist standing nearby, recalled the fiery red mage's robe. He rushed over to seize the robe and noticed that the conspicuous royal emblem matched precisely with the corner of the design on Barnett's back. Addressing the two elders and the youth before him, he stated, "I truly know nothing of the treasures of the vast continent. You may inquire with Trist if you doubt my words." With that, Andy turned to the bewildered bunny-ear princess. Upon hearing Andy's remark, Trist sighed in resignation. "Since emerging from the abyss, I have been engrossed in researching invisibility potions. The samples from Zhaozhua have surpassed those in the library, yet I possess no knowledge of any treasure map." Frustrated by Trist's unfocused explanation, Andy retorted, "I have not deliberately concealed anything from any of you, be it my origins or the injuries I have endured." Ralph stepped forward, standing defiantly before Andy, exclaiming, "Have you all forgotten who saved you just moments ago?" Buck hurriedly approached to mediate, saying, "We mean no ill will. It is merely that the map upon his chest holds immense significance and must not fall into the hands of nefarious individuals." Ralph, incensed, replied, "So you all consider yourselves virtuous?" Barnett, exasperated, shot back, "I did not witness you being so articulate during my candid discussions with your master. You, a mere rodent, would not comprehend the matters between us." Upon hearing this insulting remark, Ralph lunged forward, several spears aimed at the spectral wolf. Andy brushed aside the glimmering spear with his hand and remarked, "Isn't it this scar upon my chest that you covet? Very well, I shall oblige you." Extending his right hand, he plunged the dagger he held into his furious chest, and in an instant, blood soaked his slender fingers. Trist screamed, "Stop!" Ralph watched as the enraged Andy revealed the scar on his chest with the dagger. Panting heavily as he cast the bloodied piece of flesh to the ground, the violet strands of hair swept across the faces of all present. The magic-deprived youth from Austin strode alone into the pitch-black Emma forest. Barnett proudly retrieved a necklace from the damp pocket of his shirt, declaring, "Thanks to this, I can locate the treasure." Buck, gazing at the necklace that radiated a crimson glow, inquired, "What is it that you hold?" Barnett turned his head, his gaze almost fervent as he looked at his brother, and Buck felt an unprecedented wave of terror wash over him. A fierce wind rose, and a blanket of dark clouds enveloped Penny Falls, unleashing a torrential downpour in an instant. A diminutive figure darted by, and the piece of skin inscribed with the map that had fallen from Andy mysteriously vanished. The moon peeked out, its crescent form illuminating the streams of Emma Forest, as the profoundly sorrowful Andy walked alone along the forest path. Ralph caught up, rushing before Andy, and asked, "Do you not harbor any suspicion regarding the sudden appearance and mysterious disappearance of Alec?" Andy halted, his head bowed, and replied in a low voice, "You shall not insult my dear friend." Ralph, observing Andy's despondency, stated, "Time alters many things, including the human psyche." Andy, clutching his chest with his right hand, spoke with great effort. "I once placed my trust in those diminutive Bunyal folk, even dedicating time to create a comfortable and safe village for them. Yet what have I received in return?" Ralph, incensed by Andy's words, retorted, "Everything you did was of your own volition. No one ever promised you recompense, am I not correct?" Andy scoffed, "You are right, entirely right. I acted voluntarily, I deserve to be doubted." Ralph beheld Andy's shadow, cast upon the grass, swelling ominously, as if a mysterious and dreadful dark energy was igniting from the depths of this Austin youth's chest. The surrounding trees began to wither, and the grass beneath was corroded by an evil force. Ralph leapt onto a protruding rock, watching as Andy's once pristine form began to mutate, countless black tendrils sprouting beneath his skin. With a roar, Andy bolted towards the direction of the deadwood forest. Ralph followed closely, uncertain that this seemingly frail and kind-hearted sorcerer could transform into such a terrifying entity. Before Ralph's eyes, Andy had entirely morphed into an unsightly demon, his body towering several times over, wielding a flaming whip that lashed through the scorched earth of the deadwood forest. Learfus stood at a distance, observing Andy, now transformed into a demon, mercilessly lashing out at the carbonized trees. Each furious swing was accompanied by flames that danced with ferocity, turning the once barren forest into a veritable hellscape. The charred earth, stripped of its greenery, was dominated by a conspicuous clown summoning circle, as Andy brandished his long whip and approached the circle. Now reduced to mere totems, a piercing howl erupted, causing Barnett's meticulously crafted circle to collapse in an instant. With his right hand raised high, the once fair skin of his knuckles now bulging with veins had turned black, as a formidable magical sphere coalesced in his palm. A terrifying grin spread across his spiny visage. A powerful shockwave surged towards the chamber beneath the circle, obliterating the release mechanism. Yet the rising green energy was completely absorbed by the mutated Andy. With the infusion of this new energy, his bloodied chest healed instantaneously, and his once bloated physique regained its robust stature. Lirfu gazed towards the distant Howling Wolf Manor, where a solitary beam of light suddenly ascended into the sky from several isolated structures. Andy dashed forward once more, and Lirfu, while fixated on the luminous direction from Howling Wolf Manor, followed the transformed Andy. Chapter 87. The snow of withered wood. Lirfu did not follow Andy silently. It had discerned the precarious nature of its circumstances. As one of the few supernatural species on the vast continent, it was acutely aware that such an unguarded pursuit would undoubtedly expose it to Andy's gaze. The demonized Andy posed a significant threat to the entire witheredwood forest, especially considering Lirfu was merely a wolf. Yet, the glimmering light in its eyes reflected no hint of compromise. It firmly believed in its judgment and would not abandon the pursuit of the Storm Prophet. Despite Andy's transformation, through its brief following, Lirfu discovered that the lava-infused Andy had consecutively destroyed 2 other clown summoning circles within the witheredwood forest. The devices that released venom momentarily became a source of energy for this demon. As 3 beams of light soared into the sky, the clown summoning circle he had previously dismantled just days prior became his 4th target. With furious eyes, Andy unleashed torrents of burning flames. Leaving no creature on the ground unscathed, he planted one robust, spiny leg upon the collapsed chamber, gazing at the rising black energy below. The mutated Andy elongated his neck and emitted a piercing howl. As his cries reverberated throughout the witheredwood forest, the 4 destroyed clown summoning circles simultaneously released an eerie green light into the night sky. These sudden bursts of energy traced a captivating arc across the heavens, converging upon the burial site of Howling Wolf Manor. Lirfu turned and raced towards the grave where the dark flower was planted. Upon stepping onto the pebbled path of Howling Wolf Manor, he spotted Andy, brandishing his fiery whip, prowling atop the burial site opposite the barn. The midnight strolling Elton, upon encountering the sudden appearance of the demon, hastily sought refuge in an empty grave, closely followed by his steadfast friend Lirfu. This spectral wolf succinctly elucidated the situation at hand, and when he mentioned the complete destruction of the clown summoning circles, the self-styled gentleman Elton, failing to grasp the gravity of the crisis, clapped his hands in delight as he beheld the convergence of dark energy emanating from the 4 jester formations ascending towards the apex of the tomb. The spirit, liberated from corporeal constraints, unexpectedly remarked, "Shall we venture forth to offer some counsel?" Relf, flicking his tongue, replied, "You go ahead. I shall observe." Alton, gazing at the resigned Relf, said, "Then let us await the spectacle." Relf, with a hint of resignation, mused, "I never anticipated this. Just yesterday morning, he was a well-behaved youth stripped of magical energy, and now he is transformed into a demon from the depths of hell." The dark flowers flourishing within the tomb began to wither as they lost the decaying matter provided by the 4 jester formations. However, as Andy wielded his fiery whip to cleave open the tomb's summit, these sun-deprived plants finally discovered their destined purpose. All at once, the dark flowers unleashed the malevolent energy concealed within their petals, which blossomed under the searing flames. The energy converging in the sky cascaded downward like dew, drenching the blooming petals, while an immensely potent black energy floated above the putrid pool. Andy, with his grotesque toes, stepped into the fetid waters bubbling with green foam. As his colossal form became entirely submerged within the decaying pool, a singular beam of blackish-purple energy shot forth toward the heavens. Alton and Relf, hiding at a distance near the tomb's entrance, gaped in astonishment at Andy's transformation, as terrifying energies coiled around the Storm Prophet like a black python. Tears of sorrow streamed down Relf's face as he turned to the trembling Alton, asking, in the first half of the night, he was the Storm Prophet. What is he now? Alton tilted his head to regard the distraught Relf and replied, "He is still the Storm Prophet." Relf, puzzled by Alton's words, questioned, "Did you not see Andy's appearance?" Alton pointed towards the snowflakes drifting from the sky, chuckling, "When have you ever witnessed snow in the Bella Forest?" Relf, equally astonished, gazed at the falling snowflakes. The pure white hue enveloped Wolf Howl Manor, and moments later, the once scorched wooden forest transformed into a vast expanse of white. The energy converging in the sky gradually diminished, and with a sudden gust of wind, the dark energy rising above the tomb began to wane, ultimately ceasing with the howling chill. Relf dashed from the tomb to the rotting pool, where the once blooming dark flowers had all withered, and the pool was entirely encased in ice. upon which lay the restored Andy. Alton approached, casting his gaze upon Andy nestled among the flowers, stating, "He has been salvaged by a mysterious force." Ralph, astonished by the sight of Andy, now blanketed in white snow, watched from a distance, hesitant to approach. As if in that fleeting moment, the master he intended to follow for a lifetime had become a stranger. The cold wind continued to howl, and the remaining wooden structures of Wolf Howl Manor lay scattered in the wake of destruction. As Alton, observing the snowflakes drifting away in the wind, lamented, "Perhaps it is time to depart," a distant cry echoed closer, heralding the dawn over the desolate woodlands, when suddenly a colossal Oswald war eagle soared into view. This legendary creature, akin to a bird snatching up a mere insect, grasped the unconscious Andy from the decaying pool within its beak. Raelv let out a howl, the lightning phantom wolf halting its frantic pace as it beheld the war eagle disappearing into the heavens. Perhaps the suddenness of it all was too overwhelming. Whether it was Andy's mutation or the Oswald war eagle, he refused to accept this as the design of fate. Turning back to gaze at the solitary figure of Ayrton, he uttered, "Farewell, my dear friend. May we meet again." The snow-laden barren forest began to reveal a semblance of life under the caress of sunlight, as the parched earth gradually healed from the nourishing embrace of the blizzard, and the dormant seeds buried deep within the hardened soil began to sprout. Ayrton, left waiting for Raelv, turned away from the vanishing speck on the horizon and set forth on the path to the Emma forest. On the long-abandoned Golden Road, a scene unfolded of a lightning phantom wolf pursuing the blazing sun. The Panny Falls remained unperturbed by the events of midnight, as the tireless waters traced circles in the depths of the glen. Flowing towards Echo Valley, standing upon the rocks, Trist gazed at the stunned Barnet and inquired, "Why treat Andy in such a manner?" Regaining his senses, Barnet lowered his head under the weight of the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. As Buck approached and landed a punch squarely on the face of the architect, who had succumbed to madness and now appeared dejected. Barnet did not flinch. Instead, he cast the necklace from his hand onto the rocks, whereupon a series of sharp, resonant strikes revealed a horrifying vision. A massive red-tailed hawk clutched a petrified figure in its talons, and as an enraged visage materialized in the image, a heart-wrenching howl accompanied by inhumane tortures echoed from the dark cavern, reminiscent of a tormented wraith. Trist picked up the necklace that had released the vision and presented it to Barnet, asking, "Is this necklace yours?" The architect of Bunyal, seemingly witnessing the apocalypse, recoiled, shielding his eyes behind his diminutive arms, emitting a quavering plea for mercy. Chapter 88. The cursed necklace. Buck, his eyes shrouded in a black cloth, approached and stated, "We must have been bewitched by that cursed necklace. Now, in the wake of our grave error, I wonder how Andy fares." Trist cradled the enchanted necklace, directing another question at Barnet. "Whom did this necklace come from?" Under the stern gazes of those around, the Bunyal architect's trembling lips uttered a strange and difficult name, Ilik. The forest-dwelling Bunyal people had begun to harbor doubts about the events at Panny Falls, with the majority remaining oblivious to the circumstances of that night. These diminutive observers were too enraptured by Barnet's words, and some greedy warriors even deemed Andy's silence regarding the treasure's secrets to be utterly outrageous. However, as these misled individuals struggled to extricate themselves from their bewitched mindsets, they came to realize that the midnight farce had been orchestrated with malicious intent. They lowered their heads, incessantly speculating about their future fate, their hands, devoid of a place to rest, continuously shifting at their sides, as they reminisced about the circumstances of that time. The most unbearable memory was Andy's irreplaceable look of despair. The forest bunnier people stood frozen in place, unable to believe that their kin could be so malevolent, not only driving Andy away with Barnet's manipulations, but also betraying the most sacred beliefs of the bunnier. Buck entrusted the enchanted necklace to Trist, removing his blindfold to gaze upon the despondent bunnier warriors. This leader, known for his resolute demeanor, spoke in a voice that trembled with emotion. "We have lost the home upon which our survival depended, and our future is shrouded in darkness. Yet, we have triumphed over the Clown Council, once again proving the strength of the bunnier to the forest of Emma." The silent crowd began to stir, and Buck, observing their agitation, continued, "The collapsed chamber may suggest that the sunset over Storm Beach has not completely forsaken us." All eyes of the forest bunnier were fixated upon their solemn leader before Penny Falls. Buck stepped forward, standing amidst the rushing stream, allowing the splashing waves to batter his weary frame. After a moment, he turned to the awestruck crowd and proclaimed loudly, "At a time when a glimmer of hope was on the horizon, we betrayed those who had aided us, merely to obtain a blood-stained treasure map." As his words hung in the air, The disheveled forest bunnier leader trembled, his shoulders shaking as he wept bitterly. Barnett watched his brother shed tears of remorse before the gathered multitude. Fully aware that the situation had become irreparable, he turned away, draping the wet garment from the rock over himself, awaiting the judgment of the tribe. Buck led the group along the path back to the village, placing no blame on anyone, including his brother, though his stained eyes no longer radiated the spirit of a leader. Above Storm Beach, ferocious beasts gathered, waiting to purge the deadwood forest. As these bloodthirsty creatures observed the bunnier emerging from the forest of Emma, they sensed an ominous turn of events. Those once gallant bunnier warriors could now only be described as mere shells of their former selves. Buck, confronted by the beasts before him, exhibited none of the commanding presence expected of a leader. After following the despondent bunnier for a while, the leading lion stepped in front of Buck, perplexedly questioning what transpired in the deadwood forest before dawn. The dispirited bunnier paid no heed to the beast leader's inquiry, for they could not comprehend the roars of those ferocious creatures. The lion stood firm, watching as dozens of diminutive figures slowly vanished into the ruins of the village. From that moment on, Buck lived in a state of perpetual guilt over Andy. He learned of Eric's gift of the magical necklace to Barnett, yet the reasons behind it eluded him in the span of merely 2 months. This once mighty leader of the forest bunnier succumbed to his illness, burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt for Andy. As he lay on the brink of death, the weary-faced Buhner summoned Barnett to his bedside. For he was aware that his brother had long concealed the dragon-scale armor of the ghost temple. Buck, with a vacant gaze, looked at the tear-streaked Barnett and gasped, "Should I survive long enough to see Andy, I beseech you to bestow that treasure upon him." The utterly exhausted Barnett, gazing at his brother who was about to join their ancestors, nodded in solemn agreement to Buck's final request in the wake of the leader's sudden demise. The distraught Shizue, accompanied by the heartbroken Trist and the remaining tribesmen, embarked on the path towards the low skull cave in the misty mountains. Harris, who understood the truth of the situation, helplessly observed Buck's passing, leading the newly arrived Elton as they wandered the stormy beach day after day. From that moment forth, an elderly man with silver hair, day after day, guided a drifting soul, both yearning for the unexpected opening of the abyssal gate. Amidst the still lush coconut groves lay a deeply flawed Buhner, the diminutive Barnett, who hoped to redeem his yet untainted heart through his deeds. Harris informed Barnett that he possessed knowledge regarding the treasures of the vast continent. However, the murals adorning the dome of the ancient library only revealed the location of the Horn Desert, failing to indicate the path to the Flame Canyon. According to Harris's analysis, only Abyssal Jacob currently knew the precise location of the Flame Canyon. As that greedy creature began to siphon ancient souls, it also stripped away the memories of their preservation. It must have glimpsed the treasures of the vast continent hidden behind the guardian dragon. As for the mysterious map that had abruptly appeared on Andy's chest, Harris was equally perplexed, but inferred that it was likely obtained during Andy's fierce battle with Jacob. The totem of the guardian dragon, engraved upon Andy's chest, marked the very location of the Flame Canyon. Before departing, Trist had presented a necklace for Harris to inspect. The old man, stripped of his powers, stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar artifact with a resigned smile. Harris understood that all coincidences are but a manifestation of inevitability. He could hardly believe that the key to unraveling the enigmas before him was this very magical necklace. From Harris, Trist finally uncovered the secret of the magical necklace. The gem, radiating a crimson glow, was none other than the Eye of Harris, which had vanished with Talon following the Battle of Black Mountain. However, as the original owner of the necklace, Harris could not elucidate why that red gemstone exuded such an enticing energy. He revealed to Trist that this magical necklace had once been the source of magic across the vast continent, a coveted artifact among sorcerers. Yet, with the unsealing of the Dark Grimoire, the necklace embarked on a legendary journey. It witnessed the rebirth of the Rift Devourer and the fall of the Tower of Time, subsequently luring the brutish Ferdinand to the shores of the Cursed Sea with its near-perfect halo. Gazing at the sparkling ruby, Harris lamented, "Now, the remnants of the light magic contained within this necklace have altogether vanished, leaving behind a clear imprint of the name of doom within the curse it releases." Chapter 89. Donald Trist, concealing the Eye of Harris, ominously named by misfortune, within the folds of her satchel, harbored no desire to extract even a modicum of energy from the alluring ruby. She simply believed that safeguarding the necklace was intrinsically linked to repaying the ancient debt owed to the bunniers by Andy. It was not until 2 months after Trist had led the forest bunniers away from Storm Beach that the gates of the abyss were finally opened by the mischievous Dylan, accompanied by the healed snow beast, arrived at the dilapidated village, and upon witnessing the emaciated Harris, The once stoic lord of the deep could not restrain his sorrowful tears. Dylan was profoundly distressed upon learning of the cataclysmic changes at Penny Falls. He realized that the Heart of Light had ultimately failed to contain Andy's dark energy. Nevertheless, this resilient lord of the deep believed that the true adversary was not the malevolent curse but rather Andy's still immature heart. Before returning to the abyss, Harris deliberately guided Dylan to the vicinity of the thunderstrike. The ancient artifact was now beyond the recognition of the naked eye, as relentless bolts of lightning struck the coiled black dragon's hammer handle day and night. Dylan sighed, remarking that perhaps one day a true storm prophet would arrive to reclaim this one-handed hammer, hoping that by then the vast continent would not have succumbed entirely to the dominion of dark forces. Harris followed Dylan through the gates of the abyss, glancing back at Barnett. This once loquacious bunny-air architect now appeared as though he had lost the ability to articulate, trailing at the rear of the procession with a vacant stare. His occasionally agape mouth merely emitting yawns. From Elton's perspective, his old friend had indeed awakened to a new understanding, yet had lost the joys of life. Everyone assumed that Barnett's retreat into the abyss bore the same intent as Harris's. With Buck now deceased, this solitary elder had no refuge, and the abyss seemed to have become his sole sanctuary. After a brief respite within the abyss, Barnett resumed his former vocation, diligently restoring the architecture of the Phantom Temple each day. Initially, Harris was quite concerned for his old friend's well-being, even doubting that this aged fellow might take his own life on some inky night. However, as the days turned monotonous, Barnett occupied himself with work, or aimlessly wandered around the temple grounds. Dylan discerned that the bunny-air architect's exacting standards for his craft had reached an impeccable level, and he ceased to monitor Barnett's actions. As Harris had mentioned to Elton, the abyss was indeed a fitting residence for phantoms. Not only did it possess dim lighting, but the treasures within the ancient library could undoubtedly captivate this gentleman for an extended time. The spirits from the withered wood forest sought the grandeur of the vast continent's past among those unparalleled tomes, gradually forgetting Barnett's impure intentions outside the temple. Perhaps only Buck, resting in eternal slumber within the Emma forest, knew the true purpose behind Barnett's entrance into the abyss. By meticulously searching for remnants within the Phantom Temple, this bunny-air architect finally unearthed the dragon-scale armor he had clandestinely buried years ago beside the coral thicket on the temple's western side. What confounded him was the realization that this location deviated from the intended mark by a staggering 500 yards. Upon discovering the dragon-scale armor, Barnett began to incite the snow beast to seek its master. This architect, Bunnier, wished to exploit the unique abilities of the mischievous creature to escape the abyss and fulfill Buck's dying wish. In truth, the longing that Mischief felt for Andy had far surpassed the imaginations of those around them. Each time it yearned to leave the abyss in search of Andy, it was dissuaded by Dylan. Observing the perpetually melancholic snow beast, Akil devised a brilliant plan. As the sea fully engulfed the sun's dwindling glow, Mischief commenced its ruse. Seated before the temple and munching on seaweed, Harris remained blissfully unaware of the impending chaos. Even Mischief, one of the participants, failed to discern that the seemingly simple-minded Akil was orchestrating a riot. In the midst of Dylan's attempts to rectify the protective barrier damaged by the snow beast, he was unable to attend to the troublemaker, allowing Mischief to seize the opportunity to open the gate to the abyss. Neither Barnett nor the snow beast managed to execute their plan successfully. Rather, it was Akil, who had hidden in the shadows, that dashed into the soon-to-close exit of the abyss amidst the turmoil. The furious snow beast understood that its objective in escaping the abyss aligned with Achilles, yet Mischief could not mentally forgive this selfish stone elemental. In the aftermath, both Mischief and Barnett became silent contemplators. Barnett, unable to enter the gate to the abyss in time, turned to the infuriated Harris and confided his true intentions to his irate old friend. Subsequently, the architect, cradling the dragon-scale armor, became a mere sculpture outside the temple. Akil successfully traversed the cursed sea's abyssal passage, pausing briefly on the stormy beach to ascertain Andy's direction. The small stone elemental was immediately invigorated, and, propelled by a powerful swirling current, Akil sprinted towards the misty mountains. The monsoon winds of the cursed sea incessantly nourished the vegetation on the southern slope of the misty mountains, where the fruit trees became coveted targets for the creatures seeking sustenance. The steep terrain, coupled with the rainy climate, enveloped the southern slope in a perpetual shroud of moisture. At long last, a sunlit clearing caught the attention of the land's overseer. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony, revealing an Austonian clad in fine garments and adorned with a crown of grass standing at the center of the clearing. He regarded the surrounding greedy creatures with disdain. He knew that while he could not be overly harsh nor excessively lenient towards these petty traders, The key to maintaining his leadership lay in a balanced approach of appropriate punishment and just rewards. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, "This is a rare gift from the depths of the sea. A boon from the ancient gods. Should we be fortunate enough to partake in it today, we shall achieve what no other race could ever hope to attain." The clearing erupted in jubilant cheers, and the Austonian raised his hand once more to silence the crowd. With keen interest, he called out, "Where is the chef? The chef?" No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a polite response. "I am here, great Donald." Donald, glaring at the tardy chef, angrily inquired, "Are those detestable little dwarves willing to surrender the recipe? I find myself quite unaccustomed to consuming such unprocessed food. One must understand that nobility is entirely contingent upon what one chooses to partake in." The chef, tightening his abdomen and bowing deeply, spoke with a hint of apology. "My lord Donald, the Highland Buner people have retreated into their caves, evading discovery, and Ingram is once again foraging for sustenance. The recipe remains elusive." Donald turned to glare fiercely at the back of the chef's head, declaring, "If those scoundrels who pilfer bird eggs fail to produce the recipe, I shall let them perish of thirst in the low cave." Chapter 90. Deborah. Donald's vehement words seemingly disregarded his own capabilities. For this wanderer from Austin, managing to deceive the southern slope of Cloudy Mountain with a servile demeanor was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet power possesses an inherently expansive nature. Once one has acquired their own influence, the support of the masses can lead to grievous miscalculations. Suddenly, a young maiden emerged from the newly constructed treehouse, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. Her striking beauty, statuesque form, and an aura of mystery, coupled with her unique identity, rendered this rebellious adolescent a focal point of attention. Unbeknownst to her, she had captured the hearts of all. Save for Donald Toe, the lord of the southern slope, the unexpected visit from a young lady was undoubtedly exhilarating. However, the peculiarities of her identity cast an indelible mark. Much like a cactus that blooms with exquisite flowers, the sensation of being unable to touch what is beautiful doused Donald's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. While all were left astounded by Donald's mention of a deep-sea gift, this oblivious young woman insisted on stepping out of her gilded cage, vying for the Lord's limelight. Donald, observing the maiden descending the wooden ladder, smiled and remarked, "Deborah, my angel, have we, these boorish warriors, disturbed your repose?" Deborah, alighting from the ladder, regarded the obsequious Donald with a haughty expression and inquired, "I am curious to know what purpose Tyrone has in imprisoning me within this mushroom forest." Donald gestured for the others to withdraw temporarily. Leaving only the two of them in the glade, with an exaggerated roll of her eyes, Deborah presented the Lord with her pure, white pupils. Donald, accustomed to such peculiar treatment, approached Deborah slowly and whispered, "We discovered a sunken ship by the seaside. Within the damaged cabin lay a curious object, which Claude has determined to be a creature from the deep sea, a mermaid." Upon uttering these words, the Lord of the southern slope tilted his head, keenly observing Deborah's reaction. Deborah, from her vantage point in the tree's loft, had already glimpsed the object, which lay shrouded beneath a layer of adipose tissue, slowly undulating. Her innate curiosity and possessiveness compelled her to unveil the secrets concealed therein. Smiling, Deborah responded, "You are aware of my relationship with Tyrone. Had I not incurred such a calamity in the valley, he would never have confined me within this mushroom forest of Cloudy Mountain." Upon hearing those words, Donald hastily concurred, saying, Indeed, your relationship with Lord Tyrone is extraordinary. How could we, mere servants, dare to speculate on the reasons behind it? Nevertheless, we, the filthy brigands, have never contemplated slighting you. Am I not correct?" Deborah extended her fair right hand, prompting Donald to promptly raise his own hand in a gesture of deference. This haughty maiden, with Donald's assistance, approached the writhing object before them. Donald cast a glance back at his subordinate, who was concealed behind a tree, and the chef quickly emerged. This limping Asturian, whose appearance was far from pleasant, caused Deborah to feel a sense of annoyance. As the chef prepared to slice through the layer of fat with a sharp knife, Deborah suddenly exclaimed, "Stop, Claude. I wish to personally cut open this mysterious object." Upon uttering these words, Deborah surprisingly sent a pleading signal to Donald, a series of flirtatious glances that instantly delighted the lascivious lord. He swiftly seized the knife from Claude's hand and knelt, presenting the sharp blade with both hands. Deborah extended her right hand, gripping the handle of the knife between her thumb and forefinger, feigning terror as she approached the writhing mass, slowly crouching to inspect the wrinkled surface of the fat. Witnessing this, Donald yanked Claude back, Brushing his handsome beard against the chef's face, a heated breath approached the limping Asturian. Claude finally heard the Lord's subsequent command. Donald parted his lecherous lips, squeezing out a word that sounded like roll. And Claude vanished into the woods like a rat. Deborah, brimming with excitement, fiddled with the knife, while Donald gazed up at her with a smile. This exquisite angle nearly revealed the enticing contours of her alabaster bosom, and her twinkling pink eyes seemed to have their desires fulfilled. Suddenly, Deborah turned her head, and Donald's lecherous, gaunt face immediately assumed a serious expression. Deborah, regarding the drooling lord, casually inquired, "Where do you think I should begin?" At that moment, Donald was utterly oblivious to Deborah's question. His desire was ablaze, reaching a point of imminent explosion. He trembled, revealing his yellowed incisors, while his mustache quivered like the wings of a hummingbird. Amidst the palpable awkwardness reflected in their gazes, Donald cleared his throat twice and replied, "As you wish." Upon hearing this, a charming smile graced Deborah's face as she licked her fiery red lips, her slightly parted eyes emitting a seductive signal. Just as Donald believed that fortune was at hand, a blood-curdling scream erupted from beneath the layer of fat. Blood gushed forth from the fat, drenching the playful Deborah, causing the once proud maiden to discard the knife and rise, staring in disbelief at the now motionless object beneath her, before letting out a piercing shriek. The brigands, lurking in the shadows and peering at the Lord's antics with the maiden, were quick to retreat into their wooden huts upon hearing such a horrifying cry, realizing that what began as a farce had swiftly transformed into a tragedy, prompting them to conceal themselves. Originally filled with exuberance, Donald rushed forward to embrace the frightened Deborah, who began to weep inconsolably in the arms of the lascivious lord. This young girl, who had aspired to showcase her prowess, found herself in an unexpected predicament. A sound reminiscent of tearing leather reached Donald's ears from the ground, startling him as he witnessed an arm protruding from beneath the leather covering. The entire hide was then pushed aside, revealing a boy emerging from the viscous fluid contained within it. The once sunlit southern slope was once again shrouded in ominous clouds, and in the blink of an eye, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Deborah turned her gaze to find a dashing youth named Austin seated within the leather, his cascade of purple hair transforming into a stunning waterfall under the sudden deluge. Never before had she encountered such an enchanting male, and although he pressed his right hand against his bleeding abdomen, it did little to diminish Deborah's fanciful daydreams. Donald gradually released the now cooling Deborah, who noticed the shift in his expression. The instincts of the man told him that this capricious girl had certainly taken a liking to the man beneath the hide. Consumed by jealousy, the Lord hastily summoned his subordinates, and the critically injured Austin, having been stabbed by Deborah's dagger, was unceremoniously cast into a pitch-black dungeon without any treatment, as the heavy dungeon door clanged shut and was secured with thick iron chains. The grievously wounded boy astonishingly broke into a perplexing smile. Following a flurry of hurried footsteps outside the cell, a tender voice softly called out, "Andy, my master." Chapter 91. The girl's scheme leaning against the stone wall of the dungeon, prepared to end his own life. Andy suddenly heard Urchil's voice. He turned to face the locked door, with thick logs completely isolating him from the outside world. Leaning forward in pursuit of the voice, he could only see an impenetrable darkness, prompting an involuntary smile from Andy. At that moment, the Austin youth had lost all magical abilities. Having just escaped the clutches of pirates, he had now been wounded in the abdomen by a dagger. With a sigh, he sank back down, bitterly remarking, "I am now utterly forsaken. Even Trist has not stood by my side." Having narrowly escaped the pirates' blades, only to be pierced by a madwoman's knife, was my return to land merely to serve as entertainment for others? In the oppressive silence of darkness, apart from Andy's soliloquy, there was no sound. Suddenly, his bent left leg was struck by a hard object, prompting him to withdraw his foot and bend down in the gloom. He beheld a pair of round, bright eyes gazing at him, and the smiling face belonged to his cherished companion, Urchil. Andy exclaimed with excitement, "I thought the voice I heard earlier was merely a figment of my imagination. How did you manage to escape from the abyss and come here?" Urchil, pouting at his master, replied, "That old stubborn Dylan wouldn't let me out, so I seized the opportunity to slip away. You may have forgotten, but I am a part of your life. As long as I wish to find you, not even the ends of the earth can keep me from you." Andy gently cradled Urchil in his hands and said, "If you hadn't appeared just now, I would have been prepared to end my own life." Urchil, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, "Why would you think that? If you were to die, I would not be able to survive either." Leaning Urchil closer to his lips, Andy whispered, "If I were to treat you with genuine kindness, Would you not reciprocate that kindness? Urchill, puffing out his chest, declared loudly, certainly. I will follow my master for a lifetime and treat him well. Slowly setting Urchill down on the ground, Andy bent down and, with a weary tone, lamented, I once believed the same. Thus, I never sought any recompense from the Buner people. Yet, shockingly, they have deemed me an enemy over a mere treasure map. Furious upon hearing this, Urchill exclaimed, Who are these people? My master is the finest in the world and deserves no such unfair treatment. The conversation in the darkness brimmed with a cynical undertone, and the mutual solace they found in each other's words brought Andy a sense of comfort. The thought of ending his life in this lightless cell dissipated in an instant. Ignoring his wounds, Andy joyfully conversed with Urchill, recounting their experiences during the time they were apart. Urchill, astonished to learn of the incredible feats Andy had accomplished after leaving the abyss, pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, I believe the true culprit behind your suffering is Harris. Andy, taken aback by Urchill's assertion, grasped the small stone element firmly and questioned, How can you judge my mentor in such a way? Urchill, unyielding, replied, Is it not true? Were it not for your quest to find him, you would not have returned to Storm Beach. If not for the rescue of that old man, you would never have allied with the Buner people. In essence, all your suffering ultimately traces back to Harris. Andy rebuked loudly, You shall not speak of him in that manner. My search for Harris was entirely voluntary, and I feel honored by the pain I have endured for it. Urchill, breaking free from Andy's grasp and landing on the ground, smiled and said, Then you should cease your complaints. If all of this is willingly undertaken, why blame the heavens in the end? Silence enveloped Andy as he reflected on Urchill's words, which resonated deeply with Rael's teachings. Regardless of how he had arrived at this prison, the uncertainty of life and death loomed ahead, yet a primal instinct for survival began to influence him. He forcefully tore the rag from his abdomen and, removing his clothing, pressed it against his wound. Urchill stood motionless, absorbing Andy's actions, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the cell, seemingly a woman's voice. A burst of flames illuminated the cell. Deborah appeared, tugging a wounded guard along. Angrily pointing at the bloodied guard, she commanded, You must summon the best doctor here at once. If this prisoner dies here, I shall have your life. With that, Deborah shoved the pained guard to the ground before the cell. Andy gestured for Urchill to hide behind him, yet the curious little stone element boldly asked, Who is it that has arrived? Deborah extended her right hand, magically illuminating all the oil lamps within the cell. She then inquired loudly, Who dares to question my identity? The frightened guard immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness, yet Deborah paid no heed to these cowardly wretches. Instead, her attention was fixed upon the serious-faced Andy. Slowly, Deborah approached the cell, deriving a peculiar pleasure from observing Andy, who was clutching his abdomen in pain. This ruthless girl, under the warm glow of the orange flames, incessantly shifted her perspective to scrutinize him. Andy, who had been engaged in cheerful conversation with Urchill, was utterly unprepared for the arrival of such a ferocious maiden. He glared at Deborah, who was adorned in splendid attire, and demanded, What do you want? Upon hearing the pure Austin dialect emanating from him, Deborah smiled and replied, I have come to rescue you. Disgusted by her beaming countenance, Andy retorted angrily, All my injuries are your doing, and now you come to tell me you wish to save me? I would be a fool to believe your words. Deborah, sensing his lack of gratitude, immediately adopted a stern expression. Pointing behind Andy, she declared loudly, Do not think that the little creature behind you can escape my notice. Soon, you will witness the extent of my prowess. And no sooner had she spoken than Urchill found himself ensnared by magical chains, struggling fiercely against his bonds. Andy, witnessing Urchill's distress, implored, Release my companion. Take my life instead. With a smile, Deborah responded, I shall not release this loquacious little creature. Your life and your very being will soon belong to me. This little rock elemental will stay with me for a couple of days. The doctor will arrive shortly, and if you desire to see this companion again, you had best tend to your wounds. Otherwise, there will be a talking gravestone adorning your grave. With that, Urchill was taken away by the merciless maiden. In a fit of rage, Andy began smashing the surrounding pots, the cell echoing with Urchill's cries for help and a series of triumphant laughter. Chapter 92. The peculiar physician Deborah returned to her treehouse, dragging the magically bound Urchill along with her. As the guards at the entrance beheld the smiling girl fiddling with her puppet, they were reminded of their own demeanor. Urchill shouted in fury, You are a woman of exquisite beauty, yet your heart is as wicked as they come. Deborah paid no mind to this insult. She placed the struggling stone elemental beside her bed. choosing instead to kneel directly on a relatively even patch of floor. She gazed intently at Urchill, as though admiring a work of art. In the presence of this slender girl with long, curled eyelashes, Urchill exhibited the spirit befitting its nature, exerting all its strength in a futile attempt to break free, ultimately exhausting its last reserves of energy. Bowing its head, it panted heavily, muttering curses at the seemingly innocent woman before it. Deborah had never encountered a talking stone elemental. Even in the whimsical valley, where mischievous pranks were commonplace, she had never heard of anyone possessing such an adorable elemental companion. Within her heart, an overwhelming surge of affection suddenly welled up, to the extent that she regarded the incessantly wailing stone elemental as her cherished treasure. Gasping for breath, Achiel lifted his gaze to Deborah, and from her large, watery eyes, there was no trace of the malevolent aura that had lingered in the dungeon moments prior. The little stone elemental found himself at a loss for words. Deborah, pouting her lips in feigned anger, inadvertently incited Achiel's ire. The tone of the small elemental softened as he looked at the dissatisfied maiden and inquired, "Surely, you do not intend to use me as a gravestone for my master's tomb, do you?" Under ordinary circumstances, or when posed to a different audience, such a statement could very well become a grim reality. Yet, the joyful Deborah burst into laughter upon hearing the stone elemental's query, cradling Achiel in her hands while marveling at nature's gift. Seeing the smiling Deborah, Achiel's anger seemed to dissipate, and he pressed on, "If my master were to perish, I would cease to exist as well. You wouldn't truly wish to harm Andy, would you?" Upon hearing this, Deborah promptly clarified, "I intend to heal your master. I shall not allow anyone to bring him harm." This astute young woman turned to dismiss the guards at the doorway, then returned her attention to the perplexed Achiel. The two guards, who often found themselves on the receiving end of ire, tiptoed down to the ground. These seemingly timid ruffians had endured inhumane torment during Deborah's stay on the southern slope, appearing to comply with her while secretly scheming their revenge. Now, this outwardly charming yet inwardly venomous maiden had unwittingly provided them with leverage against her. The guards, hiding behind a tree, gleefully remarked, "Let us see how you escape this time. How dare you challenge the Lord's limits?" With that, they hurried to Donald's residence to report Deborah's actions with malicious glee. Donald listened impassively to the guard's account before rising to head to the dungeon. He instructed the accompanying ruffians to withdraw, leaving only Andy and Donald in the dimly lit chamber. Donald regarded the gravely injured Andy with a perplexed expression and questioned, "You are on the brink of death, yet you still possess the energy to pursue women? Remarkable indeed." Andy, bewildered, defended himself against the Lord's intrusion. "I may be dying, but I shall not permit others to slander my name." Donald, observing Andy's pale lips, patiently elucidated, "Deborah received a gift from you. Does that not undo the gravity of the situation? A man who cannot secure his own survival has the leisure to court romance. Words fail to express the disgust I feel at this moment." Upon hearing such absurd accusations, Andy retorted angrily, "I never imagined the customs here to be so ludicrous. First, a woman arrives to deliberately intimidate a prisoner, and now a man comes seeking to stir trouble with baseless conjectures. I am truly astounded." Donald, his fury mounting at the defiant prisoner, cast aside his pretentious gentleman facade and bellowed, "Deborah is mine. You wretched scoundrel. You shall not lay a finger on her. Tomorrow, I will have you executed before all, for the deep-sea delicacies that are now tantalizingly close yet remain elusive." Andy observed the flustered Donald leading his subordinates away from the cell. Leaning against the cold stone wall, he pondered incessantly on how to rescue the imprisoned Urchill. Just as he began to drift into a drowsy stupor, a Bunerian entered the cell. This short figure, clad in a coarse linen coat and moving with a deliberate slowness, quietly inquired through the bars, "Are you the young man wounded by Deborah?" With great effort, Andy propped himself up and regarded the neatly dressed Bunerian outside the cell. Noting the friendliness in the stranger's eyes, he relaxed his guard. Perhaps the series of nefarious individuals had left the youth from Austin feeling uneasy, yet the Bunerian, holding a wooden box, seemed devoid of malice. Andy replied with difficulty, "Yes." Outside the cell, a guard awaited the opening of the door, his dull-witted countenance betraying a shiver as he glanced at the Bunerian. The Bunerian raised his gaze to the distracted guard and sternly asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing this, the previously dazed guard immediately produced the key to the cell. As the heavy door creaked open, the Bunerian ambled in with an unhurried demeanor. Andy could hardly commend the design of the cell's threshold. If all the prisoners here were Bunerians, such a design would render the need for guards nearly obsolete. The Bunerian approached Andy and set down the wooden box. He first surveyed the cell with his shifty little eyes before smiling and remarking, I never imagined I would return here after all these years. From the implications of the Bunarian's words, Andy couldn't help but inquire, were you imprisoned here as well? The Bunarian shook his head with a resigned expression, saying, not at all with my temperament. Anyone who dared confine me would experience suffering far worse than death. A chill ran down Andy's spine upon hearing this, yet as he scrutinized the seemingly inconspicuous Bunarian, he found no valuable clues embedded within the ordinary attire. Suddenly, the Bunarian seized Andy's abdomen with a fierce grip, causing the hastily bandaged wound to reopen. The excruciating pain rendered the Austin youth's limbs numb, and the spacious cell was instantly filled with heart-wrenching cries. The Bunarian's movements were remarkably swift. As he tended to Andy's injury, he savagely declared to the sweating youth, Deborah sent me. She said you must not die, but she did not prohibit your suffering. The Bunarian physician gripped Andy's wounded abdomen tightly, and with deft strokes of his small, plump hands, he sutured the torn flesh. To Andy's astonishment, the Bunarian physician then urinated upon the freshly stitched wound. This shocking act was beyond Andy's comprehension. Just as he prepared to vocally assault the bizarre physician, he was rendered unconscious by a heavy blow. Chapter 93. Dinner. The itching in his abdomen gradually roused Andy from his stupor. He glared at the physician beside him, who was smoking, and angrily demanded, why did you treat me that way just now? The physician turned to the young man beside him with a curious gaze, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, you are indeed a heartless individual. Andy, clutching his searing left chest, replied, I lost my heart during the battle against Jacob in the abyss, yet I am still alive. This statement evidently piqued the other's interest greatly. The bunnier, utilizing the faint flicker of light from the cell wall, scrutinized the purple-haired Austonian before him. After a brief moment, the bloodied bunnier physician began to tidy up his box of instruments, preparing to depart. However, he halted at the cell door, hesitated for a moment, and then turned back. Unintentionally, his sharp gaze fell upon Andy's left chest, which glimmered with a pale light. He immediately returned, pressing the back of his right hand against Andy's chest, his eyes tightly shut as if he were sensing some arcane force. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the cell. The bunnier physician, discarding his wooden box, began to dance clumsily upon the weed-strewn floor, his awkward movements utterly unacceptable. Andy felt humiliated by the incident, but received no words of apology from the other. He gazed at his already bandaged wound and called out, I am Andy, and I thank you for saving me. May I inquire your esteemed name? The physician's clumsy dance finally ceased, and he panted excitedly, it has been ages since I felt such joy. You know. My name once echoed throughout the misty mountain over a decade ago. The title of Ghost Hand is not merely a boast. Andy looked at the perspiring Alvis and asked, you are a physician? Alvis straightened his posture, adjusting his medical box, and proclaimed loudly, indeed. I am the physician of Misty Mountain, renowned for my exceptional medical skills, known as the Ghost Hand. Andy clearly harbored no fondness for this self-proclaimed ghost hand, yet the pain from his abdominal wound had lessened, replaced by a cool, tingling sensation that roamed across his belly, momentarily setting aside the incident. Alvis, observing Andy's silence, recognized that his misstep had irked the patient. But he had always employed this peculiar method to disinfect wounds, believing it to be both simple and effective. As dusk gradually descended, the southern slope of Misty Mountain was enveloped in the evening's embrace. Signaling dinner time, at the center of the clearing stood a rectangular dining table, adorned with an array of dishes illuminated by the glow of stolen candles. Naturally, Donald occupied the head of the table, suppressing his simmering anger as he gazed at the rosy-cheeked Deborah. The bandits seated along either side of the table were well aware that since Tyran had placed this troublemaking young woman here, the southern slope of Misty Mountain had known no peace. Yet, the afternoon tea that had just concluded had surprisingly passed in silence. This calm before the forthcoming storm instilled a deeper fear in the bandits, all of whom worried that this seemingly beautiful yet malevolent woman might conjure chaos during such a splendid dinner. Just as Donald reached for his knife and fork, he noticed an empty space on the small chair beside him and immediately exclaimed, where has Alvis gone? Standing nearby, Claude, eager to report, immediately leaned close to the Lord's ear and whispered a few words. Deborah, seated beside Donald, furrowed her brow in anger and retorted, it was I who sent the grim hand to the dungeon to tend to Andy. Upon hearing Deborah's words, Donald was filled with fury, slamming his hand on the table with great force. The bandits, anticipating their evening meal, sprang to their feet, oblivious to the seething rage that lurked within their bloodshot-eyed lord. Donald, observing his subordinates rise, recognized that his earlier actions might have been excessive. However, He could not fathom why Deborah would invoke the name of a condemned prisoner in such a delightful setting, and her tone betrayed not a hint of estrangement. Most intolerable of all was her audacity in dispatching the grim hand to care for that cripple. Should such unusual concern be directed towards him, he would gladly forfeit a decade of his life. Under ordinary circumstances, this dinner would have concluded immediately, yet tonight, the Lord appeared remarkably patient. With a flick of his right hand, he brushed the insects off the table and muttered, "I detest these filthy creatures." After uttering this sentiment, Lord Nampo surprisingly began to savor the fish on his plate. All the bandits, who had prepared to leave, returned to their seats, trembling as they consumed the meager fish bones before them. Deborah cast a sidelong glance at the surrounding grotesque and malevolent figures. She was acutely aware that her troubles in the valley were considerable, yet she could not comprehend why she and her sister Velra were treated so differently. Now, compelled to coexist with these ruffians, her already volatile temperament grew increasingly unpredictable. However, Andy's appearance seemed to present her with an opportunity orchestrated by fate itself. She resolutely refused to let this chance slip away. Watching the bandits gradually disperse, her gaze once again fixated on the entrance to the dungeon at the foot of the mountain. After reluctantly consuming a half-piece of fish, Donald returned to his quarters and promptly summoned Alvis, who was preparing to dine. The physician Buhner, who had uncovered a significant secret, entered the Lord's chamber and, upon witnessing Donald's furious countenance, understood precisely how to deploy his premeditated rhetoric against this self-important Lord of Nampo. Donald, regarding the bloodied Alvis with a casual demeanor, inquired, "Who sent you to the dungeon to treat the condemned?" This so-called grim hand, a Bunerian, had long since discerned the simple-mindedness of this brawny lord. While Donald's temper may instill fear in the bandits, it was less effective against Alvis, who earned his living with a blade. Since emerging from the dungeon to serve as the bandits' physician, Alvis had thoroughly assessed the lord's capabilities. Without uttering a word, Alvis approached Donald and lifted his blood-stained apron with both hands. Donald, covering his mouth and nose with the back of his right hand, angrily remarked, "Do not present such filthy, disgusting items before me again." Alvis, smiling, proposed, "Shall we converse in Bunerian?" Donald coughed discreetly twice, turned away, and quietly inquired in Bunerian, "Was it Deborah's idea for you to go to the dungeon?" Yarvis, relinquishing his blood-stained apron, remarked, "Indeed, she visited my abode this afternoon, imploring me to tend to the inhabitants of the dungeon." Donald, shaking his head with a smile, replied, "I knew it all along. This promiscuous woman will inevitably engage in unsavory deeds." Chapter 94. A knife concealed in a smile. Yarvis gazed at the foolish Donald, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. He continued, "I ventured to the dungeon alone. Deborah did not accompany me." Upon hearing this, Donald nodded in approval, stating, "It seems she harbors some trepidation towards me." The Lord, who had achieved his aims through mere casual inquiries, looked at Yarvis and inquired, "What is the condition of the individual Deborah wounded?" Yarvis, aware that the Lord was probing into his affairs, first untied the bloodied apron, then vividly recounted how he had tormented Andy, inciting the constant cries of anguish from the dungeon. As Donald listened, a satisfied smile graced his lips, and he casually seized a ripe mango, the succulent flesh bursting forth under his firm grip and splattering across the crumb-laden table. Yarvis skillfully evaded Donald's probing questions, all the while refraining from betraying Deborah, demonstrating a knack for diplomacy that was as adept as his medical skills. Standing beside the wooden fence, Deborah glared at Yarvis as he emerged from the Lord's chamber, threateningly stating, "Should you utter even a single word against me, it will be your right hand that graces Claude's dining table tomorrow." With his head bowed, Yarvis returned to his quarters, unable to sleep throughout the night, his mind consumed by thoughts of the young man in the dungeon. He could not fathom how one could survive without a heart, nor could he comprehend the radiant glow emanating from Andy's left chest, these peculiarities confounding the physician from Bunyer. The following day, Deborah did not seek out Yarvis, yet this cunning Bunyer was audacious enough to visit her uninvited. Upon knocking on Deborah's door, he was met with the visage of a weary young woman. It was evident that not only the deft hands of fate had been restless. This love-struck maiden had also spent the night in sleepless contemplation. Deborah regarded the unexpected visitor, inquiring, "What brings you here?" As the words left her lips, the disheveled girl recalled the promise she had made to seek Yarvis's help for Andy. Without hesitation, she turned and retreated into her room, followed by the sound of clattering as she haphazardly rummaged through her belongings. Soon, she emerged, arms laden with a multitude of jewels, presenting herself before Yarvis. The deft hands of fate smiled, gently pushing aside the heap of jewelry, murmuring, "May I have a word with you in private?" Deborah, discarding the jewels, pulled Jarvis into her chamber. The guards at the door, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, were momentarily at a loss. Yet they soon became oblivious, as if bewitched by Deborah's magic, leaving them as blind men with keen ears. Jarvis observed the disheveled Deborah and inquired, "Should I perhaps return at a later time?" Deborah furrowed her brow, gazing at the mysterious specter known as the Ghost Hand, and inquired, "What is it that you desire? Are you not content with yesterday's reward, or do you have other demands?" Alvis brushed off the dust from his attire and responded, "You instructed me to tend to the young man from the dungeon, and I complied despite the Lord's pressure. Although the fellow who goes by the name of Andy may not perish immediately, the dark and damp confines of the dungeon are hardly conducive to healing." Upon hearing Alvis's words, Deborah was momentarily taken aback, but soon the attic echoed with laughter. This young woman, accustomed to rising late, regarded the self-righteous physician, Bunyal, and remarked, "Your rendition of the Austonian tongue, so punctuated with disdain, has truly left an impression on me. It is no wonder that those seeking your medical expertise must converse in Bunyalian. Yet, the individuals in the dungeon are no kin of yours. When did the cold-hearted Ghost Hand begin to concern himself with the welfare of others?" Faced with Deborah's interrogation, Alvis blushed and retorted, "The youth in the dungeon cannot die. He is undoubtedly the most dashing among us. However, our Lord does not share this sentiment. He is eager to see Andy's demise at the earliest opportunity." Initially dismissive, Deborah, upon learning that Donald wished for her beloved's death, sprang to her feet and declared loudly, "No one shall lay a finger on Andy. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on his head, I will ensure they experience my wrath." Having achieved his objective, Alvis gradually withdrew from the room, casting a knowing smile at the sentinel standing motionless by the door, and jested, "How about a little stab?" The enchanted guard stood frozen, tears streaming down his face as he beheld his bleeding arm, pierced by a small blade. The morning was alive with vitality in the mushroom woods, as was customary. Donald prepared to survey his domain with his subordinates. Yet this schemer intent on Andy's demise lingered in slumber until after breakfast. The chef, Claude, who had been waiting eagerly at the door, entered with a thick, syrupy juice and freshly baked bread. Observing the beaming countenance of Claude, Donald inquired, "What has brought you such joy?" Claude immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "My lord, are you not planning to personally execute the prisoner in the dungeon today? It has been quite some time since I have prepared a feast of human flesh." Donald, remaining calm, responded, "Are you deaf?" The ever-flattering Claude, hearing the Lord's unremarkable words, merely uttered a non-committal sound. Donald approached, seized the tray from Claude's hands, and placed it upon the table. He then grasped the chef by the collar, dragging him to the window, and pointed toward the attic, asking, "If you were not hard of hearing, how could you have missed that wretched woman's proclamations this morning?" Claude, bending slightly, uttered a realization as if the conniving man suddenly grasped the unspoken truth. He raised his head to gaze thoughtfully at Donald and asked, "Then, my lord, how shall we proceed with that insufferable pretty boy in the dungeon?" Donald patted Claude on the back, exclaiming with resignation, "We must bide our time for an opportunity, but you must keep a close watch on that pair of scoundrels." Claude nodded, fully aware of the tasks that lay ahead. The torches within the dungeon have been replaced with remarkable frequency following yesterday's events. Andy observed the guards who were incessantly coming and going, his mind swirling with contemplation. Although he was not particularly concerned for his own safety, the fate of the captured Urchil remained shrouded in uncertainty. The thought of how that capricious young lady would deal with the loquacious stone elemental sent shivers down his spine. After breakfast, Alvis appeared at the mouth of the cave, carrying a medical kit. He gazed at the heavily guarded entrance of the dungeon and remarked with a smile, "It is truly a waste of Lord's kindness for a prisoner as feeble as this to receive such treatment." The guards, upon seeing the smiling physician at the door, promptly stepped aside. They had just learned that the two brothers responsible for guarding Deborah had met a bloody demise, and now, confronted with the smiling yet lethal Alvis preparing to enter the dungeon, these timid brigands lacked the courage to intervene. Chapter 95. The fallen treehouse. The spectral hand cheerfully passed through the prison gate and approached Andy, softly stating, "I bring you the good intentions of the second miss." With that, Alvis retrieved a roasted wild hare from his satchel. It had been ages since Andy had savored a delectable meal, and the memory of the repugnant rat soup aboard the pirate ship made him feel nauseous. The fragrant aroma of the rabbit meat before him ignited a fervent desire to lunge forward and take a hearty bite, yet he restrained himself, for despite the apparent generosity of this peculiar physician, the intentions behind the second Miss S offerings left him deeply apprehensive. Alvis, holding the hare aloft, observed Andy, whose mouth watered yet did not extend a hand, and nonchalantly declared, "I understand your concern regarding the possibility of poison in this rabbit, but you are left with but half a life. What more can be exploited, if you remain unconvinced?" Before he could finish, this bunnier physician took a decisive bite, the pink flesh of the hare vanishing from his whiskered mouth. Andy, seizing the rabbit meat, devoured it ravenously. He cared not whether the hare was poisoned. Alvis's actions had already conveyed a stark truth. Given his current predicament, what else could he afford to be concerned about? If he were to perish from hunger, Urchill would vanish as well, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Alvis, observing Andy's voracious appetite, remarked, "That's the spirit. Forget about the elder or younger ladies. Just eat." As Andy tore into the rabbit meat, he lifted his gaze to the spectral hand. He mused that he had encountered hundreds of bunnier people since leaving Austin City, yet this physician was undoubtedly a remarkable exception. He could discern no trace of the leadership qualities possessed by Buck, nor did he observe the innate benevolence typically inherent in the bunnier. True to his name, the spectral hand was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary description. Andy fiddled with the leftover bones in his hand, prompting Alvis to chuckle and say, "You need not worry about food in the future. Those unfortunate brigands are enduring a month of fish bones as punishment for their previous failed robbery. Although the southern slope of the Misty Mountains is quite distant from the Cursed Sea, the diverse array of flora and fauna will surely delight both your eyes and palate." Andy quietly placed the gnawed bones aside and murmured, "When can I have Archer back, and when may I leave this place?" Alvis, upon hearing Andy's inquiry, was filled with delight. He rubbed his rusted fingers, lost in contemplation. The ruthless bandits outside the dungeon remained blissfully ignorant of the ghost hand. To them, he was merely a cold-hearted physician, devoid of compassion. Little did they know that Andy's sudden appearance had reignited the long-suppressed treasure-hunting scheme, erupting like a volcano. Donald believed that Alvis, living amid the mushroom forest, should feel content, but the reality was quite the opposite. This physician of Bunnier was far from happy in the den of thieves. He was perpetually on the lookout for an opportunity to pursue the treasure, and Andy's urgent desire to leave acted as a key to unlock the abyssal vault, dazzling Alvis's eyes with its radiant colors. Now, the physician not only had to tend to Andy's wounds, but also ensure his safe departure from the mushroom forest. However, the second daughter of the Tyrin family, Deborah, had seemingly become a gentle trap. Her obsession with Andy had escalated to a maddening degree, and Ghost Hand felt that extricating himself from this thorny predicament indeed required a fortuitous opportunity. Observing the ever-changing expression on Alvis's face, Andy inquired once more, "Sir, did you hear what I just said?" The Bunnier physician, momentarily shaken from his thoughts about the treasure plan, regarded the still weak youth and calmly replied, "I shall create a clean and comfortable treatment room for you." With that, Alvis shouldered his medical kit and departed the dungeon. Andy watched the retreating figure of Ghost Hand and murmured, "I wonder how Archer is faring." Upon swiftly returning to his quarters, Alvis retrieved a parchment depicting an architectural design of a quaint little cabin. He meticulously examined the specifications and materials required for the construction. Throughout the afternoon, Alvis immersed himself in the study of architecture in the open space. As evening approached, he brought roasted wild boar meat for Andy, accompanied by a large jar of coconut juice. Andy silently accepted this special care while in the dungeon. However, Ghost Hand did not linger on merely providing sustenance for Andy. He set his sights on Deborah. When Alvis ascended to the loft, he discovered that the wooden platform, which had previously held guards, was now stained with 2 large pools of blood. The terrified bandits were unwilling to take on such a deadly task. Alvis gently knocked on the wooden door, and a sweaty Deborah peeked out. Her face flushed. The Ghost Hand felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the glistening young woman and said apologetically, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with you regarding Andy's wounds." Deborah, observing Alvis's serious demeanor, replied, "Please wait a moment. Let me tend to the little ones inside first." With that, the door was forcefully shut from within. Subsequently, the wooden treehouse began to tremble violently. Sensing the imminent collapse, Alvis quickly descended the ladder to the ground, the tremendous noise rousing the bandits nearby who were preparing to sleep. As the crowd gazed upwards at the raucous treehouse, none could fathom the events unfolding within. A few nefarious bandits began to murmur among themselves, their lecherous grins seemingly heralding that the Lord had finally garnered the favor of Deborah. Meanwhile, Donald, who had been peacefully slumbering inside, was abruptly awakened by the cacophony. In a fit of rage, he flung open the door and bellowed, "Is there a rebellion afoot?" The whispering bandits, upon noticing their lord standing apart from the throng and not entangled with Deborah within the treehouse, were instantly filled with disappointment. Yet, these lascivious individuals soon embarked on yet another round of conjecture. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Who could the man in Deborah's chamber be? Even the Lord, taken aback, was not exempt from this intrigue. Hearing the baseless yet jarring suspicions, Donald approached beneath the swaying treetops and inquired, "Does anyone know what our second young lady is up to?" This question yielded no answer. All understood that in such a perilous moment, preserving one's life took precedence. Who among the bandits would dare speculate recklessly in the presence of their fierce lord? A misjudgment could surely spell doom, and even a correct guess offered no guarantee that this duplicitous lord would spare their lives. His query rendered the crowd speechless, and apart from the creaking of the branches above, silence enveloped the surroundings. Donald seized Claude, the kitchen hand known for his propensity to report, who now stood mute in the face of the unfolding drama. Just as the lord tightened his grip on the chef's collar, seemingly preparing for retribution, the treehouse came crashing down amidst a collective gasp. Donald, casting aside the crimson-faced Claude, dashed forward, furiously prying apart the splintered wood while growling, "Let me behold this accursed pair of dogs." Chapter 96. Cynthia Lily. As the debris was fully overturned, apart from a few scattered feminine belongings, the much-anticipated dogs spoken of by the lord were nowhere to be found, much to the collective dismay of the onlookers. Yet, Deborah, who suddenly appeared behind the crowd, radiated joy. Donald turned back in confusion, gazing at the girl clutching a stone elemental with a bewildered expression. "What on earth is going on? What's with the commotion?" he inquired. Deborah, her cheeks flushed, appeared electrified by the warmth of the charcoal in the brazier. Observing the tangled circumstances, the surrounding bandits chose to disperse, and the fallen treehouse became a mere object of trampling. Donald, squinting his eyes, meticulously scanned the vicinity, and upon confirming the absence of a rival, cautiously approached Deborah. Lowering his voice, he asked, "What do you hold in your hands?" Deborah proudly raised the stone elemental, exclaiming, "A talking stone elemental, my pet." Donald scrutinized the gray creature and queried, "What caused the treehouse to tumble?" At this question, Deborah erupted into laughter, doubling over as she repeatedly kissed the stone elemental in her grasp. Donald gazed at the enchanting young lady before him, who unexpectedly broke into tears of laughter. Her slightly closed eyes no longer bore the haughty arrogance of days past, nor did they reveal the hidden malice lurking beneath her charming facade. Such an uncharacteristic display filled Lord Nampo with great concern. Throughout the ordeal, Deborah had not divulged the reasons behind the treehouse's collapse to Donald. Yet, undeterred by his rival's escape, Donald sent men to vigilantly monitor the entrance to the dungeon and the new residence chosen by Deborah. In the shadows, Alvis rubbed his palms together, fully aware that the sudden fall of the treehouse seemed to afford him a plausible excuse, thereby eliminating the need to deceive Donald. His original plan to construct a small wooden cabin now appeared on the verge of fruition. At the crack of dawn the following day, Alvis hurried to stand before Donald's abode, eagerly taking the tray from Claude, the timid cook, who found himself unable to withstand the piercing gaze of the ghostly hand. Thus, the physician successfully entered the Lord's chamber. Donald was taken aback by Alvis's unexpected arrival and calmly inquired, "Why did Claude not come himself and instead send you on such errands?" Alvis placed the tray upon the table, smiling as he replied, "I have been waiting at your door for quite some time, not wishing to disturb your lordship's rest. Therefore, I seized the opportunity of Claude bringing breakfast to report some matters to you." Seated upon a stool, Donald grasped a freshly baked loaf of bread and queried, "What matters?" Alvis leaned forward, whispering, "It is about last night. As you witnessed, my lord, Deborah's treehouse has damaged my residence, leaving the second young lady without a place to stay." As Donald chewed the bread while listening to Alvis's report, he nodded and remarked, "The treehouse's fall is not my fault, and neither can you blame me for the damage to your abode." Upon hearing the Lord's words, Alvis stepped forward to clarify, "I harbor no intention of placing blame. I merely, however," Donald, sensing Alvis's hesitation, abruptly stood and tossed the remnants of his bread onto the table. Believing he had incited the Lord's ire, Alvis, adept at reading the room, immediately bent low. Donald shook off the crumbs from his attire and patted Alvis on the back with his right hand, saying, "If you have any requests, speak plainly. Do not impede my breakfast." Seizing the moment, Alvis promptly stated, "I intend to build 2 wooden cabins near the stone wall by the dungeon, to accommodate Deborah." Donald, skeptical, questioned, 2 cabins? Merely for Deborah? Then tell me, where will you reside? Alvis raised his head slightly, a blush adorning his cheeks as he replied, "One will serve as a treatment room, facilitating the healing of my brethren." The ghostly hand, observing the Lord's serious demeanor, continued, "Of course, I will reside there while attending to the injured." "Would that be acceptable to you?" Upon hearing Alvis's words, Donald slammed the table and exclaimed loudly, "I told you so." The so-called ghost hand physician would not suddenly transform into a savior. If there were no ulterior motives for you in this plan, you wouldn't have come begging me so early in the morning. Alvis, observing Donald's softened demeanor, replied, "Ah, I never anticipated that my little scheme would be discerned by your lordship. How truly embarrassing." With that, the ghost hand covered his flushed round face with both hands. In the span of 3 days, these idly lounging bandits, under Donald's command, constructed 2 brand new wooden houses before the stone wall adjacent to the dungeon. Deborah rightfully took residence in one of the wooden houses, while the other became Alvis's treatment room. Gazing at the well-lit wooden house with windows facing the sunlight, the ghost hand commenced his second phase of the plan. Alvis deliberately ventured to the outskirts of the mushroom forest to find a rare plant, a species seldom seen even across the vast continent, hailing from the misty mountains. The ghost hand carefully transplanted this soon-to-bloom plant into a pre-prepared flower pot, a seemingly ordinary, dirt-laden ceramic vessel salvaged from a wrecked pirate ship, unique in design and priceless in value. Cradling the transplanted flora, Alvis approached Deborah's door, intentionally choosing the time of sunset to initiate his plan. Upon hearing the ghost hand's distinctive knock, the girl inside promptly grabbed Urchil and approached the window. She slightly pried open a wooden board blocking the window, and a soon-to-bloom Cynthia lily immediately captured her gaze. Perhaps the lily's beauty was so profound that Deborah, standing behind the window, momentarily forgot about Alvis's knocking. The ghost hand, standing at the door, had already noticed the enchanting maiden concealed behind the window, yet he refrained from interrupting Deborah's rapture. Urchil, gazing up at the entranced Deborah, softly remarked, "If you keep squeezing me like that, I won't have the strength to wrestle with you tomorrow morning." The elemental's words broke the girl's reverie, and momentarily at a loss, she looked at the budding lily. Having seen sketches of the Cynthia lily during her studies in the valley, she realized that those rudimentary outlines could not compare to the living plant before her. Observing the shift in Deborah's expression, Alvis cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps I should return tomorrow. What a pity for this lily. It seems it will bloom soon." The heavy wooden door creaked open swiftly, revealing a nearly entranced Deborah before Alvis, her gaze fixated on the Cynthia lily. The ghost hand, with a gentle demeanor, held the flower pot and softly requested, "There are many eyes outside. May I come in?" Chapter 97. The lies within the wooden house. Upon hearing the ghost hand's words, Deborah finally regained her composure. She sidestepped to allow Alvis, with the flower in hand, to enter the room, swiftly closing the door behind them. Breathing heavily, Deborah excitedly inquired about the flower pot containing the soon-to-bloom Cynthia lily. "Do you know the value of this lily? Are you aware of its rarity?" The ghostly hand gently placed the Cynthian lily upon the vanity, deliberately showcasing the exquisite patterns of the flower pot before the young maiden. Deborah, in a fit of anger, flung the irate Akil onto the bed. She raised her right hand, moving slowly, her large, tear-filled eyes brimming with emotion, while her delicate pink lips trembled as if in the presence of a long-lost relative. Akil, having been thrown onto the bed, rose to his feet and glared at the exhilarated Deborah, indignantly declaring, "You shall not play with me again." Following this proclamation, the small stone elemental turned to face the wall. Yarvis, observing the tearful Deborah, could not help but smile. He pointed to the patterns on the flower pot and whispered, "This is a treasure from the East, one that even your king may not have beheld." Deborah wiped away her tears, her slender, fair hands caressing the intricate designs of the flower pot. For a moment, the allure of the foreign civilization utterly overwhelmed the girl from Austin. Yarvis approached, gazing at the soon-to-bloom lily, and sighed sadly, saying, "What a pity." Deborah, now enchanted, turned her head upon hearing the ghostly hand's words, feeling somewhat disconcerted by the unusual demeanor of the physician from Bunnier. Yet, she struggled to fathom the purpose behind Yarvis's deliberate attempts to please her. She slowly withdrew her hands from the flower pot, placing them at her sides. Noticing the indifferent expression of the ghostly hand, Deborah smiled and asked, "What did you mean by what a pity just now?" Yarvis moved to the window, tiptoeing to secure the shutters tightly, plunging the room into darkness. Deborah lit the large candle on the column, and by its faint glow, she spotted Akil, who was hiding near the wall. The ghostly hand observed the stone elemental grasped by Deborah and quietly remarked, "When I treated Andy's wounds, he expressed a deep yearning to share heartfelt conversations with his beloved under the moonlight and flowers. Alas, he is now imprisoned in a dark dungeon, far from the embrace of nature, and cannot engage in such romantic discourse with the woman he cherishes." Upon hearing Yarvis's words, Deborah could no longer contain her inner excitement. ever since she had encountered the purple-haired Andy in the pouring rain. His handsome visage had captured her very soul. In recent days, she had racked her brain for opportunities to meet him, finding great satisfaction even in his cold words. Now, hearing the ghostly hand's remarks, she felt a glimmer of hope. Feigning calmness, Deborah cleared her throat and gently said, "That fellow in the dungeon dreams of sharing moonlit moments with his beloved. Such aspirations are nothing but folly." Jarvis, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and replied, "I told him as much. However, I am most curious about the identity of this prisoner's beloved, so I seized the opportunity during a dressing change to inquire." Deborah tightened her grip, and Akil, trapped within her grasp, struggled to break free. Observing the dazed expression of the maiden, Jarvis realized she had unwittingly walked into his trap. Thus, the physician, accustomed to dealing with bandits, decisively unveiled his trump card. Jarvis extended his hands to gently pry apart Deborah's increasingly clenched fingers, liberating the trapped Akir. He addressed the anxious young girl in a hushed tone. "Andy refuses to divulge the truth, yet he is suffering immensely in the pitch-black dungeon, repeatedly murmuring your name in his dreams." And no sooner had he spoken than a wail echoed through the once silent clearing, the bandits fully aware that the cries emanated from beyond the stone wall. Yet even the weary Donald, on the verge of slumber, remained unmoved. These ruffians, accustomed to Deborah's temper tantrums, could hardly muster the energy to speculate on the reason behind her latest outburst. They simply buried their heads under filthy pillows, continuing their pursuit of dreams laden with treasures. Observing Deborah's gradual calm, Jarvis inquired, "What troubles you? Do you not harbor feelings for Andy? Do you not wish to admire the Cynthia lilies with him under the moonlight?" Deborah halted her sobs, turning away with a pouting expression as she shyly asked, "Does he truly call my name in his sleep?" Jarvis solemnly affirmed, "I have heard it multiple times. He incessantly murmurs, 'Deborah, Deborah.'" In that moment, the small cabin brimmed with the sweet anticipation of love, the girl's once fanciful dreams resurfacing vividly before her eyes. Seizing the moment, Jarvis continued, "It is astonishing that Andy, even upon their first encounter, was profoundly captivated by your kindness and innocence. He spends his days nursing his bleeding wounds, emphasizing a singular truth. Even the dim-witted guards are now aware that the rotting flesh upon his body is the mark of love bestowed by Deborah." Deborah succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the pristine pillow in a fit of tears, while the satisfied specter, standing upon the floor, turned to depart. At dawn the following day, after freshening up, Deborah applied a touch of makeup. The enchanted girl, having wept throughout the night, gazed at her swollen eyes in the mirror and murmured, "No one shall confine my beloved within a dungeon. Not a soul." Tormented by Deborah's cries from the previous night, Donald consumed the breakfast brought by Claude with a sense of disinterest. The Lord of the South Slope found himself in a quandary. He yearned to eliminate his rival in the dungeon, but lacked a suitable justification, and while he longed for Deborah's affections, he possessed no extraordinary prowess to win her heart. Discarding his bread, he raised a bubbling mug of ale and gulped it down. Claude stood beside the Lord, foolishly fixated on the remnants of food on the table, this greedy fellow eagerly awaiting his chance to claim the leftovers as his own. With a few gentle knocks at the door, Deborah called out Donald's name. Instantly invigorated by the sound of his beloved's voice, the listless lord sprang barefoot to the entrance. The wooden door swung open under his strong hand, and Deborah's flirtatious glances rendered the unprepared Donald momentarily incapacitated. Claude rushed forward to assist the lord, who had lost his composure, while the scheming chef still eyed the leftover food on the table. Donald, regaining his wits, graciously escorted the standing chef out, extending a gentlemanly invitation to Deborah to enter his abode. The excitement in his heart was palpable. For the Lord of Yunwu Mountain, the chance to behold his beloved on such a splendid morning was the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by the heavens. Deborah gazed at the grimy table, suppressing her inner turmoil, as she surveyed the surroundings from the center of the room. That moment, Donald deeply regretted his habitual negligence, feeling utterly at a loss as he looked upon the disheveled state of his abode. The Lord yearned to instantaneously restore order to his dwelling, solely to leave a favorable impression on his beloved, yet such a feat seemed nearly impossible. Deborah, observing the Lord's awkward demeanor, remarked, "I have come today expressly to express my gratitude." Chapter 98. The reluctant promise. Upon hearing his beloved's words, Donald immediately gestured dismissively, declaring, "I willingly undertake such tasks." "Are you satisfied with your new residence?" Deborah smiled in reply, "I am exceedingly content." The air within the wooden cabin was stifling, and seeking something from Donald, Deborah found herself at a loss for a pretext to release Andy. though she had resolved prior to visiting Donald that she would rescue her beloved from the dark dungeon. Even at the risk of a fallout, the naive girl was apprehensive about her scheme being uncovered in the presence of the oblivious lord. Observing Deborah's unusual demeanor, Donald sensed an opportunity. He knelt before her and began to express his heartfelt sentiments. Hidden behind the door, Claude listened as the Lord spoke in a formal tone. "Since the moment I laid eyes upon you, my heart has been shattered. Each dark night has been spent in solitude. Your icy gaze, reminiscent of autumn waters, fills me with trepidation, while your charming and beautiful visage enraptures me. I am no longer the Lord of Nanpo. I am but a soul in need of your salvation. If you could bestow upon me a modicum of compassion, it would be the greatest mercy from the heavens." As Deborah endured Donald's nauseating declaration, she struggled to suppress a laugh, inquiring of the kneeling Lord, "Would you sacrifice your life for me?" Instantly lifting his head from its lowered position, Donald proclaimed, "I stand ready to sacrifice my life at any moment for you." Deborah, hearing this syrupy vow, replied, "I do not require you to sacrifice your life. However, I do have a small matter for which I seek your permission." Overwhelmed with happiness, Donald grasped Deborah's delicate hand in both of his, asserting, "I shall unconditionally grant all your requests." "At this," Deborah responded with a smile. "Release Andy." The words struck Donald like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rooted to the spot. He could hardly fathom that the woman he cherished would plead on behalf of another man, who was very likely to be his rival. What a beautiful morning, what fervent anticipation. Yet the outcome filled Donald with profound sorrow as he lowered his gaze to the cluttered floor. Deborah, observing the sudden shift in Donald's demeanor, smirked disdainfully. She had anticipated such a reaction, but for the sake of Andy's swift release from the dungeon, this headstrong girl was truly determined to fight. She bent down, gently lifting the Lord's chin with her hand, while Donald, resembling a bashful maiden, averted his gaze from Deborah. Outside, Claude could no longer contain his curiosity and stealthily approached the window. When this miserly chef finally beheld the unfolding scene within, the topsy-turvy act of kneeling left him utterly astounded. Claude's loyalty to Donald was well known. Even the bandits gnawing on fish bones were aware that the stingy chef was but a loyal hound at the Lord's side, and this duplicitous fellow's admiration for Donald had reached the level of utter reverence. While Claude could tolerate Donald's kneeling posture in pursuit of a proposal, he was utterly dismayed to witness the esteemed lord of the southern slope of Cloudy Mountain adopting a servile, puppy-like demeanor. Unable to endure the sight of the Lord's meager scraps any longer, Claude shuffled back to the kitchen. Eye in the corner, Alvis found the chef's dazed expression rather amusing, yet according to his plan, Deborah should have revealed her trump card by now. He stared at the still-closed wooden door, feeling a twinge of impatience. Donald remained on one knee, his expression pained, yet he did not relinquish Deborah's delicate, fair hand. This seemingly ferocious, yet inwardly fragile, lecherous lord was feverishly contemplating the wishes of his beloved. The more urgently he desired to eliminate Andy, the more his mind faltered in devising a suitable plan. Deborah watched Donald, unperturbed, as he nervously rubbed the back of his hand. She was well aware of this lecher's thoughts. If it were merely a matter of physical indulgence, she could overlook it this time. However, if the man kneeling before her sought to advance further, she had her own means to contend with him. Donald, freeing one hand to massage his numbed thigh, was suddenly jolted awake by a detail he had overlooked. Clearing his throat, he raised his head and, gazing at Deborah with a look of disdain, spoke gently, "I agree to your terms." Deborah froze upon hearing those words, unable to believe that this cad had acquiesced to her demands without stipulating any conditions. She was momentarily speechless. Donald, observing the girl's awkward expression, broke into a satisfied smile as he stood, placing her small, tightly clasped hand back at her side. Deborah gasped, then burst into joyous laughter as he gazed at her radiant smile. Donald felt a warmth blossom within him. Watching Deborah turn to leave, he clenched his teeth and muttered in resentment, "I shall endure you for a while longer. Once the moment is ripe, humph." With Donald's promise in tow, Deborah made her way to the dungeon, her heart racing at the sight of Andy's flushed face. Yet, the apprehensive girl maintained an air of arrogance. She specifically enlisted Alvis's assistance, and under the command of the ghostly hand, the guards transferred Andy from the dungeon to the treatment room. Thus, before the eyes of all, Andy seamlessly became Deborah's neighbor. Donald gazed at the crimson-faced Deborah as she arranged the room for Andy. His envious heart nearly leaping from his chest, he deeply regretted his reluctant promise. He murmured, "I pledged to release Andy, but I never vowed to facilitate your liaison, you two scoundrels." Standing nearby, Claude observed this unreasonable arrangement and quietly remarked, It seems we have been outmaneuvered by these three. Donald, with bewildered eyes, stared at the dull-witted Andy. He had intended to execute his plan only after matters had calmed, yet the current situation demanded immediate action. Only a trump card could reclaim Deborah's heart. Tilting his head, Donald whispered to Claude, "Pack your belongings. I have a task for you in the Valley of Shadows." The chef looked up at the Lord's serious expression and replied softly, "I will prepare at once." The afternoon sun burst forth from behind a mass of dark clouds, casting its rays upon the ground. Andy surveyed the tidy room and the ever-smiling Alvis, perplexed as he inquired, "Whose idea was this arrangement?" Alvis tiptoed to peek outside through a crack in the wooden planks, and upon confirming everything was in order, he cheerfully approached the bedside. As Andy watched the skilled hands of the physician deftly change his bandages without addressing his earlier question, he realized the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. He tilted his head upward, muttering, "Am I truly such an insignificant figure that it warrants this elaborate fuss? Living in constant dread is hardly preferable to a swift end." Chapter 99. Taking matters into one's own hands while Alvis continued to bandage him with a smile, Andy firmly pressed down on the physician's hand and sternly asked, "What exactly do you intend to do? If this shrouded approach continues, I will genuinely become angry." After finishing the bandaging, Alvis tucked away his medical kit and opened the door, discarding the bloodied cloth into a wooden bucket at the entrance. Sitting upright, Andy observed his now swollen abdomen and pressed on. "Is that wicked woman compelling you to act this way? Let me be clear. Unless you return Urchil to me, no amount of benefits will be of any use." Alvis organized his supplies before removing his outer garment and hanging it on a coat rack in the corner. He turned back, casting a sidelong glance at Andy's furious visage, and said, "Not everyone can win the favor of the second miss. Although your survival thus far has been aided by my care, ultimately, it is Deborah who has been protecting you from the shadows." Fuming, Andy retorted, "I do not require anyone's protection, especially not under the aegis of a malicious woman." Alvis approached the bedside, his hands resting on the pristine sheets as he earnestly asked, "Do you truly believe your abilities are so great that you need no assistance from others?" Caught in the dim light of that questioning gaze, Andy felt a twinge of guilt. He indeed had been self-destructive. Ever since he lost his magical powers, this young man from Austin had harbored little hope for the future, and the visage of Tyren had become an unattainable goal since the moment he fell from grace. Though he had narrowly triumphed over the clown council of the Emma Forest through the power of Lyrfu, the treachery of the Bunnier people before Panny Falls had thoroughly disheartened him. His parents had fallen victim to the venomous hands of Labika, and as a son, failing to avenge his family's demise was already a great act of filial piety. Now, to be manipulated by a wicked woman was nothing short of becoming a laughingstock for all. Alvis gazed at the silent Andy and remarked, "Deborah's intentions in protecting you are rather straightforward. She aspires to become your wife." Upon uttering this, the specter promptly covered Andy's agape mouth with his hand. With a wry smile, he patiently continued, "There is no need for such astonishment. It is precisely because of your striking appearance that simple-minded and malevolent woman has refrained from stabbing you to death in plain view of all." Gradually calming down after hearing the specter's words, Andy found himself absorbing the weight of Alvis's next statements. "My circumstances are akin to yours. Escaping from the dungeon was also a matter of life and death for me. Yet those uncouth bandits recognized my medical skills, and that is why I survived. Young man, if there are still aspects of yourself that others can exploit, it signifies that you possess value in continuing to live. Otherwise," listening to the specter, Andy discerned a semblance of truth in his words, yet the emphasis on otherwise seemed particularly grave. He turned to the enigmatic physician and quietly inquired, "Otherwise what?" With a smile, Alvis replied, "Otherwise, it is but a dead end." Upon hearing this, Andy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the seemingly harsh yet profoundly insightful nature of this truth. Although he found himself momentarily ensnared in the inferiority stemming from his lost magic, the specter's earlier words had indeed instilled a flicker of positivity within him. He recalled the scenes witnessed during the soul trial. Labika's demise was not merely a consequence of her own arrogance, but also stemmed from the fact that the vile woman had lost her utility in Tyren. Furthermore, during the Battle of Black Mountain, it appeared that Bridget had a glimmer of hope before her crystallization. Tyren could easily have lent his assistance from behind the Blackstone Temple, yet his abandonment of his servant validated Alvis's words. They had lost their worth. Engulfed in contemplation, Andy realized that he had never desired to manipulate anyone. Nevertheless, those around him seemed to derive relentless pleasure from extracting his magical value. As the drowsy youth on the bed succumbed to the specter's persuasive influence, the once radiant glow emanating from his chest gradually dimmed in the evening. After the bandits had finished their meal, these onlookers returned quietly to their quarters, some peering through cracks in the door, others hiding beneath windows, and some even daring to climb atop the roof for a better view. Deborah, bearing a platter laden with sumptuous delicacies, had scarcely touched any food during her earlier meal. Now, with a smile, she entered Alvis's treatment room bearing the evening feast. Everyone was acutely aware that their second young lady would not so kindly present food to the specter. Rather, it was the unfortunate soul, wounded in the abdomen and lying in the sickbed, who was the fortunate recipient. Donald, with a helpless expression, stared vacantly as he unconsciously bent the fork in his hand into a hook. Standing beside him, Claude softly inquired, "My lord, does tonight's dinner suit your taste?" Startled by the grinning chef, Donald turned around in a fit of anger and exclaimed in a tone bordering on despair, "Did you not set off already? Why are you still standing here?" Claude, with a smile, replied, "How could those clumsy fellows possibly prepare a meal worthy of your discerning palate? I was concerned for your appetite, my lord, so I decided to prepare a sumptuous feast for you before departing." With this statement, Claude felt a surge of joy, believing that such meticulous attention would surely earn him the lord's approval and admiration. Picking up the knife from the table, Donald smiled and remarked, "Your care for me is truly unparalleled." Upon hearing the lord's praise, Claude immediately bent his body and replied with a grin, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord." However, the self-assured chef soon let out a wail of confusion as he noticed the knife lodged in his backside. Donald seized Claude's left ear with his left hand, shouting, "I instructed you to head to the valley, not to prepare dinner." After uttering this, the exasperated lord, with Claude's ear in his grasp and his right hand pointing at the moon perched atop the treetops, bellowed, "I ordered you to set off this afternoon. Just look at the time now." "Huh?" Claude, covering the cold knife with his hand, pleaded, "My lord, I was mistaken. I shall depart immediately." Releasing the chef, who was desperately pleading, Donald turned and returned to his quarters. The bandits lurking in the shadows, witnessing this spectacle, began to pat their own behinds, and soon laughter erupted in waves from the wooden houses scattered around the clearing. Observing the injured Claude, Alvis made no move to offer treatment. The typically cold-hearted physician closed the window and turned to the bashful Deborah standing in the center of the room, saying, "Our second young lady has dared to defy the prohibition by presenting such a lavish feast to this old codger." Upon hearing this, Deborah, holding the dinner, instantly flushed and replied, "You cannot possibly finish all this food alone." "Why not?" Well aware of her intent, Alvis feigned ignorance and approached the blushing girl, asking, "Why not what?" Deborah turned her head, whispering, "Why not give it to Andy?" Alvis tilted his head and pressed, "I didn't quite catch that. To whom?" Flustered by the physician's deliberate provocation, Deborah placed the heaping plate on the table and hurried out of the treatment room. Chapter 100. The path of survival. Alvis returned to the table, sighed, and gazed at the dinner Deborah had brought, chuckling, "Ah, to be young is truly a blessing." After saying this, he picked up a piece of roasted beef from the plate. Savoring it slowly, Andy, lying in bed, looked at the smiling ghostly figure and asked, "What has gotten into her?" Alvis did not answer Andy's question. Instead, he directly carried the plate over to the bedside. The physician, whose smile concealed a dagger, began to savor his dinner in front of the famished patient. With his eyes closed in rapture over the culinary delights, he remarked with a hint of amusement, "Indeed, being a competent gigolo can also be quite an admirable choice." Upon hearing the veiled insinuation in Guesho's words, Andy straightened his posture, indignantly retorting, "Have you truly fallen to such depths?" In response to Andy's words, Alvis set down the plate in his hand and slowly approached the corner of the room to retrieve a burning candle. The orange flame danced within the milky white wax, casting a gentle glow that accentuated the weathered features of Dr. Bunnier's face, rendering him even more haggard. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Andy, propping himself against the headboard, gazed at the self-indulgent Guethe. He noticed that the latter did not erupt in fury at his harsh words, but instead began to dance upon the smooth floor. There was no cheerful music, nor any graceful partner. Only Alvis's clumsy steps and the intermittent sounds of whistling. Though Guesho twirled aimlessly on the ground, his piercing gaze remained fixed on Andy's face. He tantalized the expressionless youth with his fiery eyes while blowing exaggerated kisses towards the bedside. Unable to endure this nauseating torment any longer, Andy grabbed a pillow and covered his head. Feigning sleep, Alvis extinguished the candle and ceased his dance, leaning over to whisper beside Andy, "Do you find my dancing captivating?" Andy lifted the pillow with his right hand, looking at the ghastly visage of Guesho, and replied, "Absolutely enchanting." I have already expelled everything I consumed yesterday. Yalvis, gently resting his right hand against his chin, inquired, Am I handsome? Andy, exasperated, covered his eyes with both hands and said, You are the most handsome. Tonight, please refrain from relieving yourself in the woods, lest the lustful lioness falls at your feet. Yalvis erupted into laughter, pointing at Andy's distressed expression and saying, Even you can see it. Is there truly someone who would want me as a gigolo? Thus, the only gigolo in this room must be you. The one who has truly fallen is not I, but you. Hearing Guesho's assessment, Andy vehemently protested. I refuse to be that vile woman's gigolo. Yalvis clapped his hands, laughing heartily. I never claimed you were Deborah's gigolo. Your admission speaks volumes. It seems you have developed feelings. Andy lowered his head, murmuring, I simply do not comprehend her actions. You did not witness her expression when she wielded the knife against me. Even through the translucent barrier of flesh, I could discern that she was an exceedingly ruthless adversary. The terror of the situation was beyond description. It was sheer madness. Yet, as you have observed, after wounding me, she transformed into an entirely different woman. First, she sought you out to tend to my injuries, and then she presented a lavish dinner. In summary, I am deeply concerned that this malicious woman's sudden kindness may harbor ulterior motives. Yalvis handed over a piece of roasted beef, softly urging, Eat heartily. Spare us the trivialities. She resides next door. Upon hearing the words of the ghost hand, Andy immediately pressed his ear against the wall. Observing this action, Alvis disdainfully remarked, Just moments ago, you were so self-righteous, and now you resort to such a cowardly act. Andy turned his head to look at the physician, Bunnier, on the floor and explained, She has suddenly been so kind to me. I find it somewhat disconcerting. The ghost hand grinned widely, picking up a clipboard from beside the table, gesturing as he said, Tomorrow, I shall inform the second miss that you relish being mistreated. Such indulgent treatment will have you rolling your eyes prematurely. Upon hearing Alvis's words, Andy quickly defended himself. I was mistaken. Please don't report me. I still wish to leave here alive with Urchill. Alvis patted Andy's shoulder with delight, saying, That's the spirit. Do not spurn good fortune. Enjoy the provisions offered to you, regardless of the second miss's opinions. Stick with me, and you shall not suffer. Remember my words. Being of use to others is a boon. With that, the ghost hand glanced towards the adjacent room and whistled as he exited the treatment chamber. Andy was acutely aware of Alvis's admonitions. Given his grievous injuries, playing the hero would only lead to his demise. Outside the room, the occupants were no longer the diminutive forest bunnier people or the incessantly chattering Harris. The bandits, armed and poised to kill, refrained from taking action, possibly out of respect for the second miss. Yet who could assure that the enigmatic Deborah Woodenty suddenly turned hostile? The beautiful girl who procured physicians and provided sustenance was a source of great perplexity for him. It was the conspiracy hidden beneath her charming visage that Andy yearned to unravel. Since Andy had been admitted to the treatment room, Deborah had been unrelenting in her efforts. The following afternoon, standing beneath a grand tree, Donald observed that his beloved seemed to have developed a case of hyperactivity. The second miss, who usually rose late, had taken it upon herself to clean the treatment room. Tirelessly, she engaged in household duties, her graceful form darting back and forth before the stone wall, rendering even the busiest of ants seemingly sluggish in comparison. The bandits' idle gossip vexed Donald immensely, prompting him to curse Claude's inaction while gazing at the azure sky. As Andy's abdominal injuries began to heal, Deborah commenced visits to the treatment room with Urchill, eager to see her affection. The little stone elemental displayed extraordinary vitality upon witnessing its master's revival, frolicking incessantly within the confines of the narrow wooden cabin. Deborah stood in the corner, watching the smiling Andy, her heart brimming with joy. Merely seeing her beloved smile brought her elation. Before meeting Andy, she had been a girl with extreme thoughts, often deriving pleasure from tormenting others, while the bandits, fearing Tyrone's retribution, dared not voice their concerns. All that others perceived were her exaggerated expressions during her cruel antics, yet no one ever considered the fear that lurked within the girl hiding in the treehouse. Confronted by the vastness of the forest, the enviable camaraderie between Andy and Urchill genuinely touched Deborah. Each time she witnessed the innocent elemental repeatedly engaging in playful wrestling, an enchanting dimple would appear on her fair visage. This ancient competitive game brought immense joy to Andy, who, observing Urchill's nearly professional movements, inquired with a smile, From whence did you acquire such skills? It appears exceedingly amusing. The stone element, continuously rolling on the ground, immediately straightened up upon hearing its master's question and pointed at Deborah, exclaiming, She has magically bound my abilities and compelled me to engage in this play. Chapter 101. The Crystallized Tears. Andy, chuckling at Urchill's aggrieved demeanor, remarked, "Your earlier expression of joy hardly suggests you were coerced." Urchill, scratching the back of his head with a serious air, replied, "Initially, I was genuinely concerned about becoming a gravestone at your resting place, hence I did not resist. However, her incessant peculiar whims placed me in a most uncomfortable position. Wrestling was merely one of the least enjoyable games. Eventually, I ended up destroying the entire treehouse and nearly caused her demise. Yet, she bore me no ill will. Her demeanor was far kinder than Dylan's, and she even took the initiative to bring me to our master. Therefore, I shall not hold the events in the dungeon against her." Deborah listened, her heart warmed by Urchill's lively recounting of his mischievous escapades. She crouched down and dispelled the binding magic that had been placed upon the little stone element. As Urchill felt his strength restored, he gazed into Deborah's eyes and said, "You are entirely different from the girl I once knew. Trist's eyes resemble a crystal-clear brook, while yours conceal a flame of sorrow." Tears of sadness streamed down Deborah's cheeks as she gently caressed Urchill. Perhaps no one had ever ventured into the depths of her inner world. Thoughts of hatred and revenge gradually filled her heart. Everyone around her had failed to show her any concern. The sudden loss of her mother and the mystery surrounding her father's lineage inflicted profound wounds upon Deborah's tender soul. Though Tyrone provided her with care, she always felt unable to integrate into the noble circles of the Corby elves. Andy observed the liberated Urchill and the silently weeping Deborah, both seemingly frozen in place. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired between them in recent days, the once domineering spirit of the young girl had vanished. Urchill, lowering his head to scrutinize the pool of tears that had gathered on the floor, proclaimed angrily, "Your actions have posed a threat to my master." Upon hearing this, Deborah wiped her tears with her hand and asked in confusion, "Is it not permissible for me to shed a few tears due to the sandstorm blinding my eyes? Can such a thing truly threaten Andy?" Andy, intrigued by Deborah's words, leaned down to examine the young girl's tears on the floor and exclaimed, "I have never encountered a woman who cries so profusely. Are you made of water?" Deborah, hearing Andy's remark, pouted and stood up, exclaiming loudly, with Alvis absent, "You two conspire to bully me with that." The irate girl turned to the door. But before departing, she cast a playful tongue-out gesture at the handsome Andy on the bed, then shyly fled the healing room. Perhaps it was only Urchill within the entire abode who believed that the tears lingering upon the floor posed a threat to Andy. Yet the unyielding tears had astonishingly formed a smooth mirror upon the ground. Covered in mud, Alvis returned to the treatment room, only to slip heavily on Deborah's crystallized tears, tumbling to the floor. The ghostly figure rose and gazed at the resplendent mirror beneath him, inquiring, "From whence comes this treasure?" Andy replied with a smile, "Those are Deborah's tears. I cannot fathom how they became crystallized." Alvis, rubbing his numbed posterior, chuckled, "Indeed, one can suffer injuries even while hiding here." Curiously, Andy gazed at the mud-streaked Alvis and asked, "What have you been up to?" Alvis gestured for silence, then approached the door. Securing it tightly, he turned sideways to close the wooden shutters on the window. After completing these actions, the ghostly figure leaned closer to Andy and spoke in a conspiratorial tone, "We must depart from here swiftly." Hearing Alvis's words, Andy responded joyfully, "That is splendid news. I can hardly wait to leave this place." Alvis seized a cup from the table and drank deeply from the spring water that had rested within, then wiped the remnants from his lips with his arm, exclaiming with excitement, "I have uncovered a secret passage in the dungeon. Once the moment is ripe, we shall slip away unnoticed." Urchill, observing Deborah's tears upon the floor, interjected anxiously, "Are you two planning to abandon me and escape alone?" Andy extended his arms with a grin. "Come, leap onto the bed so I can have a good look at you." Urchill leapt into the air, perhaps due to the recent restoration of his magical abilities. However, his landing was poorly executed, resulting in a collision with the beam above. Concerned for the treatment room, Alvis grasped the swaying pillar and shouted, "Are you addicted to demolishing the house? Do not think I am unaware of the true cause behind Deborah's treehouse suddenly collapsing. I alone witnessed the entire event." Having fallen to the floor, Urchill crawled up the bedpost to Andy's side, his voice tinged with grievance, "I did not mean to do that last time." Alvis approached the bed, pressing his mud-stained finger against the forehead of the stone element, sternly questioning, "Do you dare claim that the incident with the treehouse was not your deliberate act?" As Andy watched Urchill slowly lower his head, seemingly burdened by an unspoken secret, he instinctively pulled the taciturn little stone element into an embrace. Alvis chose not to press further. Instead, he began rummaging through drawers to gather their belongings. Moments later, Urchill crawled onto Andy's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "When I first began practicing wrestling, I truly wished for us both to perish together. Yet during the fall of the tree house, she protected me with her own body." Upon uttering this, the little stone element bore an expression of remorse for the first time. Andy gently stroked Urchill's head and murmured, "It is all my fault. Had I not lost my magical powers so abruptly on Stormy Beach, you would not have had to endure such suffering." With his back turned to Andy, Yalvis, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "It seems I owe a debt of gratitude to Urchill. Had you not damaged the treehouse, I would have exerted considerable effort to extricate Andy from the dungeon." The silent mushroom forest was devoid of even the slightest whisper of night breeze. While the famished brigands had retired to their slumber early, impatiently, Donald leaned against the headboard, caressing his sharp dagger. From the fury in his eyes, one could unmistakably sense the flames of jealousy raging within. The foolish Claude had been dispatched to the valley to deliver news nearly half a month ago, yet no word had emerged from the Colby elves. Donald was acutely aware that resorting to Tyron's power to eliminate Andy was a last resort. Had it not been for that meddlesome second young lady constantly hovering around that pretty boy, this dagger would have long since pierced his throat. The sunlight streamed through the thick canopy, casting its rays upon the forest clearing, and all the brigands were astonished by the arid month. The misty mountains, which had already entered the rainy season, had unexpectedly enjoyed a fortnight of clear weather. Andy sat quietly in the infirmary, awaiting Deborah's lunch. Peculiarly, the usual meal delivery time had passed, yet the graceful figure of the girl was nowhere to be seen, and his stomach began to growl once more. Chapter 102. The master and servant at odds. As Andy pondered the situation, a sudden uproar erupted outside the window. Driven by curiosity, he lifted the barrier and peered out. The scene before him was shocking. Donald was leading a multitude of his subordinates beside a vast troop of fierce apes, his expression grave, his trembling right hand fidgeting with a sharp dagger. Opposite Donald stood a formidable figure clad in a black cloak, and the Lord addressed him with a quaking voice, referring to him as master. The axe-wielding apes seemed to have curtailed the freedom of the brigands, transforming the once spacious clearing into a cramped chaos. Andy searched the crowd for Yalvis, yet amidst the panicked faces, the elusive specter was conspicuously absent. He felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the menacing apes. Although he had encountered these rune magic immune creatures while mining in Black Mountain, he had not sensed their lethal aura at that time. Suddenly, the bed in the infirmary creaked as if a plank had fallen, and Andy turned to see that the wooden bed, once positioned in the corner, had been shoved into the center of the floor. Releasing the barrier in his hands, he approached to find Yalvis emerging from beneath the bed, wielding a hacksaw. Curiously, Andy inquired, "How did you manage to come out from under the bed?" Yalvis discarded the hacksaw and quietly grasped Andy's hands, whispering, "Bring Urchill and come with me at once," stood atop the bed. Urchill was bewildered by the unfolding scene. Playfully, he picked up a pillow to shield his chest, saying, "This must be another one of Deborah's new games." Hearing the elemental's ill-timed question, Yalvis, filled with exasperation, retorted, "What on earth do you mean by games at a time like this? If we don't flee, our lives will be forfeit." With that, the specter seized the dazed Urchill and tossed him into a sack, clutching Andy with one hand while dragging the wriggling bag into the underground cavern beneath the bed. Andy crawled behind Yalvis into the damp cave, and moments later, they emerged in a corner of the dungeon. The ghostly hand deftly unlatched the iron lock on the cell door, and as the heavy wooden door creaked open, the usually composed Dr. Bunnier anxiously urged, "Stay close to me, and whatever you do, do not fall behind." He pointed sternly at the bag in his hand, adding, "It would be wise to keep that little creature quiet for a while. We are fleeing for our lives, not playing games." Through the fabric of the bag, Andy gently reassured Urchill, who, sensing the urgency, calmed his previously restless form. Yalvis climbed over the high threshold and strode purposefully towards the corner of the cell. A large mat was lifted, revealing a narrow cave entrance before Andy. Yalvis, seeing Andy frozen in place, called out, "Do not worry. All the guards have been summoned by Donald to the clearing. Did you not express your desire to leave this place urgently? Today presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." With that, the ghostly hand bent slightly and ventured into the dimly lit cave. Andy cast a lingering glance back at the dungeon entrance, where the visage of a girl from Austin seemed to flicker in his reluctant gaze. His sluggish footsteps rustled the grass beneath him, and what he had once dismissed with disdain now stirred ripples in his heart. Yalvis turned back, catching a glimpse of Andy's awkward expression in the fading light. He understood all too well the reason for the hesitant steps of this burdened youth. Deborah's meticulous care had led someone into what appeared to be a tranquil abyss, yet was, in truth, tumultuous as the ghostly hand led Andy deeper into the dungeon's recesses. The tension among the surrounding bandits in the clearing escalated, and they began to fear for their own fates. Donald, observing the trembling Claude beside him, muttered, "I summoned you to bring the master for assistance, not to have him travel all this way to confront me with grievances." Weak-kneed Claude looked at the lord wielding a short sword and helplessly replied, "Indeed, as you stated, I reported to Lord Talon about the situation concerning Miss Second of Mushroom Grove and recounted all details regarding that pale-faced fellow. However, upon uttering the name of Deborah's beloved, I was inexplicably seized. It seems that this fellow named Andy holds considerable significance to Lord Talon. Otherwise, he would not have hastened here under the cover of night, accompanied by such a formidable band of guerrillas." Upon hearing Claude's words, Donald addressed Talon loudly. "Though I have long resided on the southern slope, I have always endeavored to fulfill your commands to the utmost. I wonder whose oversight has incited your ire this time?" Clad in dark attire, Talon emanated a chilling laughter from beneath his voluminous cloak. With a wave of his right hand, the guerrillas surrounding the bandits swiftly positioned their axes against the necks of these men. Donald cast a glance at the glistening axes, perplexed by the unusual treatment. Sensing that there were aspects of the situation he was unaware of, he discarded his short sword and knelt upon the ground. The lord of the southern slope, who had navigated the cloud and mist mountains for years, humbly implored, "Might you grant me the clarity of my demise?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Deborah, who had been hiding in the adjacent treatment room, suddenly dashed out. She approached Tyren, performing a deep bow and softly murmuring, "I beg your pardon for not greeting you properly upon your arrival, my esteemed father." Subsequently, she cautiously raised her slightly agitated visage to meet the scornful gaze concealed beneath his cloak. After a brief moment of silence, a sharp crack echoed through the stillness of the forest clearing as a resounding slap rang out. Deborah knelt, clutching her stinging left cheek, her fiery eyes fixated on Tyren's right hand. Donald, taken aback by the sudden blow, observed the furious second miss as she trembled with indignation, a wave of protective instinct washing over the lord. Secretly, he began to conjure a fire meteor in his grasp. Tyren gestured for the nearby ape to lift the quaking Deborah and move her aside, addressing the overreaching Donald with a calm demeanor. "I instructed you to sever the water supply of the mountain-dwelling bunniers. Yet you, in pursuit of those distasteful recipes, chose to seize control of the coconut groves at Stormy Beach. I entrusted you with the care of my family's second miss, and you dared to harbor intentions towards her." No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of fire erupted from Tyren's palm, instantly leveling Donald's wooden abode. The bandits, accustomed to the seclusion of the mountains, finally bore witness to the might of lava's power. Donald, wishing to retort, glanced at the gleeful Claude and realized he might perish at the hands of this duplicitous chef. With anger, he looked at the nearly unconscious Deborah and declared, "We Austonians have long been fed up with your sordid machinations." Perhaps this seemingly ruthless Donald desired to leave an impression of heroism for his beloved before his demise. Thus, the Lord of the South Slope, expending every ounce of his energy to conjure a fire meteor, indeed unleashed his magical prowess upon Tyren in full view of all. Chapter 103. Severed head and body. The ape stationed to guard Donald immediately raised his great axe, prepared to behead the assailant upon seeing his master ambushed. Tyren lowered his gaze, regarding the fire meteor hovering at the edge of his cloak with disdain. "Do you dare to present such petty tricks?" Realizing his end was nigh, Donald, despite the inevitability of his fate, believed his death had nothing to do with the mountain-dwelling bunniers, nor was it a consequence of his own infidelities. As he surveyed the tightly shut wooden cabin, he finally comprehended why the meticulous Tyren had suddenly sought his demise. The answer likely lay within the treatment room. Turning to the ape's blood-red eyes, he chuckled. "This time, it's truly game over in an instant." Tyren appeared behind Donald, and the ape's sharp axe fell silently in the gentle warmth of the mushroom forest. The Lord of the South Slope, still oblivious to the cause of his demise, lost his head amidst the bandits' gasps of horror. The ape, responsible for the beheading, kicked Donald's twitching form to the center of the clearing, while Tyren heartlessly trampled upon the still bleeding head beneath his foot. The bandits, witnessing the dismembered Donald, lost all sense of reason and began to struggle desperately. With a smile, Tyren unleashed the power of lava, and the structures surrounding the clearing were instantaneously reduced to rubble. He delicately twisted the lifeless head of Donald with his toes, and with a slight exertion of his snow-white toes, the filthy visage was instantly reduced to a pile of ash. Undoubtedly, The cruel act executed by the leader of the Kalbi elves sent shivers of terror through the pallid faces of the bandits. Deborah, temporarily restrained by the grasp of a mighty ape, was overwhelmed by the ghastly sight of Donald's demise and collapsed before Tyren. She could not fathom why her father had suddenly led the ape legion into the mushroom grove, killing his once loyal subordinates in full view of the onlookers. Anguished cries reverberated around her. The ape legion mercilessly beheaded the utterly defenseless bandits. The terrified Claude, having soiled himself, crawled to Tyren's feet, fervently kissing the pristine soles. Perhaps out of pity, this traitorous wretch who had betrayed Donald somehow survived. He curled up like a pitiful pug at the feet of the Kalbi elf leader, his lips, smeared with blood and ash, incessantly kissing Tyren's feet. Deborah, horrified by the grotesque form of Donald, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of nausea, as intense fear seized her previously vacant mind. She perceived this not as her fault, but rather as the cruel law of power upon the vast continent. As a frail woman, she felt no obligation to partake in such brutality. However, the callous gazes and roars of the ape legion instilled profound unease within her. Deborah crumpled to the ground, only to be yanked aside by an approaching ape, while dozens of others in the clearing brandished the bloodied heads of the bandits in a savage display of triumph. At that moment, Tyren had already set his sights on the two remaining wooden shanties nestled against the rocky walls of the dungeon. Two apes, wielding dripping axes, approached the small cabins and, with a swift motion, cleaved the flimsy doors in twain. In an instant, these bloodthirsty beasts, amidst a cacophony of roars, reduced the two shanties to rubble. The fallen Cynthia Lily was trampled to dust by a foot covered in coarse black hair, while Deborah gazed with despairing eyes at the ravaged infirmary. She longed for a miracle to spare her beloved from calamity, yet not a whisper emerged from beneath the lifeless planks. Tyren approached the shattered boards, his questioning gaze falling upon Claude. The unfortunate chef remained oblivious to the fact that Alvis had already led Andy to safety through a secret passage beneath the infirmary, a state of panic. He glanced at the disheveled wooden boards and muttered to himself, "Impossible. This is truly surreal." As the leader of the Kalbi elves, Tyren held little regard for the treacherous Austin, yet the information he divulged was precisely what Tyren yearned to uncover. Claude, upon beholding the vacant shanty, succumbed to a frenzy, rushing towards the collapsed infirmary, akin to a rabid dog, heaving the shattered boards aside. His attention was captured by the filthy little bed, and according to his analysis, at the moment the door was split open, it should have been a terrified Andy lying upon that bed, rather than an immaculate sheet. Claude turned to look at Tyren, whose grave expression signaled impending doom. He understood that if every plank were lifted without revealing anything of interest to the leader, the next head to roll would undoubtedly be his own. With bloodied fingers, he hastily pried apart the wooden boards. His eyes filled with desperate longing accompanied by fearful groans, transforming the excavation site into a one-man show for Claude. The furious apes stood beside Tyren, watching the chef, resembling a pug, flail his arms. Each plank tossed aside brought the Austin man one step closer to death. Bent over, Claude gazed at the dwindling planks and began to scream in despair. He straightened up, furiously raised his right foot, and kicked toward the small bed, revealing a narrow opening before everyone. Undoubtedly, this sudden emergence of a hole beneath the wooden bed had saved Claude's wretched life. He smiled back at Tyren, whose demeanor had softened slightly, while the surrounding apes immediately hurled the small bed onto the ground. With a few frenzied scratches, the once narrow opening could accommodate a large ape. Tyren looked at the dark hole, bewildered. He knew that even if Andy were hidden below, he would never deign to crawl into that dog hole in search of the key to the magical door. Having witnessed Andy possessed by a demon in the Battle of Black Mountain, he was even more convinced he had found evidence of Harris's concealment of the Dark Tome. However, without that special key, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Claude bent down beside Tyren, quietly pointing to the small hole in the treatment room floor, and said, "Master, please allow me to bring back the little cub hidden in the hole." Tyren sneered dismissively, "You are utterly worthless to me. If you truly manage to bring Andy back, there will be a place for you in the Valley of Shadows." Claude smiled, rubbing his hands together. His bloodied, mangled fingers appeared rather humble in the afternoon sunlight. He understood that he might not find Andy, but this narrow hole beneath his feet was his only escape. Capturing Andy would be a cause for celebration, yet if he crawled into the hole and returned empty-handed, he still hoped to discover other exits below. The apes stepped aside, their bloodied hands glaring at the shifty-eyed Claude as he slowly crawled into the dark opening in the blink of an eye. This duplicitous character vanished from sight. Supported by the apes, Deborah gazed with blurred vision at the abandoned small bed in the center of the clearing, as fond memories surged toward her heart like a tidal wave, and sorrowful tears mingled with the blood on the ground, crystallizing into a beautiful gem. Chapter 104. The ancient city of Carol Tyrin stood anxiously in the clearing, awaiting Claude's safe return, yet the chef, who had vanished into the dark cave, offered no further news. Furrowing his brow, Tyrin approached the nearly broken Deborah, who knelt on the ground, having long lost her former spirit. Gently lifting her chin with his right hand, Tyrin softly inquired, "Where has Andy gone?" Tyrin may believe that this forcibly adopted foreign daughter would inform him of Andy's whereabouts, yet Deborah truly remains oblivious to the reason behind her beloved's absence from the treatment room. As for Andy, even he is not entirely aware of his current position. He has followed the phantom hand through hundreds of yards of narrow caverns, arriving at the brink of an underground chasm. Alvis lights a torch and turns to the anxious Andy, excitedly proclaiming, "Do you realize how much effort I expended to clear the tunnel from over a decade ago? While you and Miss Deborah were entwined in your tender affections, did you not notice this little old man toiling all day in the dust?" After uttering these words, the phantom hand shakes his head in resignation, inserting the torch into a crevice in the rock before retrieving a bundle of rope from his pack. Alvis forcefully throws the grappling hook attached to the rope across the chasm, where it wraps securely around a stone pillar wedged between the rock walls. After giving it a few firm tugs to ensure its safety, the phantom hand fastens the other end of the rope to the ankle of a colossal stone creature at the base. Testing the prepared rope with his hand, Alvis confidently declares, "We are ready. Now, as long as we traverse this chasm successfully, even if the enemies pursue us, they shall be powerless against us." Andy, gazing at the pitch-black chasm and the rope stretched across it, asks in confusion, "Did you truly prepare all of this in just a few days?" With a chuckle, Alvis replies, "Oh, it hardly took that long. Ever since I became the physician for Donald's band of brigands, I have enjoyed a degree of freedom. From that day forth, I have been devising my escape in the stillness of the night. I returned to the dungeon to study potential escape routes. I must have practiced the act of throwing this rope hundreds of times." Turning back to the tunnel leading to the dungeon, Andy inquires, "You didn't dig this passage to the dungeon in the last few days, did you?" Alvis, securing 2 more ropes tightly around his waist, replies nonchalantly, "This tunnel behind us was excavated as a ventilation shaft during my treasure-seeking expedition in the ancient city of Carol. I never anticipated that a ventilation shaft could lead directly into a den of thieves." With a self-deprecating gesture, the phantom hand continues, "The passage between the treatment room and the dungeon is the fruit of my labor over the past fortnight. I suspect those ferocious apes have now discovered the entrance, and soon these bloodthirsty beasts shall experience the special gift I have meticulously prepared for them." Observing the self-assured physician, Andy sincerely exclaims, "You truly are an enigma, and I find myself beginning to admire you." After a brief exchange of flattery, Andy, with Alvis's assistance, successfully crosses the seemingly bottomless chasm. With a mischievous grin, the phantom hand swiftly cuts the rope tethered to the rock with a knife. Utilizing the faint glow emanating from the surrounding stones, Andy gazes upon the vast architectural complex before him and, intrigued, halts his steps to ask, "Could it be that people still reside here?" Jarvis let out a sigh of resignation and remarked, "Now, no one resides here. You might think that the Buner people are merely a band of monkeys living in the jungle, but how many still remember the resplendent civilization of the Buner from ancient times? Take a closer look at these magnificent structures around you. They are the palaces left behind by our ancestors in the misty mountains. Beneath these intricate edifices lies a rare vein of azure phantom ore, rendering all treasures across this vast continent pale in comparison to these luminous stones." Andy, following closely behind Jarvis, gazed at the somewhat dilapidated buildings of the ancient city of Carol, occasionally gasping in awe. The boy from Austin had once climbed atop the roof of his home in Mudwater Alley, catching glimpses of palaces towering atop the highest peaks, dozens of spires piercing the heavens, symbols of the sacred and inviolable royal power. The sight had profoundly shaken this boy, who had never seen the world beyond. Yet, the near-perfect architecture before him evoked not only a visual impact. These somber buildings bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient architectural styles he had studied in the abyss. A peculiar thought suddenly surged in his mind. Was there an inevitable connection? Jarvis led Andy through the narrow alleys, and after traversing this labyrinthine underground palace for the better part of the day, they finally arrived at a spacious square. The smooth cobblestone surface was laid out evenly, with 2 dried-up fountains situated at the southern and northern corners of the plaza. In the center stood a majestic statue. Curiously pointing at the statue, Andy inquired, Who is that man riding the great bird? Yarvis smiled and replied, That is Aldrich, the greatest hero in the history of the Buner people, and beneath him is the largest bird in the vast continent. The Ingram? Andy nodded, saying, It truly is enormous. I have heard tales of the Ingram. They say no one is allowed to ride them. Why is Aldrich able to? Yarvis did not respond to Andy's question. Instead, he crouched down and released the bag he was holding as the ghostly hand untied the straps. Urchill emerged from the bag, shaking his head and glaring angrily at the pensive Buner physician. Andy, cradling the irate stone element, murmured, We escaped the mushroom forest. Urchill pouted and glanced around, soon asking in confusion, Why didn't Deborah come along? Upon hearing this, Yarvis approached with a teasing grin. Who would have thought? Not only has your master had her soul snatched by that witch, but even you, little stone fellow, have fallen under her spell. Have you become addicted to mistreatment? Urchill lifted a foot and kicked Yarvis's shoe, an intense pain shooting through him as the unfortunate Buner physician hopped around, cradling his sore foot. Andy stepped over, tugging on the ghostly hand's arm in an attempt to mediate. Enough of this. I am eager to see Harris and Barnett. There are misunderstandings that must be resolved. Since we have escaped Donald's lair, I wish for you to take me to the Low Skull Cave in the Misty Mountains. The village has been destroyed, and they have nowhere to go. If my conjecture serves me right, they should be residing there now. Yarvis gazed at Andy in astonishment, his surprise at the mention of the name Harris equaling that of discovering the existence of the abyss. He grasped Andy's arm earnestly, declaring, I shall certainly take you to the Low Skull Cave, but it appears that the abyss may be closer to our current location. Chapter 105. The dried-up fountain. Andy observed the anxious Yarvis and said, Very well. Let us first venture to the abyss. However, without a sea beast, I am unable to unlock the great door of the abyss. If only mischief were here. With Flashstrike currently inaccessible, returning to Stormy Beach would be futile. Ghost Hand closed his small eyes and lamented. What are we to do then? Andy, noticing the troubled expression on Yarvis's face, replied. There is still one opportunity, which lies in finding the long-tongued woman who has been abducted by the Jester Council. Upon hearing this unappealing term, Yarvis fixed his gaze on Andy and inquired, What exactly is a long-tongued woman? Urchill chuckled and remarked, She is not a thing at all. Andy stepped forward and covered the mouth of the small stone elemental, explaining, The long-tongued woman, like my mischief, is a sea beast that dwells in the abyss, and her roar can open the great door of the abyss. However, my mischief has already evolved into a snow beast, possessing magical abilities that surpass those of ordinary sea beasts. Dylan once mentioned that mischief is the steed of the legendary Storm Prophet, and he also claimed that I am the reincarnation of the Storm Prophet. Yarvis, upon hearing these revelations, plopped down onto the ground, gazing at the purple-haired youth before him in astonishment. My goodness, the implications of this conversation are staggering. Andy, too, sat down, cradling Urchill in his arms as he lamented. I wish it were otherwise, but Harris exhausted all his magical energy to save me, and Dylan has also sustained grave injuries. I in my current state, devoid of magic. How am I to confront Dylan upon our return to the abyss? I dread witnessing the utter disappointment in his eyes. Yarvis extended his trembling palm between himself and Andy, saying, Let us pause our complaints for a moment. I need to gather my thoughts. As the relationships among our characters seem quite tangled, Andy turned to regard the imposing statue of Audric, which gradually fell silent. After a brief interval, Yarvis sprang to his feet, excitedly asking, So, does that mean the legendary Lord of the Deep Sea, Dylan, resides within the abyss? Andy turned to affirm. Indeed. Yarvis clasped his hands behind his back and paced in small steps, continuing to inquire. Did the most renowned magician of the vast continent, Harris, and the most celebrated architect of Buner, Barnett, venture to the Low Skull Cave? Andy nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I suspect that to be the case. Yarvis continued to pace, his head bowed in contemplation, murmuring after a lengthy pause. This complicates matters. Where should I begin my search? Oh dear. Andy, observing the pensive physician from Buner, resolved to stand and walked directly towards the statue of Audric. Yarvis, watching Andy as he caressed the statue, gravely asked, Are you the Storm Prophet? Andy shook his head and responded solemnly, I am not a Storm Prophet. Have you ever encountered a prophet devoid of any magical abilities? However, among the Buner people of the forest, they refer to me as the Prince of Purple Ribbons. Yarvis began to exclaim incessantly, swaying his head as he spun around in the square. Curiously observing the unusual behavior of the ghostly hand, Andy inquired, What is the matter with you? Urchill lifted his head with a smile and remarked, He must be feeling daunted by the master's title. After all, you are the husband of Trist. Upon hearing this, Andy shot a glare at the stone element and whispered, "From now on, you are not to mention that incident in Buck's chamber." Yalvis rushed over, tightly embracing Andy's waist, and with a playful grin, declared, "Boss, I will follow you from now on. Wherever you say to go, we shall go." This sudden action from the ghostly hand left Andy momentarily bewildered. He slowly pried open Yalvis's robust arms and gravely stated, "I wish to go to the low cranium cavern right now." "What do you suggest?" Yalvis bowed deeply and humbly replied, "As you command." "My prince." Andy helplessly shook his head and smiled, saying, "How do we get there? I am feeling a bit hungry. Does this ancient city have any food?" The ghostly hand chuckled and responded, "Food? There are not even rats here. This is a dead city, where even ghosts cannot reside." Disappointed, Andy looked at Urchil and lamented, "I regret not having had Deborah's lunch before leaving." The mischievous little stone element suggested, "Why don't we return the way we came and ask her for some? To be honest, I am still thinking about the soft sandy soil around the mushroom forest. They are indeed rare delicacies." Upon hearing this, Yalvis swiftly delivered a kick, sending the rambling Urchil flying, who landed beside the dried fountain in the northern part of the square. Rubbing its rear, it angrily bit into the dusty rock at the fountain's edge, and as Urchil swallowed the mouthful of stones, the famished little stone element began to shout incessantly. Andy hurried over to pick up the rolling Urchil and asked with concern, "What is wrong with you? I told you not to eat things indiscriminately. What shall we do now?" Upon hearing Andy's words, Urchil ceased its struggles and, with big, playful eyes, declared, "It was too delicious. That rock was the most exquisite food I have ever tasted." Yalvis approached and wiped the edge of the rock at the fountain with his hand, chuckling, "How could it not be delicious? These are minerals imbued with blue specters. Though of extremely poor quality, they are quite precious. The stone you just bit off could buy a brand new carriage." Urchil jumped to face Yalvis, hands on hips, and shouted, "Why did you kick me for no reason?" Andy bent down to lift the now irate little stone element. The ghostly hand, hearing Urchil's words, replied sternly, "You truly are a little creature fond of courting disaster. Don't you have any idea how much effort I expended to bring you away from the mushroom forest? Had it not been for Deborah's infatuation with your master, she would have long since served him up as roasted beef. Those ferocious apes that appear in the clearing during the afternoons are not to be trifled with. Do you wish to return for lunch? How bold of you." Archer raised his head to regard the bewildered Andy and quietly inquired, "Is it truly impossible to go back?" Andy gently stroked the head of the stone elemental, whispering, "It is far too perilous. We must not return just yet." Archer lowered his head, falling into a sullen silence. Alvis stood by the fountain, incessantly clicking his tongue. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "What exquisite craftsmanship! How did my ancestors manage to process these stones without triggering a blue specter explosion?" As Andy gazed at the ethereal glow that vanished into the air, he recalled Relf, who had been accompanied only by that spectral wolf during his descent into madness within the Emma forest. Though he had forgotten subsequent memories, those wise, penetrating eyes remained indelibly etched in his mind. Mimicking Alvis, he tenderly caressed the rock's fissure, as if attempting to salvage the wondrous sight before him from oblivion. Suddenly, Andy turned to the sorrowful-faced Alvis and asked, "May I take a piece of such ore with me?" Chapter 106. The misfortune of Mithril. Alvis, gazing at the rocks radiating a blue luminescence, replied with a smile, "These ores containing blue specters are of considerable value. If I could easily carry them away, why would I exert myself in search of other treasures?" Archer, feeling particularly indignant at Alvis's words, leaped to the edge of the fountain and bit down hard. A sizable chunk of glowing rock crumbled like a biscuit, becoming the stone elemental's dinner. Alvis looked disdainfully at Archer, who was chewing the rock, and remarked, "Were it me, I would have long since expelled you, that troublemaker." Archer, glaring as he swallowed the rock, retorted angrily, "On what grounds do you say such things about me?" Andy, observing the deliberately provocative Dr. Buhner, interjected, "Let it go. There's no need to let such trivial matters ruin our harmony. I no longer desire the ore." Archer, puffing up with indignation, approached the ghostly hand and exclaimed, "You claim these ores cannot be easily taken, which I find utterly ridiculous. Thus, I took a bite to prove you wrong." Alvis regarded the defiant Archer and said, "You are a stone elemental. These ores containing blue specters appear to you as delectable sustenance. However, since you can effortlessly bite off a substantial piece, why not present it to Andy? I feel for your master. Given how well he treats you, you ought to bite down on the entirety of the city's rocks and present them to him." With that, the ghostly hand looked at the mumbling stone elemental with ill intent. Archer stared in astonishment at the massive architectural structures before him, counting on his fingers how long it might take to gnaw them all down. Andy bent down with a smile, saying, "Do not take Alvis's words to heart. I merely wish to acquire a piece of, or containing a blue spectre to assist Trist in successfully completing her research on the invisibility potion." Jarvis was taken aback when Andy mentioned the invisibility potion. He had heard tales of those wondrous elixirs and was aware that magical alchemists could extract the most crucial ingredient for the invisibility potion from blue phantom ore. Although the formula for the invisibility potion had been lost in the vast expanse of the continent, he could hardly fathom that someone had resumed research on such a potion. Archer, glancing up at his master, softly remarked, "I find myself rather longing for Trist." Jarvis lowered his head and smirked, "Are you not pining for Deborah instead?" In a fit of anger, Archer exclaimed, "I desire both of them. What's it to you?" Andy stepped forward, cradling the irate stone elemental, and quietly said, "You two bicker endlessly over a mere stone. Is it really worth it?" "Ugh, truly. My life is perpetually accompanied by quarrelsome companions. Of course, your exchanges are far less frequent and intense than those of Harris and Barnett. Those two old men seem to communicate solely through their bickering." Jarvis inquired with a smile, "Is it truly so?" Archer opened his mouth wide with laughter. "That must be quite amusing." Andy shook his head in exasperation at the exaggerated expressions before him. Noticing his master's dissatisfaction with the recent events, Archer immediately leapt to the edge of the dry fountain to survey the surroundings. The desiccated fountain basin, apart from the bite marks he had left, was indeed quite pristine. In the center of the fountain, a striking sculpture of 4 bare-bottomed children holding vases was particularly eye-catching. Archer, aiming for the sculpture's rounded posterior, leaped and landed on one of the children's waists. Andy chuckled at the mischievous Archer, saying, "You certainly know how to choose your spots. Have those 2 hefty rocks not yet satisfied your appetite?" Archer glanced at his master with a grin, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Now, allow me, Archer the strong man from the Emma Forest, to present a dazzling performance." Jarvis, looking at the posing stone elemental atop the sculpture, felt a twinge of disdain and made a contemptuous gesture. This time, Archer paid no heed to the deliberately disruptive physician. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with great enthusiasm before opening his mouth wide and biting down forcefully on the child's backside of the sculpture. As Andy observed the playful Archer preparing to devour the discarded sculpture, he had not yet managed to intervene when a loud crunch echoed through the air. The once jubilant stone elemental, now cradling his mouth with both hands, burst into tears. Jarvis immediately leaped into the dry fountain basin, prying open Archer's mouth with both hands. The physician, who had just moments ago been mocking the stone elemental, was taken aback to find that Archer's mouth was now devoid of any teeth. They had all been shattered. Andy swiftly followed into the fountain pool and, seeing Archer's tearful state, asked with concern, "What has happened to you? How many times must I tell you not to eat things indiscriminately?" Archer sobbed. The child's backside was too hard. Jarvis climbed onto the sculpture to inspect the row of large bite marks on the child's backside. He removed the shattered rocky surface of the sculpture, revealing a gleaming silver metal substance that immediately caught his eye. Jarvis exclaimed, "It's mithril! My heavens! My ancestors were utterly extravagant. They had the audacity to forge sculptures of fountains from mithril. I have spent half a month treasure hunting within the ancient city of Carol, and aside from the unharvestable blue phantasmium ore, I have found naught but disappointment. Little did I expect that these seemingly unremarkable sculptures concealed mithril of immeasurable worth within." Andy, cradling the pouting Achiel, leaped from the fountain pool, and, noticing the distressed expression of the stone element, inquired with concern, "You are a stone element. Will your lost tooth grow back like that of a child from Austin?" Achiel, upon hearing his master's query, wept, "I do not know. I have never lost a tooth. Woe is me." Helpless, Andy could only caress the uneven cranium of the stone element with his fair right hand. Jarvis, oblivious to Achiel's lamentations, found himself in disarray due to the sudden emergence of mithril. This diminutive physician, wielding a small hammer, entirely disregarded the taboos surrounding the blue phantasmium. With a powerful strike, a tremendous explosion shattered the desiccated fountain pool, and the reckless hand of the ghost was sent tumbling into a deep gorge beyond the square. Andy, taken aback by the unexpected explosion, was hurled atop a nearby building, losing consciousness. Achiel fared even worse, as he was directly propelled into the statue of Odric by the flying debris. Once standing tall with a sword in hand, Odric began to tilt under the force of the impact, and the metal valve sealed within the sculpture automatically opened, unleashing a torrent of subterranean river water into the gorge below. Startled awake by the roaring waters, Andy beheld the unfolding scene and called out Achiel's name. As the square succumbed to the deluge, Achiel struggled, crying out from the tail of Ingram. Andy shouted, "Haven't you regained your magical powers? Smash the statue and escape." Chapter 107. Ingram, upon hearing Andy's words, Achiel immediately composed himself, exclaiming with excitement as he surveyed his intact arms, "Yes, Deborah has lifted my magical bindings." The stone element, now aware of his restored magical prowess, concentrated power within his fists, and the tilted statue began to shift slowly towards the gorge with the rushing waters. Seizing the opportunity, Achiel aimed a punch at Ingram's tail, revealing the mithril beneath. With fervor, he struck the mithril at his waist, gradually exposing the embedded body of the statue. Achiel, with all his might, pried open the mithril shell. Leaning over the statue to gaze at the flooding square, Andy remained fixated on the statue, and upon seeing Achiel free himself from its grasp, he called out, "Yalvis has fallen into the gorge. Can you enlarge yourself to rescue him?" Hearing Andy's plea, Achiel harnessed his magical power to grow to the height of a castle, bending down to search within the depths of the gorge. Several flat stones surfaced as Achiel dredged the waters, and the unconscious Yalvis clung tightly to one of them. Andy sat anxiously atop the rooftop, awaiting news of Urchil's rescue efforts, when he beheld a pair of colossal stone hands cradling the unconscious Yalvis hovering above. He swiftly sought a relatively secure position for Urchil to place the ghostly hand beside him. The stone elemental then dispelled its levitation magic and leapt onto the roof as the ghostly hand regained consciousness. It expelled jets of water from its mouth and, after a fit of violent coughing, Yalvis awoke. Gazing into Andy's worried eyes, he murmured, "I am not so easily vanquished this time. I must admit, it is my fault. Had I not been so greedy, I would not have forgotten the taboos of the Blue Phantom." Urchil, standing beside Andy, quietly inquired, "May I shatter the stones retrieved from the ravine?" Upon uttering this, the diminutive stone elemental, revealing its toothless grin, muttered, "Biting is certainly out of the question." Andy turned to the damp rectangular stone, saying, "Never mind. Should another explosion occur, we would truly be beyond salvation." Yalvis managed to rise, discovering that the two rocks salvaged from the ravine possessed smooth, even surfaces indistinguishable from the stones of surrounding edifices. He extended his right hand, excitedly caressing the texture of the rock as a faint glow ascended. Tears welled in his eyes, and he choked out, "The craftsmanship of my ancestors." Observing the weeping ghostly hand, Andy, puzzled, asked, "Shouldn't we feel secure for the time being? Is it Urchil's delayed intervention that has distressed you?" Wiping his tears with his arm, Yalvis smiled at the dazed Urchil, saying, "This time, I truly owe my life to you, little one. Otherwise, I would have drowned in the ravine." Urchil puffed out his chest and grinned widely, revealing his toothless maw. Andy affectionately remarked, "You have received the commendation of the healer from Cloud Mist Mountain. That is no small feat." Upon hearing his master's words, Urchil beamed even brighter, pointing towards the tilted statue of Odric, exclaiming, "The recent explosion lodged me in the rear of a great bird. Thankfully, your warning spared me. Otherwise, I would have been led into a trap beneath the surface by that colossal creature." Yalvis gazed at the slanted statue of Odric in the center of the square, stating, "Beneath the ravine where I fell lies a deep pool, scattered with unrefined blue phantom. My gratitude towards Urchil is due not only to its life-saving actions, but also for inadvertently unveiling the secret of my ancestors' techniques to process blue phantom or to prevent explosions." Andy, intrigued by this revelation, leaned closer to ask, "Is the ravine indeed a site for processing blue phantom or?" Yalvis nodded, affirming, "Indeed. My ancestors processed the blue phantom or within the water. They must have diverted the underground river above the ancient city of Carol, constructing a dam in areas devoid of blue phantom, or, if my conjecture holds true, the turbulent waters of the underground river flow directly above the entire ancient city. These magnificent structures were hewn and polished gradually by the river's relentless current. The frigid waters staved off explosions, thus giving birth to the awe-inspiring ancient city of Carol." Andy gazed at the torrential river, perplexed, and inquired, "How did your ancestors manage to control the subterranean waters? Surely, it cannot be that the construction of the city would leave its inhabitants to be relentlessly washed away by the underground river." Yalvis pointed towards the statue of Odric and remarked, "Beneath that statue lies the mechanism of the dam for the underground river. Although the river has been redirected, whenever my ancestors required the processing of ore, the gates would open. The gorge beneath the square serves as the site for the excavation and processing of the blue phantom ore." The recent explosion must have triggered the mechanism, resulting in the subterranean waters flooding the square. Andy stood upright, admiring the majestic architecture beneath his feet, and exclaimed, "It is truly astonishing. I had no idea the Buner people possess such wisdom." Yalvis inhaled deeply while nodding in agreement, stating, "I shall commence the reconstruction of the ancient city of Carroll here, but you must assist me in locating Mr. Barnett." Andy, smiling, replied, "Aren't you intent on venturing into the abyss?" Yalvis gently tapped Andy's arm and whispered, "They all call you the boss now. What more could you want?" The two engaged in conversation about the reconstruction of the ancient city on the rooftop, entirely oblivious to Urchill, who had dashed back to the center of the square. Utilizing magical energy, it transformed itself to match the height of Audric's statue. This mischievous stone elemental, still aggrieved by being shoved into a bird's rear during the earlier explosion, observed the two engrossed in conversation above and, feeling neglected, decided to seek out some diversion in the square. With a resounding crash, Urchill toppled Audric's statue into the gorge below, completely dismantling the dam's mechanism. The 4 underground sluice gates, which had been sealed for a century, swung open, unleashing the subterranean waters like a stampede of wild stallions towards the rooftop where Andy stood. Yalvis straightened up, gazing at the furious waters above, and declared, "This is the end." Andy waved his arms frantically, calling out for Urchill, but his feeble cries were instantly drowned by the rushing waters. Both Andy and Yalvis were swept away by the forceful current into the gorge below, where they lost their balance amidst the swirling waters. The vortex formed in the gorge whisked the powerless storm prophet away from the ancient city of Carroll. Andy's consciousness began to fade as he sped through the narrow river channel, desperately attempting to grasp at the surrounding rocks, yet lacking the strength to do so. His insides churned violently. Moments later, he burst forth from the subterranean river, and the fresh air jolted him back to awareness. Beneath him lay a lush green forest, and in the distance, the pristine sky was adorned with wispy white clouds. Just as Andy braced himself for death, a large bird, with talons like iron hooks, pierced through the flesh of his leg. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to lift his head as he was hoisted skyward, headfirst, in despair. He gazed at the broad wingspan and shouted, "Ingram." Chapter 108. The nest. The echoes resonating through the valley were feeble and insipid. As Andy felt the currents of air swirling around his ears, the metallic scent of blood permeating the rising atmosphere, Ingram's sharp talons mercilessly shook his tormented form. Within the span of a short tea break, Andy's right leg had succumbed to numbness, while Ingram adeptly descended to the precipice of a cliff. Its massive body caused the gray rocks beneath to rattle ominously. Having been suspended upside down by the great bird for what felt like an eternity, Andy found himself overcome by dizziness. He trembled, striving to alleviate the congestion in his head. He tilted his gaze upward to behold the colossal beak above him. Despair washed over him in an instant, an indescribable terror coursing through his veins like a chill. He had never anticipated that the steed of Audric would present itself to him in such a manner. After a brief pause on the cliff, Ingram took to the skies once more, arriving at a steep rocky wall there. A sturdy nest was constructed from thick logs wedged into the crevices of the rock, draped with dry grass that appeared remarkably warm and inviting. This nest, situated mere meters from the precipice's summit, resembled the spacious Alex Tavern of Mudwater Lane, where 4 fledglings with unformed wings opened their somewhat immature beaks, eagerly awaiting the return of their predatory parent. Ingram. Realizing his fate was sealed, Andy gazed down at the scene below, understanding that the harm wrought upon him by Tyren would soon fade into an unrecorded chapter of history with his demise. He longed, in his final moments, to see his little companions, including the mischievous Urchill. As a wave of poignant sorrow engulfed him, tears cascading from his ears into the nest below, Ingram released its grasp, unceremoniously dropping Andy into the nest. The violent impact momentarily stole his breath away. Struggling to steady his trembling form with his hands, he fixed his gaze upon the approaching fledglings. From the cliff's edge, Ingram emitted a call so resonant that it seemed to pierce through the clouds that floated above. Andy understood that Ingram was poised to end his life, yet the fledglings, drawn to this novel prey, appeared far more intrigued. The 4 chicks flapped their wings boldly, unafraid as they approached Andy, greeting the soon-to-be meal with their sharp beaks. Ingram's talons had inflicted 2 thumb-sized wounds on Andy's right leg, with torn flesh gaping outward and a steady flow of blood inciting the fledglings' predatory instincts. The chicks began to encircle him, their cacophonous cries filling the nest. Andy braced himself against the dry grass beneath him, using his uninjured left leg to push against the protruding wood of the nest. Ingram, perched atop the cliff, observed the fledglings training in predation with an air of calm indifference to the clamor erupting from the nest. Determined, Andy used his left leg to fend off the encroaching fledglings, who seemed to sway their heads in a rather distracted manner, following the chaotic dance of the surrounding grass. Noticing that the disarray he had caused had momentarily halted their advance, he quickly scanned his surroundings, assessing the terrain behind him. Andy discovered that the nest was precariously perched on the edge of a cliff, with one side forming a blind spot. To avoid being attacked from both sides, he began to shift towards the dead angle of the nest. Enduring excruciating pain, he maneuvered to the edge of the nest, using his back to vigorously rub against the rocky surface. As his backside moved away from the tangled undergrowth, he pushed against the ground with his left leg, struggling to stand. The fledglings, astonished to see their prey rise, began to retreat due to the stark difference in height. Andy deliberately adopted a fierce demeanor, emitting guttural sounds reminiscent of a growl. The fledglings, now huddled at the far side of the nest, dared not approach any closer, blinking their eyes as they entered a standoff with Andy. Ingram, perched atop the cliff, noticed the unfolding situation within the nest and swooped down, his expansive wings creating a gust of wind. As Andy met the cold gaze of his adversary, he sensed that the struggle for survival might be nearing its end. He angled his body against the rock face, feeling around desperately until his hand brushed against a loose stone. With determination, he shook the impending projectile, preparing to make a final stand. If this stone happened to strike Ingram's eye, the fledglings below would pose no threat, potentially granting him a chance to escape. As Ingram descended, the spacious nest suddenly felt cramped, and the four fledglings, invigorated by the arrival of their protector, readied themselves for another assault. Andy finally dislodged the loose rock, gripping this solitary hope tightly in his hand. He fixed his gaze on Ingram's eyes, those brown orbs resembling toasted pastries. Attacking such a large target was a trivial feat for a trained storm prophet. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned all his strength and hurled the rock towards his foe. With a resounding crack, Ingram surprisingly deflected the incoming stone with his formidable beak. The rock shattered upon impact against the cliffside, and the two fragments that fell onto the nest's straw produced an extraordinary effect, releasing a ghostly blue light. Ingram immediately flapped his wings, retreating as the ethereal blue glow gradually dissipated. Andy, gazing at the stones on the straw, murmured, "I never expected to encounter the blue specter in this place. What a waste of Tyrone's efforts, searching for a decade in the Black Mountain." Infuriated by the prey's audacity, Ingram launched another attack. Andy's evasions proved futile, as he was effortlessly seized by Ingram's broad beak and swiftly tossed into the art. He fell headfirst towards the beak of the bird. Gazing into the azure sky, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped him. He clenched his fists and sang the lament of the Bunyal people. While Ingram toyed with Andy, several pairs of eyes nearby remained fixated on the nest, their bows drawn taut, flaming arrows aimed at the expansive nest. At that moment, an arrow shot from afar pierced Ingram's eye, a sudden turn of events that those poised to ignite the nest had not anticipated. In the nest, the Inglams ceased their activity, their colossal forms collapsing with a resounding thud, and the once tightly shut beaks slowly unhinged. Andy, upon noticing the glimmer above him, felt a surge of vitality. He exerted himself to pry open the slick beak, using the slimy tongue as leverage to extricate himself. To his astonishment, the abruptly deceased Inglams emitted a jubilant cry, and as he beheld the arrow that pierced its eye, he bellowed, "What exquisite vengeance! Did it think it could consume me without cause?" Unable to rein in his agitation, he continued to shout, "How utterly terrifying! I am far from finished with this life." Chapter 109. The ivy at the cliff's edge. The howling mountain wind swept over the stark precipice, causing four defenseless chicks to lose their spirit at the sight of the fallen Inglams. They pecked incessantly at the great bird's corpse, which lay sprawled upon the thatch, filling the nest with mournful cries. Andy slumped nearby, gasping for breath, still reeling from the terror. The expansive beak before him resembled a coffin in a church graveyard. Were it not for the long arrow lodged in its brown iris, he would scarcely believe he had survived. The four chicks gradually ceased their lamentations, clustering together, rubbing their necks against one another. Curiosity piqued, Andy observed the black arrow that pierced the Inglam's eye. Regardless of the circumstances, the archer was undoubtedly his savior, and he yearned to express his gratitude. However, a glance around revealed no trace of his heroic rescuer. Moving closer to the Inglams, he forcefully extracted the arrow from its eye. This arrow, nearly as tall as himself, was remarkably smooth, exuding an aura of malevolence with its pure ebony hue. grasping the arrow, he continued his search for any signs of disturbance, eager to uncover what had transpired outside while he was ensconced within the beak. With his right leg, flesh torn and numb, blood trickled slowly along the exposed skin into the nest. The chicks had long since lost interest in their quarry. Now, these little creatures, who had huddled around the Inglam's body for warmth, obediently closed their eyes. A sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of another Inglam's from afar. In stark contrast, this distant giant presented a more terrifying visage than the one that lay in the nest. It resembled a house with wings. With resignation, Andy scanned the surrounding cliffs before raising his gaze to the cerulean sky. His eyes filled with despair and a tinge of reluctance. He shuffled a few steps toward the cliff's edge before collapsing once more in the nest. His hair, matted with the bird's saliva, drooped over his shoulders like a wick about to extinguish. At that moment, a volley of flaming arrows soared toward the nest perched on the cliff's edge. As the Inglams alighted at the nest's periphery, the dry thatch ignited, and the great bird, witnessing the conflagration, hastily retreated, its immense wings stirring up a tempest. The already ablaze thatch was sent flying in all directions by the powerful flaps of the bird's wings, as flames rapidly engulfed the entire nest. The young lamb circled ceaselessly above the nest, yearning to return and rescue its chicks. However, the raging flames ultimately compelled the great bird to flee in a state of panic, leaving the 4 abandoned chicks in the nest to cry out desperately in the direction of their parent. Andy exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the young lamb disappear into the distance. Though the threat from the great bird had momentarily diminished, the conflagration igniting within the nest presented him with a new dilemma. The 4 chicks continued to scream, their sluggish movements futilely attempting to escape the ferocious tongues of fire. Witnessing this scene stirred a profound sympathy within Andy. Seizing the opportunity before the flames could claim the chicks, he stepped forward and rescued one of the forsaken fledglings. He placed the chick behind him and set out to retrieve the remaining 3. He endeavored to edge closer to the cliffside, and during his cautious movements, he discovered a recess in the cliff's rock face. Struggling, he squeezed himself into the narrow hollow, which acted as a screen, completely shielding him from the encroaching flames. Once he secured the first chick, he dragged his injured right leg to capture the others. The fire mercilessly scorched Andy, singeing his hair and filling the air with a thick, acrid smoke that nearly suffocated him. The 3 fledglings, in their panic, moved away from him while shrieking. He extended his arms, striving to bridge the gap between them, pressing his back against the rocky cliff as he grasped the wings of 2 of the chicks. The terrified little creatures resembled frightened children, utterly devoid of any resemblance to their parents. At the edge of the nest, one last chick screamed at the precipice of the flames, causing Andy to feel an overwhelming anxiety. Though these 4 fledglings had nearly cost him his life moments ago, his singular thought now was to rescue them all from the inferno. He placed the 3 saved chicks into the recess of the cliff and turned to move towards the 4th. This little one had closed its eyes, scorched by the flames, huddling against the cliff wall with his back pressed tightly against the rocky surface. Andy noted that the nest beneath him was on the verge of collapse. The dry thatch was nearly consumed by the fire, and the slain young lamb began to teeter precariously. He planted his feet on the searing rocks, ensuring a safe distance from the burning debris. As the air filled with the scent of charred straw and feathers, extending his right hand, he finally grasped the wing of the last chick. Uncertain if this tiny creature still breathed, he carried the silent fledgling back to the hollow, placing it alongside the previous 3. Moments later, the nest support, along with the slain young lamb, plummeted into the abyss shrouded in mist below. The other 3 chicks, upon seeing the 4th return to their midst, immediately huddled close, tenderly brushing their wings against one another. Observing this heartwarming scene, a smile blossomed on Andy's face, and he felt warmth spread within him as the 4 chicks nestled together, leaning against the cliff. Tears streamed down Andy's cheeks unbidden. In that instant, he realized that life is precious for all species, and that the bonds of kinship are not exclusive to humanity. The once dim light in his left breast flickered anew with the essence of Emma, radiating a brilliant glow. Although Andy was concealed behind the rocky wall, he could still feel the searing heat enveloping him. Before long, Ingram's nest was completely consumed by flames. Pressed against the stone, with his back turned toward the nest, the skin on his back was turning purple from the scorching black rock, compounded by the claw wounds on his right leg. He felt on the verge of collapse. Yet, glancing at the little creature below that had been roused by the other 3 chicks, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Listening to the gradually fading crackling sounds outside, Andy resolved to check on the condition of the nest. He craned his neck to peer out from behind the rock. The once expansive nest had vanished, and a sheer cliff loomed less than half a meter away from him. Faced with this daunting sight, Andy felt utterly at a loss. Though he had narrowly escaped Ingram's predation, the abyssal cliff was clearly an insurmountable obstacle, making any plucky attempts futile. Andy furrowed his brow in contemplation. Sudden sounds emanated from above the cliff. He turned his head to see a green vine descending from the edge, followed by a chubby little monkey clutching the vine as it made its way down to the rocky face, on tiptoe. It searched anxiously along the narrow cliff, its expression betraying its distress. The chicks, having been scorched moments earlier, had now transformed into featherless little creatures, quietly chirping behind Andy. The chubby monkey seemed to have heard the sounds from behind the cliff. It stealthily approached the hollow in the rock where Andy was hiding. Raising its wrinkled little face, it shouted at the sight of the red-skinned Austonian. "Aha! So you really didn't die?" Chapter 110. A mix of joy and sorrow. Andy, hardly able to inquire about the little monkey's origins, pleaded in anguish upon hearing such jubilant exclamations. "Please, save me." The monkey let out a loud whistle towards the cliff top, and 3 vines slid down the rocky face. With a smile, it said to Andy, "You're lucky the blue phantom didn't ignite. Let us get out of here swiftly." Filled with excitement, Andy exclaimed, "Today has truly opened my eyes. Monkeys can talk." The chubby monkey did not take offense at this slightly sarcastic remark. Instead, it grabbed a vine and tied it securely around Andy, before whistling again towards the cliff top. The tattered and injured storm prophet was hoisted up to the edge of the cliff like a piece of second-hand furniture. Sitting atop the barren rock, Andy observed a dozen little monkeys orderly arranging the vines beneath a large tree at the cliff's summit. Their deft movements overshadowed the commotion caused by the Alvis in front of the canyon of Carol's ancient city. Andy called out to the monkey troop, preparing to leave. "My bird is still down there. Please help me retrieve it." Upon hearing this, the chubby monkey immediately set down the vine and approached, regarding the bewildered rescuer with a questioning gaze. Assuming the monkey had misunderstood him, Andy, dragging his injured right leg, crawled toward the edge of the cliff, pointing at the rocky face below as he patiently explained, "My bird is still down there. Please help me get it." The plump little monkey, resting his chin on his hand, wore a perplexed expression as he softly remarked, "Those are the fledglings of the Ingram. Given your current state, it would be best for you to leave them be. Those little creatures have lost their mother and will perish from hunger in a matter of days." Upon hearing the little monkey's refusal to save the fledglings, Andy was immediately overcome with sorrow. With his hands clasped together, he implored once more, "Those fledglings belong to me. Since you have saved my life, I beseech you to also rescue those 4 fledglings. It will not take much of your time, I promise." Andy's tone was now entirely one of desperation, unable to bear the thought of abandoning the 4 little birds at the cliff's edge. The plump monkey squatted down to observe Andy's injured right leg and said, "If I am not mistaken, the injury on your leg must have been inflicted by that adult Ingram just moments ago. Am I right?" Andy's heart raced with anxiety, as the persistent cries echoing from below the cliff were tearing at his very soul. Regardless of how cruelly the fledglings had once treated him, he could not turn a blind eye to their current plight. He ceased to respond to the plump monkey's inquiries, and in an instant, the pleading look in his eyes transformed into one of resolute determination. Observing the unwillingness of the rescued to continue the dialogue, the plump monkey turned back to the tree to confer with the other little monkeys about the request to save the fledglings. Witnessing this scene, Andy immediately shifted his focus and, dragging his injured leg, crawled to the edge of the cliff. After a brief deliberation, the plump monkey approached and placed his right hand upon Andy's shoulder, reiterating, "You were mere moments away from death in the jaws of the Ingram, and now you wish to save its fledglings. We find it difficult to comprehend your motives." Andy could distinctly hear the continuous cries of the fledglings emanating from below the rocky precipice, tears streaming down his soot-streaked cheeks and falling onto the stones. With his head bowed, he choked out, "I cannot bear to watch them perish." Andy continued to inch closer to the cliff's edge, the monkey troop behind him stirring with agitation. A sharp whistle summoned the plump monkey back to the tree, and soon after, several other little monkeys swiftly cast down vines. They descended along the newly unfurled vines to the cliff face, while Andy's once straining hands finally relaxed in exhaustion. Clenching his fists, Andy anxiously awaited the appearance of the 4 fledglings, and at last, accompanied by a chorus of chirps, the Ingram fledglings were rescued by the plump monkey. He gazed with bleary eyes at the little creatures huddled together, a surge of excitement causing the young boy from Austin to adopt an exaggerated expression. The plump monkey, untangling the vines from his body, approached and asked, "Do you need to relieve yourself?" Andy hesitated momentarily, then, with a puzzled grin, replied, I have no such intention. The plump monkey turned to leave but glanced back, scoffing, if you don't need to relieve yourself, then refrained from making such a discomfort expression. Andy paid no heed to the monkey's words. Instead, he smiled as he examined each of the 4 fledglings nestled together. That moment, the little Ingram appeared utterly defeated. He gently stroked the singed feathers and whispered, "From now on, I shall look after you," as Andy reveled in the joy of the rescued lamb chicks. An astonishing spectacle unfurled beneath the great tree. Where all the little monkeys performed a remarkable act, the wrinkled masks were lifted, revealing dozens of endearingly goofy faces. Andy clapped his hands against the rocks and exclaimed, "You are bunny ears." For a moment, I truly believed you were talking monkeys. Beneath the tree, the diminutive figures without masks cheerfully shouted, "We are the High Mountain Bunnyers." Andy immediately inquired loudly, "Has the leader of the forest bunnyers, Buck, arrived at the Low Skull Cave?" A slender bunnyers approached him, extending a hand in greeting. Andy bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude once more. The lean bunnyers, furrowing his brow, replied, "Our princess, Trista, unexpectedly arrived at the Low Skull Cave a month ago, bearing the news of leader Buck's passing." The revelation of Buck's death stunned Andy. He could hardly believe his ears. Although he had not witnessed Buck standing in defiance to protect him before the penny falls, the time spent in the village had instilled in him a profound admiration for this valiant leader. The slender bunnyers, observing Andy lost in contemplation, softly inquired, "May I ask your name?" Realizing his previous impoliteness upon hearing the question, Andy wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and replied to the bunnyers beside him, "My name is Andy. I once spent some time with leader Buck at Storm Beach." The bunnyers immediately grasped Andy's right leg with his right hand, a sudden action that caught Andy off guard while he lay on the rocks. He emitted a cry of pain, and with trembling hands, he grasped the bunnyer's withered arm, asking, "What are you doing?" The bunnyers crouched down, deftly bandaging the wound while introducing himself playfully, "I am Bruno, but everyone calls me sheep dung, the most nutritious sheep dung." Andy couldn't help but chuckle at such a self-deprecating nickname and gestured toward his injured right leg, saying, "Are you treating me?" Bruno stood up, relieved, and said, "I am merely bandaging your wound. The healing is not my responsibility, but we wish to carry you to the Low Skull Cave for treatment. Would you be willing?" Andy replied eagerly, "I am willing. I am more than willing. I will follow your arrangements." Chapter 111. The Low Skull Cave. As Andy struggled to move, the bunnyers fashioned a makeshift stretcher from 2 wooden poles bound with thin vines to lift him. The 4 lamb chicks were temporarily entrusted to Bruno, while the High Mountain bunnyers, disguised as a chubby monkey, shouldered the bundled vines, trailing at the rear of the procession. Lying on the stretcher, Andy tilted his head, calmly gazing at the peaks illuminated by the setting sun. The tangerine sun finally retracted its last glimmer. The unique mists of Cloud Fog Mountain began to drift through the woods. The dense jungle enveloped life like an emerald nestled within the cliffs and valleys, while countless birds residing beneath the canopy folded their melodious voices and nestled into their warm abodes. The bunnier people ignited their torches, traversing the babbling streams as they advanced through the narrow crevices of the rocks. From the fragmented melodies they sang, Andy could sense the profound contentment felt by these endearingly awkward friends. Cloaked in their fur disguises, the coolness of night seeped into every pore of Andy's being. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It is only through the rebirth of life that one can truly appreciate the splendor of nature." The group, having navigated the rocky slopes, began to walk briskly along a relatively flat path at the foot of the mountain, carrying Andy. The moon had yet to rise, and the beasts of the forest began to stir. Sporadic wolf howls echoed around the bunnier entourage. They were no longer filled with laughter and conversation. Each face had taken on a grave expression. The Highland bunnier had walked for quite some time through the woods when they finally halted before a steep mountain. The torches were extinguished, and 2 agile bunnier ascended the rocks flanking the path for reconnaissance. Upon their return, 4 robust bunnier placed their packs on the ground before darting behind a boulder. As the dull sounds of stone scraping echoed, a low opening unexpectedly materialized in the rock face before the group. The bunnier, carrying Andy, swiftly entered the cave, while the 4 sturdy gatekeepers activated a mechanism to seal off the entrance behind them. Darkness enveloped them instantly. Lying on the stretcher, Andy felt disoriented and quietly inquired, "Have we arrived at the Low Skull Cave?" Bruno pressed a finger to Andy's lips and whispered, "This is indeed the Low Skull Cave, the stronghold of us Highland bunnier. Please remain silent. The cardinal rule here is to avoid loud noises and absolutely refrain from making fires for cooking." Curious about the swaying shadows in the pitch blackness, Andy asked, "In such darkness, why not light a torch?" "How do you navigate?" Bruno disregarded Andy's question and commanded the group to move out once more. This time, the band of a dozen halted after only a brief interval. Silence reigned. No one within the group uttered a word. Lying on the stretcher, Andy scanned his surroundings, desperately wishing for someone to explain the situation. Gradually, a soft white glow illuminated the area, reminiscent of the energy emitted by fireflies. At last, Andy could discern the architecture around him. They had arrived at a location akin to a square, with his stretcher resting upon a flat rock. The bunnier within the group engaged in hushed conversations, and he murmured to himself, "It seems you Highland folk are indeed quite distinct from the forest tribes of Storm Beach." Moments later, the bunnier dispersed, and from a corner near the square emerged an elderly bunnier elder. Bruno followed cautiously behind the elder, and as those around them gathered, the elder bent down to examine Andy's leg injury. The elder bunnier gently pinched Andy's right leg with his frail, withered hands, eliciting a piercing pain that caused him to cry out instantaneously, plunging the square into an engulfing darkness. Amidst the shadows, someone pried open Andy's mouth. Under the mistaken impression that Bruno was offering him a delectable morsel, he obediently opened wide. Little did he know that what entered his mouth was a substantial mass resembling a rag, completely obstructing his ability to speak, and the crowd around him fell silent once more. Before long, a white light re-emerged around the square. The elder bunnier squatted beside the stretcher, his gaze fixed intently on a youth named Austin with violet hair. With his gnarled left hand, he pressed down on Andy's claw wound, while his right adeptly unraveled the bandages encircling Andy's leg. Subsequently, the elder evenly applied a bitter powder near the claw injury on Andy's right leg, layering it with some crushed herbal fragments. Once the medicinal application was complete, Bruno utilized a clean linen cloth to perform the final dressing of Andy's wound. After addressing the leg injury, Bruno commanded the onlooking bunnier folk to turn Andy over, and the elder began to dab a soothing ointment onto Andy's blistered back with a small wooden board. A refreshing sensation began to spread from Andy's right leg and back, as the once fiery wounds gradually dulled to numbness. He felt the searing pain of the burn on his back dissipate under the elder's gentle touch, and he craned his neck to observe the elder, who was intently tending to his injuries. As the medicinal properties permeated his system, Andy's consciousness began to waver. He smiled and surveyed his surroundings, extending his right hand to point at an object hanging on the stone wall, inquiring, "Whose robe is that?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden crack echoed, and Andy's outstretched arm fell limply to the ground. Bruno noticed that Andy had succumbed to slumber and promptly bent down to inform the elder. After a few brief instructions, two robust bunnier men lifted the heavy, nearly naked outsider and carried him into a stone dwelling nearby. Upon awakening, Andy found himself resting on a small bed within a stone cottage. Beneath him lay soft, dry straw, and he was covered with an entire animal hide. While the cloth that had stuffed his mouth was no longer present as he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He languidly raised his arms and let out a long yawn. Lowering his arms, he rubbed his dusty eyes with the back of his hand, and upon glancing around, he realized that the stone cottage was quite diminutive and sparsely furnished. Apart from the two small wooden beds merged together beneath him, there was merely a small wooden table and two stools in the center of the room, while a short bough and an old quiver adorned the dimly lit walls. Uncontrollably, Andy coughed twice, the sudden sound catching the attention of the guard outside the stone cottage. As the little wooden door creaked open, a plump bunnier entered, carrying a wooden bowl. This bunnier extended the bowl toward Andy, who, having been famished all day, scrutinized the broth within the crudely crafted vessel. Hesitant, he did not gulp it down as the other had anticipated. The rotund bunnier gestured for Andy to drink the liquid, and with a grin, he lowered his head and took a tentative sip of the fragrant broth. Chapter 112. Lori and the wooden bowl. Andy smacked his lips, savoring the slightly bitter broth, which resembled the refreshing, cool liquid of the mung bean soup peddled by street vendors in the bustling city of Austin. Although its appearance was far from appetizing, the nostalgic flavor of his hometown lingered on his palate, evoking a sense of profound reminiscence. As the soup gradually flowed into his previously empty stomach, a serene satisfaction enveloped him from head to toe. The intermittent gurgling sounds emanating from his belly served as undeniable evidence of his hunger, which was reflected in the boy encircled by animal hides. Raising his gaze from the wooden bowl, Andy observed the awkward expression on the face of the portly Bunerian across from him. He recognized that his earlier behavior was hardly commendable, verging on the crude. Realizing that he should abandon his skeptical attitude towards the visitor, he promptly lifted his right hand to his lips, and half the bowl of soup vanished like an exquisite elixir at the cracked edges of his parched lips. Finishing the broth, Andy nodded in contentment, returning the bowl to the Bunerian and extending both hands to firmly grasp the chubby man's arm in gratitude. The Bunerian stood there, trembling with quivering lips, holding the empty bowl without making a move to leave. To Andy's surprise, he noticed an inexplicable well of tears filling the dim, vacant eyes of the man. Curiosity piqued, Andy inquired. My earlier actions were indeed unfriendly, and I sincerely apologize. The Bunerian clasped Andy's wrist in return, his lips quivering as he softly asked, Have you ever been to Austin? Andy replied, I was born there but was compelled to leave. Why do you ask? Have you been there as well? The Bunerian tightened his grip on Andy's hand, saying, I lived there for a time too, but I was also forced to depart. Observing the Bunerian's choked voice, Andy felt a wave of incomprehension wash over him, prompting him to ask, Have we met before? The Bunerian steadied his emotions and, with a note of grievance, replied, My name is Laurie. I once lived in Muddy Lane. I had a little companion named Andy, and we got separated while fleeing. Upon hearing the name, Andy was initially skeptical, but the realization that this bulky, somewhat slow-witted individual was indeed the Laurie he had longed for filled him with overwhelming emotion, constricting his throat like a dam bursting. Choking back tears, Andy exclaimed, I am your little companion Andy. Why don't you recognize me? Why do you toy with me in this manner? Laurie, realizing that the violet-haired youth before him was truly his long-lost friend, cast aside the empty wooden bowl with his left hand and stepped forward, enveloping Andy in a tight embrace as he wept openly, causing the dim light of the small stone cottage to vanish entirely. In the enveloping darkness, the two friends held each other closely, rendered speechless by the joyous reunion that words could scarcely encapsulate. Following a brief bout of sobbing, hearty laughter erupted from within the cottage, audible to the guards stationed at the door. As Andy gently caressed Laurie's chubby cheeks, he playfully asked, Did you need to act this way to recognize me? Laurie, grinning, responded, You've grown half a head taller than me. We never had such a disparity before. And what's with your hair? Why has it turned purple? The sight was rather peculiar, rendering him hesitant to make an abrupt introduction. Andy chuckled and remarked, I have been rendered this way due to misfortune. You cannot fathom the tribulations I have endured over the years. Lying here on this modest bed, I am nothing short of the most severely disabled individual in Austin City. Rory, his laughter growing more jubilant, confidently replied, You need not worry this time. Our leader, Asa, is quite adept at healing. Moreover, he took Princess Bunnier as his apprentice a month ago, and it is said that her medical skills are second to none, rivaling even those of her master. Upon hearing the mention of Princess Bunnier, Andy's smile vanished instantly. He lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before quietly inquiring, How many princesses do you Bunnier people have? Rory replied with a chuckle, Your question is utterly ludicrous. King Aubrey has only one daughter, Trista, and no sons. This is a well-known fact. Immediately serious upon hearing Trista's name, Andy asked, Did they arrive at Low Skull Cave accompanied by an elderly Austin man with long white hair? Rory, wiping tears from his face with his fingers, responded, When the Bunnier from the forest came to seek Ace's refuge, I did not notice any Austinians among their ranks. I inquired about the events at the Storm Beach, but those forest folk appeared deeply traumatized, unwilling to share a word with us. They have been here for some time, and I have never seen them smile. Often, that foolish hunter, Shazo, stands in Cecil Square, lost in thought for extended periods. His bright red mage robe hangs ominously by the warning bell. Although it is patched in many places, it seems to serve as the only solace for those despondent forest dwellers. Upon hearing this, Andy released his arms and gradually lay back down, the betrayal incident at Penny Falls replaying in his mind as the once vibrant essence of Emma began to fade. Rory, believing his companion was fatigued, approached and gently placed a hand on Andy's shoulder, mysteriously stating, I shall prepare breakfast. You may rest a while longer. I will introduce you to two individuals this morning who are sure to astonish you. After uttering these words, he bent down to pick up an empty wooden bowl from the floor and turned to leave. Andy, contemplating Rory's words, speculated that he might be introducing either Trista or the mischievous Shazo. The most pessimistic thought crossed his mind that it could be the deranged Barnett. These anxious thoughts surged upon him like a nightmare, and the wounds that had lost their pain once again burned as if ignited by flames. Joyfully clutching the empty wooden bowl, Rory exited the room, and as the small wooden door was gently closed by the guard, Andy began to ponder how he would comport himself upon encountering Trista. The sudden passing of Chief Buck had already cast a shadow of sorrow upon him, the reasons for which remained elusive. Yet, he could sense, albeit vaguely, that Buck's demise was intertwined with his own fate. If he were to meet Trista, How could he possibly elucidate the events following the incident at Penny Falls? The inner turmoil caused him immense distress. Just as Andy furrowed his brow in thought, he heard a few gentle knocks on the door. Shortly thereafter, two bunnier individuals entered from outside. One of them was an elder tending to his wounds, while the other was a plump young man reluctant to easily rescue a bird perched precariously on the edge of a cliff. The elder, slightly older in years, noticed Andy squinting as if he were asleep. Just as he was about to turn away, Andy, lying on the bed, cleared his throat with a soft cough. The elder turned back with a smile and spoke. "I did not wish to disturb your rest, but since the moment I laid eyes upon you, I have been unable to sleep through the night. There are certain matters I wish to inquire about. If you would be so kind as to share the truth with me." Chapter 113. The interrogation of Asa. Andy, observing the elder Bunyel's kindly demeanor, softly replied, "Please feel free to ask, and I shall answer you truthfully." This spontaneous declaration not only reflected the speaker's subjective attitude, but also revealed his thorough understanding of the surrounding circumstances. Following the recent awkward encounter with Rory, Andy was acutely aware of the importance of sincerity in his dealings with others. Before him sat an elder who had once saved his life, who posed no additional conditions but merely sought to learn more about him. In every conceivable aspect, this was a far cry from the interrogation he had faced before the Penny Falls. The elder, leaning on a short wooden staff, was assisted by the plump young man as he settled onto a small, clean stool. Though the frail Bunyel elder appeared physically weak, the intensity in his keen eyes suggested a formidable presence. He gazed at Andy, whose face bore the marks of tears, and spoke slowly, "My name is Asa, and I am the leader of the Highland Bunyel people." Startled, Andy quickly sat up to pay his respects. Constrained by his injuries, he could only express his gratitude in this somewhat impolite manner. Asa paid no mind to this, instead looking at the dirt-streaked Andy and saying, "I shall soon have someone provide you with a simple wash, lest the dirt infect your wounds." Andy nodded appreciatively and offered a brief self-introduction in return. Asa commanded the plump young man behind him to bring forth two items for Andy's inspection. One was a tattered garment he had worn, and the other, a massive black bow and arrow. Andy looked at the ragged attire and let out a resigned smile. Asa, puzzled, fingered the fabric of the torn clothing and inquired, "This garment possesses a fine texture. It appears not to be of Bunyel craftsmanship." Andy, suppressing his awkward smile, explained, "You are correct. This attire was a gift